500 on, say, Hamzat, and he loses that 500, that's why it's so toxic now. Because, your guy's losing, but now it's costing you money. So I think that's why fighters get so much more hate these days than they did. Even when I was fighting, betting wasn't a big thing.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's Rafa Garcia. Is it Rafa or Rafa? Why am I saying it wrong?
I feel like it's Rafa.
I think so too. I think I went Brazilian on me.
It's still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. That's actually an elaboration.
Rafa or Rafa? Why am I saying it wrong?
I feel like it's Rafa.
I think so too. I think I went Brazilian on me. I get it for a minute there. Yeah, that you made a real good point about the betting, because that's why people are getting so upset, because they are betting money on it. It's a big problem with some people. With some people, the ability to just bet on anything anytime you want. And now it's like a poly market and all these different things. You can bet on, fucking anything. Anything. How about that fucking soldier that got busted?
Tight move.
He bet that Maduro was going to get kidnapped.
Dude, if you don't, but my thing is, it's like the Pete Rose thing. At least Pete Rose is betting on his team to win.
Right.
This dude was betting on his fucking team to win.
Right.
Don't discipline him. If you don't think Trump's giving him a pardon, you're out your goddamn mind.
Well,
that guy's awesome.
That's a weird one. That's a weird one. But I mean, why is that bad? But the insider trading in Congress goes unchecked.
Oh my God.
Like that,
bro.
That's crazy. Like, if you get mad at that, people, what a hypocrite.
You're also dealing with
that guy?
special forces guy who, it's not like they're compensated that great. Right. And he was like, oh, I'm going to bet the house that we fucking get this idiot.
Right. And by the way, he's betting on himself because it didn't have to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
It didn't have to work. They could have all got killed.
It's like Pete Rose, too. It's like keep him out of Hall of Fame. I think they're going to let him in now that he died. But,
oh, great.
Yeah, cool.
That helps.
Thank you. But it's also like, he never bet against his team. It's pretty gangster.
I don't know if that's true.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I
read something online that he might have bet against his team at least at one game. I don't know if that's true though.
I'm rooting for Pete Rose,
but I just read something. I mean, there might have been a Pete Rose hater.
That's what I thought. That's what I heard.
I mean, if he only bet for his team, I feel like that should be legal.
That's what I'm saying. That's like the special forces guy.
What, you're trying to win harder? You're trying to win harder because you want money? Yeah. That would be good.
The special forces guy, like, dude, you're really into this.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I got $1 million right on this.
No confirmed evidence has ever been produced that Pete Rose bet against his own team. There you go.
We live,
Cincinnati Reds, there's some speculation. All official speculation. I must have read speculation.
Yo, what is up? As you can see, I'm live on YouTube.
So a person believes Pete Rose probably bet against the Reds at some point. John Dowd.
It's like a 10-second
He
delay.
has acknowledged that his investigation did not produce conclusive proof of such bets. So I feel like you should be able to bet on yourself as a fighter. I feel like you should be able to bet on yourself as a baseball player. Why not? You're just betting to win. Now, betting to lose, different story. But bet. So if you're just saying, is that because you can't tell them how to bet? Like, if you're going to let them bet, they have to be able to bet on whatever they want. Like, man, I don't know if I'm going to win this fight. I'm going to try. I'm going to try, but I think I might lose. So let me just see if I can make a little extra money just in case I lose. I tried my hardest. I lost, but
still made some money.
Yeah,
that's good. It just opens a can of worms you don't want to deal with.
Well, the problem is, nobody bet. Right, because then, what if you won? You're like, I won. Yeah, but I lost money because I fucking bet against myself like an idiot.
Yeah,
right?
You made no money this time.
You have to be a fucking psycho to try to win, knowing it's going to cost you money. Like your whole camp, paying your fucking trainers, your manager, everything.
Fucking nightmare. What's like the Hamzat Strickland fight? You and I, right when that fight got announced, we text each other and I went, good fight. I know everyone's going to, Hamzat's a big favorite, but we both went, I don't know, man. I can see it.
I was nut riding for Strickland the whole time. I was like, that guy is the fucking captain of the deep water. He knows how to go into deep water, man, and he knows how to survive. He can survive. And the thing about Hamzat is, if he takes you down, he wants to hold you down and just beat on you and not expend a lot of energy like he did with Drekus.
That's an issue.
You can't do that with Sean. Sean is not going to sit still. He's very hard to hold down. He's got super underrated grappling. Super underrated. we saw he almost threw Hamzat, like later in the fight, and he did wind up on top multiple times. Like he ain't easy for anybody.
Far from it.
And he had a blown out shoulder.
Boom. That's the other thing. Everyone's like, well, Hamzat was compromised because the weight cut. It's like, well, hold on.
Sean had one arm.
Sean had one fucking arm, and when he did throw that right hand in that second round, he wobbled Hamzat. No one wants to talk about that. The most significant punch was in the second round.
Yeah.
He flash knocks out Hamzat, and Hamzat's like,
And he probably fucking jolted his shoulder with pain.
and still defended it.
Noticed he was doing this at the beginning of the fight. He before the fight started, he was doing this with his arm. So he's warming up, he's doing this, but he kept doing this with his right arm. I'm like, ooh, that's what I do if my shoulders hurt, to see how hurt it is.
Yep.
How does it feel?
Feel the range.
Yeah, how does it feel? And he was only going to here. He was only going to here. He kept doing, but deadpan killer.
Still won.
Yeah.
Here's my thing about
Still fought. But a lot of guys would have pulled out. A lot of guys would have said, I can't use my arm. I'm pulling out.
especially for that magnitude of a fight. I think with Strickland too, now that he won, people are like, oh, is he a Hall of Famer? 1,000%.
100%.
100% he's a Hall of Famer. My thing with Strickland too, it's like he's gonna be a bigger star now more than ever. I think that fight is the one that put him even bigger. The thing about Strickland is he's the guy that's not supposed to be here. Like everyone, when we talk about Chechens or Dagestanians or wherever these war-torn countries are from, and they're like, this is the only way they made it out. Dude, Strickland grew up a poor white kid in America, disenfranchised. Dude had an abusive father. The odds are so against Strickland, and this motherfucker. Arguably the best striker in the weight division of all time, in Izzy Adesanya. Beat him at fucking striking in Australia, and then they give him arguably the best grappler of all time in the weight division, and he beats him. So all of you listening, all you guys are closer to Sean Strickland than you are to LeBron James or Patrick Mahomes. He's just a tough white kid who trains his ass off. He's a blue-collar guy. He doesn't run a 40 and a 4.4. Doesn't have a 40-inch vertical. He
got one bad leg. From a motorcycle accident. So it almost ruined his whole career.
Dude, I get chills talking about it. Dude, he's the guy. He's that blue-collar guy through hard fucking work. Is a Hall of Famer, bona fide Hall of Famer, and beat two of the greatest middleweights of all time. And was in all his fights, he's an underdog, fluffy underdog. DDP underdog. Granted, he lost, but I thought he won that first fight. Hamzat, massive underdog. Izzy, massive underdog.
Second fight with DDP, he fucked his shoulder up too. Driving a dirt bike like a fucking psychopath.
Crazy.
Crashed his dirt bike, fucked his shoulder up, and they told him he had to fight. So you had to take the fight. So you had to take the fight with a fucked up shoulder. And one of the things you notice about when he's throwing right hands, in particular in this fight, I noticed they were awkward sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes they just looked weird, like he was trying not to use his shoulder or something.
Compromised.
Yes, 100%. And I saw some of that in the second Strickland, the second DDP fight. Where it looked like he was kind of throwing his punches weird. Which sometimes he does anyway because he goes around the guard.
It's awkward.
It's strategic.
Yeah.
He's throwing shit that you're not going to block correctly, and then he's going to land you clean shots. But when you see him when there's nothing wrong with him, like he had this giant break because he punched somebody in some fucking low-level promotion.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So
He's a wild boy.
He's a wild boy. So they gave him like 8-month suspension, something like that, 6-month suspension, whatever it was. So you see him against Hernandez when he's perfect.
Fucking phenomenal.
His striking looked phenomenal. Everything looked phenomenal. Like a better version of the guy who beat Izzy. He looked better.
Best we've ever seen.
And then he beats Hamza with one shoulder. This episode is brought to you by Ketone IQ. I don't care who you are. Performance is mental. I talk for a living, so I'm always looking for a way to stay sharp. Ketone IQ is one of the few things that actually feels like a game changer. It came out of a $6 million U.S. military research program on human performance. It's a small shot of ketones, fuel your body makes when fasting or training, and your brain loves it. I use it before long days for a smooth, steady focus, no spikes or crashes, and it's clean. No sugar, no carbs, no preservatives. Go to ketone.com/Rogan for 30% off your subscription order. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide in the protein and electrolyte aisle and get your first shot free. They're so confident in it, they'll even offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go ahead and take your shot. And so if you count them out based on that fight, where I thought Hamzat won. A lot of people did. Look, it's a lot of people that know fighting thought Hamzat won. There's a lot. I think it's split among journalists. I think I was reading something.
Take it easy on journalists.
I don't really read anything, by the way. I really read headlines. And I move on.
You gotta be careful with journalists. I'll listen to former fighters or people that have been around the game a long, long time. If you have Hamzat winning, okay. Nobody was robbed. Well, I can give you a pretty good argument why Strickland won that fight.
Yes,
you know,
I
can give you a damn good argument.
It was like I was talking to him inside the octagon before the fight. I said, "What do you think?" And I said, "It was really close. It was really close." Because you really never know with judging. You know, we've both seen fights where we were sure that one guy won and the other guy gets it from the judge. So you don't know. So, in my opinion, I would have to go over it and watch it again. Because when I call fights, I'm just calling them.
It's tough.
I'm not really scoring them.
Super tough.
It's weird. Because, like, what you're trying to do is make some entertainment out of moments and put some weight to it and express maybe to people that don't know exactly what's going on.
You're also listening to your other
Exactly.
partners in the booth.
Right. Well, DC's great at that. DC is the best at explaining shit to people that don't know what's going on when it comes to like wrestling in particular, because he's such a elite wrestler, and there was a lot of wrestling moments in that. So like that's what you're doing. So you're not really judging the fight. If you're judging, you'd be silent. Like Eddie Bravo used to judge fights unofficially for the UFC in the early days. What Eddie would do was he would have a piece of paper and draw a line down the middle for each guy, and then he would have categories: strikes, kicks landed, punches landed, takedown, submission attempts. And he would mark all these different things. Like every time something would happen, he would mark it down, and then he would also go by who landed the most damage. And he was really good at it. Like he was very accurate in terms of like I never disagreed with him. I was like, that makes sense.
But if your intention is to score the fight, like you don't have to be entertaining and do the commentating, I can do that. It's like I do commentate for Game Bread, and there's a fight of the night, and Jimmy Smith is going, who do you think won? I said, dude, this isn't the time to ask, because I was entertained by the fight. We're doing our thing.
Right.
I go home and watch it. I'll let you know exactly who won.
Right.
It's such a close fight. I don't know, dude.
Especially wars. Especially a crazy war. It's so hard to figure out who won. Some wars like listen, think of like, what if Tyra and Joshua Van had made it to the end?
That's a tough one.
It's a tough one. I mean, Joshua Van definitely did more damage, 100%.
Which is number one thing they are supposed to.
Right. So I would judge that in favor. Like, because we had a conversation about the Gomez fight. Who was Gomez fighting? Pat Sabatini. So Pat Sabatini was fighting Gomez, and all Pat Sabatini did was clinch him and try to take him down. Took him down a couple times, but when they were standing up, Pat landed a few strikes, definitely. It wasn't like he was completely outclassed on the feet, but Gomez landed more. So I'm like, okay, I know Pat spent the majority of the fight in control, the majority of the fight clinching, the majority of the fight working towards the takedown, but it was unsuccessful for the most part. Gomez bounced back up to his feet every time, never took any damage on the ground, never got close to being submitted. And then when they stood up, Gomez was the one who was going after him, landing strikes. I don't know if it was enough to win, though, because it's like there wasn't a lot of damage. It wasn't like he hit Pat and Pat got rocked and Pat went down, and there was none of that. But Gomez was doing better in the stand-up, which, when it comes to damage, that was the only damage of the fight.
But the other thing you got to take into consideration is, like, I love DC. He's one of my favorites. But DC has an extensive wrestling background. So he's usually going to, not that he means to, but because he has such an extensive wrestling background, if you listen to Kamaru Usman, Henry Cejudo, most of them will score that fight for Hamzat because of the wrestling involved. But if you talk to someone else who doesn't have a wrestling background, it's more of a striking background, most of them score it for Strickland. So you always got to, I take it with a little bit of grain of salt. When those guys, heavy wrestlers, if there's wrestling, but they weren't successful, like takedowns were successful, they're like, that's a takedown. Like, but he didn't do shit with it then.
There's also
roommates or room with a view?
Ooh, room with a view.
On a date. Who pays?
Not me. See?
Angel soft. Well, it's gotta be soft.
It's gotta be strong. Angel soft is both.
Also, the Strickland factor. There's a lot of people that he rubs the wrong way.
Boom.
And they don't want him to win because of the wild shit that he says off stage. Listen, sometimes he goes too far. He said he went too far. He apologized for going too far. But goddamn, did he sell some tickets?
I like what you said, though. You said, don't apologize. You're selling a fight. Yeah, that's my thing, too. It's like, whoa, don't apologize. Don't apologize for any of that. Because on Monday, I was so excited to get in the studio. I was so excited. I felt like, for the first time in a long time, the UFC's back. I felt back, man. It's
You
like,
really think the UFC's gone away?
No, I'm not saying that. Don't get to it. I'm saying as far as like Conor Khabib, like bad blood,
big time.
Couldn't wait.
Right.
Like I was day before I'm taking, dude, I can't fucking wait. It was like I was so hyped for this fucking fight, dude.
Yeah.
It just felt like, you know, those Conor days, Khabib days, those are over. But this one, the magnitude of it, and I usually can tell when a fight's gonna be really big because I'm always at baseball fields and football fields, and dads will come like, dude, you think Strickland has a chance? I'm like, you watch fighting? I'm like, oh shit! I was like, this can be huge, dude. This can be fucking big, dude.
It was huge, and it was huge because of the way Sean sold it. 100%. Not just that Sean has a ton of fans, for sure, you know, but it was the way he sold it. The chaos. People love it. They love that, and especially casuals. They love the chaos.
I love it too. I love it too.
Fun. He makes things fun. Makes things fun.
And then people get so mad, you know, some of the stuff he says, but it's like, there's a lane for that. Hate to tell you, there's a lane for that. And I think Strickland, you've been around Strickland, he's a good person. He has some crazy thoughts and stuff like that, which is fine. But remember, too, people go, UFC don't have stars. And then you get a kid like Strickland, who's building his name. It's going to be the most watched fight, one of the third most watched reigns of all time. So he's trying to be a star. So you guys are complaining there's no stars. And then when he's doing the damn thing, you guys are hating on him. You know, so it's like, pick your poison.
Well, they're hating by the way he's doing it, right? That he's making things super personal and... But this is what Conor did. I mean, that's what Conor did with Khabib. Conor crossed the line many times with Khabib.
Oh, buddy. The line's here.
Yeah.
Conor was all the way over here.
And there was no
more
apologizing after that. I mean, that was the brawl afterwards where Khabib, you know, jumped in the crowd and fucked up Dylan Dennis.
That was my favorite. That's my favorite picture of all time. I need it framed in my fucking studio. When Khabib's literally flying off the fucking cage, about to fucking... But remember, before that fight, in the fight, Khabib was all professional. He was all good. As soon as that motherfucker ended, he's like, now it's time to get to work. Yeah, dude.
That is a crazy
my motherfucking
world champion just got done stopping Conor McGregor, and he's leaping into the fucking crowd just like his nickname.
And super
He's
humble.
the eagle.
Yeah, the eagle. His talons are fucking out for his face.
I mean, you couldn't come up with a better nickname for that dude. You know how Dan Henderson has that flying punch that he landed on Bisping when Bisping was down?
Yeah,
That's like his logo. That should be Khabib's logo.
100%. With like wings on it, like a flying eagle.
He's a fucking animal.
Dude, that was
God, I love that guy.
I love him.
Oh, we appreciated him while he was here, but maybe not enough.
But with Hamzat too, I also think a couple of factors that went against him on Saturday night. He's been in big fights, but he hasn't been in this big of a fight. Defending the middleweight title, you have this Wild Boy talking so much shit. So I don't think he's dealt with that kind of pressure at that level. And then also, Hamzat's always kind of had a cardio issue. Because remember when I went to his camp, I called you. I'm like, bro, I've never seen someone so fucking, I'm talking vicious. Fucking everybody up, destroying them. I was like, oh my God. So there's an issue with him, and I don't know what it is, where that's not translating inside the octagon.
Well, I can tell you right now, first of all, first part of the issue is the weight cut. He cut 100%, dude. He cut 22 kilos. Listen to me. He got 40-something pounds. They were making it so that he was going to fight Yuri Prochazka.
At 205.
Right. So he starts bulking up, and he's eating like a fucking animal, and he's deadlifting and doing all kinds of
He
crazy
said he was
shit.
230, I think.
He was above that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was somewhere north of 230. And so then he's 230, whatever. And so then he's got to drop down to 85, which is bananas. That's so hard to do. He never got fat. So what happens? Well, your muscle gets eaten away.
Yeah.
Your body deteriorates. You can't recover. And he had a bad breakdown in the middle of the weight cut.
I heard it was horrible. Did you hear his brother today was like, yeah, we thought his body was going to shut down.
Yeah, so they took an hour off weight cutting, and then they went back. And he only had like 1.2 kilos to lose at that point, which is, what is that? Was that like 5 pounds? No, I mean 2 pounds? 2.5 pounds,
right? 2.5.
What is it? It's 2.2. Okay, so somewhere around.
He was 230.
That's a lot, though.
That's
If you're
a lot of
already
weight.
dying, you got to lose 2 pounds of water.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
2 16-ounce bottles of water.
But when he was, let's say, 230 or maybe 235, how many weeks out was that? Do we know?
I don't know.
Because when Strickland beat Fluffy, they were like, hey, forget this Yuri fight. You're fighting at 85. It's a few months.
It's a few months, but when you have muscle and not fat, it is a problem.
It's a real
problem. It's not the same problem. So if you get big like Strickland gets in between fights, like Strickland, there's a lot of videos of him training where he's got almost like a belly.
Yeah.
He's heavy, and he makes fun of himself. He's fat. That's a different fat. That's different to
Agreed.
lose. You can lose that. You can lose that. That's not a problem to lose. When you're bulked up, your body has decided that now you're 230 pounds, and you're still working out all the time. So your body's using those muscles all the time. So if you want those muscles to shrink, they literally have to eat themselves.
Yeah.
So you have to fucking starve yourself. Or you do a radical dehydration, which brings you to the brink of death.
That's what.
And it seems like that's what he did.
Probably a factor, but my thing
Giant factor, dude.
it's a factor for sure. There's also a factor, but it's not like in the DDP fight and these other fights. It's not like he's going in there tenacious, finishing guys.
Well, the DDP fight was just him in control. It was just him grappling, him in control,
And no attempt to finish. That's my issue with it.
True. He just wanted to secure the win.
I think it's here.
Well, it could be. It could be. And that also plays a factor when you're dealing with a guy like Sean who's so durable and has such great cardio and can take the fight into deep waters and always does. He's always going after you in the final round. Like the final round with Izzy, when he's got his hands down, he's screaming at Izzy, come on.
He gets better as the fight goes on.
Yeah, and Izzy had noticeably faded by that final round. Part of that because of the beating that he took in the first.
Correct.
Right. He got
dropped too.
super close to stopped, probably concussed in the first. I mean, that fucking straight punch that he landed, where he spun Izzy's head around, and then hit him with how many fucking left hands in a row? 15, 20 left hands in a row? I mean, let's count them.
Yeah.
Let's watch that and count them, because it's crazy. He just bang, 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 bang. If you think you're going to go and just fight normal after that, you're concussed.
You're compromised.
Probably you have a concussion.
Yes.
Just by the way he went down, his head spun around. It was a right hand, right? Wasn't it a right hand?
It was a right hand, yeah. And it spun
Picture
around,
perfect
and then
right
it's
hand. Picture perfect straight right. I mean, it was picture perfect. And you don't get a cleaner, better right hand. And then blast him with all those punches in the clinch. You're gone after that. You're a shell of yourself.
You're gone. I think my thing with Hamzat too is after, again, you could chalk it up to the weight cut. That second round, when he doesn't land that takedown, falls to his back, I'm like, oh, he's cooked.
Dude, I think
we're 6 months into the motherfucking fight, and he's
his body was shutting down, and he realized that he went real hard in the first round, but doesn't have the gas tank. He said, let me coast. I can survive on the bottom here, but I need to catch my breath if I'm going to try to finish this guy. Might have been a strategy.
And he got better that third, fourth, fifth round.
Right, because the strategy might have been, listen, if I'm on my back, no big, like he tries for a takedown, can't get it, he realized like, oh, Jesus, I'm not going to be able to fight standing up like this for 5 minutes after that first round. Because his body almost shut down 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, it is the dumbest fucking thing we do in the sport, where we allow these people to pretend that they weigh a certain way.
He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance. No medical exam, no blood test. 10 minutes, you're covered.
Shut up. In the sport, where we allow these people to pretend that they weigh a certain way. You pretend oh, it's a 185-pound fight. The fuck it is.
Yeah,
Neither one of those
over
guys.
200.
100%.
Strickland is actually a bigger guy than him.
Strickland's a big boy.
Strickland, that night in the cage, is a bigger dude.
Well, he definitely looked healthier, right? And I think part of that you could attribute to the fact that Hamzat is killing himself.
Well, what Hamzat say to Dana as soon as he jumped out of the cage, he goes, I'm done fighting now, I'm going to 205.
But apparently now, all he's talking about is a rematch.
Back on.
Yeah.
No, it's back on. So
So what he's got to do is he has got to limit his calorie intake, and he's got to literally burn the muscle off. He can't just keep dehydrating himself like that. So you'd have to talk to someone who's an expert at that. But my friend Cam Haynes, when he runs these ultra marathons, what he does is he gets himself down to like 160 pounds, and the way he does it is he just limits his fucking calories and keeps working out the exact same way, and he looks terrible when he does it. Like, he looks so tired all the time, but it's just sheer willpower gets him down to that weight. But that is slow running for days.
Correct.
It's a different thing.
We can't do that.
Right. What he's doing is exploding and moving quickly. And my personal opinion is you have to be biologically healthy to do that. You have to be a healthy person. You can't just be big, right? And you're not healthy if you almost died a day ago.
Correct.
Because that's really what's going on. And we think these guys can recover. But how much do they recover? Well, they fucking for sure don't recover 100%.
Not a hundo.
Not 100%.
That's why I'm excited for him at 205. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like them. Like, if the weight is an issue at 205, if he's 100% Hamzat, I know he might be a little undersized, but 100% Hamzat could be a lot better than a 70%.
Yeah, that's great. Strickland ain't gonna do it. He's gonna you didn't fucking make the weight the first time.
Oh, 100%.
He's gonna talk mad shit. It'll be fun. He's a fucking coward. I beat him with one arm. It's gonna get crazy. You gotta fight him at middleweight, but he's gotta go to some expert in losing weight.
Oh no, I'm not saying Strickland Hamzat 205. Strickland's gonna stay at like an 85 and dominate. No, Hamzat, he's gonna do that rematch, and then that's it. He's a 205er. Well, I think he's, or to your point, he has to maintain a weight that's realistic that can still perform. But he has to figure that out.
He's got to stop lifting weights, right? So whatever he was doing that got him up to 230 pounds, whatever he was, we're guessing, right? That's what I'd heard, that he was north of 200. Whatever he was doing, he's got to not do that, and he's got to do mad cardio, just cardio, like working out, like wrestling, hitting the bag, hitting pads, and cardio.
I'm a big proponent of do your sport. Get your cardio from your sport. Like, I see it across the board. Like, I get a little hesitant when I saw all these videos of Hamzat, hitting the tire with the hammer and doing all these runs. I'm like, yeah, but I'd rather you get your cardio from actually wrestling against top level guys and fucking get after it, dude. Because what's Strickland do? Do you see Strickland doing all this heart rate monitor? No. Why is his cardio so good? Because he fucking spars like a madman all the time. So the Strickland you see in that training camp is the exact same motherfucker you see in the octagon. There's no issues. Meanwhile, you got these guys, run their hill sprints and do all. Man, I'd rather you get your cardio in your actual sport. I see it at the lower level too. With kids, I coach football, baseball. These dads are like, I don't get it, man. I'm doing the foot ladder drill with my son 5 days a week. Can't catch football. I'm like, because we're not trying to see who has the best foot ladder. Fucking, who can do it the fastest. We're catching footballs, dude.
Do you think that there's
footballs if you want to get better at football?
100%. But do you think that some of that stuff?
Yes, but not close to the fight.
Interesting.
Because usually what we would do is, let's say you have an 8-week camp. Before the camp starts, we're doing a lot of that stuff. And then once you get a camp, the focus was the cardio was getting it in your training.
You know who agrees with you? Aljamain Sterling. Aljamain talked about this.
Pretty good.
Pretty fucking good. How good did he look against Alal?
Dude,
best back control in the game.
So, I don't. Why is he so underrated? I don't get it. Why he doesn't get his due?
Pure young.
It's fucking crazy.
So it's
He's
the win,
so good.
the victory where he had an injury from an illegal shot. And people hated on him from then on out.
Think how good he did against Evil.
I know. He's amazing.
That was a fucking split decision. Some people thought he won.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have easily won
That
that fight.
motherfucker's so good.
Yeah, Aljamain's the man.
Yes.
But he said that Merab does the same thing. Now, who the fuck has better cardio than Merab? I would say nobody. Nobody alive.
Ever in any sport. Maybe that guy that broke the fucking whatever's 4-minute mile or something, but as far as what
Yeah, but
he
he
do,
ain't getting taken down. He's not getting punched in the face.
people should just go to Merab's camp like, what are you doing? He said, I'm wrestling. I'm fucking wrestling.
He does run. He does run, and he does lift some weights every now and then, but he doesn't do any of that crazy garage stuff. And one of the guys that spoke out against the garage stuff was Cub Swanson. I shouldn't say spoke out against it, but what he did say was that when he did that, because he did some of the training lab stuff, he said he was too broken down. He said he was overtrained, and he said he was just too tired when he was going into like fight camp. Yeah, like it's tough to recover. You're doing all the other stuff too. You're still boxing. You're still kickboxing.
Have to.
You're still wrestling. And he said he did badly in those fights, which is interesting because, you know, the Mark Marinovich approach was very different with BJ Penn, and that was the best BJ Penn ever. The best BJ Penn ever, but they literally did no fight training. What they did is all plyometrics, and it's different from the stuff the training lab stuff's doing, because the training lab stuff, he's doing bicycle work and all this stuff, because that's what Sam Calavita came from.
Correct.
Came from a cycling background. What Marv was having him do was all plyometric stuff and just build this fucking insane machine. He's like, BJ, you already know how to fight. Fact. You're not going to get better at fighting in 8 weeks, right? Fact. But what we can do is give you an unstoppable gas tank. And one of the things that always fucked BJ up earlier in his career is that he wasn't, when he was training himself or when he had, you know, wasn't
him and his brother.
Yeah, it wasn't the most disciplined.
Yes.
He was phenomenally talented and freak. And one of the things, won the world, the Mundials at 3 years in to jiu-jitsu as a black belt. Like nobody does that.
That's why he's almost a bad example. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah,
right. But the problem with really talented people, and I'm sure you'd probably agree with me, they tend to not work as hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like Sean, although he's a world champion, he's not a guy where you see like, oh my God, he is so talented. Like what he does is like no one can move that way. No one can do what he does. Like, you know, there's certain guys that are like
Sean's
that.
stuff is hard work.
Hard work. So the guys that are super talented, it comes a little easier for them, and sometimes they have a harder time with the hard work because they're not used to getting beat up. They're not used to getting pressed. So when they have to do this drill where you're rotating in new sparring partners and you're exhausted, and when you're doing that hell, they don't like that.
No.
So some guys avoid that shit. They just want to be tuning guys up.
Spot on.
Yeah, and so those guys, when they're fighting a Georges St. Pierre or someone of a commensurate skill level, they might fade.
Yep.
Because that guy got there through a different path. I mean, George, although he's a phenomenal athlete, one of the best wrestlers in MMA ever, and didn't even come from a wrestling background. I mean, George is one of the all-time greats. There's not like one thing that George would do that would make you think like that guy's a freak athlete. There's never been anybody like him like that.
No, far from it. To your point, far from it. Because I trained with George forever, and when we did, they would have us do some stuff like I did in the NFL, like sprints and vertical and the agility drills, like nothing
crazy.
No,
but BJ was crazy.
BJ's crazy.
BJ could do stuff where you're like, how the fuck can you do that? BJ could jump out of a pool and land easy. You know, BJ he has insane flexibility. Like the way he moves his legs, his balance is nuts. There's a video of someone trying to take him down, and they have a single, and they are driving across the cage, and he's on one leg hopping with zero fear of being taken down. Like,
but to your point, like BJ's that talented. John's another one.
Yep.
Where it's like,
right, exact, perfect.
So fucking talented.
So fucking talented. And then the difference being like John always figured out a way to win, and John, if he had a bad camp for one fight, he would come back in the next fight and really fucking put it to somebody, right? Like the Gustafsson fight. First fight with Gustafsson, he doesn't train at all. I talked to Craig Jackson, he's like, he barely showed up at all. Barely showed up in the gym.
And then has a
full
5-round
fight
war.
And pulls it out in the final 2 rounds. It's crazy. Gets taken down for the first time. We see him get taken down by Gustafsson. Like, oh my God, Gustafsson might be the man. and John pulls it out. So the second fight comes around, and John trains hard, and John fucks him up. I mean, fucks him up in a way like, this is what would have happened if I tried.
Yeah.
If I prepared the way you prepared, this is what how it goes. You get a fucking beating, you know. And this is the dance of like who's the greatest of all time, and that's why the argument in most people's eyes is that John is the greatest of all time, because John was all those things, super talented, and when push came to shove, and he had to get back into work and get here, he would do it, and he would pull it off against DC. He would pull it off. The Stipe fight was. I think that was not Stipe. That was...
No, that's when you, like, when you talk about his resume, you're like, all right, you know?
Stipe is the Stipe that, you know, ran through the heavyweight division. The Stipe that knocked out Alistair Overeem, that beat Fabricio Verdun for the title, beat Francis, when Francis was just crushing everybody. And I think that took a lot out of his chin, that Francis fight. I really do.
That changed him forever.
Because DC knocks him out right after that. And, you know, it wasn't the biggest punch in the world. No. It was a big punch. But, he had taken bombs from Francis.
Yeah, back to John being the greatest of all time. It's like when you look at his resume, it's just like...
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Youngest ever UFC champion.
Crazy. But as far as, like...
Wasn't Josh Barnett? Did Josh Barnett win it earlier?
No, I think John's the youngest.
John's the youngest. And Josh Barnett was the youngest.
And Joshua Van's second now.
Right, so Josh Barnett won the heavyweight title at, what, 24?
Yeah. And those boys were...
Didn't they strip him for steroids when everyone was doing steroids? That is...
It's like when WWE guys get busted, you're like, oh,
you ain't testing everybody. You just don't like Josh.
The way to get him out. I love Josh. The way to get him out. But yeah, back to John, it's like you look at his resume, greatest to ever do it.
Yeah.
Beat the very best
Murderer's Row. Yeah.
Now, you know, it's not even comparable. But then,
you don't think so?
No.
Well, listen,
close.
when
Especially at heavyweight.
When Alex was the light heavyweight champion, it's certainly comparable. Alex as the light heavyweight champion, the Alex that beat Magomedov, the Alex that knocked out Yuri Prohaska, the Alex that starches everybody, that fucked up Jamal Hill, like that Alex Pereira and John Jones in his prime would have been insane. That would have been insane.
Oh, man.
Tough to beat the wrestling of John. Like, John's wrestling was on a totally different level.
His IQ.
His IQ.
Tough, right?
Look at his Cheryl Gone.
Crazy.
I mean, he avoided the shots. He read him like a book. Bullied him, got hold of his neck, and like, I'll take that.
But dude, if you go back and look at John, in my fighting years too, you look at that light heavyweight division, 1 through fucking 15, good luck.
That's
especially heavyweight.
True, but
good fucking luck.
But at light heavyweight, okay, so
not a lot of those guys are ranked in the top 10.
How do you think Yuri? Well, let's start with Alex. How do you think Alex would have done against Gustafsson?
Very tough fight for him.
You think so?
Yeah.
Gustafsson in his prime?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
And you think that based on well, that was a video knocked out.
Dude, Alex is one of those guys. Similar to a different time. He was so fucking talented. Huge. 6'6", 6'7", great wrestling. You got fucked. Your mom and dad decide to have sex same time John and his friends did.
Look at what happened with Ilya Topuria. Think about the guys that he's fighting. Think about Max Holloway. Think about Charles Oliveira. Think about Alexander Volkanovski. And he has blast all of them into orbit. All three of them. First guy ever to stop Max. It's like you're in that guy's division. What are you gonna do? Especially at 45. I don't know what it's gonna be like at 55. Obviously, the Oliveira fight was a one-punch knockout, but
that was such a bad knockout.
Crazy knockout. But when you see him and Justin next to each other, you're like, whoa, Justin is quite a bit bigger.
Just a big cat.
He's quite a bit bigger.
That's a tough fight.
It's a different fight than Oliveira. It's different, but fuck. Then you see what Oliveira was able to do to Max. You're like, good lord! Like Oliveira's a fucking beast, man.
Phenomenal.
And he couldn't do none of that to Ilya.
Yeah, the only thing with all that is like the 55 division. No one's in the prime. Charles is in his prime when Billy beat him. Justin's definitely in his prime. Max is in his prime. They're all good. They're fucking good, but not prime.
Right.
And the issue is Ilya's just getting to his prime.
Just getting to his prime. And already one of the greatest of all time.
He's a fucking problem.
Yeah, he's so smart and so disciplined and so like completely
I'm gonna get in
focused.
trouble probably playing that shit, but we need to go and get the rest of our maps and then see if we got rated. So, and I need to check my messages real quick. It's like Bridget's fucking just talking. All right, let's find something else to watch, shall we?
We were making a huge mistake for about a year. We saw the numbers, we read the data, but we didn't truly understand what it meant. We were so proud of how our product helped hundreds of thousands of people strengthen their teeth, freshen their breath, and whiten their smile. We spent months developing each flavor from mass...
Yo, let's see who my parents are. What the hell is this?
Welcome back
to If You Laugh, You're Conservative. Name three countries besides the USA.
Alabama, North Carolina,
Alaska,
North America, South America.
I think they are sharing half a brain cell between the two of them.
It's knocking around like a ping pong ball.
Liberals
after seeing an American flag in public.
You can be as exaggerated as you want with it. Really? And now we're going to start with
She's taking a shit.
Looks like she's filling up her adult diaper so someone can change it at the nursing home later tonight.
At a certain point, I'm going to invite you to scream. We're going to start with A. Feel that.
Would it be fair to say that if we had discovered life on Mars, President Biden would have sent it money?
I think that's fair.
Oh, Senator Kennedy. He could have had a healthy career as a stand-up comedian, but no, he is blessing us in the Senate. What? I can't. I'm trying to hold this camera without dropping it. Come here. I got it, Kieran. So where'd you buy a werewolf? Can I pet your dog?
Hi, Chuck. He used to love me when I was a Democrat, you know. A special hello to all of you in this room who have known and loved me for many, many years. It's true. The politicians. They've had me to their homes. They've introduced me to their children. I've become their best friends in many instances. They've asked for my endorsement, and they always wanted my money, and even called me really a dear friend. But then suddenly decided when I ran for president as a Republican that I've always been a no-good, rotten, disgusting scoundrel. And they totally forgot about me. But that's okay.
The bro that wants to fight all the time. Bless you, bro.
Why are you blessing me, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? I'm not blessed. Hey, you want to bless you in the mouth? You want to bless you right now? You want to get blessed? I'll come and get bless your mouth.
I think a strong enough wind could probably knock this guy over.
What's one race you're not dating?
Indian.
Why is that?
Because you're. Oh no.
racist to have preferences. If these were two black women saying, we won't date no white man, no one would have a problem with it. But when it's two white women who don't want to date black guys, uh-oh.
If a man asks you, what do you bring to the table?
Obviously not chewing with your mouth closed.
Infamous question. Ask him, what are you lacking that you need me to provide?
Finally found one. Oh, that's that stainless cig.
Yeah.
I love this.
The new Lamborghini Fenomeno
Roadster. 1100 horsepower. One of 15. And it looks like
the same one.
Bonnie James crashes in Los Angeles and tries to flee the scene.
No, just stop right here. Stop right here. I know what you're trying to do. What am I trying to do?
You know,
I'm not a huge Lakers fan, but even I know this is not Ronnie.
You're trying to survive. Life. Go.
Can't park there.
She's very proud of herself for this one.
Leave them pigs alone.
Hey, teacher, leave them pigs alone. That's a keeper right there.
That was fun.
Every guy
hopes to get this phone call.
I was going to see if you wanted to come over and have some more time at my house with me.
Yeah, I do. What are we doing?
I mean, does it really even matter?
How much beer should I bring?
When country
boys
break
girls.
Where did you get that?
From the gun store.
You still owe me rent.
I've never paid you no rent. Well, you said you didn't
have any money.
And I still don't have money.
Then how'd you get a $2,000 rifle?
From
Marissa. Women now.
Your
girlfriend bought you a gun. Told you she was a keeper. Shoot, son. You need to put a ring on that finger like tomorrow. Oh, yeah? Who's going to pay for the wedding? We can have it right here on the farm. Come on, Dad. I'm serious. You know your Uncle Ricky just got ordained on one of them internet sites. No, I'm not having Ricky as the ordained minister at my wedding. Well, you better hope some other guy don't find out she be buying rifles, because they'll snatch her up. Oh, trust me, Marissa ain't going nowhere. And how can you be so sure? Because you know what we got that them other country boys don't? 22 chickens and a barn full of cats? We got that 200-inch piebald buck on camera. She likes to hunt too. She's done the North American Super Slam twice.
All right, you should have made her yesterday. This is why I don't watch Tubi anymore.
Why are you here?
Oh my God!
Damn, brother jumped straight to plan C. I found and fought the final boss of Rock Towers. I don't understand this obsession with stacking rocks in nature.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other thing.
Shut up.
I don't understand this obsession with stacking rocks in nature. I never understood it. Wives showing off everything they bought online.
So we just put this together. Wow. We just get it together. Hey, we just made this put together on Tuesday.
We tend to do a lot of things that the wife wants them to. What's one thing that when your significant other says, we need to do this, it really means you need to do this? She makes $10,000 a month doing what?
And what's the other thing you do?
It's called Findom.
What's that mean?
Financial domination.
So what do you do with that?
You kind of just bully men and they give you money.
Brother. Any men out there that are doing this, just stop.
Little tip, it's free. Cops will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. You can't protest violence. It's against the law, and it's bone deep. Down to the marrow, stupid. If you act like a butthead with a cop or an ICE officer, it's not going to end well.
It's actually going pretty good so far. Nothing's actually gone wrong. Not yet anyway.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, there it is.
Five cats always landed on their feet. He just wants a belly rub. This doctor got called into the operating room for an emergency while working his second job delivering pizza. You know, if this is real, then maybe don't buy the Lamborghini and you won't have to deliver the pizza.
That's pretty fucking cool. I would rather have
Everything should be equal. Everything should be equally distributed. We should strive for equity. It's like wrong, especially if you're a conservative. Wrong. What we want are just hierarchies of competence. Not everyone's a neurosurgeon. If your father has a brain tumor, you probably want a hierarchy of competence for neurosurgeons, so you can pick the one that's the best, so that he might not die. That's what a hierarchy of competence is for. For the postmodernists, there's no hierarchy that isn't based on power. Well, because they think the world runs on power, and that's why they're willing to use power to get what they want, because it's the only thing they believe in. But a valid hierarchy of competence is, God, we need those things, man. We need the best plumbers. We need the best contractors. We need the best carpenters. We need the best lecturers. There has to be a hierarchy of quality, and not only so that we know who the best are and can reward them properly, but so that we can reward them so they keep being the best.
Is it racist to judge merit based on capacity and character rather than skin color? I think not. When you realize the last time Democrats were this mad, it was because Republicans had just freed their slaves. Yeah.
A newlywed couple was driving to their honeymoon when the husband suddenly slammed on the brakes, pulled over, and took off running down the side of the road, leaving his new wife by the car waiting. He thought he'd seen something in the brush, and when he came running back, it turned out that he was right. In his arms was a tiny white kitten who had been all alone, no family in sight, fighting for her life in the heat. Jackie and her husband immediately changed course and went straight to the nearest vet, fearing she wasn't going to make it. There, they found out that she was covered in fleas and had a small cut on her mouth, but thankfully she didn't have any life-threatening injuries or complications. She just needed some antibiotics and round-the-clock care for a while. So the newlyweds did what any reasonable couple would do on their honeymoon, and they brought their new family member with them. Throughout their trip, they woke up through the night, bottle-fed her, gave her baths, and carried her everywhere in a purse so that she was never alone for even a moment.
Oh, this is adorable. That's how you know you married a keeper.
The tiny kitten became the ultimate third wheel, lounging by the pool, attending romantic dinners, and even dining on salmon from a Ritz-Carlton room service cart once she was ready for some solid food. The couple named her Charmy, and they now consider her their wedding gift from the universe. These days, Charmy is happy and healthy in her forever home, where she's been joined by another kitten named Toby that the couple adopted to keep her company.
That's what I did wrong for my honeymoon. I did rescue a kitten on my way there. Sorry, honey.
I'm just tired of wearing a hat all the time, and I kind of want to feel confident with something, and I think it's just time to do something different.
Gentlemen, it might be time to take it all off the top. This is my little brother at age 20, man. He lost his hair quick. But there ain't no shame in it, man. Besides the little gear earrings they put on all these guys, he's looking good. No homo. Guys, I don't know if I can show this on YouTube. This man was attacked by tiny ducklings. Just a tragic turn of events.
Holy shit!
Now, if you say he's yellow like them because he's Asian, are you our mother? OMG, don't be like this guy. You're telling me now you're mad that you got the attention that you were asking for? Oh wait, he's not paying for it. That's the difference.
No, you can't film this for free. You gotta go to that OF page. Yes, he's creepy. But you know what's creepier? Wearing what's essentially lingerie out in public where there's kids around. This man came face to face with a bear in his garage. And lucky he's a black bear and he could clap him away. A grizzly would say, "Good, you're applauding before I have my meal." How would you better protect kids from shooters?
I would start with gun control.
What would you do?
If you put these rules in place and ban them, we wouldn't have these mass shootings in the first place.
Anytime this argument comes up, I say, go look at the UK. They still have knife attacks. They're throwing acid in each other's faces. They're using vehicles. Removing guns. It's not the answer. Rules.
Why should a 15-year-old be able to get his hands on, an assault rifle?
If the only way a 15-year-old can get their hands on an assault rifle is illegally. And like I said before, about most of the mass shootings are black-on-black crime. That is from straw purchases of guns that they're getting illegally. So they're going to get those guns anyway. In terms of actually the people who are legal gun owners, like I talked about with concealed carry permit holders, they're some of the safest and most well-behaved people in this country. People who are committing the crimes are the people who are illegally getting the guns. And so if someone is illegally getting a gun, how is the best way for you to defend yourself from someone who broke the law?
I feel like if there was a ban in place to begin with, from the get-go.
Like I'm saying, the people who are committing the most crimes are getting their guns illegally. So how do you defend yourself from someone who got their gun illegally?
I got hella balls. Look at this.
I mean, I'm not quite sure, but...
With a gun.
But
if you had a gun, you're evening the playing field. Okay. Just walked away. Hypothetically, all gun sales stop. Just no more guns are allowed to be sold anymore. There's still a billion guns. In America, evildoers will find a way to get a gun. Remember how we made drugs illegal, but people are still doing drugs? Funny how that works, right?
Granted asylum here in the U.S. Are you grateful for that?
It's a grateful, so.
Get out.
Yeah, you got to. I'm pretty much like a pro-immigrant company border person.
Why can't we let you in? Why are you feel entitled to come here?
Well, I'm kind of like far left socialist and sort of philosophy that is just help the people who are in need. So.
And so you're not grateful because you feel entitled.
Grateful, maybe you could use that word, sure. I think you guys are also worried about the fact that people from other countries are coming in here and changing the culture of America.
Yeah.
I think that's completely fine. Why would that be a problem?
You think that's fine to change the culture of America?
Yeah.
If they do that, if we allow that, they're going to end up with the same kind of hellhole they left.
Did he make the right decision? It was all a lie. Look at his face. When you invade a black woman's space at the gym. How dare you walk in front of my camera when you all pay the same amount of money to be here as I do? Why don't you put up some caution tape? Why don't you just really be obnoxious about it? Set up some traffic cones, direct traffic. I would make it a point to stand in front of the camera. Just let it film that hairy butt crack. Apparently the Democrats are trying to sue so that Trump stops painting the reflecting pool blue. Remember when Obama cleaned it up and spent all the millions of dollars on it and no one said a single word? The Rolls-Royce Dawn Aero spotted in Dubai. Yes, hello, could I get my Rolls-Royce in poop brown? Thank you very much.
Hey, brother, name something random. Anything.
Frisbee.
My guess is he scrolled through 1,000 people with that frisbee behind his back, and he finally hit the homie that said frisbee. What do you guys think? How your dreams change based on your age.
One day, I'm going to change the world. Never mind. One day, I'm going to be rich, famous, and successful. Okay. One day, I'll be successful with a big house. Okay. If I stop spending my money and save, one day I'll be able to afford a house. Forget about material stuff. I just want my kids to be rich and successful. I just want my kids to be happy. I just want to retire by 67. I just want to retire one day. Welcome to Walmart. How can I help you? I just want to shred dignity and leave my kids with a little something.
Hey, your dad's insurance.
They're doing garbage out there.
It covers expenses, so we flushed his ashes down the toilet, and you now owe $250,000. Next.
Now do the satire version next.
Can you name one U.S. citizen that was deported?
Actually, I had a list on
A U.S. citizen that's been deported.
Oh, U.S. citizen?
Yes. Not illegal. U.S. citizens.
Not from mine.
Okay, so they're not deporting anybody that's legally here. They're deporting people that are illegally in this country, correct?
Yes, but they're...
Okay, thank you so much.
That's all we needed to know. My wireless doorbell on his solar charging station. Yeah. Mine likes to charge up on the front bench, but yeah, definitely rings anytime there's a delivery, or a Girl Scout, or a cat, or a bird, or the wind blows a little bit harder than usual.
Why are you pro Second Amendment, and can you give me your stance on that?
Great, so I just want to make sure I can know where you're coming from. Do you believe owning a firearm is a right or a privilege?
I believe it's a privilege. I'm going to go with that.
Okay, so then you do not believe in the Second Amendment as it is written?
No, I believe it needs to be amended. I believe in a ban for guns.
Okay, so that's where we disagree, and that's okay. We have clarity but not agreement. I believe that your right to protect yourself and your family against a tyrannical government or a home invader is an inalienable right that must be protected and that no one can take it away.
When you're a liberal.
If we could just jail Trump and the Electoral College, ban voter IDs, censor free speech, and stack the Supreme Court, we could save democracy.
It's just that easy.
We could save democracy.
It's just that easy.
I'm pretty flexible too. I used to be able to do like put my feet behind my head.
Also, I did a little bit of martial arts when I was a kid. Muay Thai.
That takes skill. Can you still do some moves?
Yeah, show us something. Impress us.
We get time.
That's like hyping me up. I'm like, I want to try kicking.
I mean,
That's pretty flexible too, so.
Remember who you are, America. God bless America. Oh, yeah. Paying the babysitter then versus now.
Well, thanks for watching our 4 kids for 8 hours today. Here's your $7. Oh, and 13 cents. Little tip there for you.
Paying the babysitter now.
Well, thanks for sitting on the couch while I kidnapped for 45 minutes. It was really worth it for us. So here's your agreed upon salary. See you next week.
She tried to cancel Caleb. I hit payroll every 2 weeks.
You should pay your employees more too, man.
We paid pretty well.
I know someone's here working on their birthday.
Is this someone's birthday today?
You don't even know your own employees.
I don't know anyone's birthday. It's Colton's birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Congratulations. Adults work on their birthday. I'm going to cry.
I work on a non-profit and at least they give us our birthdays off.
If he wanted to request it, he could have.
I wouldn't have to request it.
It's a birthday. Who gives a... I've never worked at a company that gives you your birthday off. Must be nice. Yeah,
it's just called caring for people. I guess you don't understand that.
You're right. I'm forcing them to have a week off in 2.5 weeks. And I'm losing revenue for that because we're not uploading that week.
And that's totally fine. At least you still have the ability to lose a week. Because if I don't work a week, it's a struggle.
I bet it's a struggle sitting across from this lady because I feel like she smells like feta cheese.
So I'm getting back on my toxic steps again. Would spend my money, not be able to tell me where my money has gone, and then every time we break up or almost break up, we would promise me that he was going to change, but it was going to be different this time. You think that sounds crazy, right? That's exactly what you guys sound like. You keep voting for the exact same people that run California. They can't tell you where your tax dollars have gone. They keep raising your taxes every time they run the promises to the people that anymore. And then they do the exact same thing all over again. And then it's going to pay for them. Now that's crazy.
I love nature, but in a Teddy Roosevelt kind of way, not a liberal Subaru over kind of way.
Tell me, what do you think the weather? You would say anything? Of course.
I'm actually a secret agent.
What? That is so cool.
Normally, girls think it's a deal breaker.
It's awesome. Like the guns and the lasers.
I
thought that's what secret agents did.
Oh, agent. No.
Asian.
Oh, secret Asian.
Oh.
こんなに心地よく感じたのは初めてだ。
He said Asian.
I'm actually a secret agent.
Okay, yeah, he said it. When the service customer is rude to the advisors, is plucking a hair. Oh, this is. Who is she? You dropped food on the floor, but you just got the new state-of-the-art vacuum. Mm-hmm. Actually causes more of a mess than he cleans up. So not the best cleaning implement ever, but definitely the cutest one. When you drive a pizza delivery boat.
Saved it.
I feel like I've been done differently, don't you?
Now this is how you answer a scam call.
You please give me your credit card number so I can help you?
Yeah, sure. Let me just pull up because I'm driving, alright?
Yeah, sure. It's going to be alright. Don't worry about it.
Just give me them digits.
Give me your digits.
I'm bleeding.
Just need your credit card number.
So he doesn't even flinch. He thinks this woman just got hit by an 18-wheeler and she's bleeding out. And what does he do? He asks once more for her credit card number. There's a lesson there. The scammers are relentless. They're ruthless. They don't feel human emotions. And unless they're wiped off the face of the earth, they're not going to stop defrauding people.
Here's my suggestion. Wait for the people to leave. These call centers, these scam centers, AC-130, Predator missile.
I can't even say this without laughing. Adapting an LGB plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. I can't even say this without laughing.
Imagine choosing from 100 plus meals a week that are healthy and also delicious. Let's be real, Factor's menu is way healthier than this without laughing.
Oh, the retardation is strong with the public school system.
Do you think that is a useful form of a tax scam?
I'm not familiar with that grant, but I think bench research, government investment in scientific, and
Teen pregnancy for transgender boys.
We need tampons for these trans boys and pregnancy support as well.
Do you think that is a useful spend of tax dollars?
I think government investment in all kinds of scientific research is of the utmost importance.
Including pregnancy prevention for transgender boys. Okay.
This is why you don't start thumb wars with strangers.
You can't convince me this is not everything wrong in the gym community. Watch this guy execute weighted chin-ups perfectly at his home gym, and yet people are still gonna...
What's the dog doing?
So a new survey says that over a third of Democrats believe the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was staged. Yeah, over a third. Or as AOC would call it, 80%. The same survey found that 42% of Dems think the Butler assassination attempt was also staged. And 26% think the same thing about the attempt at the Florida golf course. So the same people claiming Trump needs to be impeached because he's senile also claims he managed to stage at least 3 attempts on his life.
these same people would cheer and celebrate in the streets if any of these attempts were actually successful. But when they're not, oh yeah, they were just staged. There's no way that our side could be so violent.
Courtney,
Yeah.
what sound does a dinosaur make?
Hey, for subscriber
Sunday, give your significant other to do a dinosaur roar. I want to hear it. Bro really likes smelling flowers. Oh. Horrible. Oh my gosh. So cute. When he upset you and now you don't want to be touched.
Yep. We don't care which all labels anymore. Racist, fascist, Uncle Tom, transphobic, Nazis, far-right wing extremists. None of that means anything. And the reason why it doesn't mean anything anymore is once you decided you couldn't define the difference between labels like man and a woman, your labels stopped carrying any weight.
Oh yes, the most feared warrior in all the lands. Achilles, standing at 5'1", 100 pounds.
Just from a logical standpoint, does Hollywood just hate money? If we're talking about equality here, I want to see a historically black character turn into a white person. Harriet Tubman is now blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman. Stupid stuff my husband does.
Can you take it all the way off?
Oh, because then you got a nice little flatter there. And it holds in the freshness, holds in the flavor. It's a double lid. This
Wait,
you're not supposed to do that?
holds in the freshness. That holds the freshness lid in place, so it doesn't leak out. You take it, and
I
need the comment section to weigh in on this. Do you remove the
leave it
flap
on?
under the lid?
Or
do you leave it?
Open it up
I gotta know.
halfway.
Why Germans don't have air conditioning.
how come you guys do not have air conditioning everywhere?
Because we should just open the windows. And also, comfort is over-comforted. America is obsessed with comfort. Everything has to be comfortable. My life is hard, and sometimes you need to suffer. We just open windows. It's called Stoßlüften, where you open all windows at the same time. Even when it's cold, when it's like negative 15 degrees, and you still open the windows, and then the cold air can just come in and penetrate the room, and then it eradicates all the stale air. It leaves nothing but... Yeah, Americans are bad at handling comfort. That's why we have so many pillows. Pillows and pillows. Take Tylenol, take this. In Germany, you take a walk. You just knock it off.
Apparently he has never been to the South before. After living in West Africa for a few years, washing my clothes on a rock, taking cold showers out of a bucket, I was pretty dang proud to be an American. The only time I would willingly suffer is if I was out hunting, camping, maybe out in a cabin. Otherwise, bring on all the air conditioning, all the pillows, man. And when you say a loaded burrito, this is a loaded burrito. All right, Mr. Gentleman, here's 4 ways that Americans rough it. Okay? This is 4 ways to poop while hunting. The airdrop, the linebacker, excellent choice, the tree hugger, the hangover to your life. Now, we only play this if we have had Taco Bell on our way up to the hunt.
Warning. Airburg spray, which contains pork, will be activated on event of any disturbance by inbreds. For inbreds, do not provoke me.
See,
this guy identifies as American, even though he's a Sikh. He identifies as one of us. This is my emotional support ham. Looks like he's cooking up my emotional support animal, too.
Why do you want me to always shoot the first bear?
That way I can make sure you shoot one bigger than yours.
What was that?
I just really love seeing you have success, babe. I was supposed to say the quiet part out loud.
If someone was caught out here wearing the Hells Angels badge and they didn't earn it, what actually happened to them? And did you ever have to be the one to handle that personally?
We did have an incident, and the guy had his whole back tattooed with a Hells Angel patch.
He ended up coming into our neighborhood. He didn't know him until when he was approached. He said he was a member in Oakland back in the day. Well, when you leave the club, you put an out date on your tattoo the month you're out, the year you're out, so you couldn't go see anybody and go, look, I'm gonna act the hell's name. He didn't have an out date on that. So when we got a hold of Oakland and said this guy's name, they never heard of him. So now it was our job to remove that tattoo, and that's exactly what we did. We caught him in a bar, dragged him out, put him in a van, and put some irons on it.
I'll take things that never happened for $100, Alex.
Red Robin's new Big Yum deals include your favorites plus a bottomless side and beverage starting at just $9.99. The best
Things that never happened for $100, Alex.
Is Alex?
Medium well, well done.
That is alive, sleeping in your raw cooking. Well done.
Which one would you choose?
Drop comment down below. I'd probably be third from the top.
Right there in the middle.
Who's gonna tell her?
This was in a Walgreens in New York. All the lighter shade foundations are left open, but all the darker shades are locked.
Yeah,
that must be racism. Not that a certain skin tone is stealing the darker skin tone makeup.
It's pretty self-explanatory. Granted, that's literally how it feels like to be a black woman in the beauty space. Sorry, not sorry. And there just comes a time where you gotta stop just overlooking things and you actually gotta speak up about something. There are so many other ways to solve the problem that they're insinuating. It's hard enough finding your shade, let alone it being locked up in a box.
She's so close to getting it. So close. Liberal logic.
So we're racist in the streets, but white in the sheets.
They should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
The idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view because this country is one for the men.
To be fair, can you really call Ilhan Omar's husband a man? Yeah, but look at all the left-wing politicians, celebrities who hate the white man but are married to the white man. Wait a minute. You're telling me Obama spent $34 million of our tax dollars renovating the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and no one had a meltdown?
Just cleaned and opened up a month ago. It looks like nothing was done. It was real nasty.
The pool was closed for almost 2 years and underwent a $34 million renovation project. It'd be nice if it was clearer water so that one could reflect without seeing the algae.
The first thought was, oh, that's kind of nasty.
Remember, when black president do it, good. When orange president do it, bad. By black kids are just funnier. The black students are way funnier. That's just facts. Black kids are way funnier than white kids. I'll go to school, a lot of white kids, they try to make fun of me, and they're just like, ew, you're cringe. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I showed this school primarily black kids. I was eating my lunch. I brought some chicken from home, and I was just sitting there eating the chicken, and the kid goes, you look like you season your food with thoughts and prayers. What's the family recipe? What are you talking about? When your wife's upset and won't talk to you.
Courtney's trying to give me the silent treatment today. You want to act crazy? You're not going to talk to me? You don't want a sandwich. You don't have to talk to me.
Diabolical. See, that's why you only do the glass jars. A viral clip from a Carnival cruise has people asking if this is why portable speakers got banned on the ship. If you booked a Carnival cruise thinking that it would not be like this, that's on you. This Barbie camper is surprisingly good at rock crawling.
Nice.
something tells me the suspension and or motor and or roll cage are definitely not stopped. A fan at a gas station tries to fix our car for us.
No, this German. You guys are talking to a rear attack right now. Well, I'm not talking to him, not to him. Is that a Mercedes AMG logo on your arm? Come here. Hey.
Okay, he might be.
Get your ass under there, all right? There's a steering leak somewhere in this area. I need you to fix it, okay? After you fix it. Yeah, I'll sign your hat. I was just joking, actually. You guys made my night. Thank you for looking at it, boss. I appreciate it.
Because just because you haven't become a citizen doesn't mean you're not paying taxes.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness?
Most undocumented immigrants pay more taxes than anyone.
I mean, that's just kind of stupid.
And we should also mention that they're 5 times less likely to commit crimes than Americans.
What an unbelievable coincidence. I was just telling Fez about how dumb you are.
I know that Sonny and Whoopi have the biggest butts on earth, because that's where they keep pulling all these facts from. When a dog owner becomes a dog parent.
We get a dog. We're not becoming those dog owners who treat their pet like they're human children. They're animals. They're not real people. So I don't know why we...
Clara hugged Otis and said, I hope you remember this forever, Otis. You were a strong and confident bulldog. There will be many mountains in your life.
Let me tell you something, though. When you watch John Wick, it hits different as a dog parent.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I first ditched big wireless and started using Mint Mobile way back in 2019. Back then...
When you watch John Wick, it hits different as a dog parent.
You had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well. Anybody that wants them to have a nuclear weapon is a stupid person.
You can really tell that Marco Rubio is taking pointers from President Donald Trump when it comes to answering questions from the press.
If you fired a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Tell us to cease fire. We're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when they're shot at. And we're not a stupid country.
And that's a stupid question.
Remember, everyone, there are no stupid questions. Just stupid reporters. John Strickland is...
We live in a world right now where we're being forced to conform to ideologies and beliefs that don't fit America. Even look at these Somali communities that come and just defraud the government. We are being forced right now, as someone who built the Western world, who is a beacon of hope and freedom. The rest of the world models themselves off America, and we are being forced to import these third world have really no right or beliefs or identity as America, and they don't come and they don't merge. They're not a melting pot.
John Strickland identifies as American, and you love to see it. I gotta send him a t-shirt.
They try to change it to their country that they left. It sucks, and it's just a damn shame that we have these liberals that keep promoting that idea. If you want to go have Sharia law, and you want to go cover up your wife and put her on a towel and blanket, go back to your country. And every proud Americans, white, black, Mexican, brown, you guys have to speak up, because these people are actively against everything we stand for as Americans.
The polls are showing that even the majority of Democrats want the SAVE Act. They want voter ID.
Jess, there's a new Pew Research poll that 95% of Republicans, but also 71% of Democrats like this idea. So why do you not?
It's Jim Crow 2.0, and I called it Jim Crow 2.0, and the right wing went nuts all over the internet. That's because they know it's true. What they're trying to do here is the same thing that was done in the South for decades to prevent people of color from voting. For instance, if you change, you're a woman who got married and changed your last name, you won't be able to show ID and you'll be discriminated against. If you can't find a birth certificate or a proper ID, you'll be discriminated against. This is vicious and nasty, and I said to our Republican colleagues, it will not pass the Senate. You will not get a single Democratic vote in the Senate. We're not reviving Jim Crow all over the country.
I guess this is just segregation, folks, between the people who can find their birth certificate and the people who can't. How condescending and patronizing is it that Chuck thinks just because you're a married woman or a minority that you're either too dumb or too lazy to have the appropriate identification? The easiest date you'll ever take your wife on. You want to hang out in the car and drive around for no reason? Yeah. When you're Kamala Harris's assistant.
Kamala, do you want me to deliver these today or tomorrow?
Today. And yesterday was today, yesterday. Tomorrow will be today, tomorrow.
I got you something for Mother's Day.
Let me guess. Comes in a small package, doesn't last long.
How did you know I got you a bath bomb?
I didn't.
Oh, right there. That's a violation.
Shoot, talking about my
What video made you laugh? Drop a comment down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Conservative Vibes. I'm Steve CV, and I'll see you in the next video. If you identify as American, grab a t-shirt from conservativevibes.com.
That's those conservative vibes, countrymen and American pride. If you made it this far, don't hit that subscribe. We'll be right back tomorrow with conservative vibes.
I'm not grabbing this meat box. You tell somebody how they need to figure out how to manage how they are in the fucking real world. Yeah. Crazy ass bitch. What? Wait, what? Trump just went to China? Okay, so
a new Planet Fitness is now open near you, and you can join for $1.15 a month. Cancel anytime. We're talking clean and spacious.
Speaking of people getting upset, I made a comment yesterday about something. So there is this post here. Let me go back. I'm gonna watch the clip. So I don't know who Joe Partozzi. I don't know who this is, but we're gonna listen to what he says. Here we go. The Joe guy, yes.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand. And
that's right. They've been given a shit hand, so they steal makeup from CVS. The constant, infantilization of minorities in America is one of the most patronizing and also toxic things that our culture has to deal with. The reality is that when people do something bad, it's not because of the government, it's not because of some, historical reason, it's because they chose to do that bad thing. That's the reason why. There's no, big reason or anything else. Go to jail, yes. Whenever you kill somebody or you rob a store, you're not doing that because you're poor. You're doing that because there's plenty of poor people that don't rob stores.
More likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive.
If you were to take, you don't have to steal to survive. You have to get a job to survive. And most of these people don't get jobs. So that's the problem. This also isn't a race issue. If you want to look at this based off of a race or based off of an economic issue, I think that he's probably right. There's very clearly a correlation between poverty and crime, where the poorer you are inside of each ethnic group, you are going to have probably a higher probability of committing crimes. So, yeah, I think this is obviously true, but that's not racial at all, and it's not exclusive to black people. Do you think bad people think of themselves as bad? Some do, some don't. It depends. Through
group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist.
I think that's true. I agree with that part, actually. I think that the moment that you distill statistics down to it.
You don't say that, period. That's how you be a man about shit. That's literally my little girl's mother that doesn't care about us at all. Called me a mistake, called my daughter it. It's a good way to get your ass fucked up.
Individual person, and you apply a global statistic or like a nationwide statistic to like one individual person, and you say like you on average are more likely to do this, like I mean it is dehumanization, right? You're saying that, you know, you're not a person, you're a statistic. But that's something that happens with many different vectors.
Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
I'm really glad that this total, like this fake narrative that everybody knows is bullshit is immediately getting called out by basically everyone. Like if you scroll down and you look at this, all you have are people saying that this isn't true. Thank fucking God that we are finally holding people accountable for making bad decisions. Thank fucking God that there are people that are doing things that are bad, and you're not coming up with some, you know, elaborate excuse for it. Because obviously, I said this. I said it's true that blacks experience systematic racism. They benefit from it, which is obviously true. That's where do you think? Do you think DEI is helping white people? Of course not. Well, unless they're women. But it's really that there are so many institutional and systematic advantages that are given to people of minority status that they enjoy that white people don't have access to and Asian people don't have access to. So this is what's really, and you can see this with test scores, you can see this with acceptance rates into colleges, you can see it with medical school acceptance rates. This is just an objective fact. And if you're angry about that, and that, because there's a lot of people that were mad that I was using the term systematic racism because they think that for some reason black people own that term. No, they don't. Systematic racism are just simply two words put together. So blacks and other minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it. Thank fucking God. Thank God we finally have more people that are realizing this. I'm very happy. Please learn the difference between systemic and systematic. What do you think the difference is? Why don't you explain the difference to me? Let me go ahead and understand it. So let's work through this reasoning. Systematic is utilizing a system. Okay, what's systemic?
Utilizing or using a system.
Systematic is something deeply ingrained into a system. So you think that there's something systemic that is holding black people back, that's like engineered into the government? Is that what you think?
Actually, I don't.
Like, I mean, because this is very clearly, this is what the reasoning is, right? Like a systemic inspection? Okay, I understand that. Not particularly. Okay, so you're...
So we'll get this, and we're gonna go to the swamp.
So you're just simply correcting my vocabulary.
This isn't like
This
really
isn't
an
like
argument
really an
or anything.
argument or anything. You're just correcting my vocabulary.
Yes, sorry for taking your time.
Me too.
Anyway, so let's go back. We're going to finish the rest of this. Coordinates, yes, exactly. Systematic compliance is planned by a group using systemic is just inherent to the system due to its nature. Yes, and so anyway, you had a person here, somebody got mad about this. Blacks, how about you say black people, you disgusting cockroach fucking bastard. So you have one person that's angry about this very clearly, and I don't know if I really saw this, but this is a person who, let me see, can I find it? No, that's not it at all. I don't know where this is, but either way, apparently this person has like dozens of negative tweets that they've made about white people. So this person's trying to correct me being racist. Well, you don't really care about me being racist. You just simply are racist and you want to control what I'm saying, right? And he's getting mad at blacks. Well, yeah, because they're racist. That's the reason why. Man, I did not read Blacks Benefit from Systematic Racism on the internet. So let's go back and we're going to look at this and we're going to find it here, okay? So I did not read Blacks, and this is also, by the way, this is a content creator saying this, and you're not going to have a lot of content creators backing me up with this, and the reason why is because I'm saying something that I think everybody knows to be true, but at the same time, nobody wants to really acknowledge, and people don't want to say what I'm saying, but I think it's evidently true. Yeah, they don't want to lose sponsors, they don't want to have people, call them racist on the internet. I don't really give a shit about any of that. So DEI is factually provable systematic racism, unlike all the other bullshit blacks complain about, which is pure speculation. I probably should have worded it, black people benefit way the fuck less than they suffer from systematic racism, because yeah, I'm not pretending affirmative action and shit does not exist. Name one systematic racism blacks suffer from. Every instance of getting pulled over in American history.
See what's going on here. It's clocking to me now. You're comfortable in your current plan. It makes sense.
Shut the fuck up. Clocking to you? You dumb motherfucker.
Isn't it crazy how this absolute total lib slop is just getting like this is it. They're so stupid. It's unbelievable. Wait, what? Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? And so I've looked at this because this is a very, very controversial post that I make, right? Obviously saying something like this is very controversial. And so doing so, obviously, I was reading some of the responses to it. And one thing that I've noticed is that not a single person is even responding to anything that I said. I'm stupid. I can't fathom a person. I can't believe you said that. Is the funniest string of words. The foundation mechanism of human society, every single factor shaped every single civilization past 10,000 years is code. Well, yeah, it obviously is. All you have to look is the socioeconomic factors of different races and then rates of crime and then cross-reference them, right? It's a super simple thing to do that anybody with a brain can do. But you're not interested in doing that because you've already made up the conclusion without looking at any evidence. That's the reason why. So I mean, there's no counter argument to this at all. And so he dead ass thinks random black people can just walk up to NASA or any surgical position and get a job because DEI exists. Yes, guys. All you have to do is you just show up to NASA and you say I'm black, and then they hire you. That's right. They're purposely obtuse. Well, this is the thing, right? Is that none of these people. How has this roach not been banned? The rot from your teeth is going to your brain. That you understand life because you're a white man, live their moms. This is like another big personal insult. Not a single person here, and you could benefit from a shower. Of course, blacks, but not us, white and Asian Americans for other two. Of course, right? So this is some sort of like implied racism, etc. Black people try lynching yourself. So not a single person here is engaging at all with what I've said. And do you know why? It's because I'm right. That's the reason why.
And they have to
resort to insults, to ad hominem, to other forms of personal attacks, because they can't engage this concept in any sort of a reasonable way. And the reason why is because every piece of observable data proves the opposite. That's it. You can't argue with it. So that's it. They're ignorant. Exactly. And because they're emotional people, why do you fight these battles? Because this is the reason why I fight battles like this is because this is a lie. This is the emperor's new clothes that everybody is expected to compliment him on. This is a world that is basically a manufactured consensus that's based off of a Russian nesting doll of lies. And the reason why I talk about this stuff is because nobody else will. Nobody else is willing to say any of this, and because they're worried about getting, oh no, they might say something bad about me. I don't really give a shit about that. I mean, obviously I care. I would prefer if people didn't do that. It would be great if everybody agreed with me. But I would rather live in reality than live in a delusion.
That's it.
That's it. They're operating on emotion and virtue signaling. They're not logically based at all. They can't learn from history. No, they can't. How about everyone worry about the problem in their own race, trying to solve other races' problems? Well, you obviously have to solve. They're not. This is America. We're solving problems based off of actions, not race. It doesn't have anything to do with race. If you break into a store and you steal something, you fucked up. It doesn't matter whether you're white, black, Mexican, fucking Asian, Native American. We can't have that happen. And whenever you infantilize people and you treat them as if they're not accountable for their own actions, and it's actually some sort of abstract system that you can never really define in any sort of a real way, that's actually the reason why they're doing these bad things, all you're doing is hurting everybody. And that's it. It's not really race, it's culture. It has nothing to do about whether it's race or culture or anything. What it has to do with is that if you have people that are committing crimes and doing this, the problem is the crime. It is the action that they are taking. There's nothing else that's the problem. That's the problem. It's the action. So that's it. At what point do we hold everybody accountable when the system's protecting them? I know. And when a black man walks in a room, you think the same thing about him. Doesn't matter if he commits crime or not. Y'all wrap black people into one. I'm sure there's some people that are racist out there, for sure. And nearly 26K likes on this. Nuked a whole generation. And I'll tell you that it's only going to get higher. It's only going to get higher because people like me will continue to normalize the plain English, excuse me, ironic, the plain English discussion of rationality, common sense, and reality. And I will do so, and other people like me will do so, whether people kick and scream and cry about it or not. That's the truth. Systems after the guy went on the shooting range, shooting spree on Cambridge yesterday. If a white guy tried to kill a cop, you think they're getting 5 years? I mean, I have no idea, right? I mean, like, I think they're obviously, like, and this is more of them, the black people that just smack racism.
Fucking 25 years.
Person, I forgot this free will mindset. You can at least put free thinker in your bio so we can 100% tell you're a moron.
That's right, guys. That's
right. Being poor makes you steal makeup from CVS.
Regardless if it's Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic Gathering, or any other trading card game, let's see what revenue tax on whatnot is up.
Shut up.
Obviously, that's just the way it is, guys. Of course. And so as we're on Morocco doing DEI, seeing a random black person on the street and putting him in the cockpit of an airplane, there is no amount of disingenuous reframing, emotional outbursts, or any form of just gaslighting that's going to protect you from reality. It's true. It's true. What I'm saying is true. The strawmans are so funny. I know. Well, I find this to be very funny because this is there is actually no substance behind any of this. It's just lies. That's really all there is to it. And what is this, your base power? And if you try to shoot someone, the punishment should be they try to shoot you too. Yeah, I agree with that. And anyway, as I'm taking a woke internet heavy fire, well, it's not really, the thing is that it's not woke. It's racist, mentally ill, problematic communists. That's what it is. They are literal race communists that are trying to push this stuff onto everybody. And they want everybody to live inside of this world. Like, these are the same people that are, like, glorifying, you know, the Chinese government or the Cuban government or these other governments, the Iranian government, that, like, actively suppress any degree of critical thinking or rational evaluation. And the reason why is because they know their ideas can't stand up to it. That's the main reason why. It's kind of funny because they don't know they're actually racist. Well, they do know that they're racist, but they think that they can control people's behavior by saying the opposite. That's literally it. And leftist posts are absurdly bought on X. I have no idea if they are or not. I mean, at the end of the day, even if like something gets, doesn't matter. Please explain to me how blacks benefit from systematic racism. Matter of fact, or give some facts or statistics, or just ignore these responses. And so you have another right here. So these are two people that tried to go into a federal meeting that they weren't allowed in because they weren't federal lawmakers, and then they got taken out of that meeting, and they took pictures of them, and they're trying to pretend like this is the new Martin Luther King or the new Malcolm X. And I think that nowadays people realize that, and they can see that this is very obviously a manipulation. It is. It's a complete and obvious manipulation. So the photo is so taken out of context. Well, it's being done that way on purpose, right? It's being done that way on purpose because there are a lot of boys out there that they see this, and you know, when you get conditioned your whole life to, you know, like immediately, you know, somebody calls you racist, and this is like the worst thing that anybody can say, so you have to like beg them to take it back. They hear this or they see this, and they immediately have to like agree with whatever these people are advocating for. That's literally it. So yeah. Anyway, African same things are happening. You got that right? Yeah. So you have this constantly happen, and again, people try to what a retard. Every single person. Read this and go back and read it again. We should turn Disparate Impact. Look at this here. Literally every single person. Every single person is not addressing my point. There is not a single person addressing what I said. I love it. I do. I absolutely love it. I think it's hilarious. Because this is it. Of course not. Yes, because again, there's nothing that you can say to like undo this, right? I mean, because they know that it's true. They're really mad today. Not really. This one isn't even really a big deal. And I think what Joe is trying to say statistically is that being in poverty is a huge driver to commit crime, and that's not a genetic component of being black. Well, yeah, obviously, but then that's not something that has to do with being black. It has to do with being poor. But even inside the different socioeconomic strata, you also have different race statistics for different groups of people. To act like every group of people is going to behave the exact same is delusional. Obviously, that's not the case. There's a multifaceted reason for why, but to just say that it's entirely socioeconomic is just not true. Whenever somebody is stealing makeup or stealing, you know, random TVs out of Walmart, you're not going to say that that's, you know, like you don't need a TV to live. You don't need makeup to live, but that's what they do. So that's it. And are all races now rich when black people are poor? Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not the case, right? And so they think poor people that struggle can't be white. Well, that's and this is the reason. And here's another component to this. This is the reason why I care about it a lot. The reason why I care about this so much is because I grew up as a working class white person. And I don't like the idea that people like me weren't provided and aren't provided with the same amount of resources and, you know, like cultural and societal acknowledgement and advantages that are provided for minority groups. And so when I see this happen, I think about my own life and the times where other people were granted advantages over me, or other people were given opportunities, whether it's a scholarship or some other form of beneficiary. And, you know, I maybe didn't get the opportunity for that. So that's the reason why I advocate. I advocate for it because I lived through this, and, you know, I'm a lucky guy. I'm a very lucky guy. And I was able to still succeed and do well, but other people weren't. And at the end of the day, I totally agree with affirmative action. I totally agree with preferential treatment, but it should be on the basis basis of income. It should be on the basis of your socioeconomic conditions fundamentally then. And if you deal with that, then obviously, if that's the only reason why, then every other problem should work itself out. I think that more people should get benefits. I think that they should get, more scholarships and stuff like that, because they're the ones that can't afford college. But the difference is that shouldn't be a decision that's made on the basis of race. It should be a decision that's made on the basis of income and socioeconomic status. But they don't want to do that. And the reason why is because they're actually racist against white people. They don't like white people. They want to provide advantages and benefits for themselves and create an uneven playing field that they benefit from. And the reason why they get mad at me is because I'm one of the only people that calls this out. This is obviously what's happening. So yeah. That's it. I'll read a few comments about this, but then I want to move on. There's a lot of other things I want to talk about. I call that double. Iranians are considered white and held the opposition, but not privileged. Well, Iranians have incredibly, really great levels of success inside of America. They're it's a very, when the Persian Empire was massive. Iran is an ancient civilization. You look at IQ graphs. Iran is number 4 or 5 or something like that. Highest IQ country on average in the world. So yes, Iranians and Indians, for example, and Asians too, coming over to America have extremely great levels of success inside of America. It's true. And all you have to do is look at the statistics. So that's it. Punches like me, and it comes down to class warfare because that's the main issue, but it's disguised as something else. Yeah, exactly. And what is this here? According to Gross, the percentage of poor blacks and is the same as Hispanics. Why is the disparity of crimes committed there then? I think you want to know one of the big reasons why I think that there are big issues in minority areas. It's because there's a bunch of white women that get together that think to themselves that it'll make them sad if a black person gets arrested, so they let crime happen in these communities, and then the communities get taken over.
That's not it, dude. Wrong.
And you have businesses that leave, so this creates a fucking vicious circle. Where basically the communities just get worse because there's no policing for them. And so if you want to talk about systematic racism, that's the new version of systematic racism. That's what's really happening because these people aren't getting the chance that they deserve. So that's what I think.
Jail?
Yeah, creates a vacuum of IQ. Yeah, exactly. And Daily Mail, what is this here? They're ruining our system. They are. They're doing a whole lot of it. Oh, yeah. Here's a great example. I can show you this, too, as an example. Look at this. New York City woman declined to press charges against Subway Shover because she didn't want to put another black man in jail. Weeks later, he allegedly killed a retired teacher, 76, at a station.
How dumb and ridiculous is that?
Just a minute. Can I find it? No, I'm not able to. God damn it. I might not be able to. I'm sorry. Here we go. This is something that I said last year. The biggest threat to America isn't Hamas, Venezuelan gangs, or violent migrants. It's upper middle class, primarily white women, who would import all of the above to destroy the country in order to satisfy their suicidal intent. I tried to warn y'all. I tried to tell y'all. I tried to say it. But nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to know. And for whatever reason, you got this. And probably your best tweet. I know, and I said it. And this is another example of a person that died because of this. And it's homicidal empathy. Yeah, and I think I probably should. I'm gonna stop using suicidal empathy because the implication is that they're going to be the victim of it. But they never are. It's somebody else that they don't even know. So the real word that you should use for it is pathological empathy or something other than that, right? Can she be held legally responsible in a civil lawsuit? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, in a perfect world, she would be. But otherwise, yeah, it seems kind of unlikely. And so, yeah. and women are not biologically equipped to improve safety inside organized society. Well, I don't know if they are or not, but I know she is, and I'll tell you that for sure. It's obvious. It's IMTARD? IMPACTARD? Yeah, it's perfect. I'll have to think of a better way to say that, but I like that. Involuntary manslaughter. Yeah, sure. It's suicidal in Western society is the point. Yeah. They arrest the judges meme is getting popular. I know that because people are waking up and they're realizing how much of a problem it is. So I'm very glad to see more people waking up, and also there's more people that are now talking about this, and it becomes very evident. And I think that there are a lot of like well-intentioned, reasonable, normal people out there that see me say something like this, and nobody that's able to actually present any level of a counter-argument to it, and they think to themselves, I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. And before you know it, you get more people thinking like me. It's too bad. It's really, really too bad.
Look at how stacked these guys are. Retard card. Pull his retard card.
Okay,
here we go. You guys ready to listen to this? This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
The redistricting war rate.
You've been in this man's shower for 6 months. What exactly have you done for him?
I make bubbles. Look, I'm a shampoo.
Rages on. Democrats are warning that 1/3 of the Congressional Black Caucus could be wiped out in this conflict, this procedural battle between the Democrats and the Republicans. Since the VRA was fundamentally shifted, there is a potential for a major upheaval nationwide. Well, most people are focusing on southern states, saying, obviously in Louisiana, they're going to redistrict and eliminate one of these majority-minority districts. The truth is, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Illinois, many states have majority-minority districts drawn up for the purpose of equity or for race-based reasons. But the question is, why is there a Congressional Black Caucus? Why are we creating political bodies in our government solely based on race? We are supposed to transcend this. Enough, my friends. This year, this battle, everything changes. This is where it all begins. It's not just the Congressional Black Caucus. It's going to be everything. If Harmeet Dillon, the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ, goes after these states, it'll be massive. If Donald Trump gets his way on universal mail-in voting with the post office, his executive order, saying you can't send them out unless you can prove that they are citizens eligible to vote. If the SAVE Act happens, if we get the citizenship question on the census for 2030, we are looking at a fundamental shift in this country, the likes of which we have not seen in generations. 2030 is the next major move. And oh boy, do I got some data for you. Now, you've already heard, I've talked about it, the internal migration from state to state is going to fundamentally shift the balance of power in Congress. But on the issue of illegal immigration, it could be additionally massive. If we do not count illegal immigrants, wait till I show you state by state based on district-level data, which they tend not to give you. The argument we see from all these experts is that, well, you know, California will lose a seat, but Texas will lose a seat, so it's even, right? A Democrat state or a Republican state? No. When you break it down to the district level, eliminating illegal immigrants from the census count would result in Democrat congressional districts in red states being eliminated. Now, that may mean Texas loses a seat, but it was a Democrat seat to begin with. This is where it all changes, my friends. Louisiana has announced they are moving forward with a new map. We got the new map for you. I believe Alabama is also moving to eliminate one seat. Now, South Carolina is getting a little weird. Republicans defied Trump in the state and voted against it, but now we're hearing the governor may actually still call a special session. In Mississippi, we're hearing that the special session has been ended, and maybe they'll revisit redistricting later on, despite the fact that some reports are saying they're still going to do it. Well, I can tell you this right now. Don't matter what they do because the GOP is up 9 seats already. At the bare minimum, they have turned what was supposed to be a clean sweep for the Democrats into a competitive race. For some reason, people think Democrats can win the Senate. That's insane. We'll talk about that as we do with all of the news, starting with the end of the Congressional Black Caucus. And the argument I present to you right now, I ask you all this. Why do we have race-based voting blocks in this country? Now, by all means, get factual and say, please see Tim Bector in the civil rights era. Agreed. I'm talking about today. For what purpose do we allow this? I would actually argue we should have a restriction on the formation of political bodies on the basis of race. I don't think they should be allowed. Of course, they'll just lie and say, no, we're the historical American lovers of freedom caucus, where everyone's black. But I don't think there should be an Asian caucus or a Latino caucus or a black caucus or a white caucus. I think there should just be American politicians. But you know what this shows? This exemplifies, in my opinion, that racism ain't going nowhere because all of these people are racist. They want to have a voting block based on race. They want it. They want everything to be about race, color of skin. That's why they kick little Asian kids out of schools. Sorry, you can't come here. Too many people look like you. I say enough with the racism. Enough with race-based policies. You tell me, am I crazy? Comment below. Let's jump into this. Before we get started, go to timcast.com, sign up, join the Discord community. Tens of thousands of people hanging out every day. If you're trying to start a new project, start a company, write a comic, maybe write a book, you gotta meet people to help you do it. Now maybe you know how to do these things and you want to help others. Join our community on Discord. Tens of thousands of people hanging out every single day. We also have a great newsletter that you can get daily updates. I think it's daily. Don't just sit idly by. Don't just be a passive observer. Because eventually, if people do not stand up for what is true and right and honorable, darkness prevails. I'm asking you to stick your neck out and jump into a burning pit or to press the blue button. I'm saying do it for yourself. Join this community. Your voice is a part of the conversation. You're not watching the world pass you by. From NBC News, Democrats warn a third congressional black caucus could be wiped out by the redistricting wars. And I'm here for it. The Congressional Black Caucus, a power center in the Democratic Party for decades, saw its membership rise in Congress to an all-time high of 58 House members. And this infuriates me. It infuriates me. The idea that with 435 members of Congress, to be fair, I don't think it's fair, I should put it this way, that a substantial chunk is based on race. The implication being everyone else is the white caucus is ridiculous. They say, CDC Chair Yvette Clarke said as many as 19 of the caucus's members could be affected by the redistricting wars in a worst-case scenario. Though she noted, it's still fluid, given that states are still drawing new maps in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling. It's devastating. People have sacrificed so much to make this a more perfect union, and here we are. 2026 seeing this massive regression in all the gains that have been made. It's painful. Yeah. All the gains made just for black people, and that's it. And you know, I'm telling you, wait a minute. See, look at my family, going back to the 60s, pre-loving Beaver. You know, it's illegal for people of different races to cohabitate and have children. It's a crime by insemination laws. And my mom was born at a time when it was actually a crime to cohabitate. My grandmother had to pretend to be the help, and her kids were just the help. And when people would find out that this was actually an interracial couple, my family had to flee. Now, I have a question for these people. Do they claim to be fighting for civil rights? Well, I make the argument as such. The Civil Rights Act and Loving v. Virginia specifically created a world where people like me could exist. And with that, there's a question. Which caucus do I get? Which brings me to my argument against this so substantially, and that was Occupy Wall Street. Despite being massively corrupt, with people stealing money and stuff like that, something interesting happened where it started with what they called the General Assembly. Everybody in the park would come together and they'd all wiggle their hands and vote on things. And the problem is stagnation. Nobody agreed. So they never got anything solved. Facilitators, they call themselves, the bureaucrats, decided to change the structure of the voting body to a spokes council, they call it. Then, you would have different bodies based on the work they do send a representative so that things could move more quickly and negotiations could be made. It's kind of like why we have Congress. Instead of having a million people all scream at each other, one guy comes in and cuts a deal. Well, the funny thing was, it made sense to me that, like, the computer working group and the sanitation working group would have interest related to functions of the protest and send a representative to that discussion. The only problem was they believed in the progressive stack, and they said, well, it's not just about the job you do, but what about your race or your gender? This created the Women's Caucus, which went to civil war because they were like, half of them were like trans women aren't women, which created like 2 women's caucuses, and one was like the Women's Caucus and the Women's with Trans Caucus, which was weird. And then you had, of course, the Black Caucus, and you actually had people like by Wall Street voting for how to spend donations because of their skin color. And I said to these people, where do I go? Like, what would I do? And they were like, well, there's no caucus for white people. I said, no, I'm mixed race, I'm Asian. And they go, oh, Asian caucus. The white people told me Asian caucus. And I said, okay, I already know what's going to happen. And I go to these progressive, woke, far-left Asians, and they said, you're white. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm mixed. And they go, nope, you're white, get out. And I'm like, oh, okay, so I get nothing, right? This is why I can't stand these people. This is why I think this should be banned. And I don't care. There should be, we should have some kind of provision, rule, or whatever. You cannot have voting blocks in Congress based on race. How are we going to put a stop to racism with things like this? So I say, good riddance. Well, the war is on, my friends. Let me brush the chip off my shoulder and start reading about actual news for you guys. Louisiana GOP lawmakers advance map eliminating 1 Democrat House district. And I am here for it. I despise these people who claim to be fighting for progress while trying to draw a world that excludes people like me. Because you are liars and you are hypocrites. Let me tell you, every time I go to a conservative event, not a one person makes the issue my race. Not a one person. Turning point events of yesteryear or at the White House ever asked me about race or whatever. I've had people come up to me and be like, you Mexican? Yeah. And I tell you this, progressives and Democrats, that's all it ever is. At Occupy Wall Street, if you wanted to speak at an event, if you are white or male, they drop you to the bottom of the list and you're only allowed to speak after everyone else, which makes literally no sense.
Yeah, I got one.
So a homeless guy who grew up in the mountains and struggling wants to speak, but the wealthy trust fund black guy, yeah, because they're racist. So Louisiana says we're going to get rid of this majority black district, which is just an insane strategy. Why they keep this one, I don't understand.
The most satisfying food you'll ever eat, the kind you grow yourself. From Meyer lemons to apples, peaches.
Missouri Supreme Court has upheld its new congressional map, adding a likely GOP seat. All of it's fantastic. And then, of course, we have this forecast. 23rd forecast. Y'all ready for this? The world's changing, my friends. Changing for the better. California is expected to lose 4 seats. Oregon's going to lose 1 seat. Then you've got Idaho, you've got Utah, and you've got Arizona. Expected to lose 1 seat. You've got Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Illinois going to lose a seat. Pennsylvania, New York will lose a seat. North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, they're going to gain seats. Florida getting 2, and Texas. It's going to be a tremendous shift, which strips a massive amount of power from Democrats because they have mismanaged their states. They only have one answer: illegal immigration. But 2026 changes everything. You know, I'm looking at what's happening in Virginia, covering it this morning. They went to the Supreme Court asking them to overrule the state Supreme Court, which I doubt. They misspelled Virginia, calling it Virginia, and they misspelled Senator saying Sentinel. We'll see how that goes for them. But they're desperate. The Democrats are desperate. I believe that Donald Trump, the GOP, has gained such a tremendous board advantage. Popularity does not matter at this point. Procedurally, the Republicans have gained too much power. The destruction of USAID stripped them. And now I wonder, I'm going to throw a little conspiracy aside here. Trump keeps coming out every other week. We're going to have a deal in Iran, it's going to be great. And then a week, like 3 days later, no, the deal is bad, we're not doing it. And what's happening is oil prices are bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. If you knew what Trump was doing, you would be seizing control of everything. Trump announces there's a deal, prices go up. So you buy right before Trump announces the deal. He does. Prices go up. And then you sell right before Trump announces the deal is off, and the prices go up. Sorry, the other way around. Trump says there's going to be a deal and the prices go down. So you sold. There's going to be a deal, the prices start dropping. I think that's right. And then if there's no deal, the prices spike back up. Because with no deal, the strait is closed. You do that 5 times, and you have created a new elite, a new power structure in this country. So I have to wonder. Democrats, of course, are apoplectic. They're saying people are getting rich off of Trump yo-yoing like this. And I'm like, yeah, why not? I mean, like, probably. No, I'm not saying it's good. But I look at it like, is Donald Trump playing a game to amass as much power in the United States as possible within the GOP and his sphere of influence? Democrats can never gain power again. And we are seeing this in every function and every facet. Virginia seems to be the last vestige, the last bastion of the deep state, and they're struggling. Meanwhile, Republicans are ascendant. I mean, this culture war is seemingly going to end with a tremendous GOP victory. Now, we do have some challenges that the Republicans are facing. South Carolina Republicans defy Trump redistricting for national majority. Henry McMaster does this. It won't matter if the Republicans said no. They'll just bang the hammer, and it's on. Now, we got this from Greenville News. McMaster will wait to decide on whether to call a special session, so we don't exactly know what's happening. The stories, but let's update this again to make sure we're getting the latest up to date. Because I know Nick Sorter had the news, and let's just hard reset. There we go. They say South Carolina's governor is waiting to see what the legislature can accomplish by May 14th before determining whether to call a special session. South Carolina Senate failed to adopt an amended signed resolution on May 12th, which would allow lawmakers to keep working beyond the May 14th deadline. President Donald Trump specifically called on the state Senate to redraw the maps, and they said no. But if a special session is called, now interestingly, when we move over to Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves cancels a special session on redistricting. Yeah, but this is where it gets weird. This is a special session on redistricting the Supreme Court seats, their jurisdiction. They say the May 20th special session was initially called to fulfill the court-ordered redistricting of Mississippi's Supreme Court voting districts. But in the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to ban the Voting Rights Act, the ruling was overturned, and the state no longer has to redraw those districts. Calls for Reeves to include Mississippi's U.S. House Voting Act in the special session echoed on social media, bolstered by State Auditor Shad White and later Agricultural Commissioner and gubernatorial candidate Andy Gibson. The Republican politicians urged the legislature to eliminate the majority black district that has elected a Democrat for 33 years. Well, Ryan James Gradusky comes in and says Alabama and Louisiana redistricting 2 seats instead of 4. Yep. South Carolina blocking the redistrict. Mississippi's waiting until 2027. The South really dropping the ball. Yeah, no, I don't think they're dropping the ball. I think they're doing exactly what they've always been expected to be. They are what we expect them to be. So, dropping the ball means we, the outsider populists who want to see real change, are upset that the establishment crony shills will not do what needs to be done to preserve and protect this union. Now there is an aside, which I want to throw into the mix a little bit before we get into bigger macro scale things. Thomas Massey and this crazy scandal that's emerged. Thomas Massey may actually lose. It's really, really close. The polls, I think we got the poll data here. Echelon Insights. Ed Galbraith is winning in the polls against Thomas Massey for the primary. And it's, it's across the board. With those leaning, you get Galbraith at 52.8%. The key takeaways, Massey may actually lose his seat as the GOP has dumped massive amounts of money into this fight. What I can only say is, Thomas Massey is a maverick. He defies, he bucks the trends. Sometimes he works with Democrats, particularly with Joe Connor, but he defies Trump because he stands on principle. Power is coalescing around the GOP, and this could be bad news for some Republicans as well. Now, the question, my friends, is where do we go from here? what happens in 2030, beyond 2026, what changes shall be wrought. The first thing I'll say is this. Democrat Party favorability is actually worse right now than the Republicans, not by much, but that is significant. Democrats are supposed to be way up. They're supposed to be doing way better. Why aren't they? Well, I guess people just plumb don't like Democrats. The weird woke stuff, they're fake, their politicians suck. We got rumors about who's going to be running in 2028. Pete Buttigieg apparently is going to be running. There's rumors that Pritzker is making a move. That's why he's been doing press so much. And Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly? Which, I forgot the guy's name. But I'm pretty sure it's the astronaut. You know.
Bullshit astronaut.
It's Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly. There's a handful of other people with force cameras. Newsom, but he's the obvious one. We know that. None of these people got any riz. They got no riz. On the right, you've got some. Rubio, he's got procedure behind him. Rubio has decorum. J.D. Vance has a little bit, but not like Trump. I look at the current field of candidates and I'm like, hey, none of them got it going. Seriously. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. We have Barack Obama. I mean, George W. Bush had rallies. Okay? This means charisma. George W. Bush called him dumb, but he could rally people. And he talked in a way that people like to hear. Obama the same way. Donald Trump, 100%. Right now, ain't nobody got it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, J.D. Vance has some. A good amount of charisma. But I don't know. There's rumors that he might not even be running. Then you got Rubio. Rubio is impressive for a lot of reasons. I'm very impressed with him as of lately. But he doesn't have that, I don't know, that X factor. Not say this, Democrats have none at all, you know. In the generic congressional vote for 26, the polling heavily favors Democrats. Here's the thing. Anybody who's paid attention knows it always favors the Democrats. It always is. There's a natural bias in the polls nationally. The question is in the swing districts. That's the real question. This doesn't matter at the highest level. I will say it may actually be balanced. We actually may see a 6-point advantage for Democrats because it's usually favors them this time around. So it should have been lower, but this time around Democrats actually do have, let's just say, the historical trend, I guess. They're the opposition. They're the underdog. 6.6 may actually make a lot of sense. Trump's job approval right now in aggregate is minus 16, so not all that great. These things will in fact play a role. Let me show you this map I've got. I've got a couple maps for you. This is the U.S. map showing states that have majority-minority districts. If Harmeet Dillon decides she's going to go in and say majority-minority districts are unconstitutional and you must redraw your maps, take a look at the sample drop. Pennsylvania has 2. New Jersey has 2. 3 coalition. New York has 7 majority-minority. Illinois has 5. All in all, there are, I believe, holy crap, 55 districts that are considered majority-minority. The point is, they're unconstitutional if they're drawn up explicitly for the purpose of racial issues. In Illinois, you've got an area where it's not drawn up based on race, but it's going to be majority black. So that likely would still stand. The point is, let's just say 27 seats could be eliminated under the new VRA ruling. And here's my ultimate favorite. 2024 projection. Democrat seats net change, Republican seats based on illegal immigration. If we were, right now, to eliminate illegal immigrants from the census, Democrats will lose 2 seats, Republicans will gain 2 seats, a 4-seat swing. Now here's what no one tells you. We see these, I've talked about before, they come out and they say in these maps, they're like actually, as I showed you here for the net migration change, they say in these maps, well, if California loses a seat, but Texas loses a seat too, then it's balanced because Texas is Republican and California is Democrat. Wrong. I asked my friend Claude to break down all of the congressional districts where they are likely formed due to a population of illegal immigrants. It did. I then said, based on that information, if we remove those illegal immigrants from the census, what would the per-party seat change look like? Texas loses 2 Democrat seats. And there it is. Arizona loses 1 Democrat seat. California loses 1 Democrat seat. Interesting. Minnesota would gain 1 Democrat seat, but Ohio and Tennessee would each gain a Republican seat. Overall, with that loss, it results in Republicans gaining 2 and Democrats losing 4 for a net change of +2 Republicans. That's tremendous. That's absolutely massive. It's going to reshape everything. Take a look at this. I asked it to project in 2030. Take a look at this. New Jersey will lose a seat. California would lose 2. These are Democrat seat lost. All of it is Democrat seat lost, by the way. Wisconsin will gain a seat, but we don't know how it will go, and Pennsylvania would as well. Virginia would gain a seat. South Carolina would gain a seat. This is what the map's supposed to look like. Let's just eliminate party and just talk about the seat swings, where the minuses are and where the pluses are. There should not be any, none of these states do. We should not be counting illegal immigrants in our census and then apportioning representation to Congress, to a federal government, because there are people who live here who are not citizens. That is insane to me.
Hey there, no need to adjust your TV, or more likely your phone. You're watching Recycled Media.
With Wisconsin, you don't exactly know how it's going to go. The important thing to understand with PA as well, they might gain a seat, but it depends on who controls the state. With New Jersey losing a seat and Massachusetts losing a seat, it's because that's it. You'll lose a seat. Figure it out. And they already gerrymander. Now, as for Wisconsin, if control is Democrat, they'll gerrymander a Democrat seat. If it's Republican, they'll make a Republican seat. Same with PA. Washington would actually gain a seat. Now, my question is, why should any of these states tolerate this stuff? Why should any of these states that are owed congressional representation and an electoral college vote tolerate California? Look at that, Florida loses a Democrat seat too. Absolutely insane. You know what the secret is? The secret is that illegal immigrants tend to be in urban centers, sanctuary cities. This forces the creation of another Democrat district. So if you've got, let's say you've got 1 million people in a big Democrat, in a big city. They say, okay, if we're going to apportion a congressional seat there, you circle most of the district, most of the city, 775,000 individuals that are Democrat. Now the truth is, it's probably going to be 600,000 Democrat and 175K that are Republican. So you can split the city basically by 3/4. Then the rest of those Democrats will be absorbed into a red area, creating a, lean red, but that's the way you have to do it. Now let's say there's 1 million people there, but you add in 100,000 illegal immigrants. Now you've got 1.1 million people, and the calculus starts to change. The Democrats then say, wait, hold on. When we gerrymander here, we are going to have 1.1 million. If we split this in half, 550,000 each, we can create 550, 125, 125. The issue with just the million is that you could make a district of 550 and have 450 left over, and you still could crank one out. But crank out a Democrat district. It makes it substantially easier, and that's why they are sanctuary cities that will not deport illegal immigrants illicitly, illegally. And I would call that evil. Now, to be fair, again, you can still draw up with 1.1. Let's actually get serious. With 1.1 million people in an area, that additional 100,000, you can make 3 Democrat districts that are, D+7 or something. 300,000 each. split up. Theoretically, she could do 275 each. And that's going to overpower. That's basically what AOC's district is. It's majority Democrat, but if every single Republican in AOC's district voted, she would lose. And the problem is they don't. So this is all going to change. Everything is transformed before our very eyes. This war, the Supreme Court ruling, it may not be exactly what you want. You may be upset, say Ryan James Gerdusky, that they're dropping the ball. What about moving forward to 28 and to 2030? This is just the beginning. This is the year that changes everything. If Republicans keep doing the bare minimum, they still win. Right now, they've gained 9 seats. And we can see in the prediction markets, it's dipping up 28% likelihood of a Republican sweep. Full disclosure. I put money down, $100 on Republican sweep. Because I think one of two things will occur. A nudge change from now to then, that people believe the possibility of Republican sweep will skyrocket. Which means the value of those contracts goes up. I'm not telling you what to do, I'm giving you full disclosure on what I'm saying. $100. $100. You know? Nothing crazy. But I think we are going to see something substantial. I wonder then, after these midterms, what Trump is willing and capable of doing. And not just him. There's a report that Trump has given instructions to J.D. Vance, should he be killed. Yeah. What, 4 assassination attempts. But things like this. That's why so many representatives are in their hands. It's their last chance, and they're losing. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. You can follow me on X and Instagram @TimCast. If you made it this far, you're a superstar. Join us at timcast.com. We'll see you all tonight. Timcast IRL.
Hey everyone, big heads up, Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat sticks right now. You can get 30 sticks for $36.
Alright, so let's find another thing to watch while we do this grind, huh?
80% of dogs are chronically dehydrated, and it has nothing to do with how often you refill their bowl. So here's what most people don't realize. Dogs...
Insane Alex Jones conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. Is this... Okay. All right.
Alex Jones has been trying to warn all of us for decades. He's accused powerful people of hiding their evil acts in plain sight.
Now I've been pushing Bohemian Grove information out. And the news was also right about Bohemian Grove.
He warned us about the elite keto risks.
Even brought up Jeffrey Epstein's
island more than a decade ago. Multiple trips to Epstein's private island where he kept young women as slaves.
They fly famous rich scientists and politicians, and they compromise them with underage girls.
Police infiltrating protests to turn them violent.
Alex Jones had a great video called 9/11 Road to Tyranny. It was the first time I really understood that agent provocateurs are a government strategy.
He even warned us about Bill Gates.
And I've seen Bill Gates say, we've got to get this down to zero. And he puts his clicker and puts an image of a human up there.
Most people dismissed him. A lot of what he said was absurd.
Gay people, I don't like them putting chemicals in the water. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay.
But the more prominent he became, the more these warnings took their psychological toll, sending him spiraling deep into alcoholism, which pushed him to even more erratic behavior.
I think that unleashed him. I think the alcohol might have unlocked his potential.
Yeah, but one day destroyed him completely, almost like it was done by design, by the very people who warned us of. Because over time, piece by piece, parts of what he'd been saying started to surface. But by that point, he had already cost him his entire life and reputation.
It's not going to work that you were going to...
You see, Alex Jones wasn't always such a mess. He wasn't this alcoholic Adderall addict, saying whatever he can to get clicks. In fact, in 1995, Jones was just a local Texas news reporter, and was
Yes, Alex Jones. Like, I think he grew up, like, he was in Austin. My mom would watch Alex Jones on public access television.
Pretty handsome and eccentric, although still grounded and tuned into reality. He liked to bear, but not too much, and he was proud of being in good shape.
I do drink some alcohol, and I probably should quit doing that because it makes me fat when I drink 2 or 3 beers before I go to bed.
His driving force back then were his worries about expanding government power.
I don't care about getting my taxes. I care about getting government.
His biggest claim to fame back then was when George Bush had him dragged out of a press conference for challenging him about being and he was convinced that governments everywhere by nature are controlled by a shadowy group of elites. But back then, it was the Council of Foreign Relations he mistrusted most.
And now it's...
Real reality that now you will talk about most of your members.
In history, governments have always been taking a personal lead control their life. Until we realize the Republicans and Democrats are the same people at the top, two sides of the same coin, puppet A and puppet B, we're not going to change this until we are honest about who we're up against.
Back then, Jones had no idea who he would one day become. The U.S. presidential candidates would invoke his name on the campaign trail, and he had no idea how this success would eat away his sanity and his entire life, driving him so deep into alcohol abuse that he just became unrecognizable.
And I have to tell you guys a secret. I was walking to my podcast, and this is the one that we filmed with Ice. And I met a guy that was just totally random. He was a guy that worked at InfoWars, and he works with Alex Jones. We exchanged contact information. This happened a week ago. We had a very interesting conversation. It's crazy.
What are the odds of that?
The monies he gave us would eventually turn to psychosis. But to understand Alex Jones, you have to understand that back in the day, he was an early genius of the internet. Someone who had never before anyone else, realizing it could give InfoWars unlimited reach. The reality is,
my mom was on the internet constantly. She'd be watching him, like all these other guys, like.
it wasn't a prescient move anticipating the Dutch domination. It was solely because he was booted out of traditional news with claims about Waco and the Oklahoma City bomb.
9/11 was the big one. Yeah.
April 19, 1993, Fletcher, Maxwell, Clinton, the impotent, but-still agent trying to steal power, ordered his henchmen to go out and murder a church community and then drum up all sorts of propaganda as a test. They kill people in the future.
His take on a story was always through a lens traditional media did not want to look at. But being cut loose from radio and local news set him free to follow the stories that really interested him. And one of those was Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove is a rumored paganistic society made up of elites from around the world.
But some crazy thing about this is that everybody thought this wasn't real, and Alex Jones, like, he just went there and he showed it, and he's like, look. And now everybody just acknowledges, yeah, it happened.
But the most powerful U.S.
He snuck in, he won.
Ranks.
And as I attacked the Bushes for being some of the high approval members of Bohemian Grove, it's now out that Henry Kissinger has been a high priest in past years. Where they do sacrifices for real.
But back then, Jones didn't have an audience as millions or a massive fortune at his disposal. He was just a determined, well-established investigative journalist. And the seeds of his manic brand.
I'm pretty sure this is the underpass. If I'm correct on this, this is the underpass downtown Austin, leading into like it's like 5th Street or something like that, or like the hospital, the Seton Hospital. There are people living here now.
The seeds of his manic brand were already starting to sprout.
I don't want to be part of their sick control freak system. I don't like degenerate, inbred, New World Order crowd people. They're not going to run my. They're not going to control me. I'm going to try to expose them.
So Jones actually decided to go out and locate Bohemian Grove and infiltrate one of the ceremonies to film the rituals. And he wasn't alone.
This is the story of one man's attempts to infiltrate and secretly film inside Bohemian Grove.
Now it seems like an unlikely partnership, but Jones ended up joining forces with the British investigative journalist John Bronson to sneak into Bohemian Grove for a Channel 4 documentary, The Secret Rulers of the World.
2001. Turning on to the Bohemian Highway and Bohemian Grove. We're going to find out what the New World Order is going on.
We were there 25 years ago. Think about that.
They were burning.
For Jones, this was the equivalent of a flat earther reaching the icy ring surrounding Earth. And to be fair, it was completely insane what they discovered. The place was full of rose up people practically wetting themselves with excitement in anticipation of their weird ritual of chanting and burning in effigy of an ancient owl god, all surrounded by some of the most influential and powerful people in the world.
That's a really big deal.
This is getting hard. I'm gonna need some extra lives. You know we can earn cashback for that?
Wait, cashback from my game? I didn't know that was possible. Yeah. Free cash gives you cash back on in-game purchases. And even more if you complete challenges. Reach level 20 and earn $25? That's crazy. I'm already on level 50. I'm not playing for free anymore. With free cash, I play and I earn. Don't play for free. Play with free cash.
Tesla boycott? I don't know. I think that's a really big fucking deal. That's crazy. What's going on over there?
For Jones, it was absolutely clear vindication that his New World Order really did exist. Now he was convinced that more circles of elite figures from around the world were operating in secret, doing terrible things with impunity protected by the highest powers in the world.
You cover up a crime you're involved in. I mean, of course the globalists hire a bunch of pedos to run things.
Even after that, almost no one was paying attention. It took Jones many years to become the whiskey-guzzling rabble-rouser we all know him as, because even though we look back on it more fondly now, the 90s was a pretty dull time for conspiracy theorists. Western economies were strong, politics was centrist, tech was still pretty harmless and fun. Nintendo and Sony were the giants everyone knew about. Not Palantir and TikTok. People weren't hearing things about Jeffrey Epstein compromising the...
People were so positive and everything was so good in the 90s, and then 9/11 happened and everything turned into being bad. That's basically what it was. Everything was okay, everything was fine, and then as soon as 9/11 happened, the world changed for the worst.
Elites in our governments. There seemingly wasn't much to be suspicious of. But then September 11th happened. This sent conspiracies mainstream, and it gave Jones the hard launch he'd been looking for.
On 9/11,
the day after 9/11, he was calling it a conspiracy or some sort of false flag.
11 of September 2001. Yesterday,
I didn't pre-watch. I pre-experienced. I was there.
I have predicted for the last 5 years occurred. They are going to now use terrorism as a pretext to destroy our civil liberties.
The moment shattered everything. The illusion of global peace most Westerners lived in. The basic level of trust most people had in governments and militaries. The security people felt living in the richest, most powerful nations on Earth. Suddenly now, people were questioning everything. For Jones, this was confirmation that everything he'd been warning people about for years was true. But he took it to another level, and he didn't waste any time doing it.
The government actually carried out this bombing themselves, the New World Order occupational government, to create the crisis, to offer the solution, or, ladies and gentlemen, they allowed terrorists from somewhere in the world who
got kicked off of everything for this
to engage in a sinister activity.
Despite a ramshackle online setup with a limited following, Jones started to make a splash with his relentless frenzied claims that it was an inside job. He warned us this was the latest in a string of false flag operations by the US government to justify the expansion of government and the rollout of mass surveillance.
Governments have staged terror attacks.
Isn't it crazy that, man,
throughout history have allowed terrorists to attack as a pretext to invade and enslave the population.
Unlike today, the inside job element of this warning didn't go down with the country reeling from this incident.
I actually think this was the end of Piers Morgan's CNN show. I think Alex Jones killed it.
Red Robin's new big yum deals include your favorites plus a bottomless side and beverage starting at just $9.99. The best part? You don't have to eat them in here.
I'm making a quesadilla.
Like he just totally fucking just mogged them, bro. Like it's not even close.
But it did bring in the USA's dark history of false flag operations into the open again, which was helped by Jones' repeated runs about Operation Northwoods, a rejected 1960s US plan to covertly facilitate Cuban attacks for civilian targets, all to justify a war against the communist Castro regime. As a result, InfoWars started gaining some serious ground.
For those of you that can't tell, this is a small room that I've picked to use rather than the larger studios. It's much simpler and I can run everything myself.
Even still in his tiny little studio, as soon as people realized the horrors of the Patriot Act, among the horrors of the Iraq War, his rising popularity and fame allowed for a much more slick operation.
I'm Alex Jones at Real Alex Jones. Stay with us. This is a war.
The more extreme his claims became,
you support raping children with battery acid.
The bigger his audience got, and the more rabid his
I think also, like, there's another component to this, too, where, like, he kept showing people things that were in plain sight, and he kept getting deplatformed and demonized for it. And then people like, because there were things like, I mean, imagine exposing a secret society that presidents and other heads of states are in, and people are just like, I mean, that's crazy.
became, the more his viewers lapped it up.
Children walking around with their
By the way, the response that people have to that and a couple other things that Alex Jones said that turned out to be true, that is the foundation that I based the expectation that like nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files. It's because this isn't the first time this has happened. It's happened multiple times before this.
Ed's dying of cancer all around me! Why? This is a normal response to him!
So, by the early 2010s, he now had a large but still pretty niche audience tuning in daily for his hours-long high blood pressure live rants on everything, from fluoride in the water to relieve banking cartels preparing to leave the world. But the 2010s also saw two huge events that would rattle the US further. And while this made Jones an enormous figure, it shattered his sanity even further, convincing him that he was now on a God-given mission to deliver the world from the evil of the New World Order.
How about that?
Which, being one of the most stressful things to take on,
despite the incredible mission I've got, and the whole world counting on me more and more, the only leader of a movement against tyranny, is just to have hundreds of people coming up with light in their eyes, just telling me how great I am. Let me tell you something, as good as I am, ladies and gentlemen, I like to chew tobacco, I like to drink whiskey, and I'll be honest with you, I have constant struggles, and to, get a bottle of Jack Daniels, I don't even have the self-control.
The moment came where one of Jones's most outlandish claims was in part vindicated.
A staged event to launch the Iraq War and set up a domestic police state in the United States.
In 2013, CIA whistleblower Edward Snowden fled to Russia. Working with a group of international journalists, Snowden released a load of classified CIA files that sent shockwaves around the world. In the wake of September 11, the USA under Section 215 of the Patriot Act had been secretly collecting the phone records and data of hundreds of millions of people in a global surveillance system.
Well, what happened in the wake of 9/11 was a whole bunch of government officials got together behind closed doors, and this was actually...
Keep this in mind whenever they tell you they can't figure out these Reddit retards that are going around trying to threaten the president. Keep this in mind whenever they say like, oh, well, we don't know where they are. Right, guys.
Led Dick Cheney, a guy named David Addington, wrote a complete legal interpretation. And so they did this, and this became a mass surveillance program called Stellar Wind, which they said was supposed to monitor the phone calls and internet communications, emails, and things like that of everybody in the United States and around the world.
Suddenly, Jones's fringe ideas about deep states and mass surveillance of people weren't so ridiculous. People's newfound disillusionment with authority in the state of US politics, and Jones, having warned about this stuff for years, was and his own paranoia is only compounded when he finds himself at the center of a brutal presidential campaign.
It was also that Trump called it out too. Trump basically said, yeah, there are a deep state amount of people that are controlling things, and it is billionaires that are doing it. Well, how do you know? Because I was doing it.
Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump getting attacked by major political leaders regularly across the world.
Radio host Alex Jones, who claims that 9/11 and the Oklahoma City bombing were inside jobs.
Trump, however, openly stated his admiration for him, which swelled Jones's audience even further.
Saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope. And I think we'll be speaking a lot.
His drain the swamp mantra and endless attacks on the status quo found a powerful supporter in Jones, whose interview with Trump in 2016 is said to have helped Trump get over the line and into the White House.
If I'm elected president,
I think that it definitely locked into schizos. The moment that Trump, and also, I don't like that this video glossed over the Piers Morgan interview. I do think, because Piers Morgan was he's a sharp guy, he is, and nobody mogged Piers Morgan on his own show the same way that Alex Jones did. They brought on, I remember, Jesse Ventura, and Jesse Ventura mogged Piers as well. But the difference is that Jesse Ventura wasn't militant about it. He was much more relaxed, everything was fine. But the moment that you brought Alex Jones on, and he just shouted, and I'm talking about, again, back in the day, Alex Jones going on Piers Morgan and just totally fucking, just bulldozering him. I really think that was a massive aura gain for him.
The Gen Z fucking gay terms like aura need to shut the fuck up.
It was.
We are going to
it was like last year. Like 15 years ago.
So, some of Jones's once strange ideas were now being amplified by the most powerful man in the world. The head of the government he'd spent years attacking was now his personal champion. This was Jones's peak, but after a peak, there was always a fall. Jones had a long way to fall from the heights he'd reached. With his drinking and Adderall use getting out of control, his marriage was collapsing.
I can't stand to be at a party where alcohol's being drunk and not drinking. I am weak. My flesh is weak.
His wife divorces him, and a nasty and at times very public custody battle for their children involves his private life. His wife doing TV interviews attacking his character. People in Texas start filming him and harassing him in public.
That's definitely him. He's a rage-filled person.
After a not
Pose, man, bro. Like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Like, yeah, I don't believe. And also the other one, it was like the big one that happened too was Sandy Hook. Because I think Sandy Hook happened before Trump. It was like 2000 and like, I don't know, like 13 or something like that. Like, I don't remember about like when the timeline was. But it was really, I mean, that was the big one. Like, because that's actually what cooked. Like, Alex Jones was not cooked except for that. That was the only thing that really fucked him.
9-day trial, a jury awarded Kelly Jones joint custody of their kids, making her home the primary residence instead of their father.
Wow. He appears on InfoWars looking worse and worse, often with red eyes and a swollen face.
Because then it was a secret. I had a divorce 3 years ago. I tried to keep my kids out of it.
You can see his brash character start to fall apart at the seams. There were days he almost burst into tears on air.
But there were good people. The government.
He also starts becoming way more direct about the elite circles he believed were running the world. He also speaks more openly about powerful pedo networks, and he was one of the first people to bring public attention towards Jeffrey Epstein's first arrest, when most people still had no idea who Epstein even was.
Right. When you've got the same FBI
I said hi.
years ago
I'm not
as Jeffrey
typing in the
Epstein
chat.
with Alita Express, with Bill Clinton on at least 16 round-trip flights to the File Island, he got convicted of running.
Years later, the truth about the scale of his crimes filled the headlines every day. Only more than 10 years later, some of the most central figures and long-time targets of Joneses, like the Clintons, being dragged into depositions to answer for their friendship with Epstein.
This is crazy. Like, he sees the Epstein files and like...
A victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation.
Oh, man.
Do you think that he might have been like caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Did you ever receive a massage or have physical contact from her or anyone else on that trip?
You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was sitting up and I got a back rub.
And Jeffrey Epstein, who had regular orgies at his Caribbean compound, the former president visited multiple times.
His audience kept growing. Jones became ever more convinced of himself. The threats from the elites and mainstream media grew, and the pressure was now mounting. But still, he kept the show going. Now he was deciding to take aim at another billionaire in his line of sight, one he'd warned us about for years, and who had been ignored, Bill Gates. Jones was an early critic of Gates and was
completely fucking vindicated by the way. Once again, completely and absolutely fucking vindicated. How did he know all that though? Because you would really be surprised the amount of progress that you can make on something if you are an above intelligence person who's completely fucking insane. If you look at history, you will see above average people that are completely fucking insane on every page. That's it. That's literally it, man. Obsession? Yes.
Official nice guy act. He saw the contradictions in Gates' claims to want to help the world and poor people, all while desiring to control overpopulation by decreasing the global population.
2 weeks ago, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation secret meeting of the rich with Warren Buffett and Ted Turner, and it said the main agenda was reduce our population by 80%.
The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Particularly in poorer places like Africa.
But it's really Africa that still has a doubling in population to 2050.
Of course, Jones's take on Gates' plan for Africa's population growth was a little less nuanced.
These are kook cult demons, hardcore evil. I mean, these people are flaming scum.
While regular people were horrified that one of the blandest billionaire geeks on the planet was also a part of the Epstein files, Jones...
He was right about that again. The thing is that he's shouting it from the rooftops. He's trying to tell everybody, but no one wanted to listen.
Nobody cared.
was now vindicated and climbed even further into his own mania. By this point, he was no longer on the fringes. He was now mainstream. His YouTube channel was clocking up more views than established broadcasters like MSNBC. He was worth hundreds of millions, had hundreds of millions of followers, had the president's ear. He was completely untouchable. Or so he thought. You see, he starts getting drunk on air more often, with wild appearances on podcasts like the Joe Rogan Experience, where his
legendary. No. Let's not reframe this, okay? Joe Rogan and Alex Jones have been friends for like 30 years. So let's not pretend like Joe Rogan was like, oh wow, Alex Jones is so crazy. No, Joe was gassing him up. Joe was saying, oh, and then what, Alex? So what about that alien shit? So what do they have in area? So who's this Bob Laser? Who is this guy? Yeah, let's not rewrite history. They were in this together.
State is overlooked as it's just part of his...
We need a new one, by the way.
Brand now.
No, I love being here. I'll sit here and like tell fart jokes if you want. I'd rather get drunk and have a good time.
This episode, number 911, was done purposely by Rogan in honor of Jones's career turning point.
I knew I go, okay, there's a certain number of podcasts I have to do to get this to 9/11. So Jamie and I worked it out, and we did it!
It was hugely successful, the biggest mainstream conspiracy theorist being egged on by arguably the world's biggest interviewer, which then sent Alex Jones off the stratosphere. And he didn't despite
this was
he was high on his own fumes and happy to say absolutely anything, knowing people would still believe, and he'd face no consequences.
Well, the problem is that he was right.
He's right about it all.
On one of Joe Rogan's most popular episodes of all time, that has since been deleted, he appears in a NASA show.
Think about that. It got deleted. Every other interview didn't get deleted. That one got deleted. Why would you do that?
And is seemingly more crazy than he's ever been before. Over the course of nearly 5 hours, he rants about this kind of stuff.
Native Americans, you can mind control really fast. 20 years ago, they had spiders that produced body armor. Spider webs. Okay? They have human-animal hybrids 30 years ago.
Human-animal hybrids. Then the Epstein files reveals human-animal hybrids. Then Tim Burchett, the senator from Tennessee, says that they have human-animal hybrids. Wow. What are the odds of that? That's crazy.
You got giant human tissue farms. Aliens are real. They're creating human-animal hybrids. They admit 5G in all the studies. LA Times causes massive mutation and cancer. Wait a minute. It literally rattles your DNA apart. All of our kids are under attack. NASA is the German breakaway government.
It was from this point onwards that Jones never returned to his previous, more stable state. Adderall and alcohol had now taken the wheel, and his downfall was near.
Jones was arrested in Texas on a misdemeanor charge of driving while intoxicated.
His claims didn't need to make sense. That wasn't his stock and trade anymore.
The problem is that they did, though. That's the problem. They did make sense. That's the situation.
He didn't need to be right, he just needed to go further. His off-air actions got worse. He very clearly starts cracking, and it's only a matter of time before he gives the people who want him gone exactly what they need to finish him. As he crosses a line he can't come back from, making his now infamous claims about Sandy Hook never occurring, that the children didn't exist and the grieving parents were actors. He'd actually been saying this stuff for years prior to the podcast and this point. But now those words were coming back to bite him. After his followers turned on the parents, and all the evidence proved him wrong, he had to be dragged kicking and screaming to walk it all back. This was the first time he'd actually had to take accountability for his more wild statements. Although he questions the legitimacy of the attack when it happens, he isn't famous enough for anyone to care. As his star rises, his repeated claims are heard everywhere, bringing Jones all the wrong kinds of attention. His followers turn on the parents, sending them death threats and accuse them of faking their grief. And so in 2018, a way to silence him was found. He could have InfoWars, but no big platform allows him to use their base engine. He was taken off the biggest...
As soon as basically every single social media company at the same time deplatformed Alex Jones. They all, like, it was in one morning, and he was taken off of every social media platform. Was he right on this one? I think he was wrong on this. This is stupid.
Social media platforms all in one single moment. YouTube, Facebook, and then Twitter, wiping out a huge chunk of his audience and his revenue. For those who didn't know Jones, now he was infamous for being one of the most silent individuals online. His daily audience then fell from 1.4 million daily views to 715,000, and it only went
By the way, that's ridiculous. If you get taken off of every major social media platform and you only lose half your audience, that's nuts.
Fresh fruit grown at home starts with the right trees. Fast-growing trees delivers just that. A huge selection of fruit trees grown by experts and shipped directly to your door. Ready to thrive wherever you live. Our customers say growing their own food was easier than they expected.
Shut up, bitch.
Nuts. And there, suddenly all these huge popular Joe Rogan episodes were wiped off YouTube and Spotify. Anything with Jones's name was considered hate speech. Bootleg re-uploads are quickly taken down, and it's clear that tech companies are serious about silencing him. He's seen as too toxic, and they're not going to jeopardize their profits for a wild card, no matter how much his support is.
I don't think it had anything to do with their profits. I think Alex Jones was a ideological enemy, and they systematically worked to come up with an excuse to delegitimize him. I think that it had nothing to do with, like, you know, any sort of the company looking out for itself or anything else. I think straight up, they just wanted to get rid of him. That was it.
Shout about free speech. Even when the evidence in Sandy Hook eventually proved him wrong, he was dragged kicking and screaming to walk it all back in court, as he's not used to actually having to take accountability for those wild statements. In his trial, his lawyer tries to dismiss his claims as part of an eccentric character Jones plays on air. Jones himself confesses he has psychosis, which is at the root of a lot of his claims, but it doesn't fly.
And I myself almost had psychosis back in the past life.
The judge sides with the victims and orders Jones to pay an eye-watering $1.5 billion in damages.
Completely done. By the way, see, this is what I said before. Remember how I said that, like, you need to recognize the justice system as much as you can, and like, if it was up to me, I would absolutely recognize it against my enemies and do so with complete, not even consider it. I would instantly do it. It's because $1.5 billion defamation lawsuit. Are you kidding me? This is so obviously politically and socially motivated. Like, they were doing this to him in order to damage him as much as possible. Like, I don't think that this was. How is this proportionally defined based off of anything? You can't defame dead people. Well, no. I think that, like, obviously it should have happened, but the $1.5 billion million number. This was obviously done. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Forcing him to declare bankruptcy, and there is no recovery. But it makes you wonder, what stuff does this guy really believe and warn us genuinely, and what does he say is just part of an act?
Never forget that they did that. And that, again, and also, like, I think he should have been held accountable for it. But to do that after all these different big companies collectively, like, I mean, what do you think the odds are that they all banned him on the same day randomly? They clearly coordinated this. So what do you think that, you know, like, what do you think is going on here? This is the reason why I am always a big advocate of pulling every lever of power that you can possibly have. Always do it, because if you don't do it, your opponents will. And if they do it, they're not going to let you do it again. That's it. Twitter files show this coordination. Yeah, because didn't they try the same thing with Trump? Exactly. I wish that there were more people that felt the way that I did, but too many people are blinded by a principle that's defined by their enemies. And unfortunately, it's causing them to lose, which is by design.
For all his antics, is a really smart guy. He's an incredible speaker. And when you look at his arsenal of warnings he gave us, a lot.
What the fuck am I hearing outside, dude? Let's get this wood out of here. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't understand this. Oh my God. Let's seal some of these up. Holy fuck, dude.
Then turned out to be true. He even said back in the day he has all this performance just to be entertaining.
Well, I get pretty hot on a lot of these shows. And I wouldn't say really angry, just more, excited. I mean, for me to, try to make it entertaining and at the same time give people information, I let myself get pretty excited.
But from that point onwards,
Everybody does this, by the way. Everybody does this. It's nothing unique with Alex Jones. They just do it in different ways.
realized the more he lent into extreme behavior, the more interested people were. The algorithm favored extreme content. So when did this act become his actual personality and astray his warnings? Well, very few people actually knew him well. His ex-wife told the media that the screaming, rapid-fire monologuing conspiracy theorist is just who he is.
Is this acting or is this real? That's definitely him.
I'm not gonna believe your ex-wife was trying to get custody and all your money. I'm not gonna believe her.
This is getting hard. I'm gonna need some extra lives. You know we could have earned cash back for that? Wait. Cash back from my game? I didn't know that was possible. Yeah. Free cash?
No.
Rage-filled person.
But this was also in the middle of a very messy custody battle for their kids during a very messy divorce. Only really two other people genuinely knew him since he was an apolitical upstart shouting at George Bush in the 90s. And what they have to say about him fills in a lot of the blanks around someone who is clearly gifted, but also deeply troubled.
He's been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, so I think an awful lot of the things that he does is because he has that disorder.
John Ronson is one of the very few people who actually tried to get to the heart of Alex Jones, and after learning his origin story from an unnamed employee of Jones's, Ronson revealed the reason Jones is a conspiracy theorist.
Alex has an origin story about how he was hounded out of Dallas and had to move to Austin because he uncovered police corruption and the police hounded him out of town.
What do you think the probability of that being true is? I think it's pretty high.
They had cops up there that I knew were drug dealers. I stood up and I said, I was at a pool party. He was selling.
I've had friends that have sold drugs to cops. Like this happens. Yeah, it happens.
Last week, they took me in an office, ran my head in the wall, told me, we're going to kill you and have black people with foot-long dick you in the ass tomorrow. They said, you're going to move out of this town right now.
It's because he was a bully. And everyone was afraid of him. And one day he was invited to a party in a barn, but it was a trap. He was basically the victim of a conspiracy. And it was all the kids that he had bullied beat him half to death. And that's why he left town.
But Alex Jones got dumped on his head when he was in high school. Speaking about getting bullied in high school, this guy picked him up and pile drived him, slammed him on the concrete on his head when he was, 15, 16 years old, and he was ever since then.
And this guy said, isn't this extraordinary that Alex became a conspiracy theorist because he'd been the victim of a conspiracy? Not uncovered a conspiracy, but been the victim of one.
Rogan says that Jones wasn't lying about Sandy Hook, it's just that he's not even capable of thinking straight.
He wasn't lying. He just was wrong. He really believed that the government had faked it to try to confiscate his weapons. Like he's just, there's a haze of drugs and booze and a psychotic break and like legitimate traumatic brain damage.
And then you see him today, where he's barely able to speak because he's so drunk on just a handful of podcasts that will have him on.
I think that I think this video is unfair to Alex Jones. I think that overwhelmed.
Wasn't always drunk
talking about the fact that he was
wanted to drink with him.
Like the Epstein stuff of him bringing that up as well. Jerry Epstein on Joe Rogan. I think that Alex Jones was right about at least 25% of the stuff. And the thing is that the 25% that he was right on was the most important 25%. The thing is, I understand, he made mistakes, he did shit that was wrong, that's true. But when I see all these social media platforms that are collectively trying to deplatform him and do this all entirely, and there is a massive, never even heard before, $1.5 billion defamation lawsuit against him, dude, at what point can you not say that this is very coordinated foul play? I mean, really. That's crazy. The reality of it, talks about Sandy Hook's suspect compared to the other Epstein stuff he got, right? Yeah. And again, like, I think that was wrong. Like, for sure it was dumb. And he said other things that I think were dumb, too. But that doesn't mean that everything is dumb. And also, by the way, Tim Pool is really well known. It's not like this is a random podcast. This guy is very well known.
It is not going to work that you are going
And indeed, Board desperately tries to escape the financial ruin by declaring bankruptcy for losing the trial. Perhaps the final nail in his coffin is that his political North Star has strayed so far with his attacks on Iran that Jones now finds himself back on the outside of mainstream political thinking.
that I have to intensify my criticism of President Trump. Now, Trump's out of his mind. We didn't betray Trump. He betrayed us. But just on the genocide issue alone, Trump says, I will genocide your entire country, which is an open war crime. Even say you'll do it when you have the weapons. This is terrorism.
The America First, No Foreign Wars, MAGA movement that Jones championed was thrown out of favor in return to the old U.S. politics of Middle Eastern wars that he used to criticize so fiercely, along with everything that happened with Epstein, and now Jones is in favor of having Trump impeached. This is something he vehemently criticized when it happened in 2019, relentlessly attacking the Democrats for the move and calling it a hoax.
So what do you think's coming next with the whole impeachment hoax? Because it is a hoax.
Well, he doesn't agree with it. It's pretty simple.
They may never send it to the Senate.
It got so bad that Trump even responded on Truth Social, calling him bankrupt Alex Jones. And now Alex Jones even denies that he was ever a conspiracy theorist, saying this was all just a ploy by the media and CIA to undermine him.
That's why I get mad at the shows that are, innuendo and conspiracy theories. I've never been a conspiracy theorist, folks. That's what the media calls me. That's a CIA term.
In the end, it's not really clear whether he believes what he's saying or just needs people to listen to him.
This show is about information, not continual entertainment.
Okay. I had to switch my screen, so this one was flat, so I made it flatter for my turn. Now let's go make some motherfucking popcorn in this bitch.
I think that this was not fair to Alex. I think that, I mean, again, there were a number of things that Alex Jones did and was completely, absolutely, totally fucking vindicated on.
Dead on.
And I think that overwhelmingly, like Alex Jones, well, yeah, I mean, again, I don't agree with Alex Jones about everything, right? But to say that it's all about alcohol and everything else, I mean, you have to also keep in mind that, like, if any of this stuff is true, it means he's also being attacked and hounded down by, like, all of these super powerful institutions all the time. And, yeah, I bet that's probably going to stress somebody out. It is. It's definitely going to stress somebody out. There's another POE video now. I'll have to look at it. And very reductive. Yeah, he's a conspiracy realist. Yeah, Alex Jones has gotten a lot of things right. He has gotten an overwhelming amount of things right. I like Moon. I think this is the beginning of it was very accurate, especially in terms of like his humble beginnings and all of that. But I think really like what happened with Alex Jones, I think that one thing that negatively affected him really is the fact that he tied his vote to Donald Trump so much. So it basically meant that he had to underwrite things that Trump would do. And I think that whenever you do that with any individual person, rather than whenever you're working inside of an ideology, it makes you look compromised. And at this point, a lot of conspiracy people have even moved beyond Alex Jones. And this is like, Candace Owens and people that are even more conspiracy brained than that. And this is one of the issues of conspiracy theories is that they are a self-radicalizing spiral. And the more that people get involved with conspiracy theories, the more people get involved with conspiracy theories. And I think that now it's gotten so extreme that everybody just believes anything. You mean CIA assets? I don't know what's going on, if people are feds or not, or anything else. But, like, to me, I feel like a lot of that are just, it's simply just PvP. It seems like it's just different users PvPing each other and stuff like that. And the dead children thing, don't forget to say children died and not just Sandy Hook. Well, yeah, because he said that the children didn't actually die, and the parents, it was all fake, and they were crisis actors and everything. Like, my mom believed in it too, right? Because she was a big fan of Alex Jones. And so I always thought it was really stupid. I thought it was stupid the day it happened. And, like, what I thought was kind of ironic is that there were other things that were, like, kind of odd about Sandy Hook. Like, for example, like, they said there were 2 shooters at the beginning. Like, I remember I was at Jeff's house, and I watched the Sandy Hook news story happen in real time. And like it was always interesting to me that like they never really discussed that, but they discussed these other conspiracy theories instead of that. And not that I thought that any of them meant anything, but it's like it seemed like you would have more of a gradient of it, right? And so yeah, I kept changing the story. I don't know what happened. I mean, who knows why they changed the story? It could be a lot of different reasons. But yeah, that's it.
Grab our things, find something else.
So this TikTok influencer went to this high-end five-star steakhouse. And they started screaming racism, and then the white people's not having it. Check this out.
What the fuck, dude?
Okay, this all stems from
dumb black bitch.
They didn't like it, so they took it back to the kitchen to recook it or something. Brought it back, they didn't like it again. They took it back, and then they brought it back again, and then they just threw the steak at it. That's from what I hear, and this is what caused all this. Watch how bad this gets. Worst case scenario, maybe it's racism, but your decorum, there is still no place for this. It validates their racism.
Validates everything.
Just think about it. You want the steak. I don't know how you wanted your steak. I guess it was undercooked. I guess you like the steak well done, medium rare.
Give me red.
You know, take your damn steak. I don't care anymore. Yeah, and then, you know, y'all lost it. Maybe y'all's behavior initiated this whole debacle to begin with. Or maybe they're just racist.
Blue rare. If you order a blue steak, be lucky you get one.
Look at her, this girl right here, she looked at, maybe it was her mama or grandma, and she said, put her phone away. She looked at like, what the heck did you open your mouth for? Look.
Get him out of here! He's a traitor! 10 million per child. 10 million per child followers. You f***ed the wrong family. You f***ed the wrong family.
Nobody cares that you
Who
got
gives
30
a
million
fuck,
followers.
bitch?
Yeah, and this is going to backfire on y'all.
30 million
Who
followers.
cares if you got 30 million followers?
They're all following the wrong person.
It does not justify your decorum. Yeah, you're behaving like
Like niggas. That old man saying, get the fuck out. Ooh, he just hit her. Let's make some shit here. They're breaking shit right now. They're going to jail.
You're holding a baby. The only people that are going to jail is y'all, I would think.
You going to jail. You going to jail.
That is so disrespectful. I just hate that about our culture. Women.
No, Future's not paid in gold, you fucking retards. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
That is so disrespectful. It's alarming behavior too. Yeah. They was raised by. Can I say it? Don't say it. It's just a cultural thing in the black community.
Discriminating against our entire time. We can be
Hey, you know what? Y'all not being discriminated. Y'all probably rubbed the waiter the wrong way. Yeah. And then when he drove back to States, his frustration came out. His frustration came out. Yeah. And then all broke loose. Y'all probably started all this. I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking if that waiter shoved that steak in your face, he shoved it in your face for a reason.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, fuck, man. Going to jail. You're going to jail. Where's that guy? Oh, you're going to jail. Those commercials suck dick. Rather pop zits than fucking Kids are yelling and shit. Those kids are yelling too. I had to play this for a second now and get the fuck off there.
Now we live in where the cops say he gonna jail. No, I want to punches down there, but I can't hear you, son. I can't do else. As soon as he hit me, I got blacked out, started punching him back. I don't know who else was swinging. Who else was swinging? The neck guy. Who did he swing on? You. He hit me? He swung on you.
If they say he swung on somebody, he don't look like he was swinging on a woman. Yeah.
You put your hands on me, sir? Yeah, he did.
No.
Show the video. You're about to press charges on your dog. He's going to jail too. I'm pressing charges.
Turns out he didn't go to jail. She went to jail. Asia Yarbrough, Marie.
She's going to jail. She's going to jail. She's going to jail.
She's got 30 million followers on TikTok. These people that have a lot of followers on TikTok or social media, it brings out the worst in people. I don't think it brings out the worst in people. It brings out the true person because they think they're beyond approach. They're above criticism. They can do whatever they want because they have 30 million followers. Those 30 million followers means absolutely nothing. You shouldn't treat people this way. What does 30 million followers have to do with anything? I mean, see. I don't know. It's something about the woman's intellect. You give a woman an ounce of power, man. It's the Garden of Eden all over again. Well, it's the same thing with men. Nah, not necessarily. Not like this. Men don't act like this. You don't think a man act like that when he gets 30 minutes? No. Wait a minute. Asia Yarbrough, Marie, Asia Yarbrough, you're Asian? Ain't no way you're Asian. You're a black woman. Oh, just because you got a 10% of Asian and you think you can claim Asian? Okay, look at me. I got 20% Irish. It means can I go ahead and claim I'm Irish? Hey, everybody, if you support what we do, don't forget how you can support us at officialhorsetwins.com. We got new hats, new shirts. Anything you buy gets you automatically entered to win our new giveaway, which is a Ram Laramie 2500 $3,000. Old hard cash. It's old hard white American cash. That's that good money.
Is that good? All right. I want a couple wood boxes.
If wellness is for everyone, why does it feel so overwhelming?
Keep hearing something weird.
Man. Minus $765 million. That is insane. What a colossal crashing by Bungie. Yeah, I think Bungie is. I think they have one more chance. I think that they're going to have an I think they're going to have to do layoffs, and they're probably going to have one more chance to be able to make a good game. Did you read counterterrorism paper? I did. I completely agree with it, and I think that the government needs to be locking and packing these people up and putting them in camps. I'm completely in support of it.
Can I just say this image right here? This is our final shape. Myself, Frost, CPA, working at Mickey D's. This is truly the final shape, and we are getting closer and closer to it. Most notably with the news here recently about Bungie. And let me just say, guys, it ain't cool. I've been seeing a lot of things online, seeing people try to pull some copium bullshit out of their ass. And, oh, no. This is actually a good thing. Or my favorite, this is all part of the process. This was the plan of Sony's all along. Delusional. But not
it was in like Marathon, Destiny 2 died. So Marathon could die. This is the Bungie master plan.
As delusional as the Marathon community. Oh yeah. You believe me. Destiny players, we have been submerged in the copium. You guys are running in head first. Get into it, my man. Let's get into the news. Hold on. Let me pull this up. So I'm on vacation this week, and this is what I woke up to. PlayStation's reported a $765 million impairment loss due to underperformance by Bungie. Now, you know what I said leading up to this earnings call. I told you guys that we were in speculation territory. You know what I'm saying? Yes, there was an impairment at the end of last year. If y'all remember that.
Wait, so this is the second impairment, and if it was 204, this is 765. That's 969. So that means that they're almost at $1 billion lost dollars so far, and that's what they'll report. So the odds are they're above that.
Not go against the will, it's still not something. And I told you guys, strike 2 would be another impairment. Strike 2 and 3 would have been an impairment.
A lot of impairments.
Now, as far as I'm understanding, it didn't go against goodwill, but it still is an impairment nonetheless. And there seems to be some copium about this, where the same folks that came out and say, don't worry, this is just an accounting thing. They're also the same people that come out and say, don't worry about it. When you buy something that's for your business, it's a business expense. As if that makes it free. That's not how that works, guys. When you sell something, I'm going to write it off. It doesn't make that item or whatever, that expense, free. Okay? So the impairment, essentially all it really boils down to is, well, Bungie's assessed value is obviously not as much as Sony originally thought. I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, we could have all kind of...
Well, if you reassess the value at a almost 30% differential, because didn't they buy Bungie at like $3-point-something billion? So like if you're reassessing the value and the impairment is like a total of 900 million difference, that's like 30%. That's insane.
Let's just say this though. Pete Parsons, by the way, he's on some profit item somewhere in one of his 35 and can we just say, I don't like what he did to Destiny and Bungie, but man, I mean straight up, he came in there, he talked the talk, said Bungie had all these incubation projects, and we're cranking on Destiny, we're cranking on Marathon, we got Gummy Bears, we got Destiny Payback, oh yeah, we are live on everything we touch turns to gold, and we've got 4 or 5 more live service games. And somebody was like, all right, how much? And Pete was like, I don't know, man. Billions, probably. And unfortunately, that's what Sony paid. Now, yes, there's some accounting benefits right now to the impairment. But regardless, whether you were Microsoft back in the day with Mojang, whether you're Tencent with Riot, when you buy any assets, you want it to have a good return. And I can promise you, that's the alternative that Sony would rather have right now. They would rather...
Nobody at Sony is happy that Marathon has 15,000 players. There's people losing their fucking minds, losing their fucking jobs, losing their fucking hair, they're going crazy over there. They're probably furious about this shit. Are you kidding me? Like, how does anybody think this isn't a massive problem? It's a huge issue. Like, how can you not immediately come to that conclusion? Duh.
Bungie did exactly what they said they were. You know what I mean? long enough. Sony backs Marathon even after $765 million in Bungie impairment losses. So this is from Paul Tassi. This was published just the other day. Paul's been catching a lot of heat online. A lot of people in the Marathon community. Not many of them. You know what I'm saying? But they're pretty vocal. While most of Sony's news this week was positive, there was one very glaring red mark in the books. That would be Bungie, which Sony revealed another $565 million in impairment losses, joining the $200 million it had announced previously. Despite that, Sony is backing Bungie's recent underperforming release, Marathon, and continues to support the studio. But there's a lot to dissect here, so let's go through it. What is now $765 million in impairment losses against Bungie is not something as simple as Bungie gains $765 million in the red. Rather, what impairment losses are doing is acknowledging that Bungie is not as valuable of an asset as Sony thought it was when it bought it for $3.6 billion. So it keeps knocking that number down. Sony looking ahead to fiscal year 2020.
So, I mean, there's no way you can reframe this to make it not look bad. That's so bad. Like nobody does that to a good product.
Success, it believes those impairment losses for Bungie will be absent or at least way less than the 1 billion yen 565 million from this year. It remains rather wild that Sony ever thought Bungie was worth 3.6 billion, which is eyebrow raising at the time. From an outside perspective, it still seems that it's probably worth less with Sony saying, especially given recent events. I mean, look, we talk a lot of shit about
They probably projected it based off of Destiny 2. And they thought that it was going to work that way, assuming that they would be a live service success. They probably did like a best case scenario, and it didn't happen.
But if there's one thing that Pete seemed to have done his job well on, it was, getting the biggest prize possible for Bungie. I also think this was a knee-jerk reaction at the time because Sony was getting a little scared with what was happening on the Xbox side. Lots of acquisitions, of course, the thing that's leading up to the big acquisition of Activision, right? It almost reminded me, although this is a much bigger scale, but it reminded me years ago whenever every platform was buying content creators. Remember that? Everybody was trying to lock in content creators in exclusive deals. It really took a mixer going out for them to finally be like, whoa, this is not sustainable. This is a situation like this, but on a much bigger scale, and obviously, you have tangible products that go alongside it outside of, I guess, influence. Despite this, Sony has at least publicly backed Bungie's continued work on Marathon, saying players' reception to Marathon is strong, receiving a Metacritic score of 82, and more than 90% of the player reviews on Steam being positive. Engagement metrics such as retention also remain at a high level. Going forward, we aim to improve the performance of the game by working to maintain highly engaged core users through the introduction of additional content, further improvements in the gameplay experience, and expansion of the user base.
I don't think so.
I mean, look, I think the main thing is like the people that are still playing Marathon, they're playing a lot of it. Personally, I think Destiny is the better investment, and I know Marathon people, you're going to come for my neck right now, but I just think it is.
Marathon is going to probably get this continued turn pay to win, or they're going to payroll it in new ways, like adding operators that, for example, you have to buy and unlock. They're going to do something.
I'm going to see if there's any event guys.
Something is going to have to give.
And here,
what is it? We'll find out.
It has more interesting universe. I think that the foundation there is way more solid. I think right now they're seeing some like high retention numbers, but that tends to happen. For instance, this is a very small piece of what I can offer here from personal experience. But like if I drop a video on my channel, which you normally find is the videos with the least amount of views have the highest retention. It just seems to work that way, man. It's like people that are actually interested in that particular topic. In this case, the community is actually engaged with Marathon and its IP, and they'll play the fuck out of this. In my case, they'll watch 3-4 times the amount of some of our other pieces. And of course, there's a lot of variables that's involved in that. Like the further something keeps refining down, yes, those players will be the ones that play the shit out of the game. That optimism seems unwarranted if you've been tracking the performance of the game, which has continually lost players since launch, with no signs of anything resembling a turnaround. Even as moves have been made to appeal to more casual players, on PC, its main platform, it's about to dip below Destiny 2's 90 numbers. And an 11-year-old game that's in the middle of its longest content drought in its history. Even if Sony is saying this now, there's nothing to guarantee a lack of core outcome from the project, including layoffs, reduced costs, which in turn would mean less investment in its games, which would likely mean fewer players. A spiral we've already seen with Destiny. It's very clear that Bungie does not currently have enough resources to produce enough content for Destiny 2. The studio now tilting in favor of Marathon in terms of total debt aside, and that isn't going well either. Paul's referring to his insider stating that there's now officially more developers on Marathon than Destiny. Destiny 2 simply wasn't mentioned at all, which is just definitive for what was Bungie's flagship franchise, and now a game that has no clear roadmap for the future. Fans are hoping.
I think they're going to make a Destiny 3. I think that's what has to happen because there's no way they. I mean, like I would never play Destiny 2, but I would immediately play Destiny 3. I think a lot of people feel that way. Because there's too many expansions, too many things, too many updates, too many, there's too much going on. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Sorry about that. We're good.
Destiny 3 may soon be announced, but there are no indications that it's going to be the case, and that would likely have to come with a near-total shutdown on work on Destiny 2 for years to come. I tell you this, guys, from what I looked at in the earnings call, I'm not hopeful of a sequel to this. Everything that was mentioned in the earnings call...
They have to do Destiny. There's no other alternative. Unless they come up with some brand new IP that we've never considered that's actually super amazing, which I feel like Sony would never greenlight that, especially after their performance with Destiny 2 and also Marathon. But that's, I mean, Marathon isn't going to get better. Like, once a video game reaches entropy, it's almost impossible for it to get away from it. And the only video games that have gotten away from entropy, none of them are live service besides maybe you could say No Man's Sky.
Black Ops, Destiny being mentioned.
Unless there's a huge investment.
There's just Destiny 3 is probably not getting made. But there's no imminent plug pulling on Marathon, which I've always predicted will get at least a year content to see because they're not honest. Nor do I believe Sony is on the verge of closing Bungie itself. Given what God's fallen as an asset, after all, this asset that Sony is still valuing at billions, mind you. This is not Concord, the Sony game made by a brand new studio that arrived with 700 concurrent PC players. Where both were shuttered. But say the good news coming out of all this is, well, at least Bungie and Marathon weren't just publicly executed. It's not exactly a great place to be.
They're not going to do that. They'll do it later on. The reason they're not going to do this. What public fucking, they're not going to do this randomly at a shareholder statement. They're going to do it way later on, like halfway through the, they're going to do it at 11. Let's release this news at 11 o'clock at night so to have the most minimal impact on shareholder value. That's the reason why. I mean, of course they're not going to announce a huge failure like that in the middle of a fucking shareholder earnings call. Duh. Of course not.
It's entirely bad news, and this idea that Bungie can surely turn Marathon around is not something that reflects the reality on the ground. Not from any data we can see. The studio continues to navigate choppy seas, but Sony is not yet scuttling the ship. First off, you guys have been getting Paul so much heat. Coverage. And it's been coming directly from the Marathon community, as if he's painting an overall negative picture. He's doing it really no other way to see. I guess retention is good for the people that are playing Marathon. That's cool. No one's playing it. If I pull a look, I hate to be this guy. I'm about to be this guy. Here we go. Marathon. It's Sunday. It's Mother's Day. Marathon players, maybe they just really love their moms. Completely fine. I understand. 9,974 players.
You're losing to vampire crawlers. That's crazy. That's insane.
Destiny 2 is currently beating that. And we don't have shit in Destiny right now. You know that? Nothing has happened in Destiny. Like nothing. Now you could say, well, maybe Destiny 2 players just don't like their mothers. Knock it off with the Marathon hate? Believe me, brother, I'm not hating Marathon. The fault really lies with Bungie on this. Okay? However, imagine this. Imagine there they stand. Destiny and Marathon. And I have to choose which one to let go. You know what I mean? Imagine this Titanic going down and there's only one life raft available. And only Destiny 2 could get on, or Marathon could get on. Even in its shittiest states, its lowest low, I would get Destiny 2 off that ship well before Marathon. Matter of fact, I would track Marathon down with cinder blocks.
Make sure it never escapes. Send it to the bottom of the ocean, where it belongs.
Put them all the way on the bottom of the ship and make eye contact. All the way down. Look, we're gonna have this dance. We're gonna do it. We're gonna watch and see how it goes. I already told you guys that I had a feeling Bungie was about to ice, or Sony was about to ice Destiny's IP. That doesn't mean they're killing it. That just means for the foreseeable future, gonna have minimum investment. Marathon, they are going to try to pull a Forsaken. They are going to try to pull a Taken King. And you know what? I'll be around. I will be around, and we'll see.
It's impossible. Extraction shooters simply aren't a big genre. On a fundamental level, build a AAA studio around an extraction shooter on a multi-year level. Arc Raiders was kind of an exception. But overall, that game, just on a very fun, like, in order to make extraction shooters appealing to people that like extraction shooters, you have to actively do things that will make it to where mainstream players aren't interested in them. That's it.
But here's what I truly believe. I don't believe Marathon will be able to turn things back around. It's not to take away from the guys at Bungie working on Marathon who are probably putting their heart and souls into it. I just personally don't think Marathon is going to be able to turn it around. It's not to the degree that Sony wants or that Bungie needs. I'll put it to you like this. Do you think Marathon right now has an all-time peak of 8?
That's one of the cute cops.
88,337 players. My ass, man. I mean, I was in Copium land leading into the launch of Marathon. I was like, even break below 100,000 players.
Man.
It didn't even go over that. It didn't even touch it. But no, for real. Do you think that it's going to go over 88,337 players in Season 2? Or Season...
No. I think that even if they made the game free to play, it wouldn't go over that number. People just simply aren't interested in playing the game. That's it. Concord proved this. Like Concord, the first playthrough of the game, playtest of the game, was a paid playtest. The second playtest was a playtest that was free. The free playtest had less players than the paid playtest.
Three. Or if they did like a big 1 year launch, do you think it will go over that number? Only going free to play? I have said it for a while now that Bungie should really consider not going completely free to play, is adding one map and making it a free to play map. You know, it could literally be sponsor kits, people can jump in there, mess around, and you might get some conversions. Will there be cheaters? Of course. But you might get some conversions. If anything, you could pad the stats a little bit. But even then, guys, I don't know, boys. I would be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if it gets over that number. I just feel like so many people have already made up their mind about Marathon. That's right. You know what I'm saying? And sure, the people that are playing Marathon, you know, they're enjoying it. Glad they are. You know, stuff, man. Stuff. Marathon community are geeky guys shit. But I definitely enjoyed my time playing Marathon. To me, it's a seasonal game. So I'll jump back in, you know, probably when a new season launches. If there's something big coming each launch. If it's just like, hey, get ready to do all your faction quests all over again. And we earn all the same shit. You know where I'm coming from? Which very likely
that's what it's going to be. Because the people that made the game are dumb. If they weren't dumb, they wouldn't have made it that way. It's going to be garbage.
Okay, that's the way it is. Then my time playing each season is going to be probably much less. With that being said, though, I think Destiny is the better game. I think it's
also, like, by the way, it does matter how many players a game has. If a live service game doesn't have enough players, it dies. You can't develop a game and pay for the people that are running constant updates for the game if you don't have the people playing it. It's just that simple. They're not making enough money. It's just very simple math. So there's a lot of people that say, like, well, I don't care how many people are playing, I'm having fun. That's fine. But, like, if you are expecting the game to continue, or for the game to have, like, a long life cycle, or, like, a big content update, like, when you have nobody playing it, that probability goes into the toilet. Like a big content update, like when you have nobody playing it, that probability goes into the toilet.
stronger IP. I think it's just sexier game. I think that it's just better on every level. I think it looks better, it feels better, it shoots better, it plays better. It's just better. It's fucking so much better. I can't express just how much better Destiny is. And Destiny 1 is better. Okay, Destiny 1 feels Marathon. Marathon is a fun time. I have a good time playing Marathon. But there is no world in which I would choose Marathon over Destiny. Okay, if I could do it, I would execute Marathon over Bungie. All right. If this is a tough decision for them, dude, not even 2 minutes in a pillow. I got this shit, and then we can get back to making more Destiny. I'm gonna be honest. If they drop the Destiny Classic right now, he would beat the shit out of Destiny 2 and Marathon combined. Look, you don't want this fight, Marathon community. Destiny 2 community, y'all don't want this fight either. If a Destiny Classic dropped on PC right now, he would beat the piss out of both these games. No, I don't think Marathon is the worst game at all. There's so many things.
What you're saying? Why are you? Oh my God! Smartest Marathon player.
That went wrong, man. So many things. Dude, I'm gonna be telling my grandkids about this if they're even gonna care. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, Grandpa, tell us a story. And I'm gonna be like, the story can go many ways. It could be like, I'm gonna tell you a story about a studio that made an epic comeback by becoming completely community driven. And I'm gonna show you where it fell and where they picked it back up. Or I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna tell you a story of a studio that chopped their own dick off. And chopped their testicles off. And shit on everything. They just shit on everything. And they're gonna be like, Grandpa, tell us that story. How did this company chop their own balls and dick off? Well, there's a guy named Pete. Pete said, I got a lot of shit. Turns out, he didn't have nothing except home. That's what a story does. It's unfortunate, man. Marathon was supposed to come out at least a year ago. It's just bad. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. All right, can you imagine working on Marathon? Can you imagine just being like a developer?
That's how you know this game was going to be shit. They announced it, and the developers had pronouns next to their name. That, in my opinion, if it's done by a Western dev, it's done by a fucking Japanese dev. I'm just going to assume that they didn't do it. So it's like a production team that did this. Like the moment that I see that, I'm immediately like, oh, okay, this game's made by losers. It's made by loser retards. And so like, think about it, right? If you can't even understand what gender is, how can you possibly figure out how to make a good game? Really? Think about this. Just for 3 seconds. If you are living in a delusion of reality, how the fuck are you going to make a good game? There's no way.
For just Marathon. You don't work on Destiny, you never worked at Bungie, you finally get hired on the Marathon, you show up and you're like, yeah, leadership is cool as shit. Then a week goes by. Leadership and gone. Premiering Marathon laid off. Why? Truth of there. Too much. Shouldn't do it at all. Shit happened. Leadership changes. Alright. Simultaneously, tons of other layoffs happening in the studio. All those people you met that work on Destiny, they're all fucking getting laid off or leaving. And so you're like, hey, dude, this is really scary. I just showed up here. I just started working last week. And so many things happening. And then new leadership comes in, that being Ziegler. Ziegler comes in and he's like, listen, I'm from Valorant, and the way Marathon looks like right now looks like shit. We're going to change everything. And look, nothing against Ziegler. I think Ziegler's got a great mind, but it takes time. Then Ziegler's like, all right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then the time keeps extending, okay? Keeps extending. And then when they feel like they're like, all right, we're almost there. We're almost to the promised land. They launched the Alpha. Now Alpha wasn't received that way. Because the Alpha looked like shit. Let's just be clear. It looked like shit.
It was awful. And they did even playtests with extraction shooter players. And even the playtests, the players thought it was garbage too. And also there is the important, like this is something people might not consider. It does matter. The prophecy. The Concord trilogy. Marathon has to die. It has to die for the trilogy to be complete. Concord died, Highguard died, Marathon has to die. And there is a divine ordering of the universe that right now is being denied its truth. And soon, this will be readjusted. It was foretold. Yes, this was foretold. The Triad Concordia, yes.
Really hurt them the most. That inside the alpha, a bunch of in-game assets, decals, another artist.
I don't think that had a single fucking thing to do with it. I think the real problem was that, like, whenever I saw Shroud and all these guys paid to watch the marathon reveal, and then they didn't even play it. This is like last April or something like that. Is that like they didn't even play it for more than like a couple of hours? Like, this is a game that, like, I mean, if it was New World, Shroud was playing it for like 18 hours. If it was, you know, Arc Raiders, he's playing it for 18 hours. The moment I see him not no-wifing a new shooter, I think to myself, uh-oh.
No wifing a new
Shooter, I think to myself, uh-oh. That's bad.
That's the art scandal form. It sucks, man. It sucks. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. I've said it still. It's kind of amazing that Marathon even made it. Like, it's really amazing Marathon made it out the door. So if you work that hard just to get Marathon out the door, of course Bungie and Sony are going to commit resources to it. And they're going to play this dance for probably a year. The question is, at this point, and this is the point that hurts the most, is one, is there going to be layoffs? Absolutely. Two, where are the layoffs going to hit? Are they going to hit more on the Destiny side? Are they going to hit more on the Marathon side? And let me just say, man, I don't think either side will really lose many people at this point. You know what I mean? And those are the people that are, I mean, they're the ones that are going to be living through this. I think my biggest issue with everything that has happened over really since Bungie's been acquired by Sony, there was a large amount of funds set aside to retaining talent. My question is what the happened to that? If that was set aside to retain talent, then why didn't we retain talent? Why didn't we find a way to keep Chris Cross? Why didn't we?
They're also operating outside of their competency. I mean, like, making an extraction shooter that's like a repetitive type of game that way, this is a very unique type of game. So like, and also I would say that Marathon was engineered to fail. Marathon was a game that was meant to take the most extreme and the most hardcore genre, which is full loot extraction shooters, and take that into the mainstream and hit a large audience with it. It was designed to fail. It's like basically like you're looking to try to do something that is the most exclusive thing, or the most, like, let's say, exclusionary type of game, and then you want to hit a huge audience like this with a studio that's not used to making that kind of a live service game exactly. No, there's no way they could have succeeded. It was set up to fail.
Why didn't we keep Mark Noseworthy and Luke Smith? Why didn't we keep Michael Salvatore? Sure, someone's going to say, but they left on their own accord. Obviously, people got paid. There are people that definitely got paid. But in terms of retaining your top talent, your narrative team from finding shape, what happened to retaining those people? I'm just... Saying, guys, I would not be surprised if Destiny goes into maintenance mode after this next expansion. I wouldn't be surprised if, at best, we get a Renegade-style expansion per year, with your normal cadence of other things like Guardians, holiday events. You see where I'm from? Cross is killing Destiny fans right now. Guys, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I want.
When you see a negative 765 and you start coming up with excuses for it, you've got to ask yourself, what am I doing this for?
Okay.
That's like 1/7 of the entire product value.
And
That's insane.
Unfortunately, I think there's going to be another wave of layoffs. It may not happen until later in the summer. I think there's going to be another wave of layoffs. I hate that.
$1 billion.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen. And I'm not hopeful that a Destiny 3 is being made right now. Which blows my mind, because it seems stupid to not make a Destiny 3. That would obviously fail. It's not until Marathon is stable. Right. I don't know if Marathon is ever going to reach that.
Space sources tell me Marathon is stable. Please God.
But their history is, I would say Bungie feels confident since their success with the Taken King, their success with Forsaken. These are the annual expansions that follow the release of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. They feel very confident that their year 2 turnaround can change the course of the game. However, that's Destiny. And I say this with love, Marathon community. Marathon ain't Destiny. Alright? There are people that like your game. I like it too sometimes. But it's
Destiny
not
was popular.
In regards to Gummy Bears and Team LG, nothing was said about them. I'm not going to hear anything about them until whatever it is that they're working on.
Stable
coming
time,
out.
yeah.
And keep in mind, what Team LG really showcases is that Sony is completely willing to take individual games within Bungie and siphon them off and put them on various places. That's really what it shows. The question is, are they going to do something similar with Marathon? Surprise. But maybe. I don't know. Whatever the case. Obviously, it showed some levels of promise, because then they pulled it out from underneath Bungie and established Team LG. Yeah, look, there is a way out of this. I want everyone to know there is a way out of this. But it involves heavy investment back into the Destiny side of things. I just don't see that happening from Sony right now. Are you sure it's not just a skill issue? Well, it could be a skill issue. It could be the fact that some of your greatest talent that worked at Bungie left, and therefore quality of content has gone down.
I think that this is a chicken and the egg situation, where I think that a lot of times where you have a large talent exodus, it's because you've also had a product decline, and the talent that are really high up there, they've already made a lot of money, they know they can get hired anywhere else, they're hyper creative and ideologically driven. Those people, them leaving, people like, for example, Jeff Kaplan leaving Blizzard, like they're going to make that decision generally as a result or as a response to some sort of corporate decision making.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, those two go
like Blizzard North or whatever.
I don't agree with everything those did or said. You know where I'm coming from? Tell me you didn't get a little excited every time you saw Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy on the screen. Tell me, just what did they represent? What did those two guys represent? All right? You're going to give that.
I was looking to get a new truck.
What really happens when you take oil of oregano every day?
You swallow the soft
gel. No taste, no burning. You look in the mirror, same face, same body.
Welcome back, everyone. Please like this videos, recommend to others, and hit that subscribe button so you can keep seeing videos just like this.
Let me know because he looks crazy. So I think he followed me to my front door when I got home last night. I told him it's past 2 a.m. I get him in, lock the doors, give him a shower, get ready for bed. I get a notification on my phone from the camera saying motion detected. At 2:51 a.m. motion detected. I don't pay for a subscription, so I'm not able to pay it back. But it has a little thumbnail, so I screenshot the thumbnail, zoom in.
That's a ghost.
After that, because you can talk through the camera, I YouTubed man voice saying like hello, so I could play it through the thing so they could think it's a man in here. That's all I could come up with.
That's pretty smart.
You could just sit out there. At that point, I was just watching the live thing till I fell asleep.
I don't think you're ever gonna find them. What if that's a spirit trying to get like a message to her? That's creepy as hell. That would make me want to pay for the subscription. I'm not missing another event like that. Terrifying encounter while camping in an abandoned house. You're not alone, caught on camera. In an abandoned house. He even called his camping? You're breaking into an abandoned building to camp? Alright, let's see what happens.
Silence was shattered in the middle of the night.
when the night vision camera captured something terrifying. Phil froze in his sleeping bag, his heart racing as he realized someone or something was now inside with him. He slid down as low as possible, hiding in the shadows of the room, listening as the footsteps ascended the stairs.
Maybe the person that lives there. Come on, son. You ain't supposed to be there.
The fuck is that?
Dude, that's the squatter that lives there. Jesus.
For several agonizing minutes, Phil remained paralyzed in the dark, hearing muffled sounds from the hallway. At one point, he was certain he saw the feet of an intruder passing by the small gap under his door. The person stayed in the house for what felt like an eternity before finally retreating back down the stairs and out into the night. Phil sat in total darkness, his lights off to avoid detection, realizing that he had just narrowly avoided a direct confrontation with an unknown visitor in the middle of nowhere.
So dude broke into a house and fell asleep on a stranger's bed, and now he's surprised that somebody's walking around in the house. Okay, even if this is real, this is like the type of crazy I will never understand. Oh, I can see through walls.
Okay.
It's shooting radiation whichever direction it's pointing. I guess that's pretty cool, but I don't see how it would be useful for the everyday person. Maybe if you're trying to mount a TV and you're trying to find the stud, that's the only use I can think of.
Number 13, NASA nuclear engineer found in Tesla after vanishing from his Alabama home last year. I just reported number 12 yesterday, and I'm reporting number 13 today. 29-year-old Joshua LeBlanc was not just any NASA engineer. He worked on nuclear propulsion systems, one of the most sensitive areas in aerospace. It burned beyond recognition, and police confirmed his identity 3 days later after it was transported to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science. And at the time, his family said they feared he had been abducted and that he had left his phone and wallet in his home at the time of the disappearance. Why are all these scientists leaving their phones behind when they leave? So since he didn't have his phone, police tracked LeBlanc down using data from his Tesla Sentry mode and found that his vehicle sat at the airport in Huntsville for hours on the morning of his passing. His family said his trip west was not part of his plan for the day, and that uncharacteristically he was not communicating with them. A LinkedIn page for LeBlanc says he worked at NASA for about 5.5 years and that he was a team lead for NASA's space propulsion, instrumentation, and control maturation. NASA SMP technology, quote, would enable faster and more robust transportation for crew and cargo missions to Mars and science missions to the outer solar system, according to the government agency website. When this happens to someone of this level of clearance, you don't just call it a mystery and move on, especially when several other individuals tied to aerospace, defense, and nuclear-related work have either passed or disappeared.
So did y'all see the 11 scientists interviewed, the one that disappeared? Well, it wasn't really an interview. She was kind of just ranting on FaceTime or whatever, one of those apps. But she basically said that they discovered anti-gravity multiple times before, and every single time it gets suppressed. They don't want it getting out. So maybe that theory is right. They have the ability to transport anything they want to any spot in the world, and for some reason they're disappearing, these scientists. Or as one of my commenters said, maybe they're going into hiding. Also, I think NASA or maybe the government, one of the two, put out a statement basically saying that this is normal for this amount of scientists to go missing or to unalive or to sewer slide, that these are normal statistics. Normal, I guess. It's normal for their scientists to want to, off themselves.
That feeling when your friend drops their shiny new rewards card and you realize you could use one too. These Remember Intuit Credit Karma gives you recommendations personalized to you, so it's easy to find the right card. Sweet. Download the app to get started.
If you've been paying over $1,000 for your GLP-1s, stop now.
It's normal for their scientists to want to, off themselves. Damn.
Fucking gator.
Yo, bro, accidentally pulled in Godzilla. That's crazy. I was expecting a lot of things, but not that. I know, right? I even thought maybe he was pulling up a bicycle, but not a literal dinosaur.
I was to tell you there's one more thing for dreams may be. They say that reality influences dreams. Is not the opposite true? That dreams influence reality. I feel like Frangelica visited by the angels, because every time I try to speak of this, I am horrified. I am too scared, too overwhelmed with beauty. Also, it's important to remember that you do remember that dreams do have cohesion in them.
I don't think I'm in the mental state to finish that. Never mind. Forget I showed you that video.
Come on, B. No way. Something's going on with that pigeon, bro. Come on. What's up with that pigeon? Why is it hiding behind a flower pot? Like it was trying to really hide.
What's up with that pigeon?
What were those two things on its legs? Maybe it was looking for shade because it was too hot outside. It's the same purpose of me. I don't know what the hell is going on with these pigeons, guys. It looked like he was looking for something or listening to something. Stop playing with me. Stop standing. You know what time it is. Sir, but I tell you what, then, if I ever go in my backyard and I see a pigeon just standing there looking at me behind a flower pot. Today, dog.
Hey, if they can train them to race, they can train them to spy. That's all I know. somebody's simulation's broken. All jokes aside, though, that's pretty cool. That's probably like a 1 in a million chance that you get to see that.
The whole Facebook movie is a giant lie. It's a propaganda piece. That was a Pentagon program called LifeLog. That wants to collect all your data for your whole life. What day did the government stop the LifeLog project?
DARPA shut down the LifeLog project February 4th, 2004.
What day was Facebook registered as a business?
Oh my God, no way, bro.
The exact same day. They don't even hide it, dude.
It was created by DARPA.
Yeah, they handed it to Mark Zuckerberg. And then the Vossel.
What about the other? Yeah.
That's all. And that's why they became the first Bitcoin millionaires, because they played ball. It's all theater, dude.
So what is the price of LifeLog?
Collect all your data for your whole entire life.
They didn't even wait at least a week. They really did just register Facebook the same day. Every day you find out that absolutely everything you do is a psyop. There's nothing out there that hasn't been touched by the government or some type of government entity. Pokemon Go was data gathering program. Yeah, we just found out about that too. They were just mapping out the whole world and you were doing it for them. Nothing feels organic. Everything feels like a psyop. I kicked him thinking he was a leaf. Is this a turtle, bro? That's AI, right? How do I keep finding out about new animals? Let's find out if that's a real animal. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a turtle? That's crazy. How is this a turtle? What? So these are real turtles. Okay, mata-mata turtles found throughout the Amazon in northern South America, including Venezuela, Brazil, Peru. Dude, I bet you there's so many animals that we haven't discovered in the Amazon jungle. Like, that place is dense as... I bet you there's so many different species we haven't discovered. Oh, what?
Gotta check our messages here.
Red Robin's Big Big Deals include your favorites plus a bottomless side and beverage starting at just $9.99. The best part? You don't have to eat them in here.
Oh, it's an alligator.
He's just chilling now. That's hilarious. He was crawling into the hotel's kitchen at around 4:45 a.m. Dude was looking for that 4 a.m. cheese. Excuse me?
Security, government, and of course they control the media thing. Chinese and US. Nuclear.
Is there a shadow. This is actually creepy. Watch this. The light's on in the living room. Okay. I turn it off. Watch what happens. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There's a silhouette right in front of me. Nah, this is messed up. So where the hell is that shadow coming from?
It's a back shadow.
It's just standing there, menacing these non-verbal threats.
See how hard to open that? Very good myself. Why open it right now.
Somehow with like 50 people in one house, it's not scary. This could be super real, but just the amount of people that are there, it's just not scary. It's too many people there. You gotta be alone.
I've been using Experian Boost to help raise my credit scores, but Experian Boost is even better, because now my monthly interest...
This was unaliving at tip number 4, number 5, maybe? Let me ask you, do y'all think this was real? Because I've seen other clips, and one of them, a guy seems unfazed. He continues to eat his salad like this is another Tuesday for him. In another video, you will also see Dana White, who also seems really confused. And even he said he didn't even bother getting down. And there was a third clip, I think of some like random people that were just going around stealing wine from all the tables. That and the video of the guy that runs in there to do this, it's like AI. It doesn't look real. It looks fake. That's why I'm asking y'all, do y'all think this was actually real? this the Flying Dutchman? What am I looking at? This is not AI. This is a real Bart Europa, a historic three-mast tail ship built in 1911, renowned as the Ocean Wanderer. That's what they want us to think. This is actually a ghost ship with ghost pirates. That's what I believe, and that's how it's gonna stay.
Standing has a baby monitor in their nursery, just like most people do. And check this out. This cat thinks there's something paranormal going on in this room, staring at this baby doll.
The doll was moving? No, I didn't see it.
Family has a baby monitor in their nursery, just
Oh,
like
wait a
most people
minute.
do. And check this out. In their nursery, just
Oh,
like
the
most
leg
people do.
moves.
And check this out. This cat.
Cat,
thinks there's something
cat to the
paranormal
rescue.
staring at
Oh, that cat, an apology. I thought he was just a jerk. That doll was moving. That's a freaky workout. The way he nods. Stop. I'm ready to hear whatever logical explanation anybody has for this baby, because ain't no way that orca just did that. The turtle from the other tank. Yo, that orca's a menace, bro.
You guys here in Germany, they just unveiled prototypes for bioelectronic insects. Okay, so insects, cockroaches, equipped for military purposes with neural interfaces,
Roaches.
AI and sensors, turning them into autonomous reconnaissance platforms. They say the advantages are that they're high mobility, low cost, and can get into places that drones can't. The question is, this is all fine and good, but I mean, isn't the food, air, and water supply getting worse and worse every year, but we're focusing on bug, AI, and military bots?
So now the roaches are spying on you. You see, birds aren't real. So the pigeons work for the government, and so do the roaches. It's time for the world to know the shapeshifters are real. I take this video while loading my car to go on vacation approximately 2 years ago. Look at his fade and imagine what I seen up closer. It's like broken English. See? What?
What a fucking
Is he
weirdo.
barking?
I need to get heels.
Maybe he's just tweaking out of his mind. I mean, that would explain the barking. Was that him barking though? Maybe that was an actual dog.
Oh my god, this is weird. This account in 2023 posts this name. This is the suspect from the Correspondence Center. It gets...
But it gets even wilder if you superimpose the account from 2023. And this account made one post, and it was almost 2.5 years ago, and it was just cold wow. Now here's where it gets wilder. The header of this account is an image from a website called Time Machine, which is a project to preserve digital use of our heritage. But it gets even wilder. If you superimpose the image of Butler over it, there's an outline of Trump.
Yo, I'm about to have a mental breakdown. Hold on.
So viral theory says a time traveler predicted the latest attempt to assassinate Donald Trump. Stay with me. This X account has only one post from 2023, a name matching the suspect, Cole Allen. It now has over 50 million views. Over the weekend, a man named Cole Thomas Allen was arrested after rushing past a security checkpoint.
This is the footage that I said that looks fake.
Correspondence for fire.
They didn't show it. There we go. They didn't show it. Okay.
This theory took off.
This cover photo right up here is from a website called Time Machine, but it gets even weirder.
So is all this just a coincidence or something more? We found evidence pointing to the real answer. Let's start with this header image. The theory says this image secretly shows Trump after these attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. That attempt happened a year after this account was created, and many are saying this is evidence that this account predicted the future. But with reverse image search, we find that this image has appeared all over the web for years. It was posted on Unsplash, a website for free images in 2021. We find this username, Distinct Minds. Turns out he's a Canadian artist named Jean-Louis Rebelli. We call him, and he says this image has nothing to do with Trump. How did you make this art?
I made it using pixel sorting, so I just applied some random effects to it, just tweaking the settings until I thought it looked good.
What was your thought when you saw this being spun out in this narrative?
My intention was just to create cool art. Everyone has a different perspective. This one lady, she flipped my image upside down and she found Jesus.
Okay, but hey,
you're gonna want to hear this. Credit Karma's dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they mean. Most people.
She flipped my image upside down and she found Jesus.
Okay, but
No. You're trying to disprove it, but it matches and lines up perfectly. Maybe he didn't mean to do this. Maybe he didn't mean to make the painting. Maybe it was random. But this makes me feel like we live in a simulation. Anyways, I'll let him continue.
Why did this account post the name of the suspect? Short answer, it didn't. There are tons of Cole Allens in the world. The account didn't include the suspect's full name, Cole Thomas Allen. So it's probably a coincidence, and as we've shown, there is no evidence this is the work of a time traveler. As for who Henry Martinez is, we actually tried to figure out who was behind this account, but there are limited digital clues. There's only a username and one post, so we couldn't figure out who it is. If there's anything you'd like us to investigate, email us at bi@cbc.
If anything, this proves something's going on. That guy was not happy that they were superimposing Trump over his painting. But I'm sorry, my guy, if it's way too perfectly. Also, the tweeting out the name, there's too many coincidences. This is too weird. I probably need to go to bed now. I don't know what to make of this. Another reason why it seems fake, you draw your own conclusion.
Whatever this is, it has wider eye sockets and apparently larger eyes than a normal human.
The reason I asked about the covers is because what a lot of experiences talk about is the fact that they have very large.
Exactly where I was going.
These are the some form of protection.
What I find uncanny about this is if you look at the depiction of the conventional grey alien being, they have these gigantic eyes, the large, elongated head. It's quite chilling to see something like this here.
News Nation's reality check with Ross Colton.
Yo, forget the eyes, dude. That head, it's that head that makes it look like an alien.
Every new car in the U.S. will reportedly be required by law to have tech that puts constant surveillance on the driver by 2027. AI in your car will allegedly determine if you're sober and fit to drive, automatically turning off the vehicle if it determines you're a danger to the road. Talking to a broader federal safety initiative is a requirement for impaired driving detection technology in all new vehicles. The goal sounds simple enough. Reduce crashes caused by drunk or fatigued drivers. To do that, automakers will need to install systems that monitor drivers in real time. These systems rely on cameras and sensors that track things like eye movement, head position, and overall attentiveness. If the system detects what it believes is impairment, it doesn't just issue a warning and move on. In some cases, it could prevent the vehicle from starting or limit how it operates once you're already driving. The system is perfect, and that's part of the problem. Fatigue, distraction, or even normal driving habits could potentially be misread by these systems. Things that cause stepping away from them or driving late at night could be flagged as a concern. That creates a possibility of false positives that could prevent someone from driving fine. These systems don't just observe, they collect data. That includes how you drive, how often you appear distracted, and how the system interprets your behavior over time. Washington drivers keep asking me a simple, where does that data go? And right now, there isn't a clear answer across the board. People are talking about the safety versus surveillance debate, cost control, and who's really
Damn. Every day, man. Every day it gets more dystopian. Used cars are about to be worth a fortune. That's crazy. So they're going to treat everybody like a criminal. Its caretaker for the last 16 years is entirely unimpressed when the spirits mess with her while she's trying to lock up for the night. I mean, I gotta imagine it gets old, right? She's probably seen every single trick in the book. It's just another Tuesday. She's completely unimpressed.
Found a secret tunnel system in the woods. And we make her feel a group of urban explorers under these dark places found this hidden cave in the middle of the woods. As they may go inside, they find this tunnel system that seems to stretch out for miles.
Oh! Gotcha, bitch. Alright.
What is your message to President Xi as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. They are the largest state-sponsored terrorism, and China has been financing them with their energy purchases.
This is important to keep in mind. China is the enemy. China will try and subvert the United States. In China's perfect world, the United States ceases to be a significant superpower. And they get their ideology on the world. Let's get to President Trump. He's going to be spending some time in China with the Chinese. And by the way, this is what I think a lot of these moves, we've talked about this, have been made. With the Express, they're sort of always top of mind. Iran, you look at Venezuela, you look at Canada, you look at Greenland. All of them have one thing in common, and that is China. So he's going to be having a meeting. It hasn't taken place right now. There aren't that many developments at this moment, but there are four things that we believe are planning to be discussed, and there's some speculation and our thoughts. Here you go. Here's a setup clip.
larger crowd than what I saw from 2017 for his arrival. And again, President Xi knows what President Trump wants. He knows that he wants a show, and he is getting one. You can see right there the coordination with the flag. It's not just 300 Chinese. They have a coordinated flag movement. And in this moment, let's just pause.
Wasn't lady wearing the checkered off the wall skirt pattern? So some eyebrows have been raised, and I would say rightfully so. Those who are joining him on his trip are all very much on the pro-Chinese bandwagon. Elon Musk, Tesla, Larry Fink, Tim Cook, Tim Apple, as you refer to him, Jensen Huang, NVIDIA, Brian Sykes. Marco Rubio rocking a new look. So that's kind of cool. He's kind of the one. It's exhausted dad sheet. It is. Yeah. There's even a movie regarding this trip in the works.
China. Big Trump and little China.
So,
that looks fun.
The negotiations are going to take place. Let me just sort of lay out for you what are viewed as the leverage points against the United States. Against the United States, right? They're occupied right now, pretty busy in Iran. And the perceptions therein, economic headwinds directly attached to Iran in many ways, and they're going into midterm. Right? So China's aware of that. They're going to probably be using that. On the other side of this equation, China, probably recognized by this administration as trade, energy instability due to Iran. Right? They're far more reliant on it. Serious economic problems. And domestically, there's a lot of unrest and a lot of apathy. And Chinese citizens are not that happy with what's going on. So yesterday, the Chinese embassy put out 4 red lines that must not be challenged. The Taiwan question,
you got to read it like that.
The Taiwan question, the democracy and human rights. Don't you just love? Okay, we'll sit down and we'll have cup dish tea. But off limits, human rights.
Off limits, anything bad we do.
Yeah, off limits. Don't talk about my misfortunes. Well, look, I wasn't going to talk about it, but the fact that you say it's off limits makes me think you're violating human rights. No, off limits because I'm perfect.
No need to improve.
No need to look over there. Let's talk about chips. Ricardo Montalban. The Taiwan question, democracy, human rights, paths and political systems, the development rights of China. The things that actually matter because they want to act like they have a right to stand on. Now, I will say this. I don't like the group of people who are going, and I don't like some of what I'm hearing. But President Trump historically has usually struck a tone. This is the carrot phase, right, before spending time talking about how he has a good relationship. But there has been no president harder on China as a matter of policy than Donald Trump. So there's the carrot and there's the stick.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. I've always had white respect as an amazing guy. And I've always had a great presidency of China.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine for a long time now, to think about it. Very distinguished and respected president of China.
All right, so for those of you who are Republican members, we're going to go through the 4 things to watch and the latest installment. It's time for good Trump, bad Trump.
Good Trump. That's a really bad Trump.
All right, four things to watch. First is when people talk about investment. I don't like. Again, this is just hearsay. So I don't like discussing events or topics where it's merely speculation because we really don't know what's going to come of this. But I know that this is at the top of the news right now, and so I will try and call it as I see it. I don't like any of it. This is assuming that any of this is true. And I can tell you that the New York Times is saying this is likely true. But I don't trust the New York Times. So what does that mean? Pretty much absolutely nothing. So according to granted more conservative economists at New York Times, He, Trump, may be on the verge of tying the United States to China irrevocably. It's always hard.
Irrevocably.
So, Mr. Trump and Xi Jinping are reportedly considering a deal to allow China to invest $1 trillion in the United States, largely to build factories on American soil.
No.
Everyone's slow today. Let's skip the. Okay, I'll do it again. American soil. No. That's it.
There we go.
Hold on. Human rights.
No, that's a really bad idea. There are countries we can work with on projects like that if they're making products that they're being sold in the United States. It might as well be made here, invest here, right? China's not one of them.
And we'll also not what China does when they're allowed to purchase soil. I don't think they should. We need to be clear about them being a foreign enemy.
No. Faggotry on America.
That's right. Wait, did you say factory or faggotry? Oh, make them all faggots.
Well,
just send them all the weed. Make them passive and rubber. Isn't that funny when they're like, yeah, export all the weed, do all the grow farms, but we're not going to allow it in China.
No. Why would you?
Send it like TikTok.
It's a great
TikTok. Tell you how to find your in China.
Americans so foolish with all their luxury.
That's right.
Funny word.
And Heinz inclusion here also would seem to people are speculating Trump may be discussing the sale of high-tech NVIDIA chips to China. I will say it.
No.
Don't give them up. They're going to steal tech anyway. Don't give it to them. Make them work for it.
Do you think you should not sell them any chips at all from NVIDIA, or just not the?
I wouldn't.
No chips at all.
I wouldn't. Make them do it. Make them do it themselves. Why? It's like giving prisoners weights.
They're gonna do it anyway. Why give them a shortcut?
Well, no. So there is a good argument to be made that there's some good move that you can make here that will keep them perpetually behind you, right? So right now they're selling them H200s, which is usually about 18 months behind. So they do that so that money comes to the United States, gets reinvested in R&D here. It also keeps them kind of dependent on the American AI stack. Now that's at least the idea behind it. I understand people saying no, they don't want to do that, but then there's the other thing that they have to contend with is that China has us by the balls when it comes to robotics. If we want to advance in robotics, we will have to use Chinese companies to do it right now. Now, we should be working to improve our capabilities here, but that's not going to happen overnight. And we're going to get to this phase very quickly where we need some help in doing this. So I understand it's the devil that we don't want to work with, and we have to be very careful. But I understand that they can't just shut everything off. At the same time, they don't want to empower law.
Can't shut everything off, but how about shut off your mouth, Benedict General?
Let me help. I hate the CCP. I hate China. I hate the...
Oh, yeah. CCP.
That's right. Say that one again. Thank you for us. We should be all mommy.
How's NVIDIA stock doing? Is it down?
I don't know.
It's like it's the best for
Gerald is on a campaign trail for China.
Not simply stop.
Gerald, really good in red.
That's right. Put on red shirt.
No.
I'm going to say you want to grab a red book.
I hate it. I don't like any of it. I don't want them to do it.
Don't you read a book? You read.
I do.
You read a book.
He said he really loves and move.
That's right. By the way, I was doing chicken. I call you chicken. You better be also chicken.
See what I have to deal with? I'm not. And I don't like China.
We have nice house for you, Gerald.
Big house in Taiwan. Don't talk about it. No talk. Okay.
humble
Keep your
wallet.
crypto safe,
Keep your
even when
crypto
you
safe, even when
are at
you
your most vulnerable.
are at your most vulnerable.
Hey, how'd you get in here? Go!
How'd you get in here? Go!
Stop recording me!
Stop recording me. Do it for social. Go
Go to
to
wallet.rumble.com to
wallet.rumble.com
download the
to
Rumble
download
wallet
the
today.
Rumble
No banks, no
wallet
fees,
today. No banks, no fees,
no middlemen, just your
no
money,
middlemen,
and
just your
now
money,
your
and
crypto
now your
in
crypto
one
in
secure,
one
easy-to-use
secure,
place.
easy-to-use
Get
place.
started today.
Get started today.
Number two.
Another
Point that they'll probably be
Another point that
discussing.
they'll probably be discussing.
In prison dissidents.
In
Now, I'll
prison
tell you this.
dissidents. Now, I'll tell you this.
You're going to watch this clip.
You're going to watch this clip. How it starts. You're going to go,
President Trump might do that thing where he says something that he shouldn't say, but he actually handles it really well and ties it all
really well and ties it all together.
I bring up Jimmy right now. Jimmy Lai, you know, because I don't know. It's like saying to me, if Comey ever went to jail, would you let him out?
Careful.
Does that make sense? It might be hard. You know, because he's a dirty cop. But Jimmy Lai is But Jimmy Lai, because lots of turmoil in China. He tried to do the right thing. He wasn't successful. Went to jail. People would like him out. I'd like to see him get out. So I'll bring him up again. I have to get him out. And there's another gentleman, a pastor, you know, with a beautiful daughter, son-in-law. We'd like to see him get out.
Yeah, and just to be clear, unlike simply lying, fabricating narrative and sort of thin air, like Comey, when we're talking about that. Jimmy Lai was the founder of the anti-communist newspaper Apple Daily, and the pastor, Ezra Jim, was pastor of one of the biggest Protestant churches that would, out of necessity, have to be underground in China, the father of a United States citizen. So this right here, him talking about that, framing it that way, hats off to him. And I think it's important to note, this is exactly why people like Hassan Piker and those on the left love China. They support. Ultimately, they won't say it because they'll say they care about freedom. But it's good for their cause for pastors to be jailed. It's good for their cause for people here in the United States to talk about freedom of the press, but for the same reason they defend the Castro. You can go back and see all these leftists, whether it's Fonda, whether it's Rotolo, praising the Castro regime who jail dissidents. They don't actually want dissidents to be allowed in communist governments because that would be exposing the failures of communism. So it's right in line with Hassan Piker and those of you telling, or those on TikTok telling you that, hey, China's doing great because they have a couple of trains. Right. The other thing that'll probably be discussed, Iran, before leaving, President Trump said that she had been, and this is him kind of dangling a carrot, where I think he's trying to speak, this is speculation, speak Xi Jinping to where he wants him to be on Iran.
What is your message, President Xi, as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their wealth from that area, no problem. And he's been a friend of mine, he's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. It's going to be very exciting. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Do you think he intervened at all in the Iranian war?
I don't need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other.
And so this one, I'll give it a less good. Because it could go either way. He's kind of like, right, look, no, we don't need them to get involved. Matter of fact, we don't want you to do anything stupid. Right, he's doing that. And they both have some shared interests here, where obviously we would like to end this conflict as soon as possible. And so would China. That being said, they have been propping up. They haven't been all good. They've been using refineries to refine some sanctions. Oil, for example, basically kind of bypass this. And I should say Scott Bessent specifically discussed this. I think it was just last week.
Who said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have to turn over their nuclear, their enriched uranium. He's wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their Navy, wiped out their factories, but that they are the largest sponsor of terrorism, and China has been financing them with their energy purchases, and we've been encouraging them not to.
Now, I would say that's well said in principle, but not well said in practice. Did you notice that odd gurgling?
They have to turn over their nuclear
You meant flip, sir, right?
Correct. You know what? As long as he keeps it in the bedroom and out of our treasure item. Now, they also, by the way, China been supplying some air defense systems, things like that, drone technology. So they haven't been all good. But I can also understand why China would need to do something at that point if they think this is going to go on. It doesn't mean it's right. They've aligned with the wrong people, and there may be a meeting of the minds that can take place here. It's like, look, it's in both of our interests to deal with this rogue actor. You guys want to come along here, and that's why there's a carrot and there's a stick. We're speculating on a lot of this. I will tell you, President Trump, say what you want about him. He is a much more experienced negotiator than arguably anyone on Earth alive today. He's been doing it for a very, very long time. He's very good at it. So I don't pretend to know exactly what he hoped to yield from this. But I'm willing to bet that he has a plan. Historically, he's done pretty well and certainly been much firmer on China than anyone else. The other topic, of course, Taiwan. There's some concerns that President Trump is going to concede on Taiwan issues to secure these deals with China. That obviously would be a less good Trump.
Also, violations. Don't talk about Taiwan.
That's right. Don't ask, don't tell. Not we don't ask, you don't tell. Don't ask, and nobody tell. Thailand? We don't care about Thailand. Formerly Siam. That's the only time.
Yeah, this is Taiwan. I have Type 2, Type 4 in the closet.
Right. Is that what you mean when you say Taiwan? I say Type 2.
I hate you.
No, you add to it.
I can't. Why I hate you.
Sometimes you don't say Taiwan, I say bless you. Taiwan. Oh, it's not a word. You just make sound. Because it's not a word that exists. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. There's Taiwan, there's some room there, wiggle room, because it has been ambiguous as a matter of policy. But we know what China wants to do. We saw what happened here with the WHO and the CDC. We know the stranglehold that China has on a lot of international information. See TikTok. But I do think this is important to keep in mind. China is the enemy. China will try and subvert the United States. In China's perfect world, the United States ceases to be a significant superpower. And they get to implement their ideology on the world. That's what they want. Our two views are not aligned. You can see it through policy, you can see it through treatment of citizens, you can see it through treatment specifically freedom of religion, freedom of speech, the right to self-defense, diametrically opposed. And we've seen some results. For example, we covered this, obviously. The Oklahoma, do we have the trailer? The Oklahoma Chinese grow farm, the marijuana grow farm.
I think they're linking it in the description.
Okay, we're going to link it in the description. We should have the trailer to bring up for people who missed it.
Primary goal is to acquire as much of the land as you can, and then put together to collect as currency as possible.
President Xi has publicly stated that the West is declining and China is ascending. It was forced upon us by again, to some degree, by some degree, the Chinese government. Special that we did, and then of course it became a national topic after that, where they don't allow weed in China for their citizens because they think that it slows you, it makes you lazy and dumb, whether you agree with them or not. They don't think that it's good for their citizens. It's not a productive drug. But they will export it, and they will buy up our land. And they will commit not arguably, flat out fraudulent financial practices in order to buy this up and flood the American market with cheap Chinese weed. And we don't want to allow more of that. If you were to go back historically and look at any nation with an adversary and tell them, hey, how do you feel about your adversary buying land in your border?
Yeah.
They would have hung you.
Not just the buying land part, it's the other part that you said. It's like, okay, we're going to do something subversive to them. It's just like the TikTok playbook. Like, we need to understand that China is in a different game than we have been playing for a very long time.
The TikTok playbook.
Game, and Donald Trump, more than any other president, this goes back to the wins of Donald Trump. More than any other president understands the threat and has taken steps to mitigate the threat. Not everything perfect, not everything I would do potentially, but he has done more than anybody else. And coming in and growing waves like, yeah, what can we do to subvert their culture? What can we do to make them dumber, slower, less focused on productive output as a country? Oh, weed farms. Fantastic. They've legalized marijuana in a number of places. Let's just use it against them.
Right. Why would you ever allow that? Right. Yeah, and here's the other thing, too, is, look, I think that there, and I understand, similar to how people use alcohol. I think the more signs that we're actually seeing come in now, we know how harmful it is to the developing brain, young people, in a way unique to a drugstore like that. I think we know that it is not without consequence. It doesn't mean that it's the most harmful drug on earth, and it doesn't mean that it should be scheduled alongside heroin. But I think that, okay, people can use it responsibly. There are people I know who do use it responsibly, and it doesn't negatively impact their life. But if you had an interest, you could very easily sway people and push them into using it irresponsibly.
Yeah.
You know, for example, someone taking a gummy to sleep or because they're dealing with chronic nerve pain and it might help them, or a cancer patient with appetite issues, or someone who just wants to unwind and eat a meal, go to bed at the end of the day so they can recover. That's very different from billboards saying "Wake in Bay." And people smoking in their car, and people smoking in parks, and people numbing themselves from basic human interactions and not experiencing life because they're in a perpetual haze. We've seen that. That was a big push for a while. We can't say the same about alcohol. No one says, wake up and drink a fifth of Jack. You have a problem. Everyone recognizes you have a problem.
We built this country on whiskey. Come on.
Yeah, we did. Pretty much. It's amazing the tolerance you develop when you do it with great regularity. You just got to pump up those numbers. And do we have the teaser or the trailer for the marijuana? Because I know we released it at one point.
They could send it in if
okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
like that, guys, if you guys could send it in. Otherwise, is there anything we want to just go to chat?
I think chat. I mean, right now, I said that. Right now, I saw on CNN they were actually saying that there's kind of a developing story. Who knows what that really means? Speculation. Donald Trump may push President Xi in to help open up the Strait of Hormuz and push Iran to a peace deal.
I think it's just pushing to a pit of vipers.
Pushing on the third rail.
So I was hoping for pushing down the stairs.
We go from, I don't really need China to do anything to, I think, kind of this process of, well, yeah, of course, like, this is one of the big client states of Iran, the biggest. And so let's push them to push Iran to get that done. Because it's hard to China.
That's what I was saying. There could be some shared interest there. Again, if it's done sensibly and clearly. But yeah, I was hoping you'd be like, look here, you guys are building a show me your train.
Now you go a very fast train.
What's that down there? No, I'm not going to just pick them up and throws them. That's what he should do.
Hey, I'm a great wall. I'm a bit of a wall builder myself. I'd like to see you show me, please. Whoa, lean over.
That's a question. How obnoxious are the Mongolians?
Whoa, I see one there. Look down.
Yeah, China. This is always a problem they have too. That eventually the moral decay because people just been allowed through the wall for 3 primary times.
But if there are openings in this that are just left open, or border port entries where you can just say, I'm coming because I've been persecuted and let me roam the country for 8 to 9 years before I end up in court, we're right back where we started, and the wall doesn't do anything.
Right.
So it's a much more comprehensive solution than just having a wall.
You need all of the above. Yes. Hey, you like what you saw? I don't know how because it's on YouTube and we have to cut all the good parts out. So you should tune in live weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Rumble. We can still speak freely and even use words like and get and whoa. You hear this whole time?
Yeah.
We found the ultimate hack to fund our nights playing games. Honestly, we were just planning to use snacks and gossip. For free cash. Of course, we're playing games to pay for tonight's drinks and pizzas. It's so easy. Just pick a game, finish a few levels, and boom. Free dinner or instant PayPal cash. Okay, this
is what I made doing just 2 offers on free cash. I literally just signed up with my email address and password and logged in, saw a bunch of games right away, and I go for the games that are quick and fun, like my kids will actually want to play too. So you're just playing, like not even thinking, having fun, and you're earning money at the same time. It actually shows you your progress while you're doing the offer, and it tells you like what level you need to hit in what amount of time to make the money that it says. Look, it's not going to pay your rent or anything, but this took me and my husband out to dinner.
And insane woman tries to run an orange peel test on her son.
Do you guys remember orange peel theory? We've talked a lot about various relationship tests over the ages. There was the mustard test where you squirt mustard on the table and then ask your partner to clean it up. And this test was essentially like a two-part test. One was to like gauge their loyalty, gauge their simply take on the task, told. And then there was the second part, which was do they clean it up well enough? Do they use the right cleaning agent? Do they do it in a expected amount of time? Right. Very annoying, ridiculous things that would never pass the gender swap test. If men started testing us, we would lose our friggin' minds and probably started OnlyFans.
Yeah.
It's so angry at the patriarchy that you started OnlyFans. Sorry, I'm still gonna be laughing about that one for a while. But there was a specific test. It was really big, maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
What is this?
Called orange peel test.
Okay.
Where ask your man to peel an orange for you. And honestly, this was probably one of the least annoying tests. It was essentially
so basically you have these women on social media that just invent new ways to cause problems in their relationships.
Yep.
Like they're not getting enough attention, and so they have to invent these problems. Okay, got it.
If your partner loves you enough to help you out with this kind of mundane task that really anybody should be able to do. Like I remember being expected to peel my own in preschool, but just to see if they're willing to help you out with something else. The idea being they'll help you out with this, they'll help something larger, and then you got a good one. I guess. And like I said, these are tests typically given by an adult woman to an adult man.
Yeah.
She is trying to gauge an idea of whether or not they will
God.
long-term romantic.
Right.
That's the idea, right?
Yes.
Well, what would y'all do if I told you that mothers are now giving relationship tests to their children? Some of you have probably become so jaded by the world that you're like, yeah, that sounds about right. Others are like, what? Let's get into it.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Why don't you gotta feel it? I know.
Okay, so for audio only guys.
Jesus Christ, this is so sad.
She goes, hey, can you get me an orange? This little boy is probably, I would guesstimate around 4 years old. So he's like, yeah. He brings her an orange, and she goes, well, you have to peel. I have nails. This is another excuse that the original orange peel theorists do, is when you have like the long, well-done nails.
So this is really what they do? Like, this is the kind of female PvP that nobody realizes. I think this is the kind of stuff that women invent for each other. So they never actually do this themselves, but they come up with these tests that they give other women, so other women can sabotage their relationships. And it's like intersexual competition that's like so ingrained in them that they've totally they've turned this into some kind of elaborate big reason for why it makes they've intellectualized it to where it's actually a test. But I think it's just straight up fucking intersexual, toxic women that are sabotaging each other. It's the same as how women will suggest that for a pretty girl to cut her hair shorter.
They say peel an orange.
Yeah.
Personally, I would argue that that's actually more of a reason you should be able to peel an orange. You basically have built-in freaking bottle openers. My stylist personally always has crazy long nails, and she is able to cut my hair, style my hair, wash my hair, no problem at all. She even does nails with her. So I don't understand why you can't peel an orange.
Yeah,
Here she goes. She's gonna get little baby Jay.
Somehow
4 years. Peel the orange for him. And he immediately starts outsourcing. He goes, okay, I'll get that.
And you can see the mom was really pretty. So the guy probably puts up with this. He just puts up with it.
So now the orange theory, the orange peel theory has been orange peel theory. She's testing.
He's gonna peel it 100%. If I had a girlfriend ask me to do it, I'd do it for her too. It's not a big deal, but like. I mean,
we're gonna just
see how many
options this takes. So he's going over to help Dad. Get some help from Daddy.
Yeah.
Interesting. So in text overlay, the mom started this test said, I knew he'd ask Sean, so I told him not to help him. So this whole thing also has the element of a self-fulfilling prophecy, wherein she has already established guardrails for this test to kind of bind to ensure the proper outcome. I guess.
Who does this?
You tried.
That's right. I don't need an orange, I guess.
Bitch. So
she's literally dude, this kid's probably gonna be a viewer by the time he's 9.
The boy is experiencing some trouble.
This could be my future youngest viewer.
I can't do it. So she passive-aggressively begins the guilt trip.
Yeah.
She
I guess I'm gonna die.
Child and goes, that's okay, I guess I don't need an orange.
Yeah.
So she's already
Gaslighting
weaponizing her
little kid.
emotions against the child.
Oh my
to
God.
secure a desired outcome.
Who does this to their kid?
She is going to be one of those mothers where when her son gets married and is like, hey, just, you know, we'll have to split the holidays because I gotta go and see my wife's side.
Yeah, she's the kind of person that's going to try to make you. So there are a lot of people that measure love by loss. And what I mean by that is that they constantly try to make you make decisions that reaffirm that your relationship with them is of utmost priority. So they constantly try to insert themselves into prior engagements that you have, or they try to make you make a decision between doing something with them or doing something with somebody else. And the reason why is because they're like it's like a fucking mental disorder, right? They have really low self-esteem, so they constantly need to be reassured at every single second.
Family. It's okay. No, it's fine.
That's
I
okay.
guess.
No, you had a girl do that?
You just don't want to spend time with your mother. You don't want to spend time with me. It's fine if you like them better. If you love your other side better. It's already going to be like that.
Basically, yeah, so we all it's sick.
I don't like being this dramatic, but I genuinely find that this type of behavior to be a
it's emotional abuse for sure.
Yeah, she's manipulating her child.
Who does this to a little kid?
And then recording. So you have time to like do this whole flowy thing with your hair, but you can't
Oh my God, she's trying to gaslight her own kid. Jesus, this poor guy.
So then the husband here, because she's like I said, she's guilty of it. So the kid is reacting the way a child does. And no, like, I can do it. She's like, no, you have to do it right.
This is so sad.
You have to do it right.
That's a piece of shit also. He probably, the thing is that I'm going to give him a pass because who do you think invented this problem? She did. She invented this problem. He probably works, probably has a job. And so this is like one of the only days that he has where like he can relax. And if he has to go along with some little piece of bullshit to just have a peaceful day, he's going to do it.
Jay. Come on. Jay.
That's how it is.
Do it right. So then the dad is like seeing the kid's desperation and upset that he's disappointing his mother because he's not able to do this task that she needs from him. So he comes in and is like, do you want a little bit of help, buddy? You know, a natural paternal reaction to a child who is now experiencing desperation and emotional distress. And the text overlay reads, Sean forgot he's not supposed to be helping, with like a face palm emoji, like, sorry,
that poor guy.
he's not playing along with your
that
goggle manipulation.
Oh my God. What the fuck is wrong with her?
Dude.
Holy shit.
Wait, actually, no, I didn't feel like
Holy shit!
Wait, actually, I didn't feel like
So Dad starts it.
Dude.
Put it in the trash. How about when I give you one, throw in the trash right away so you can soak in.
She's trying to be nice. Oh my God. Spent so long trying to peel it.
And he's like spending so much time and she's like laughing at him. She's putting the text like he's spending so long trying to peel it. It's like kind of mashed up at this point. I mean, he's just like a little kid. But he's like, he just wants to make his mom happy.
Oh my God.
He just doesn't want to be a disappointment
Big mistake.
and failure to his mom.
I do think that like these narcissistic, like pathological mothers are one of the big reasons why a lot of guys turn into misogynists.
And I think that this extends to like school teachers as well. I think overwhelmingly a lot of guys that they deal with something like this, and then after that it makes them hate women. It's the same as like how, you know, like I told you, like, you know, girls get groomed on the internet, and then after that they think that like every single guy on the internet that's like ever interacting with any female is like some kind of weirdo. I think this is the same thing.
Oh, Jay. So you're not even gonna thank him? All of that, and you're not even gonna say, thank you so much for doing that, Jay. What is wrong with these people? I swear, and like the caption says he's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best of what? The best doormat?
Yes,
the best
exactly.
of being trained for your unconditional demands?
Yeah.
The best at just doing whatever you say, the best slave.
Yes.
And mind you, like
it's exactly
this
what it is.
video is like
It's exactly what it is.
with the likes here. Like,
Uh-huh.
we're at almost 1 million likes.
600,000 likes.
Is bad news. It's bad news for Jay, because what this means is she's now gotten like a taste for it, right?
Yeah.
Like her addiction to.
And it's also it's validated for everybody else that sees it.
These kinds of sketches.
Well, and it's like, think about it, right? Where are all the BPD women? Well, they're on TikTok. They're on social media because nobody wants to be around them in real life. So they're on the internet. And so like that there it is.
Parody
There's a lot
is
of
now like only just beginning.
There's a whole
And
lot.
you guys know in general how
Gassing
I
each
feel
other out,
about
yeah.
people blasting their kids' face and using their kids' content for
Yeah.
social media.
Very weird.
But you especially know how I feel about using your child and their face and their name.
Emotional guilt tripping, yeah.
Weird, like, social media pranks and texts and trials and shit. Like, can you just let him live? Can you, like, be nice? I don't know.
No.
You guys think that
Of course
I'm
not.
being sensitive? Because I'm really
Absolutely
listening
not.
if I may be wrong here. But this one pissed me off. Like, I already get irritated by...
Well, I'll talk about it. Like, I'll link you guys the video. I won't watch the full thing. But, like, overall, like, I mean, this is insane. I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this happened. This is insane and embarrassing. It is The Kids Cook, the woman's unfathomably based. Yeah, there's the video. Give it a like. I mean, the way that I feel about a lot of this is that anybody who tries to constantly make you make choices between them and something else or somebody else, this is a person with insanely low self-esteem that wants sacrifice for them. So what that means in practice is that what they do is they make you make sacrifices in order to reaffirm that they're special. That's what they do. And whether this is narcissism, low self-esteem, just general mental illness, some other form of sociopathy, I have no idea what it is, but it's something that's ridiculous. Like ancient creepy gods, women love that shit. Well, the reason why women love it is because it's a power play. It's a power play. Like most of it's the same reason why women like romance novels where like they get picked out by like some super rich guy. Whenever you look at it from the angle of like how does this reaffirm your ego and then you reverse engineer back from that, I think it becomes very evident and very obvious how these people get a form of some form of a validation. It's external emotional regulation, clinical narcissism, borderline. Yeah. And I think that if you look at a lot of girls that are doing this on Twitter, they're mostly, and TikTok, they're mostly pretty girls. And it's the same thing I said about crystals and astrology. The reason why they're mostly pretty girls that are doing this is it's because guys will put up with it. Guys will put up with these weird, annoying, obnoxious Y'all ready for this?
Let this powerful mineral melt in your mouth and watch your oral health be completely transformed. Sig-
Sorry, welcome to it. There's nothing on tortoise. Just I use a hand sanitizer to use my iPad, and there was a film. Welcome to the lineup live. Wait, is Newton not here today? He'll be in. Ah, I'm not the only one who was late. True. This is what happens when President Trump goes to China. He's running on Chinese time, I guess. We're going to talk about a lot today. I don't know if you noticed, Mamdani said he balanced the budget. No. We talked about this yesterday with Nick Fuentes, and it was news to, I guess, a lot of you as well. H-1Bs. President Trump, what has been done with H-1Bs, the reduction? It's the single biggest monumental shift that we've seen in this policy really ever since it's existed. It's not perfect yet, but some huge wins. So we want to talk about that and highlight it because hopefully we have fewer houses come over. Also, the decline in marriage rates. Well, we have an explanation for that. Multiple, actually. We're going to put up a graph for you so you can see all the confounding factors and how that has resulted in the destruction of the American nuclear family. And of course, President Trump is in China. I hate speculating, but everyone does that when we're dealing with the Chinese. And we have four things that you can expect. There'll be some good Trump, not so great Trump, and bad Trump. Let me ask you, what do you think is best Trump and what do you think is worst Trump? And would you marry worst Trump on the show? Viewer discretion is advised.
guilty in a court of law.
Okay, I'm here now. I'm gonna save you. You're gonna be fine.
He didn't make it.
Click Rumble Premium and join now for $99 annually or $99 a month to get the entirely ad-free experience and an ever-expanding roster of content, creators, and free speech. That's the fell asleep and then woke up again. Is it? Good. Yeah. I'm working on some new techniques. All of them equally off-putting. I would die. Hey, well, hi, Joe. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Stop, don't do it yet. You can't. What? I didn't say no. No, I know. You missed the transition. And Thursday, May 22nd, at Hyenas Comedy Club in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Josh Firestein. How are you?
Yeah, May 21st.
Did I say 22nd?
Yeah, that's okay.
I screwed up.
That's all right. I'll be there 22nd too. Why not?
I screwed up. Whoops. Hit me with the admonition. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right up the top. It's better than a cup of
Joe loves it. Also better than a good spanking. Nothing's better than a good spanking.
It depends on who's doing the spanking.
That's true, actually.
Pretty much for you, Joe. So, we're going to get to... We have a theme today. We have a theme today. Alcoholism. Doing well, Joe? And, no, he just has the most expensive, largest capacity wine fridge in his office. Well, you never know. That lots. It does lots.
Yeah, I've been trying to get some of that.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't. He treats it like the Hope Deck.
You're supposed to drink it, though.
Yeah, I do. I know.
Same with the Hope Deck. You're supposed to put it in your butt.
Yeah, you're not supposed to just hook it straight to your veins.
Yeah. That's what you do. You put it up there and you hope it comes out.
You thought he was doing one of those recovery IVs. No, it's just a nice Chianti. You need that.
I'm pretty sure it's Chianti.
The only reason. All right. Okay, so yesterday, speaking of alcoholism, this is the line of attack that you see from the left. Now, Kash Patel may or may not be a booze hound. I genuinely have no idea. I only know that there's hearsay out there right now. And I know that in the past, the hearsay has been verifiably false, or at the very least, greatly exaggerated. Remember Brett Kavanaugh? Tried to do the same thing with Pete Hegseth, that kind of went away. Doesn't mean that I think Kash Patel...
When am I gonna fucking... Can I move?
To use the term. So Senator Chris Van Hollen was asking Kash Patel about having a drinking problem, but the tables were turned. Game respects game.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement in the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you, is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, Director Patel.
Unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know the
he's a parrot
head.
Ran up a
Director
$7,000 bar tab in Washington D.C. at the lobby bar was
committee,
you.
This
the only individual in this room that has been drinking on taxpayer dime during the day is you.
Director Patel, come on.
Oh, come on.
I'm a well-known parrot head, which is it's a reason in and of itself to hate me. If you're a parrot head, I think you're worse than ISIS.
Some people might not know what that is. You educated me. It is a Jimmy Buffett fan.
It's a Jimmy Buffett fan who goes out of his way to purchase a wardrobe and refer to himself or herself, let's be honest, very rarely, as a parrot head. Look, before I go on to the point here about the great exchange that we just saw, this is the point to me. Remember when people used to be like, that band sold out. You know, yeah.
Again?
Jimmy Buffett woke up and he drafted a plan. How can I sell out? At no point did he say, hey, I really want this music to be authentic, representative of my... It's, how can I sell margarita makers and live on an island? Yeah. Let me write those songs and make people feel like they're in some part of a middle-aged, underachieving, pseudo-motorcycle shit club.
So you don't like island life. Okay, got it. You're a mountains man.
Yeah. And then Kenny Chesney said, hold my beer. And you're like, you're doing the same thing. Same thing with your sleeveless shirts and your fraudulent marriage. Now,
Your homosexuality.
Kenny Chesney's selling beer bombs.
Just
anally.
By the way, Cash Patel.
What? You gonna skip right over that, Steven? I think you're using beer bongs wrong, Gerald.
No, we were clipping it. It was clean.
I think in his weird, degenerate subculture, he's using them exactly right.
Welcome to Margaritaville, boys! Bend over, Steve.
That's Gerald. Pegging away in Margaritaville.
Was doing that.
It's S in him somewhere. All right. Cash. This is the point. This is the point. No, the point, like, look, this is one of those things where everyone's like, what do you think? We'll get a lot of questions. What do you think about Cash Patel? I don't think he's a great FBI director, just to be clear. I don't care, and I don't know that any of this is true. Can we get off of this, guys? Can we stop with everything just being the gossip and everyone developing an opinion? Because half of this country is 100% convinced that Cash Patel, Pete Hegseth, and, well, that they're alcoholics. So is Brett Kavanaugh, by the way, and a gang rapist. People believe that, all because of some hearsay. Some people still believe that Donald Trump, President Trump, jerked the wheel from the Secret Services. They were doing that! Because Bitch Cassidy said so. And then when questioned on it, under oath, like, okay, that didn't happen. So that's why it descended to this. By the way, Cash Patel even backed this up with a receipt later on X. You guys can go check that out. Now, it doesn't refute all of them. It just refutes at least one of them. Because the truth is, this is what happens. People make as many accusations as they can against their political opposition, and there's no way to defend against all of them. That's the play. And so the only way to win
what the fuck is going on with the fucking game now?
All over at some point told Matthew Broderick that. This is not new. Democrats have been doing this for a very long time. Guys, all I want, please recognize the playbook and sidestep it.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know, have you?
You recently promised some of our Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job?
Judge Kavanaugh, you drink on weekdays as well in high school, not just weekends.
High school?
On weekdays? Yes, sir. I'd say that's rare.
Remember that? Gotchas. Because remember, here's how it starts. Hey, you've been accused of rape. I believe it, but it was gang rape. And then said, well, that's not true. Well, you've been accused of maybe unwanted advances. Well, that's not true. Well, you've been
accused of being an alcoholic. No, that's not true. Do you like beer? And sometimes on Tuesday, how about you go crawl into a hole and die figuratively? Okay? Okay? That works for me. I hope it works for you. Secretly, not so secretly gay Cory Booker.
Yeah, what, are you the drug and alcohol rehab intake questionnaire?
Yeah. Oh my God. He had a Coors Light on a Tuesday. Let's send him to rehab. It's just, they used to pay farmhands in beer. Look, if you don't drink, great, good on you. Better to not drink. Don't start. But they apply this standard because they've got nothing. Nothing. And FBI agents, I should be clear, waited for Senator Van Hollen after the hearing for questioning, but he was nowhere to be found. Luckily, one reporter was able to track him down.
Just pretend like we're talking until the cops leave.
It's uncanny.
That's him, right?
Yeah, only without the likability, Senator.
Oh, yeah.
He has some likability. So, and by the way, you can check it if you don't know where to go find those receipts or you don't have an axe. We provide the references. Link in the description, as we do every weekday. We live stream 11 a.m. Eastern. Here's the next segment, and I know you're going to say, "Look, why even spend time on this?" Because the idea that a socialist could balance a budget is silly.
People are buying it, though.
Yeah.
That's why.
Literally buying it. They have to pay for it.
It is silly, but Mamdani is claiming just that. It's time for Claim Truth. Yeah, so we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I'll make the links, references available. I do every show, like I just said, in the description. 11 a.m., go check them out. It's a pretty good little bibliography. Yesterday, Zoran Mamdani, I throw up in my mouth when I say it. He made this claim in his video celebrating his fiscal success. Yeah, the democratic socialist, a Marxist. Fiscal success, the hallmark of the communist in New York City.
New York, it's executive budget season, and I'm proud to announce that our city's budget is fully balanced. This budget isn't just about numbers on a page. It determines if our libraries get funded, if a street is safe to cross, if snow is actually shoveled after a storm, and you deserve
If I can make the video.
Pause. He's just naming all the things he hasn't done.
Yes.
There's snow being shoveled. Like, your own people, literally, there's hours and hours of footage of your government not being able to shovel snow to the point where you guys now have to shovel trash. But it's just amazing how these people lie straight to your face. Let's continue.
How we got here. We inherited a $12 billion budget deficit. We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession. Was the Great Recession? Great Recession. Many said the only way out of this was slashing services and passing an austerity budget. We rejected that. After months of painstaking work, that deficit is now zero. Our city is now on firm financial ground.
Okay, so just in case you want us to cut through the fog here a little bit, here's the claim that he's making there. Mamdani is claiming that he balanced the budget. Cool. Here's the truth. Kathy Hochul balanced the budget. She gave him like $8 billion. $4 billion each year for 2 years. Oh, and Mamdani delayed funding pensions for like 5 years. Like, well, we're going to get to it. That's it.
Eventually.
There's no more fact check. We balanced the budget. You mean someone gave you money? And you actually just decided that you'd write an IOU for one of your biggest line items? Okay, let's extol the virtues of socialism in New York City. Some people will buy it. New Yorkers who are watching right now, you tell me, are your neighbors buying it? If you're watching, you probably don't. Do people there actually buy this? Are there people actually going out with a talking point? Well, Mamdani, you know, gotta give it to him. That commie prick balanced the budget.
$1 billion shortfall next year. He just pushed things a year. That was it.
I know. Enjoy your grocery stores.
Yeah, good luck.
So they're going to cut those pensions, they're going to delay the funding of the pensions for 5 years. Also, increasing tolls on roadways, the handicap being exempt, which was great news for the Ghost of Stephen Hawking.
This is fucking awesome. I will save so much on tolls.
He can move when he wants to.
Don't you forget about me.
He does, he really does. Play the theme from the Breakfast Club. Yes, I can do it. I will do it.
Amazing.
Look, everyone's...
The power of friendship.
Physicist Care Bear. Everyone is taking a hit financially. I understand that, and it's not lost on me, especially when we're talking about the Iran conflict and gas prices. Everyone's taking it, and I get it. This needs to be corrected, or President Trump is going to be facing some problems. But you don't have to take a hit on your mortgage.
And there I was, laying in a puddle of my own filth, got a cat licking my anus inside my rental. And that's what I knew. I knew that I needed something better.
We've all been there. But just remember this, it's only darkest right before the dawn.
I know, I need to make better choices.
Well, it's the first day of the rest of your life, bud. Got plenty of time for that. Nick, I noticed you haven't said anything in a while. Anything you'd like to share with the group?
Yeah, I'm actually in a really good place. Since our last meeting, my life's done a complete 180.
Yeah, how so?
I found a new club.
No, that's not what this is about. You don't move from one thing to another. That's not helping.
No, it is. It really is.
Well, tell us. How is it helping?
Well, they gave me a great deal, and they helped me regain control.
That's not control. So, it's not control if you're letting somebody else take over. You can't place one with the other. That's not how it works.
It's not like that at all. It's like I'm saving over $800 a month. Think about it. That's like an extra $10,000 raise a year.
That's certainly an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no upfront cost, there's no hidden fees, and it's salary based, so they're not going to push you into a deal that doesn't make sense for you.
You actually might be onto something. Who's your guy?
Oh, it's not a guy. It's the whole team at American Finance.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us.
No problem.
Yeah, now what do you guys say we go to his new house and do some drugs? Yes, do some drugs! Let's get messed up top, baby. Nah, just kidding, dude. Screw you. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go to your house. Call American Finance. American Finance is having homeowners save an average of $800 a month. And there are no upfront fees to see how much you can save. And if you sign up today, you save 2 million things. Call 1-800-974-6500 today. Or go to AmericanFinancing.net/crowd.
They took my keys. I just got the carpet cleaned.
We just need to buy items.
It doesn't happen. Yes, do.
We will do it.
Oh, I was just responding to your
Yeah.
Oh, from
With
earlier?
positive, yes,
Yeah.
good.
About how you
No chlamydia. Totally fine.
how you walk with that thing. Yeah. It's important to know. Truth is, he doesn't. He wheels. Now.
He's got a wide stance.
This guy feels like, all right, that's chow. Look, we can't. Hey, he has been touched by the fist of God, son.
Yeah, the only thing that's not childish is the size of his midnight hammer.
He uses the kids' urinal for extra depth.
Look,
guys,
this is an aside. You guys know, right? You comment below. Women, if you don't understand it, like it's one of those. This does not come up in conversation. It's not like the Call Her Daddy podcast where they get really salacious. But when there's an outlier, guys go, well, that's what it's like to have that. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's celebrated. I went fishing with him. The motor went out.
And just
Noodles goes to the back, whips it out. We're good to go.
What, the Indian sunburn it to wind it up?
whatever you got to do to get off the lake, Steve.
Okay. All right.
Helicopter.
And then when it's used as an anchor, it's multi-purpose.
Like a firefighter throws it over his shoulder to control the hose, you know?
You killed it. Now, this is a big one. This is a big one because we were all, Gerald, I mean, a lot of people here weren't aware of this.
No.
On the H-1Bs. And that's my question to you before we get into this. H-1Bs was discussed yesterday with Nick Fuentes. Now, of course, I'm not going to say the problem is solved. I mean, a problem that has been created by design from the left, and by the way, it's been exacerbated, of course, by the right. There really, before Donald Trump, wasn't anyone who was doing anything about this. I mean, that's why you heard Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, say, well, I only want to deal with illegal immigrants, but we need them for construction companies. So it's nice to see someone actually within their authority doing something of significance. H-1Bs, numbers are in this year, and they're possibly going to be revised. We see that with every jobs report. You see it with deportations. It's time for another claim truth. Two stingers in claim truth today. So all the references, I know this will be a little nerdy, but I'll try and make this as streamlined as I can for you. Check the references, link in the description. 11 a.m. Eastern is when we stream. We give them every day. First claim. that you will see is that the annual Visa lottery, the cap, is still being maxed out. We're going to get more, and so the implication is that basically there's no improvement.
They hit the cap. They hit the cap every year. And by the way, we're going to get more. I mean, Elon Musk and Little Tech are lobbying this administration, so.
And for those of you who don't know, the H-1B annual cap is like 85,000, 65,000, which are the regular ones, plus 20,000 for master's degrees or higher. Here's the truth. The cap, sure. Congress sets the cap, not the president. And this is important because President Trump doesn't get credit when he does things through executive order or things that he can do, taking action under the presidential powers. And he gets blamed simultaneously. People go, and he also hasn't, and then you place at his feet the fact that Democrats are blocking something specifically. So it's a damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. So Congress sets the cap. And those of you who are familiar with the Immigration Act of 1990 know that. There have been bills that have been kind of put forward to lower it. Congress hasn't acted. Yeah. And this is because of 100% of Democrats and anywhere from, call it 5 to 20 on a really bad day Republicans. And you should know them by name, and they should be ousted. Yeah. But it's 100% of Democrats. The president cannot change the cap. That's not in his purview.
I'm dead.
Here's the truth that's really important. President Trump, through direct action, has reduced dramatically H-1B, specifically those who are coming in new H-1Bs from overseas. So he imposed a $100,000 fee on all new H-1B applications from outside the United States. That's its own separate category because a lot of them, most of them, are renewal. Okay, so outside of the U.S., they're down about 87%. Total issuances are down about 25%, just to be clear. The cap may not be hit when you understand how this can work long term. That means up to 50,000 fewer H-1Bs in America this year, and that number can continue to go down. The number that can be affected, new H-1Bs from outside of the country, meaning people coming here from India. Well, that's actually under the presidential power. Why? Because he can control who comes into the country. He doesn't need to actually go through Congress for that. In order to change the cap, or in order to deal with those who are already here as legal residents, not citizens, that would require an act of Congress. There's another sort of bureaucratic process that can go through, but effectively, you need an alliance to do that.
And it takes time for these processes to really kind of take effect, right? So we don't really know the numbers. We will get some results basically in December, roughly. I'm just kind of calling roughly when it'll come out for fiscal year for the next year, right? And we'll know, okay, here's a little bit more of the impact that you will have. Right now, we have numbers from last year.
Right. So the one thing that he did, okay, now $100,000. You want to bring someone in who's not in the United States, a new H-1B, you're going to pay $100,000. That has had such an effect, I guess you'd say, upstream, because H-1Bs, there's kind of, not everyone gets them. There's the application, right? That's down about 25%. Issuances, down 25% or so. Between 25 and 27%, check the records. I mean, there are people who apply, that's down. The people who get them totaled, those people who are here, that's down.
That's gonna kill the fuck out of me.
Getting here with H-1Bs, coming here and replacing your job, new, down 87%. That's 2026. Nope. We are not the same. To be clear, that is not the same as the increase that we saw under Joe Biden. We saw an increase, depending on the category used here, anywhere from 10 to 90%. By the way, the denial rates under Biden were like 1 or 2%. It was H-1B, everyone come on in, everyone gets renewed. Apply, you got it. Stamp, 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 stamp. The one thing under President Trump's control right away, a $100,000 fee. The other thing is he's also imposed a weighted system for these lottery applicants and enforced some anti-fraud measures. So what does that mean? That there are better lottery odds for higher skilled workers. That would mean someone's, boss is paying $100,000, and the likelihood of someone actually getting approved, getting this issuance, is going to be a highly paid, highly skilled individual. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The primary problem, morally, it's a problem across the board, but the primary problem for the American middle class is someone coming in here consequence-free and doing a job for $60,000, living in a house with 18 other Bangladeshis that an American would be paid $120,000 for.
I just want to get some, I need some
and we're going to make sure
aluminum ore.
what you said they are. They're the next
Mr. Toyota. They're the next, Haji Nikolai Tesla. It also means we're not going to see right now, if you look at these changes, fake duplicate entries, gaming the system. That's something of significance. Like I said, the lottery registrations, they're down. It was 26.9%. I just said that. Another truth that's important. Keep this in mind. 87% of new H1. You guys think it's small?
It's most.
Yeah, it's most. In the one area where you can go, okay, stroke with that. Right. Same thing. What can you do with the border? Boom. Don't let people in. Building the wall requires Congress, right? It requires going through a budgetary measure, and now we are building the wall again. It's going to take time, but the things that he can do right under his purview, he is reversed very, very quickly. Gets no credit for it because they can be undone. It's a valid criticism as far as the method, or it's a valid concern. It doesn't mean that he hasn't tried. To blame him for things that cannot be done, like for example, we talked about this with Comey. Talked about it with Doge in some examples. They go, well, people haven't been arrested in perp walk. Okay, Comey indicted from a grand jury, right?
Takes time sometimes.
Takes time. It might walk. Okay, do you think the president can just sign a paper and go, anyone I don't like is a criminal?
That is fascist.
Yeah, that can't actually be done. You look at what he's doing with the SPLC, his investigations. There are a lot of things that can be done, and there are things that cannot. Here's another truth. President Trump has cracked down on fraudulent employers. September, I believe in 2025, he implemented Project Firewall. So what that does is it specifically targets employers. By the way, this is also dealing with the corporate interests. So when people say, well, they don't care because they have the corporate interests, this is dealing with the policy at a government level as it relates to national entry, 87% reduction, and going after the corporate interests who would stand to gain from cheap labor. This targets corporations, employers paying less than what they reported on H-1B applications. So we've seen a 48% increase in investigations into H-1Bs. Millions in underpaid wages have been discovered. It's going to take some time, but now we're going to see a shifting of the Overton window. It used to be, well, Americans, from people like Vivek, from people like Elon Musk, who we criticize. There aren't enough skilled people in the States, right? That's why you guys are just going to fall behind. No, it turns out that, first off, they're fraudulent degree mills, and people are getting placed into jobs where they're not more qualified or capable than Americans. They're just doing it a whole lot cheaper. And now we're going to make sure that we know if that's the case, and you have to pay the piper. $100,000. Shouldn't mean all that much if it's some kind of new VP of marketing, coding, whatever it is, technology being paid $500,000, $750,000 a year. You're not going to pay it if it's actually just cheap third-world labor. That's what this targets.
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of people are using the argument of it's the trust me bro mentality that they've seen in the past. I'm like, no, it's not. Donald Trump is taking very active steps. He's already achieving results with his actions and will do more. He's saying, hey, I'm working on it. You can see the results. Trust me, more is coming. By the way, another stat that was thrown in there in that Cato study, the number of foreign students coming, visas issued to foreign students to come to the United States to take the place of American students in institutions to get those STEM field jobs is down significantly. I'm going by memory, but I think it was close to 40%. It was a huge, huge decrease. So to say the president is not doing anything and is just doing the same thing as every other president has done with the trust me, I'll get to it, is an absolute lie. You're just not paying attention to what he's actually doing. You may want more, and so do we. But there is a process to get there, and I want to win. I don't want to burn things down to try to get it done in one day. I want to win.
Let's say you have a backyard kiddie pool. Okay. And someone filled it with, let's say, 50% poop. And then you got a neutral guy, and he came in. He's like, you know what? This is a lot of poop. And he said, I don't think you want this here. So he reduces it by 87%. He goes, look, I did everything that I can do, but for the rest of it, I'm going to have to get a palm. There's going to be a process. I'm going to get you a bill. Now, would you say that that is nothing? You'd still be concerned about the poop. But your alternative is picking the guy who is guaranteed going to put in 50% more poop, so your pool is now, congratulations, 100% poop. What do you think? Minus 87 or plus 100, 200, plus? By the way, would you take 99% border reduction, which, by the way, can be undone until the wall is entirely completed, not as inconsequentially as people have made it seem, or plus 10 to 20 million illegal aliens in 3.5 years? They are not comparable. And this isn't even saying the perfect is the enemy of the good. This is saying huge
statistically significant wins and steps in a direction that people said would never be taken, right? No one's going to go up against the corporate interest. $100,000 fee, and we're going to make sure that there's no fraud and you aren't underpaying people. There you go. I would just, on that one, hey, thank you. And we're going to get to some good Trump, bad Trump. By the way, this is also in line with what we've been proposing for a long time. I issued a policy prescription specifically on H-1B not that long. 5 steps.
Not dying.
Number 1.
I am at first, though. We got fucking first, baby.
Let's pick that number. You can argue with me, say you should start
So-
with 200. Again, broad stroke number. Step 2. Have an additional tax on those working on H-1Bs. Why? Because you want to come to the greatest country in the world. You're leaving a place like India, and you should pay for that luxury. And there would be a huge tax on any money being sent back home, to home countries. In other words, we're not going to deal with the problem of people coming here, going to school, making money, taking a job from an American worker, and sending all that money back to India, back to Mexico. Jail time and revoking the ability, the right to practice business in any capacity forever for any company or person caught engaging in resume or degree fraud. The punishments have to be so terrifying that people won't even think. H-1B beneficiaries here must pass a civics test, a language test, and provide proof of community service, charity. Again, prove that they're benefiting American society at large. Any staffing for a third-party company caught skimming money off the top, taking a commission, engaging in fraud of any kind is business in this country again, or receive I believe it was actually you afterwards who said no time fee initially. Yeah. Or frankly, we thought that might be unrealistic. It'd be too hard to push through, so you could start with a base salary as a requirement. They went right for $100,000.
Yeah, they went way higher than I thought they were actually going to go. And that was in response to Elon Musk. And I believe maybe Jack Dorsey and a couple of others chiming in over our kind of Christmas break time saying they needed to uncap H-1Bs.
Yeah.
So the push was, that's what people have to remember. The moment Donald Trump steps in office, what's the push? The push is to uncap H-1Bs from some of your biggest companies in the country.
Yeah.
And he goes the opposite direction. So to say that Trump is either controlled by other people is not doing enough totally messes all of the context and all of the results. So you only get there if you want to get there.
By the way, here's something else you could say. I was, yeah, you know what, sure, uncap it, make the fee $250,000. Guess what? The cap is no longer relevant. The rate limiting factor on businesses trying to scam the American worker in the system is it cost effective? Same thing we're talking about single family housing units, to be clear. 48% increase in investigation. Seems like someone's taking that pretty seriously. So here's the thing, guys. This show, this platform, but you, many of you went online, and many of you wrote your representatives to talk about H-1Bs when we heard that from Vivek, from Elon Musk, and yes, Donald Trump. Oh, we have to uncap H-1Bs. Guess what? They're responsive. But people won't continue to be responsive if you just don't acknowledge it. And it's amazing to me that more people are not talking about an 87% reduction. Also, a bonus here, they are cracking down not just on employers, but fraudulent music and bootlegging, and this bootlegger has finally had his misdeeds catch up. Sorry, is really falling on tough times.
I want to close the spaces in between us.
It's weird.
Is he playing rock, paper, scissors with his cameraman? No, you did paper.
No, they're like 20, 30 years behind. He's telling them to cut it out. Because he just found Full House for the first time.
Oh, rude.
That was very rude.
That was very rude. Uh-oh. I don't know what other tagline is.
Sure.
Did I do that?
Ah, there you go.
Got any cheese?
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
We worship it.
That's right. We don't have it.
Eat the beef.
We don't eat it. You will say, where is the beef everywhere in India? Because There's no beef. I will go on.
But if you ask, where is the beef done? I am taking a bath in it.
Right. And I also just can't wait to be king. Why are you doing the Disney thing?
In West New Delhi.
Also, you know, here's the one thing that I will say that I appreciate about India. As I understand it, they do belly dancing, but they don't have strippers. So they've managed to preserve some decency.
There you go. Good job.
I mean, when they're not busy gang raping water monitor lizards. That happens.
Well, you should have seen that.
But we are anti-OnlyFans here. We've been very clear. And also anti-sex work in general. Some people say sex work is real work. I say no. I say no. So that's why we don't take your tips here. If you join up and you subscribe to Rumble, great. If not, hey, let us earn your trust. But we do it more like Santa Claus, where we treat you like the illegitimate sex worker. It's time for Versity. And that's 50 free Rumble Premium subscriptions just gifted in the chat. Right there, you will be gifted a free Rumble Premium subscription where you get to stick for the additional show, like an additional hour every day, the Friday show, everything ad-free. Give it a shot. Let us know how you like it. You can tag me on X or Instagram if you get one, and download the Rumble Wallet. One easy place, a one-stop shop to manage your crypto. Because I know that's complicated. People sometimes feel like there's a barrier to entry. Rumble Wallet makes it simple. And they just gave away 50 Rumble Premium. They gave you some rates for a super chat.
Link in the description.
Yeah, I already said that.
Do it.
I already said that. That's because Gerald doesn't listen.
Link in the description, guys. Just
Sing it out.
There's a link.
Live. Where's the link? In the description, Josh.
I hope that Gerald can be my guest to kiss my ass.
I thought you were going to say be your hero. So, no. No. I do like Pakistan, yeah.
Also, if you look up Pakistan in Merriam-Webster, a synonym is Gerald. They are one and the same. Plain Gerald or Pakistan.
Or Pakistan?
Yeah, either one. Thank you for the raid, Stan. We appreciate it. Welcome. We are actually now going to be discussing something I would say is the most important issue facing the United States. And I've said this many times. I think that cultural issues have much more significance than a lot of our political institutions. It doesn't mean that political institutions don't determine a lot of what takes place in culture. But many Americans, you know, politics is kind of a team sport, how people view it, or they view it as something that is just dirty no matter what. So they often don't pay attention to it. But they are constantly affected by, and they are constantly inundated with whatever the culture deems acceptable, or whatever the culture deems necessary to propagandize people with, which we have seen. We've seen one specific worldview being thrust upon the American public since the 1960s. That's how they've achieved power over our institutions. It really began, you can go back to the 30s, 40s, but 1960s was that tipping point, came to fruition in the 70s, thanks to Marxism, thanks to feminism. And by the way, feminism cannot exist without Marxism. We're not talking about a woman who wants to go be a nurse. No, that was never a problem. We're talking about the idea that men and women are fundamentally interchangeable, and there's no ideal scenario in which to rear children. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about feminism. And it does follow in Marxism. We now have marriage rates, and we now have a fundamentally different American society because the central building block is not family. Now, for those of you who may not be aware of the history, we can go through all the feminists. Rachel Wilson's very good on this. We can go through even sort of pseudo-existentialists, Simone de Beauvoir, Judith Butler. All of them either expressed subversely or blatantly the need to destroy the American nuclear family. So this comes from 1970. The American feminist Kate Millett said that the complete destruction of traditional marriage and the nuclear family is the revolutionary or utopian goal of feminism. Noted feminists often cited, by the way, and even the ones who are cited by those on the left, if you go to their blog, if you go to their website. Shulamith Firestone wrote, unless revolution uproots the basic social organization, the biological family, the vehiculum through which the psychology of power can always be smuggled, the tapeworm of exploitation will never be annihilated. Wow. And another feminist, Linda Gordon, said the nuclear family must be destroyed and we must find a different way of living together. And think about that. It must be destroyed. The biological family must find a different way of living together.
that's hard, and it wasn't super palatable, and so it changes to, oh, well, did we say it a different way? We meant to say it takes a village. And what do we have now? Well, people aren't getting married. So I want to ask you a few fundamental questions here before I make the case for you and give you some historical data. Do you believe that for Western civilization, and certainly Christian Western civilization, like the United States, as we want to conserve, that's what we mean by conservatism, for that to exist, do you believe that marriage, or at least maybe we're not talking about state marriage, but the covenant between husband and wife is important? Do you believe that that is central to raising children and creating a stable family, and ultimately those are the building blocks to create a stable community?
Just killed my fucking hat.
That central building block, the nuclear family, is an incredibly effective safeguard against government overreach, of course, reliance on government, and being indoctrinated by the leftist elites? Now, I will tell you that last objectively is true. But how important do you think it is? Okay, now you understand the catastrophe that we are facing. And it couldn't have been engineered more effectively over the long game, which is what the left has played. You've probably seen this out there, this table that shows marriage. Can you guys bring it up? People being married by 30. So it was on Twitter. Someone posted, I'm sorry, I can't give credit, but it was shared everywhere, but it didn't actually have a source. Well, we confirmed it. It is legitimate. So in 1975, most women in this country, 91% were married by the age 30. 2025, that's down to 25-point-something%. Wow. Men, 1975, 81% were married. It's always been a smaller percentage of the population. Today, or 2025, 16.5%. So we've gone respectively from 91 and 81 down to 25 and 16. Look behind you, that's the tipping point. Does anyone honestly think that you will not have not just fundamentally different society, an unrecognizable society when you compare a society where the vast majority of people under the age of 30 are married and having families, and then the vast majority are not getting married or having children? That's the difference that has taken place in really 40, 50 years. Those are two intact. Just imagine how different it is in your neighborhood. Even whether you're renting or owning. You go out. What are you going to see? 9 times out of 10, you're going to see a married woman, probably with some kids, and probably a father who's there and in the house. And those kids are going to have a mommy and daddy. When you go to work, the water cooler conversation is mostly going to center around families and those events and perhaps Little League. Today, there is not that commonality. The conversation, if you are one of those, you be an outlier. It's actually more difficult to find people to connect with if you are a young, married parent. That is not a small change. That is the biggest change that America has seen, and it is what has been the catalyst, or really removed as guards at the gates, that's allowed the rest of this change. So let's look at some other potential correlations. You just heard those quotes from feminists, and you can even go back to, of course, Marx. We see that, you saw that chart, yeah, it changes dramatically, right, really from the 70s when it starts going down. Okay. No-fault divorce, right? Before the 1970s, divorce was difficult. Divorce was discouraged. When you had a majority of the citizenry married and centering their life around being married and raising children, guess what? They were likely to discourage divorce. They were likely to support your marriage. You had more people you could rely on. You had a larger circle of those who may be older and wiser. No fault. 1969. Huge screw up from Reagan. It was pushed, though, to be clear, really early pushed by people like Hefner, Kinsey, because they didn't want men to be punished for cheating, and then it got co-opted by feminists. Well, divorces went up 50%. Okay, it skyrocketed after that. The history of that is pornographers, because before no-fault divorce, basically there are three faults. Either infidelity, that was a fault, primary one. Physical abuse was a fault. And if those weren't the reasons listed, abandonment was a fault. Meaning what we now use as breakdown in communications, growing apart, finding it difficult to get along, that was filed under the general umbrella of abandonment. Quit. So if a guy cheated, you've been told guys used to cheat with their secretaries and leave them with nothing. If a guy cheated, he paid. That's why Hugh Hefner, people like that, said, well, we understand man as a sexual animal, so we have no fault divorce, and man can cheat and not be punished. That then got mutated into, you know what, no fault divorce is just going to be, we will punish the primary earner regardless of context. Anyone can leave at any time, and you split it up.
I can't believe they didn't see that coming, though. You say mutated, but I can't believe they didn't see it coming. They didn't expect women to use this. They called it no fault.
Right.
How many faults?
Well,
none.
They were primarily thinking no fault on the cheating.
Right.
And then it became no fault at all, including if you just quit because you're bored and you're married. And we see the rates of divorces and filed for divorce most often, anywhere from 60 to 70% of the time, it's women. Let's look at something else. Antidepressant use. Up dramatically. In 97, these are the numbers that we have because we don't go back that far reliably. 7% up over 15%. That's more than doubled in 28 years.
I bet that graph goes on. I bet that same trend, I bet it's really back since the 90s.
Right.
But if you go back to the 70s, 60s, I bet you that depressant use is way down.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it didn't exist.
We're going to, just so you know, we're going to be putting all these graphs together. So you have them, and then we'll see if we could perhaps see some kind of a pattern. Or correlation doesn't equal causation, I get that. But like 5 or 6, oh, okay, maybe you start to recognize this pattern here. And all of these, of course, have been pushed by the left as progress. Antidepressant use, a big reason, by the way, is, of course, the most likely to use them, young liberal women. And a big part of that is young liberal women who are atheists are more likely to use antidepressants. Liberal women have abandoned God more than any other group, and you see that in psychiatric drugs. I'm not saying there's never an appropriate circumstance for them. I am saying that the usage therein has gone up dramatically. Coincidentally, I should note, pro-depressant use is also up as well.
So to have you doing something that is forcing you to be like in your body, leading with your body, and what's like the end goal of the samurai training?
No one knows.
Also, the use of pro-psychotic drugs.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? I'm so scared.
Come on, gals. Life's out there. You don't need a pill or a screen to feel. So crazy. Not Photoshop. Here's another one. And people will say, well, isn't that a good thing on its surface? Well, no. Just no. Because this has been the women with college degrees, women with bachelor's. So in 1975, it was about 20%. Now I believe it's 40-something, 47%. And you see a correlation there. That's a separate graph, where the more women who get college degrees, bachelor's degrees, the less likely they are to be married. Now, why? A couple of reasons as to why. It's not that degree in and of itself is bad. It's that that degree is being pursued during a time where women, understanding that those were their most fertile years, they were deciding to pursue families. Women used to pursue families, and then often once the kids were raised and old enough, that's when they would frequently go to college. If you look at women in the labor force, it's been consistently high, this idea that they were only allowed to be pregnant and barefoot. Well, it's not true. They just often went into careers later, should they so choose to do so. So it's a timing equation, and then it also results in stat after stat. Shows us that women, not all, I have to say it, don't want to hitch themselves to a spouse who makes less than them. So you've now reduced the pool of suitors. Now, that'd be fine if women were happier. They're more miserable than ever. So they're getting their degree, they're not having families, they find it harder to find a man because they spend their time pursuing a profession, and they tend to be making more in those instances than the men who they would consider to be mates, and so they're discounted, they're disqualified. And so women are lonelier and more miserable, and men are checking out. Big part of this is Title IX enforcement since 1972. It led to a huge surge in women's college enrollment. Again, this was the goal. You look at the rhetoric. Go to school, get a degree, all the while, no nuclear family. That's the ultimate goal, right? Is to destroy the nuclear family, then they implemented the strategy. Yeah, go to school, be a boss babe. That's going to fulfill you more. Yeah. You're a slave. They called it slave labor. if you were a stay-at-home wife or mom. And this brings us to women in the workforce. 75 is about 46%. Hey, it's a far cry from no women were allowed to work. Yeah. Now it's 57%, which isn't as big of an increase. It's the time at which they are working. Because again, if you look back, women were working later and often jobs that allowed for more flexibility. Again, second wave feminism, if we want to use those terms, I almost feel like those terms, it's just feminism. Yeah. They stigmatized domestic life. They told women that you were a slave if you were staying at home. So you go to a bachelor's degree, you go into the workforce, and oh my gosh, now there's no guy for you and you can't start a family.
You're not a slave to that college debt, which we'll get to?
Yeah, you're not a slave to that boss. Yeah. Who's literally paying you to work for him in comparison. Cost of housing.
Britney Spears was a millionaire. She was a slave for me.
That's true. She was a slave for everybody. She also really knew how to wield that umbrella. She was like a penguin. Now, cost of housing. This is a big one. And you might say, well, what does this have to do with, progressive left? Well, in 1975, I believe the average price was around $38,000. Now it's $403,000. That's a 1,000% increase, not accounting for inflation. Let's look at, and if you look at that graph, you see some notable spikes. It consistently goes up, but if you get more granular, you will see there were some notable policies that led to it. You look at the overhaul of the Community Reinvestment Act under Clinton. Right, this is what people talk about on Frank. Then, of course, you look at the subprime loan market, right? That increased the housing prices dramatically because anyone could get a home regardless of money down. Then you look at the bailouts afterwards. Like, these people got a home they didn't put money down on with incredibly low interest rates. It should be foreclosed upon, but instead those people were kept in the houses, so people who had saved, while banks were no longer taking the risk, couldn't afford the down payment. Boom, boom, prices go up, let alone COVID. We have had an engineered society as far as the housing market. Why? To look out for the underprivileged. To look out for the single moms, the leftist creation, to be clear. Let's look at student debt. That's a big one. 1975, overall, it was $8 billion. Today, it's $1.6 trillion. And a lot of people say, oh, this is the problem because Republicans. No, you guys need to know this. We've talked about it quite a bit in depth. Go check out those previous segments. Link in the description, 11 a.m. Newsroom. We always provide them. You can see university prices, tuitions going up as government aid increased. So tuition outpaced inflation by over 300%. The markets that outpaced inflation by a number that defies reason and occurs nowhere in nature. You'll see the same thing in healthcare costs. You will find the industries that have been subject to the most amount of government meddling out of all. You see it with airlines, you see it with insurance, you see it with big banks, you see it with housing, you see it with tuition. The really simple way of understanding this is schools are incentivized to make school unaffordable. Why? Because Uncle Sam makes up the gap. So you actually want to charge a price that nobody can pay, otherwise Uncle Sam doesn't give you that grant, doesn't give you that scholarship. If you don't say, tuition's $50K, for a student say, I can't afford that, well, guess what? Your UT, A&M is going to do that. Guess who's going to make up the $40K? Uncle Sam. So you're actually precluded from conducting a school in most instances if you make it affordable and you don't rely on grants and subsidies. It's unbelievable. And when you add all this up, all of this, right? Let's subsidize school, let's subsidize housing, let's send women into school, tell them that they should pursue college immediately and they should pursue a career throughout their fertile years. And also, let's create no-fault divorce so we make this a contract that's a no-win situation for a primary earner. All of these policies, spearheaded and championed by the left. Do we see a correlation when we put it all together here and the marriage rates? There we go. You got them coming onto the chart there. It just looks like a thing. Okay, let's add it up. All right, let's look at these. Seems like we're seeing pretty consistent right there, that intersect, that tipping point. And it's one we can't come back from. We need another tipping point. Do it the opposite way. Do it the opposite way. And people say this is so scary. How can we do this? How can we encourage young people, not get married young at all costs, but how can we tell them, hey, it's what's most fulfilling in life? It's actually a very important measure indicator as far as economic outcome for both you and the child, as far as mental health, as far as personal happiness, as far as drug abuse, as far as financial stability. Which might mean you need to plan on working as a team with someone where one of you goes to college while one of you stays home and you pursue it later. You know, traditional male-female dynamics. Because if we don't try and create another tipping point in this country, and if we don't reform divorce laws, if we don't make the marital contract something that makes sense to people, by the way, who would love to be monogamous and find a life partner. I will tell you this. I, as a conservative Christian, believe that the nuclear family and the covenant of marriage is central. It's a bedrock to the foundation of America. Without it, we don't have a country. And it's difficult for me, on a logistical level, to advocate that a successful young man sign that contract as it exists. We have a problem. We have a problem. There's a separation between a biblical covenant, what a marriage is, and what the state has made it, and we've got to reverse course.
Yeah, and kind of like you were talking about the housing market, there were several moments along the way that really increased, right, the prices. It seems like there was this tipping point in the late 60s, early 70s, when no-fault divorce, you're pushing women into colleges through Title IX, all of those things and kind of this feminist revolution happened that really set the track, and then multiple things after that just keep pushing the marriage rate down over and over and over. Yeah, policies throughout history on this have been horrible. And we've talked about this not just with women, but with men. Not all men need to go to college and have $400,000 in college debt that they now have to go into the workforce and work a job that they hate just to try to pay off and be into that shackle as well. But certainly not women exchanging, and it is an exchange. You are exchanging your most fertile years, not just for 4 years, but for the debt afterwards, for the career after that, because why did I go to college in the first place if I'm not going to pursue a career? For the possibility that now you probably will have less chance of finding a husband because I'm focused on this. I don't want to settle down right now. And then at 30, that comes along. How can you possibly have a decent-sized family if everybody's waiting into their 30s? All of the problems that we've discussed with fertility go up massively. I think a geriatric pregnancy is 35 or 34. It's not. People don't understand. Like, it is really, really rough. Yeah. Now do the timing. How long do you want to be married before you have kids? Now do all that. How do we expect society to have any other result than what we see today? Right. It's terrible. And people, the left sees this as a victory. People need to get over the, well, feminism and women. You guys don't. It's not that we don't like women. We love women. We want society to flourish, and it isn't working the way we're doing it. Get over yourselves on men, women. It's both in some cases, but the feminism thing has got to end. It's got to go away.
The culture's got to change because there is pathways that you know, I know it's the most fertile years, but you go to 4 years of college, 6 if you're getting a master's or something like that. You come out at 24 years old, you work for a couple of years, you meet somebody in school, you meet somebody in your job space, in your neighborhood, or whatever, and you fall in love and you're married before. It can happen. Yeah. What the problem is, the biggest problem is culture. Right. Yeah. You turn on the radio, unless it's a country, even country music these days is celebrating singlehood, celebrating girl bosses.
Yeah. Even single motherhood is like, yeah, just push that.
Celebrating, I chose fishing over my girlfriend. Right. Or whatever Brad Paisley song is on at the time. Yeah. Yeah. It starts with culture. It really does. Yeah. I mean, there are mistakes, and we've shown those, and there are mistakes.
But those have all been pushed, and that is the culture. Yeah. I just watched it. I couldn't watch it because some conservatives out there, you have been saying like, oh yeah, you know, was it so and so has money troubles on Apple TV? What is it? Margot has money troubles, whatever it's called. It's basically like an OnlyFans thing. But a lot of conservatives are like, this is great actually because she chooses, spoiler alert, first episode, not to abort a baby. She's sleeping with her college professor. Okay. He doesn't want to raise the child, and she rejects the idea of an abortion. Okay. Got it. And they'll give you those slight wins that, oh, a baby is great, but literally the messaging is, you are destroying your life, and I am mourning the life that you never get to experience by having this baby. Do you mean the life of dorm rooms and glorified alcoholism and working as an intern, and if you're lucky, maybe making a decent salary at a job? The idea that foregoing that for the joy and miracle of creating and raising life, it's asinine on its face when I say it like that, but that's what people believe. And all of us have been affected by it to some degree. How does it end? I won't watch it. I was like, after episode 2, I was like, I can't do this.
Well, hopefully, you know, I hope it ends in a story of, wow, look at how rough this was. But Look how worth it was.
They'll always give some moments of that. But it's always like 90%, oh, it's miserable, and the baby throws up on you, and the baby is screaming, and you have no friends, and you lose your... But it's really nice because you share an ice cream with it on a park bench or some shit. It's like, how about you talk about the meaning of life and finding purpose? If feminism and if leftism, if Marxism, and they are inextricably tied, by the way, the same Marxists back then are the same Marxists today. That's why Black Lives Matter had destroying the nuclear family, the destruction of the nuclear family in its charter. If feminism helped women, we wouldn't have women today fatter, sicker, and more unhappy than ever. There you go. Those are the results. All right. Speaking of results, let's get to President Trump. He's going to be spending some time in China with the Chinese. And by the way, this is what I think a lot of these moves, we talked about this, have been made with the express sort of, they're sort of always top of mind. China, you look at Iran, you look at Venezuela, you look at Canada, you look at Greenland. All of them have one thing in common, and that is the Chinese. So he is going to be having a meeting. It hasn't taken place right now. There aren't that many developments as of this moment, but there are 4 things that we believe or people are planning to be discussed. And there's some speculations and our thoughts. Here you go. Here's a setup clip. I forgot what it is.
This looks like a larger crowd than what I saw from 2017 for his arrival. And again, look, President Xi knows what President Trump wants. He knows that he wants a show, you know, and he is getting one. I mean, you can see right there the coordination with the flag. It's not just 300 Chinese. They had a coordinated flag movement.
And in this moment, Kristen, let's just pause.
So we'll wait and see.
Shut up,
Wasn't lady wearing the Vans checkered off the wall skirt pattern? So, some eyebrows have been raised, and I would say rightfully so. Those who are joining him on this trip are all very much on the pro-Chinese bandwagon. Elon Musk, obviously Tesla, Larry Fink, Tim Cook, Tim Apple, as he referred to him, right? Jensen Huang, NVIDIA, Brian Sykes, Marco Rubio rocking the new look. So that's kind of, he's kind of the one out there. It's exhausted dad chic. It is, yeah. There's even a movie regarding this trip in the works.
China.
So
that looks fun.
The negotiations are going to be taking place, and let me just sort of lay out for you what are viewed as the leverage points against the United States and China. Against the United States, right, they're occupied right now, pretty busy in Iran, and the perceptions therein, the economic headwinds directly attached to Iran in many ways, and that they're going into midterm, right? So China is aware of that. They're going to probably be using that. On the other side of this equation, China, will probably be recognized by this administration that they have trade, energy instability due to Iran. Right? They're far more reliant on it. They have some serious economic problems, and domestically, there's a lot of unrest and a lot of apathy, and the Chinese citizens are not that happy with what's going on. So yesterday, the Chinese embassy put out 4 red lines that must not be challenged. The Taiwan question.
No, you got to read it like them.
The Taiwan question, democracy and human rights. Don't you just love how they're like, okay, we'll sit down and we'll have cup of iced tea, but off limits human rights.
Off limits anything bad we do.
Yeah, off limits.
Don't talk about my misfortune.
Well, look, I wasn't going to joke about it, but the fact that you say it's off limits makes me think you're violating human rights. No. Off limits because I'm perfect.
No need to improve.
Yeah, no need to look over there. Let's not talk about chips. Ricardo Montalban. The Taiwan question, democracy, human rights, the paths and political systems, the development rights of China. The things that actually matter because they want to act like they have a leg to stand on. Now, I will say this. I don't like the group of people who are going, and I don't like some of what I'm hearing. But President Trump historically has usually struck a tone, this is the carrot phase, right, before spending time with China, talking about how he has a good relationship, but there has been no president harder on China as a matter of policy than Donald Trump. So there's the carrot and there's the stick.
unexpected president of China?
All right, so for those of you who are Rumble Premium members, we're going to go through the 4 things to watch and the latest installment. Time for good Trump, bad Trump.
Good Trump. That's a really bad Trump.
King Charles has an enlarged prostate. So you should do this. Here's why you shouldn't try met.
To toss up, I would say arguably it's a victory for the Republicans, but for now, we want the victory in front of us. That being said, we're going to have Mississippi and Georgia redistricting for the next cycle after 2026. Some people are arguing, well, it's just so late. But my argument is just steamroll through. They should be doing it. So some people are throwing this as criticism, but I'm going to say it like this. All of it's just bad news for Democrats. Missouri's court has just upheld their new map. Cry more about it. And in the craziest outcome of all of this, Tennessee has stripped all of their Democrats in the House from their committees over their insurrection. So at least finally now, we're getting some pushback from the Republicans. It seems like maybe sitting around being a wine snob doesn't protect your country, so they're actually starting to do something. But I would just stress what we are seeing is kind of like the furthest degree of animation a wine snob could have. I apologize for the wine connoisseurs out there. That's just the analogy. What we want is brutish, crazy Republicans just saying enough and cracking the bell. Instead, we're getting angry wine snobs saying, well, then you can't come to a party. But I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. We'll talk about that. Plus, of course, there's fears of hantavirus once again. Illinois cases. Claims of human-to-human transmission expanding, and we'll see. I don't know how serious this is, but considering that they are working on a vaccine, we talked about this a couple weeks ago with Brett Weinstein, it is strange, the structure of how this story is rolling out, and the interest in making a vaccine for a virus that only has 30 cases in the U.S. per year, if that, doesn't quite make sense. And then Chud the Builder. I don't know if you guys know the story, but he's a guy who walks around, accuses people of chimping out. Got attacked. He got attacked and he shot the guy. And so apparently, I'm hearing that it was like some black dude who said, don't be saying chimping out. He said it. The guy swung at him. He shot him. Got shot himself. A crazy story. But more to do with the social media stuff. But don't worry. Save the best for last. A CIA operative has accused Anthony Fauci of a direct cover-up of COVID in Senate testimony today. So this is massive. And I just want to go ahead and say auto pen pardons don't count. So let's lock them up. We're going to get into all of that. Before we do, we got a great sponsor for you, my friends. It is Backyard Butchers. Good steak, huh? The Secretary of Agriculture publicly warned America's consolidated meat supply is a threat to the country itself. Think about that. Just 4 companies control the majority of America's beef, and the largest is foreign-owned. It's not a conspiracy, my friends. It's national food security. Here's what most people don't realize. A single pound of conventional grocery store ground beef can contain DNA from hundreds of different cattle. Yeah, that's true. So what's the solution? As Americans, we have to return to tradition. Where you know your rancher, know your land, know where your meat is coming from. That's why you should check out Backyard Butchers. They are the real American tradition. Backyard Butchers offers premium American beef from real Texas ranchers, born, raised, and processed right here in the USA. 98% grass-fed, 2% grain-finished, 0 hormones, 0 antibiotics, 0 preservatives. Go to backyardbutchers.com and use promo code POOL, P-O-O-L, for up to 30% off 2 free 10-ounce ribeyes plus free shipping. And this summer, Backyard Butchers is celebrating America's 250th anniversary with a free America 250 box when you purchase a steakhouse box, complete with burgers, hot dogs, built for my favorite holiday party, the 4th of July. You know you love it. It's the best. Burgers in the backyard, man, can't be beat. Go to backyardbutchers.com, use promo code POOL for up to 30% off. 2 free 10-ounce ribeyes and free shipping. Check it out at Backyard Butchers, American Tradition, American Meat. Also go to timcast.com. Join us. You can join the Timcast Discord. You can sign up for our newsletter if you want daily news updates that are going on in the world. And get involved. We got tens of thousands of people hanging out in the Discord. As a member of the Discord, you will be part of a community, and you can call into the uncensored portion of Timcast IRL. The back third of the show, 10 p.m. only on Rumble. You can call in and talk to us and our guests. Smash that like button. Share the show with everyone. You know, we got a massive panel tonight. We'll start with Daniel.
It's great to be back. Daniel Turner, Power of the Future. I am on my 3rd hantavirus booster, by the way, in case anyone was curious.
Not 4?
No, just my 3rd. I'll get my 4th tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So, great to be back with y'all.
Right on. Lisa's here.
Hi, guys. Nice to see everybody again. Thanks for having me, Tim.
Josie's here.
Hi, guys. I'm Josie. I'm the redheaded libertarian. It's great to be back.
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of black-pilled tonight. I don't know why. Maybe I'm over-caffeinated, but I love you guys, and I want to talk to you guys, but I feel like we're headed towards this bizarre technocracy, and we're just fighting for who's controlling the ship before it becomes part of an automated fleet. But talk me down from the ledge, Carter.
Well, we'll see if I can help do that. We got a stacked panel tonight, and thank y'all for coming. Tim, it's good.
We won't get into it. There's a big story about 50,000 people are losing their electricity because they're converting it to data centers. Oh boy. The name of the game is this, my friends. You have a couple years left, if that, to own property or own something before it's too late, because then you're going to be just a cog in the machine, and the machine will be owned by the haves.
That's what the numbers guy was saying. Gary's the numbers guy.
He's not
2
wrong.
years to get your nut.
But I was reliably told that we would own nothing and be happy.
That's right. You will. The rest of them will own everything, and they'll be very happy. Let's jump to the story. We'll start here with the nuclear bomb. Tennessee Democrats removed from House committees following special session disruptions.
I think I'm gonna have eggs and toast
So
and
I
hash
was
browns.
screeching about this when we watched videos of Democrats in Tennessee.
Where's my list
because
at, man?
they're getting rid of that one Democrat district. They're starting to on fire and stomping them on the ground. They're fighting in the aisles. You got Democrats up holding hands. They're blasting noisemakers and air horns. And I'm just sitting here being like, why won't they arrest these people? Why won't they arrest any of them? Well, what ends up happening is the Republicans just kick them all out of their committees, so they're effectively powerless now.
I love it.
And there's a bunch of little things happening in this space. Look, you worked on the Hill for so long. You're so happy.
So happy about it.
It is state level, though.
It doesn't matter. Like, they act like animals all the time. I remember when we were, there was like that indivisible group way before like Antifa got big or anything like that. And they would come into our office and they would literally take over, like sit on my desk and do all these things. There was one girl, she got arrested for taking her top off in the middle of like, they've been acting like animals, zoo animals, for years, and they never got in trouble. So this is nice.
You needed to learn just one very simple phrase. They're coming right for us. And then after that, it's just you got to defend yourself.
My chief of staff is really nice, and my district director at the time, he used to let me be mean to them. So,
The rules for observing House and Senate, at least in D.C., I was a Senate staffer 20-some-odd years ago. It's really strict, right? Not only just no cell phones, no video, no talking. You can only enter the galley or the what do they call it? The gallery, I think. Certain times, etc. So the idea that these members, these legislators, were engaging with people in the gallery, sending signals, they had air horns, they had chants going back and forth. There is a decorum that's expected of legislators, and I'm glad that they're upholding it. So I think this is awesome.
they were totally encouraging. They were like, they were praying while people were blowing air horns, and they were like telling them to be obnoxious. Like, no, you gotta go. You're done. You're in trouble.
I appreciate that they're getting kicked off their committees and being stripped of power in Tennessee, but I wanted to see arrests. Like, it's not going to stop unless you physically stop them. And I'm not saying hurt anybody. I'm saying use law enforcement capabilities to take these people to jail, where they will stay for a certain amount of time, and they will learn their lesson. Maybe not, but at least they won't be in the courthouse screaming.
I mean, if you're holding something and with a lighter and you are trying to light it on fire indoors, I feel like that's an arrestable offense, right? That could be considered arson.
You know, like in government property, like
Yeah.
something like a January 6th style. People walk around smearing poop on the walls. You know,
So
like
they smeared poop.
I heard that someone smeared poop on the walls during January 6th.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Would be wrong. I don't know. But you're saying defacing of.
You know what? You are right about that, Ian. And so those people on January 6th, I think, should be arrested for criminal trespass, and they should serve maybe a couple weeks for trespassing. If first offense, maybe you just get a court supervision like most people do. And for people who ride and fought cops, I think maybe a year or two. Oh wait,
What about people that take tables out a window?
take tables out of.
Just kidding. Somebody I don't like, she should have been arrested. But no, like solitary confinement. That's what the standard is.
So these Tennessee Democrats should be locked up in the shoe.
2 years solitary for what
2 years
they,
solitary.
what they did.
What were they doing exactly? Just blocking procedure?
They were starting fires.
They lost.
Guy held up a printer paper Confederate flag and set it on fire and threw it on the ground and started stomping
I
on
don't
it.
know, this sounds like seditious conspiracy to me. They deserve 17 years.
That proves it.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost the vote, and both sides of the aisle are going to lose contentious votes. I mean, you go back to losing the Obamacare vote, which was a really big deal, right? It cost some people like Bart Stupak, we're dating ourselves, his re-election, right? Obamacare. But when Republicans lost the Obamacare vote, I don't remember. I mean, there may have been some hissing, but I don't remember anyone lighting. I don't remember John Boehner lighting things on fire in the House chamber. I got to tell you.
I mean, maybe if Republicans actually did things like that, we'd be in a very different country. But we can't seem to get anything to do with the Republicans.
No, the Republicans' job is just to maintain the status quo. That's what it feels like.
Well, actually, I will push back. Republicans have been fighting very hard recently, harder than they've ever been fighting. But I got to give them credit because I have never seen them fight as hard as they have to get rid of Thomas Massey.
Dude, this is honestly,
that's fair.
It's really out of control.
It's really fascinating. Sorry, just the willingness to use sex scandals to go after somebody. I'm like, wow, that's Democrat territory. Republicans really turned the volume up.
Right? Like, we're not going to say the word, but like, there's a bunch of these scandals right now. There's like the Patriots coach with the reporter, right? Like, why do we care about like all these people and their personal lives like that? Like, nobody's like, what's the word, grape? Nobody's like graping these people. Like, we're upset about affairs, right? Like, that have been happening since like the dawn of time. And I'm not saying that we should, like, people should go out and have affairs, and that's not good. But like, I don't believe what's said about Massey. I think that lady obviously looks like a lunatic, and what she's saying is not credible at all. But like,
what is she claiming?
she doesn't really claim much of anything. That's probably it too.
Claim that he used his super secret cow money to bribe her,
and then she said,
"Well, bribe her to what?"
Because he's a sex deviant.
Wait.
Yes. So
she won't.
Wait,
She's
hold
not
on,
making
hold
any
on.
actual accusation.
The accusation is that he was paying her not to say he was a sexual deviant?
Yes. Yep.
No one who goes to MIT is a sex deviant, right? He didn't go to Berkeley.
No.
Massey is.
Well, I don't know. Have you guys ever seen Revenge of the Nerds?
Yeah, it's not our business.
The movie was messed up.
But, yeah. So
I'm not joking.
There was a
nerd dude rapes the chick in the end of that movie.
Which movie is this?
Revenge of the Nerds.
Oh, that's
you ever seen
right.
it?
Yeah, different time to 80s. As a kid. Different times.
What he does is he puts on the girl's boyfriend's costume so she thinks it's him, and then he has sex with her. And then she's like, wow, that was amazing. Yeah, and he's like, actually, I'm not really your boyfriend. It's like, oh my God, dude.
I think Massey's the best congressman we got. This is all shocking. I mean, I don't care if he's hooking up with chicks. I mean, look, what the guy's been going through, good Lord, give him some leeway in his personal life. And, like, all these people support him, and then Trump was like, do thing. And people are like, oh, I'll do thing because Master told me to do thing. It's like, bro, they've got, what is it, Miriam Adelson money trying to get Massey out because he wants to stop Trump?
It's obvious. Yes, there was a grassroots. They raised grassroots $1.3 million in donations. Miriam Adelson she has more money than God, so she just dumped the same amount and matched it. Just one person versus a grassroots organization trying to get him, on this level.
It's actually really funny because I've never seen Democrats. I'm sorry. I've never seen Republicans fight this hard against a Democrat. You know, it's like, oh, we got a Republican who votes only 90% of the time with Republicans. Got to get rid of him. Got to go.
He ran on a stronger platform than Trump of doing Trump's platform. Like, yes, I am going to get rid of I am going to reveal the Epstein files. Yes, I don't want war. Yes, you know, everything has to be constitutional. We have to go through a constitutional thing. Yes, we need defense in this country. Thomas Massey ran on Trump's platform, then Trump changed his platform, and Massey didn't change his platform. But, I mean, he's the most constitutional, by far. You can ask Rock right now, he's the most constitutional congressman in all of Congress, and it's going to tell you that it's constitutional. We should have a rule. He votes with the Constitution, which is what Kentucky elected him to do. However, money wins elections. Yeah. Statistically, like 90% of the time.
But there should be a rule. Nobody should take seriously or believe any sex scandal that comes out a month before the election. Like
any scandal.
Any scandal, right? Like, it's got to be
got to give it the 48-hour rule, Dan Bongino, but no, nobody.
Like even the Hunter Biden laptop was strategically.
And that shouldn't have been either. Like, no. These things should come out, like, when you know them, if they're true, and you shouldn't, like, drop it, you know, the week before an election.
The voting starts tomorrow, I think you said?
Yeah, early voting starts tomorrow.
Yeah, that's clearly...
But he's not even accusing anything. They're saying that he was trying to pay her not to file a wrongful termination suit against some other...
Yes, there was one of this woman's friends came out, and she said I was named, so I feel like I have to say something. Her name is Anna. And this is probably trending right now, so you can find it. And she came out and she said that at the time, him and Cynthia went to her house and they were having, like, they were friends at the time, it sounded like, or maybe casually dating. It was after Rhonda died. And Massey was just devastated. I saw him after Rhonda died. He's devastated. He'd lost so much weight. He was almost unrecognizable. And, you know, he was grieving when he was there and everything. Right. And at the time that this woman, Cynthia, she was going through a nasty divorce at the time. And so Anna said, I believe Thomas didn't offer her $5,000, but that's because she told him that she needed a new lawyer.
I just don't care. Like, if she was like, he wanted to, you know, hit me in the face with pillows while we watched, you know, like Little People Wrestle or something, I'd be like, well, I get that's not the craziest thing I've heard.
Into that too? Well, I thought it was just me.
Like, I understand Little People.
Christian ethos and morality, but like, if your leaders are like, didn't Donald Trump have like 5 kids from 3 different women? Like, who cares if the dude's banging 9 chicks and it's a polyamorous?
Actually,
he's a phenomenal
no,
lawyer.
I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off that Thomas Massey ain't swimming in poontang because he's the best member of Congress.
Yes.
He's hot. He should have just all these hot chicks being like, oh, Thomas.
I think he does. He's coy about it. You know, he plays it cool because he's got a job to do.
Yeah, you know, he's got to be like, ladies, please.
So look, if Thomas doesn't win this, he should run for president. You should. You should spoil the Republican Party and dominate that thing.
I'll start a podcast.
Well, you should start a podcast, then you should run for governor of Kentucky or run for president or something.
I'm noticing that all the people who are really mad at Massey right now, they're all defending Jeffrey Epstein too, but nobody's fighting to get Ghislaine out of prison. Why not?
You mean like the people say it's not really that big of a deal?
Yeah. That trials aren't a big deal.
It's a hoax.
Massey's a huge deal though because Massey bad. So he's a huge deal. But they're
I don't know, man. You hear about what Thomas is doing with those chickens? He's got a thing that like moves a chicken coop automatically. Flux capacitor.
Yeah, the flux capacitor. Yeah, he's got 30 patents. He's brilliant. Sometimes some of these things I've seen going around against his opponent and him are like comparing their education, only they're leaving out Massey's education. And they're just saying like, never passed anything. And then they're like, Edgar Rain or whatever the hell his name is, he has 2 degrees or 3 degrees or something, and it's like, well, I need to measure up to Massey's bachelor, and his engineering is 30 patents, but okay, but yeah, the whole thing is trying to make him look like an idiot. But you know, some of the stuff that Massey's gotten through, like he got the glyphosate protection stripped from the Farm Act, and I'm sure we're going to hear about why that's a bad thing because we have to protect big chem. But you know, like he tries to do good work, and the thing that people say, they're like, he never gets anything passed. He's the worst because he never gets anything passed. I'm like, he's trying to pass constitutional stuff like auditing the Federal Reserve, and that's a bad thing that his constituents aren't passing that, so he's the bad guy?
Let's jump into the story. We got this from Mediaite. It's fun. Guys, you ready for a drama-filled Wednesday? Lying scumbag. MTG and Benny Johnson trade insults in vicious exchange.
Who called who the lying scumbag?
I think MTG called Benny a lying scumbag. So they've got Bobby Sauce, who's criticizing Benny.
I love Bobby.
And MTG says this is a clinic on how to call out the lies of social media influencers that get paid to spew propaganda.
Benny Johnson, who I thought was a friend, couldn't even give me the courtesy of asking me if any of these lies were true. TMZ and Daily Mail actually reached out, but not Benny. And Thomas Massie did not mistreat any woman, but happens to have a primary next week, so of course, out comes a story from a woman who is just jealous she isn't Mrs. Massie. Benny said that like MTG fled the country to Costa Rica to live in a mansion, and he called Thomas Massie a pig. We'll play this Bobby Sauce video. Bobby, I'm gonna have to skip over a lot of your commentary though, because we want to hear what Benny was saying. The horse's
It's
mouth.
always the dirtiest, filthiest pigs that squeal the loudest. And Thomas Massie is a pig.
Of course, it's not the queen of the political grift herself, Benny Johnson. You better bring some.
I had to leave that one in there, but we'll jump ahead. Well, I mean, I don't want to cut through Bobby's video without giving him his commentary for giving Marjorie.
Squealing, calling President Trump's administration the Epstein administration, constantly banging on about the Congressional Slush Fund. You know who also did this? Eric Swalwell.
Oh, yes.
And here's more from Benny.
Oh, victims, victims, victims. Oh, these poor women. Meanwhile, Eric Swalwell straight up drugging and choking women up in his hotel rooms. Has like a staffer list as long as my arm of staffers that say that he committed sexual assault against them.
Well, you know,
this guy's talking about people with sexual deviant secrets. This guy, the guy who I hear lots of sexual deviant secrets about. Hey, Benny, come on, man. Why are you blinking so much, bro?
Slush fund
I like you, but come on.
Cool, I agree with that, by the way.
Thomas
Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the ones who led this.
Oh, so you would...
And
He has zero ethics complaints against him.
Signed from Congress and fled America.
Exposing people that do this type of stuff? Cool.
Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned from Congress and fled America. Now lives in a $5 million Costa Rica mansion.
Bro, this dude is...
So Marjorie says that's wrong. And Benny responded saying, I know everyone has become very fragile and overly emotional lately. So let me explain this. Call me slowly. I have covered trending news topics on my show. Massey allegation and your South America mansion were the #1 trending topics on this platform. I'm entitled to my opinions on these matters. I serve my audience. It's my job. And unlike you, I won't run away from my job when things get tough. Even worse, you are now siding with left-wing extremists who attacked us for years and want our movement and leaders dead. Anyway, have a great time crying about this on The View and CNN. You know, what I would say is I think the Thomas Massie story, Mother Jones says this, Thomas Massie has always been a pain in the ass. It's designed to prevent Massie from being able to get any support from Democrats. So Massie going after the Epstein files and staying true to it has generated a lot of goodwill amongst liberals who don't like Trump. The reason? They don't like Trump. So I see a lot of these liberal personalities and these wackaloon lefties being like, Massie's the only good one, and it's because Massie is going after the Epstein files and telling Trump to shove off, and Trump's pissed about it. This, however, story I think was dropped because we're in a primary. They don't want Democrats coming in and voting in the primary, or right-wing Republicans to vote to help support him. They want to make sure that Thomas Massie is not going to get any 11th hour support from moderates who might believe him. So, sex scandal. Something generally off-putting that regular people are going to be like, I don't support that guy. I think that's the real issue here. As for Benny calling Thomas Massie a pig, Bobby Sauce goes on to say he's a paid propagandist. And I don't know if any, I don't think Benny's being paid by the Trump administration to say anything. That's silly. He's got a massively successful company. He makes money, but he serves his audience. Those are his words. So my perception on that when he says, I'll just make sure I don't want to misquote him. He says, I serve my audience. And so my presumption is he can see what his audience is saying about this. They like Trump. They don't like Massie. So, okay, there you go. That's the opinion. The idea that Massie's a pig, though, is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, your audience is wrong. And I'm in a tough bind. I don't know if Benny will watch this. Benny used to be a very good friend. I don't know if he considers me a friend anymore at this point. Last I saw him was in a restaurant in D.C. And he kind of came by at the end of the meal and gave us one of those like gun fingers, like, what's up, Chief, bro? And he left, and I was like, wow, that's odd. So, Benny, if you're watching, you have my number. He's doing a great disservice to his audience because if you dislike Massie, and a lot of Republicans do, Massie is still with you 98% of the time. And so who do you get if you don't have right on right violence does not do us any good. It's the same anger I had as when they kicked out George Santos.
But Benny says in his show that he votes with Democrats all the time.
Which is just total nonsense. You know, it's just a total nonsense. And you can dislike lots of Republicans. There are lots of Republicans I dislike, right? I mean, but if I launched a huge campaign to oust Mitch McConnell because I dislike him, I still got a guy who's powerful who's with me 88% of the time. Like, yeah, replace him with someone younger and better, but like, I'm not going to spend my life destroying people who are with me the majority of the time when that side, the left, the communists, the progressives, they're really our enemy. That should be the focus of all of our attention. And this stuff just pisses me off. So if Thomas Massey's your biggest problem, even to the right, if Donald Trump's your biggest problem, do you know who the frig we're up against?
This is all part of the redistricting war, though. The name of the game is the Republicans want to secure as many loyalist seats as possible. Thomas Massey is a principled individual who's going to vote on what he thinks matters, his values, his principles, and his constituents. The GOP says fall in line. Trump says fall in line. So they're going to go after states on redistricting, and they're going to go after weak speech Republicans who don't vote in lockstep. At least on very, very important issues. For the most part, Thomas Massey obviously is a line. I think his rate is, 90%? So there's things like overspending he says no to, and I respect it. I've actually disagreed with Massey quite a bit on a lot of things, but I respect that he's principled. I disagree with Ro Khanna on a lot of things, but I can respect some of the things he's protected. Free speech issues with big tech, though I think he's largely, well, the thing about Ro Khanna is that as the child of immigrants, he's always going to be against us on the moral tradition, the American tradition. So it is what it is, and I understand that. But he's willing to come and have conversations. I can respect that. I would prefer a candidate who is going to be nuclear against the Democrat machine, because we are in, it's cultural wartime. That being said, they don't need to boot Massey. He just gained 9 seats in redistricting. So what's I waste the money.
I don't think he's gonna lose a seat.
Well, he's 5 points down.
Yeah, but like, you know, he's 5 points down, and we're seeing a lot of backlash on social media and Twitter and all that stuff. But that doesn't always translate to what people are seeing in their own district, and I say that from experience. Like, it doesn't always work that way. Just because people are outraged and talking all that stuff, it really doesn't get to like the 60 and 70-year-olds that are like Massey and have been there and who are reliable, actual voters. So I don't know. It's very hard to unseat an incumbent despite what people think. Like, I kind of have a feeling he's going to keep it. So.
I'll remember.
Remember, but I'll just jump in really quick to say, and in the process, we're kissing away millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Ridiculous.
For just an absolute ego trip for that.
I just don't like the last-minute fake scandal stuff by women who look like, you know, she
SSRIs
had a van before she went on and talked to the.
Is it true that is Benny coming from a place where he believes the scandal is true?
I'm not commenting.
No, he was implying in that rant.
Yes,
he heard it.
Sounds like maybe implying that, yes.
I think Benny just
I don't understand.
things on fire to watch them burn.
Well, but I don't understand, even if Benny genuinely thought the story was real, like, nothing in the story says that Massey's a pit.
What's important, it's not like doing what your followers want you to do, it's telling them the truth. And they don't always like that, and they're gonna unfollow you, but you know what, if you're just holding up with these stations, well enough, they're gonna follow you again later. Cognitive dissonance passes if they are that open-minded, and if they're not, then maybe you don't want them following you.
I'm just going to say it again. I mean, we're in the off season. We're kicking off into the political season, so the stories are starting to get more and more political. Ad dollars will start pouring into YouTube and other platforms, and then they're going to boost those videos to maximize the inventory. But that being said,
Oh, I remembered what I was going to say.
okay.
Thomas Massey, okay, if you are a voter, 25, you know, like that younger demographic voters, that is who is going to put Thomas Massey over the edge. So if you're watching this and you're one of those voters in Pay 4 and you're, 18 to 30, if you're in that demographic, you need to vote. Your vote does matter. Your vote will make a difference.
I think now we are winning. America is winning the world war. We are taking over the world militarily, setting up for a new world order of technocracy.
Laser space.
And that's the.
Am I in an alternate universe thing? Saying we need war?
The cold and shot of it. Yeah, you can't deny war. It's like screaming no don't isn't enough. You have to actually fight it and win it. And so I think the whole no new war thing was like, Tom is like, we got to stop fighting. I agree with you. We shouldn't fight, but the reality is we are. So we have to. So I think that him like refusing like support for the Iranian inclusion is probably misled.
Oh, you're talking about the Iran war?
The Iran war, the Venezuelan war, the Cuban war, the America taking over.
Hold on, just to clarify. I think you needed to give us like a segue first before you said all these things. You're saying that Thomas Massey votes against Trump's efforts in these wars.
Correct.
And
And
that's
like
bad.
funding Israel. I don't know what his votes are on with
You
Israel.
want to fund Israel.
I think that if we don't, that other forces will take over the world.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you said we should fund Israel? I got $7,000.
If we stop funding Israel right now, we will lose the Strait of Hormuz.
We should not fund Israel. We should fund all foreign aid everywhere.
You wanna say that again? You wanna fund Israel? I just made $7,000 on culture.
Lose the Suez Canal, and then we would slowly lose North Africa, and then we would probably lose South
And
Africa.
that's why we have to falsely accuse Thomas Massey of sexual deviance.
Well, that's what the military.
The only way to fund Israel.
The order thinks is.
Wait, can we just hold on for a second?
He's a stick in the cloud.
I get it. But the joke insinuation being made is like Thomas Massey votes against funding Israel. He votes against funding these wars. The argument from I'm not saying this is your argument, but there are a lot of people arguing we want these wars. Also, would make come on, everybody knows this is a fake accusation. Like it's a silly nonsense, or even if it is, it's not even that big of a deal. Have to falsely accuse Thomas Massey of sexual impropriety.
I think they're slandering him in order
I don't want to live with that.
to get their war funding.
Because he keeps providing like a stick in the spokes, but I just would like to debate Thomas on policy about the military. Because the libertarian idea functions domestically wonderfully, but when you go outside, you have to fight dudes that are psychotically trying to kill you. You can't just be laissez-faire about your military. You have to use it.
And then he thinks he can just have dominion.
I don't want to quote I don't know exactly what your policy is with the military, but
I'm guessing his policy is constitutional, Article 4, Section 4, which is we use our military for defense. And right now we're doing a lot of offense. And I think that's probably what it comes down to. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but it's very constitutional.
the problem with ballistics is if you don't take over your neighbors, then they encroach on your borders just like we did to the Russians, and then they'll get all around you, they'll blockade, relatively, and then you're like, because you didn't fight an offensive war, now you have no choice but to defend. And we can't get to a point where we have to fight a defensive war on our own land. We can't let that happen. The Romans knew that. That's why they took over half the planet. And we're trying to finish the job. So let us finish the job.
So do you think Venezuela should be 50%?
If they want to be.
I think we should just get rid of all the sand countries.
That's a different region. I'd like to see a world of localized governance.
All the sand countries, Israel,
So when the UFOs come down, we say, can you slice out those land chunks and just
like you see how the Chinese are capitulating, the Russians are begging for mercy. It's because we've exerted our military force. If we didn't, if Kamala Harris just let the Chinese buy all our farmland, we'd be serfs.
Feels kind of good, doesn't it?
Here you are, sir.
It doesn't.
Seeing all your enemies kind of bow before you.
I mean, it feels like sort of reinforcing that maybe free speech will lead the day, but it hurts.
I asked Brock just now to give me a rough estimate of chicken ownership in Congress, and it says 10 to 15% of Republican rural districts versus 3 to 6% of suburban Democrats. So the estimate would largely be the Republicans have a 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 even chicken ownership. I just don't trust Democrats for that reason. And I know I'm joking, but I was actually thinking about it. There actually is an interesting point you made that Democrats largely being urban are extremely and ever more detached from the actual functions of running this country's baseline infrastructure, meaning they're nowhere near energy production, they're nowhere near oil distribution, they're nowhere near farming, animal or plant. They're in cities and they're on social media. And the joke about chicken ownership is Republicans tend to be in areas where they're generating energy and growing food. That's true too. But imagine what that means then when it comes to the voting patterns of the federal government. When you try to explain to a Democrat, oil production, and they just say ban oil.
Yeah, I think that's the whole argument of no new war. That's kind of like ban oil. It's like, obviously we don't want war, but in order to stop war, you have to win it. You can't just stop fighting.
You are hitting on the ethos of my organization when I started. A huge disconnect between the people who make our policy and the people who live the policy. And even though it's aggravating, like talk to high school kids or college kids or this wonderful audience, the example I tend to give is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Not because she's a but early on in her rise, she was doing an Instagram Live or a Vine or something.
She was at an urban farm in the Bronx, and she was talking about how all the community was gathering together to grow this food. But they weren't growing the food, they were using the settlers, the people. This is a Latino community, and there's no yucca, there's none of the foods that the Latinos eat. And she blamed it on colonialism and white nationalism. And you wanted to say, no, it's because it's the Bronx. Right? Those things don't grow in the Bronx. And it's funny to laugh at because like there are no palm trees and there are no cotton fields in New York either. But the scary part is that she makes ag policy. And so you have these members of Congress who say, like, I'm going to make a policy about agriculture or about energy. And their disconnect is so far removed that they actually are laughable in interest because they don't understand the industries that they are supporting. It's not just Elizabeth Warren. She claims she knows banking because she's a Harvard PhD and because I taught these things. And there's an argument there. She's wrong on banking, but when you have people who make ag policy, energy policy, healthcare policy, who aren't even doctors, right? Who have never been in the medical field, and they want to make policy. That disconnect, I think, is something that our founding fathers would have
Elizabeth Warren is a tenured Native American. I'll have to
yes.
I wonder about that with war.
Indigenous knowledge.
Exactly.
People in Congress that maybe have never served in combat that are want the war, like they want no, like they want to end the war. I feel like the Patriot Act, I don't love it, but with an agile military, we've really positioned ourselves to be the dominating force on the planet. And if we hadn't in the last 20 years, if we just sat back and let the Russians take the Ukraine and the Chinese take Taiwan, then what world would we be in?
Sorry, finish your point.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I feel like these people in Congress that are like Tom, who I love you, dude. You're like, I would text you right now.
I'll text him right now.
I just the military stuff is like best left to the executive military forces and not. It's crazy.
I'm at my wit's end.
How so? Because that's how I feel.
I just looked up Ed Galrain's farm, not a single chicken.
So he has no untraceable chicken money then. You're
well, I looked him up and I was fairly optimistic and sympathetic. Like, look, he runs a farm. He does. He's got a family farm, and I see a lot of cows and I see pigs, and I've been scrolling and I don't see any chickens. I don't trust a man who doesn't have chickens.
Also, as a farmer, we'll just throw this out there for urban chicken owners. Chickens are happiest if they have a rooster, and a lot of cities don't allow roosters. Bees can't live without male bees, even though they don't do anything. Bee colonies that are all female ultimately die.
Really?
Yeah, which is so bizarre.
What do the males do?
The queen bee, they literally hang out. Which is so crazy. They don't reproduce. They don't reproduce. They just, whatever they do, they just.
Hold on. Wait. The females go and collect pollen stuff?
The females do everything. They make all the decisions. They build all of the cells. They
collect pollen.
They collect the pollen. They collect all of the nectar.
No, they go out and mate with the queen.
And the dudes,
the queen goes out and
then they go and fly and try to mate with her.
But the one bee that mates with the queen dies.
Correct.
And then the boys who never get a chance to have.
They also die.
They come back to the hive and they hang out.
Yeah, but they kill them right before they before fall.
The boys hang out. They're a small population.
You know, they hang out, but I promise you, the women kill all the boys before fall starts, and then it starts over with the new group.
They would kill all of the boys if there was hive collapse, but otherwise they hang out all winter.
I promise you. I study bee stuff. I promise.
I have bees. I'm a beekeeper.
Look it up. Do the male bees die before winter?
But it's going back to the chickens, though, and I feel bad for, even if you have 4 chickens in a chicken coop in the city and they're like, we don't allow roosters, chickens like to have a rooster. There's something about why God created men and female. They want to be together.
Right, this says, in honeybee colonies, female worker bees typically evict and often kill or cause the death of male bees in the fall.
Not always.
They do.
Either way, I mean, the point being that they chill.
I shut
What are they like for the rest of the year? The bees, the new bees are like,
just keep the women warm, and then
anything happens.
Michael stories. This.
Keeping you guys warm.
All right, let's fry Ian's brain with this story from Fox News. Rand Paul brings CIA whistleblower to set a hearing alleging deep state COVID-19 conspiracy. The longtime CIA employee allegedly has first-hand knowledge of intelligence burying evidence on the pandemic. His general assessment, maybe a little bit more. They say, actually, this is
actions resulted in cover-up, wasted resources, and failure to properly inform policymakers. Public health policy would have been very different had the American public been made aware that a virus from a lab in China was going to serve as the foundation for an emergency use authorization mRNA products being mandated by the former administration. Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. Dr. Fauci influenced the analytical process and findings by leveraging his position to ensure the IC consulted with a conflicted list of curated subject matter experts, public health officials, and scientists. This included some of the authors of the paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, and other public health experts who have been in his orbit for the last 20 plus years.
I think on everything, I think white pill. I think the Trump administration has crushed the deep state, shattering of USAID. I think whistleblowers like this, they're coming out, the indictment of the Fauci acolyte. I think these people are all scattered and starting to realize, they see the writing on the wall. There's a new power infrastructure in town. It is the Trump sphere of influence and the Trump administration. So if you look at 2020, the Supreme Court says we're not going to take up these cases challenging these unconstitutional election measures because they're scared of the deep state. So Biden gets in, and what do? They arrest people, they arrest lawyers. It's nuts. They go after all the J6ers, put them in solitary. Everybody's scared. Trump then wins. Splinters USAID to the wind, their funding infrastructure. Starts making these little indictments. And you know what I wonder? I wonder if it's more coordinated. Now, I'm not giving Trump any of this credit. He maybe gets some, that's fine. But I will just say it's annoying when all these libs are like, you think Trump's playing 40? No, I don't care if Trump is. I think Cash is. I think Pete Hegseth is. I think there's other people in his orbit. And I wonder if these little indictments on like housing that Pulte did was actually just a shot across the bow. And what ends up happening is these lower tier guys from Intel got the message. They're willing to indict these people on any little thing they find. And you know what? The procedure is the punishment. Because even though we might say, oh, they're really going to get convicted over a housing loan application? No, but they probably spent $200,000 in legal fees already. So these guys who don't have that money or those means, maybe a former CIA guy sitting there being like, oh, crap. What do? You get ahead of it. So you come forward and say, I'll blow the whistle on these guys. They made us do it. Don't look at me. Because they know old school deep state is routed and crushed, and Trump means business.
I hope you're right. I mean, routed and crushed in a year and a half would be good, but headed in that direction. What I loved what he said there, with anyone who's ever dealt with anything scientific and coming out of government, and he said this curated list of experts.
Yep.
Because everything, whether it's the trans community, whether it's what I deal in, which is the climate world. Everyone has their, like, according to these panel, these experts all agree. And they're like, whoa, the experts agree. And then you realize, did you ask anyone outside of that list? You know, how come no one else was allowed to opine? So the experts who were in on the COVID lie, I mean, really heads have to roll.
Well, that's what they did with even the laptop we have. So they use a lot of numbers. So they'll come out with 51, you know, or they'll come out with 1,000 people opposed RFK, 1,000 doctors opposed RFK. So they come out. It's quantity over quality.
Yeah. I just want to address this for the naysayers. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm saying I know for sure. I'm saying I would prefer to be optimistic than pessimistic. But let me just say this again. A CIA whistleblower just said, quoted on Fox News, and y'all just heard it, Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. So it is now mainstream, publicly statable. Even on YouTube, I can say this. Dr. Fauci intentionally covered up the origin of COVID. That's crazy. 6 years ago, you were insta-banned for even mentioning COVID or lab leak or anything like that. Now, I don't know that Fauci will go to jail, but this is not the first move. Fauci, was it his assistant or whatever, was criminally indicted. So these moves are happening. Comey getting indicted twice. I'm not saying that Trump's going to come in and you're going to get a military tribunal with Hillary Clinton screaming, no, you'll never stop me, and then someone splashing water on her and she melts. I'm saying at least some things happening right now, and I'm going to stress this.
I don't feel like it's that big of a deal. I feel like we already knew this. Like, the right already knew this. You know the left, like, it's not going to trickle down to, like, their base of people. He may not get arrested, so, like, to me, this is just more of what we already knew.
Well, but yes, but who... My point is this. The swing was never going to be like a full instant reversal. The pendulum's got to come back down and start going the other way. When they nuked USAID, I stress as much as I can. I don't think people realize that Trump basically nuked them, and they probably didn't see it coming.
Within the first week. That's
Within,
amazing.
That was wonderful.
They knew.
And again, I'm stretching this. Trump is not the guy. Trump is not the 4D chess guy. Trump is the guy who got in and says, how are they doing this? And they said, they are routing public funds through NGOs to pay lawyers and prop up their campaigns. And he went, nuke them. And they cut off billions of dollars in circuitous funding systems. What Zeldin found a $7 billion slush fund for an NGO that was formed a month prior. The game they were playing, they got caught and they got shut down. Now I don't know how they're going to fund their operations. You can see what they're trying to do in Virginia, and even there they're failing.
I testified before Congress on the Zeldin stuff. You know, the billions of dollars that you just get your friends, you create an NGO, you know the head of the IRS, they get your accreditation in a matter of weeks, and you apply for a grant, and you get a $2 billion grant to combat climate change, and no proposal, no application, no history.
Let me tell you, because I work for some of these companies. Let me tell you what they do. So I've done the street fundraising for environmental causes, where you wave to someone and say, hey, help me save the environment, right? They give us their credit cards, we get the money, and do you know what these companies do? Do you think they save the environment anyway? You know they don't.
No.
They don't. And when I would ask these guys, what are we doing to actually help preserve the environment? They say, well, isn't awareness an important function here? And I'm like, hold on, are you saying that when I tell someone I'm fighting for the environment, that sentence is how we fight for the environment?
Yeah.
Yes. The fact that you went out and asked for money and took that money is creating awareness of the problem. And I said, so your argument is when I ask them for money, if they say, what will you do with my money? I say, I'll go ask other people for money. Yep.
Big dick in here.
Yeah, these NGOs would set up, you know, we're going to, whether it's climate change or starving children in Africa. Who doesn't love children, right? And who doesn't want to stop starving children in Africa? So the first thing you do when you get your $5 million grant, $2 billion grant, is of course you need headquarters, you need office space, you need to hire your staff, your website, your stationery. You have to have a conference, so you have a big conference in Vienna. Everyone flies first class. You stay there for a week. You invite all these speakers. Ian comes to speak, but Ian's got a $25,000 speaker fee, so of course you pay for him. And then at the end of the year, you say, well, look, I've spent all this money. It's like, well, how many children in Africa did you? None. But we did all of this, right? All of this. And this is the whole cabal. And then, of course, you invite congressional candidates, you invite Democrats, you have them write checks back to everyone, you know, gives a $5,000 PAC check to Ian, who's running for office.
Here's another big secret.
And I can't say that on camera.
But you made your point.
Another big secret is a couple of other things these NGOs do is they give your money to a Democrat. The argument they make is we will use. So they always operate two different, everyone does this. There's a 501c3, a 501c4, because 501c4s can do politics, and they're not publicly disclosed. And so you give me $20, and I say, I will use this to fight for the environment. What does that mean? I just pass the $20 straight off to a Democrat. Good luck, because I know the Democrats are for environmental issues. That's all that matters. Not what they do is, you know, but it's what we did.
Yeah. I got to talk about Fauci for a second, because if I was president, when I'm president and I'm running a secret military bioweapons campaign, my scientists will lie for me, and that's their job. But that damn virus infected and destroyed so many Americans, and that guy still covered it up. That's the problem. They should have known. If that wasn't intentional, then it was the greatest act of malfeasance I've ever seen in medical science. But if it was malicious and intentional, and they were trying to infect people, then there should be, in my opinion, severe repercussions.
The only good part of COVID was you guys were in the other studio, and because of COVID, no one was allowed to travel, so I came on the show like every week. so I will thank Dr. Fauci publicly for giving me the
every week,
but otherwise it was insanity. The amount of, just when you think of not just like families destroyed and businesses destroyed, marriages destroyed, suicide, people who moved into alcoholism and depression and opioids because their lives were just ruined. But, you know, when people divorce, when you bankrupt people.
Time during COVID, I was traveling all over the place. I got upgraded to Platinum Pro on American Airlines. I was traveling so much.
I was the during COVID. I had the biggest. I don't know. By volume, it might be the biggest political show in the world. So we were doing
About what?
130 million views per month.
You're nervous about
Everybody's
her
podcasts
having
are
a
much
baby?
bigger, though, so proportionally.
Desperate for something to keep them sane during that time, man.
How it affected children. The virus, like I was raising
person's
little
a drug
kids
addict,
at this
then they won't
time
ever
during
have a
COVID,
baby,
and
so.
I have one daughter who we were about to start her speech therapy right as COVID hit, and so children, the way that they learn to talk, they have to see the mouth move, and so everybody's mouth is covered up, and you have children with.
Have you seen the video of the dude asking people to read a postcard?
Oh yeah,
That's in Philly.
Yeah,
Actually, the guy films right near the McDonald's near my house.
He made another one that I was really shocked because it was a really easy one. Like, I understand saying, like, gauche and, you know, a silhouette of clothes.
My daughter got it. She's literally in 6th grade, and I went over each one because he's done like 4 or 5 now, and I make her read them all. And there was like 1 or 2 words that she struggled with. She's 12, right? But she used context clues and inferred the meaning of all those words. Like,
when she gets a word wrong, do you smack her?
no, I do like help her sound it out, and I'm like, but I forget what the word was the other day. She was like, well, the Latin root of that is blah blah blah, so it means it was I forget which word it was. It was just the other day. But that kid is from Philly, and then they were trying to expel him, right?
Yeah, of course. There's another one that he made where it was actually a much easier phrase. That one really blew my mind. I can't remember what it was.
Disciples. That's what she said. She was like, that's the root word of some Latin or whatever. And she's like, so that means students. I'm like, yeah, live good. She does take.
There you go.
But,
look at that.
But yeah,
these kids' brains are all fried.
Yeah, I don't think Fauci's like.
Do you know what
like Herman Goring or anything? But he was. What were you gonna say, Lisa?
Yeah, worse, right?
That'll be
Do
fine.
you know what the adult functional illiteracy rate is in Philadelphia? Like functionally illiterate adults, what percentage of Philadelphians?
40?
Higher.
What?
Whoa. 52% of adults in Philadelphia are functionally illiterate. Look it up, I swear to God.
Horrifying.
And if you look at Philly's not even one of the worst cities. Look it up.
We gotta have a literacy.
And these people get an equal vote to us. First of all, women shouldn't vote. Those people shouldn't vote. No one should vote.
Only I can vote.
The founders would be rolling over in their grave right now if they knew that 52% of the population of Philadelphia gets a vote. That's why Philadelphia is so screwed up. The teachers, that kid did teachers too, they couldn't even spell words.
Oh, I loved it when he asked him to spell necessary and millennium.
Come on. And what was an English teacher? The CEO couldn't spell. The CEO's I'm telling you right now, Philly's messed up, but every big city is messed up. These people have the same amount of weight in our government that you do, people that are educated. This is unacceptable.
To be fair, I heard that no other language has spelling bees. Is that true? Only English does spelling bees because English is an absurd language with an amalgam of a bunch of different languages.
See that?
Yeah, because we use Germanic, we use Romantic roots. So, and then we might even borrow words from an African area or Asian, though they're less likely.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like if you say it to an Italian, like how do you spell the word tremezzo? They're like, well, there's only one way to spell it, idiot, right? Like you say it's spelled exactly the way it sounds.
Phonetic.
That's curious. I never thought of that before, but it makes a lot of sense.
Spelling is difficult, and like the question is, why does millennium have so many L's in it? You know what I mean? Like, so when they asked the principal to spell millennium and he couldn't do it, I'm like, well, you know.
No, you can't be like, well, no, you're the principal. You're teaching our children. That's why you can't have your kids in public school. You can't even have your kids in Catholic school. You just have to have your
I think math would be more funny. I want to see a math one.
How's your daughter?
Let me tell you, the math, though, that they're doing, this, like, Singapore math that they call it right now. It's ridiculous.
What is it?
It's like, they call it Singapore math, and everything is like a bar model in it, and like, it's
bar model?
It's a really ridiculous way to do math. Even like I have my kids, like, go to math tutors, and they're like, even they say, like, this math is stupid. It really is.
You know, I think part of what they do with COVID lockdowns is these woke people want to flatten society, social order. They have the blank slate mentality. They believe that the only reason white people are wealthy is because they have systemic privilege, and black people are poor because of systemic racism. So if you lock the whole world down so nobody can work, reset everything, start over again, then everyone will be equal.
That guy's book was called COVID-19: The Great Reset. Klaus Schwab wrote that book. It was such a plan. I mean, how could that be unplanned?
Yeah.
They're trying to reset the planet. They talk about the Great Reset, and then the book's called COVID-19, The Great Reset. Okay, Klaus. Dude, the Manhattan Project, secret weapons program. You got your scientists lying to the world. That's wonderful for a military to do that. But if you dropped the nuclear bomb on accident on Philadelphia, all those people should suffer consequences that were involved in that. And they're going to be like, I was just following orders.
I really wouldn't mind that. I lived there.
Fauci's probably just following orders. Probably. But even so, like, to see the lockdowns destroying people and to still push it and to still push it and to this
Where'd I
day
put
to
my
still
boat
push
motors
it. Like,
at?
that is just beyond the pale, man.
Absolutely. And you look at, going back to what you're saying about children, I just saw some
What?
report, I think it was Virginia schools overall, and how they're, compared to 2015 levels, they're about 2 grades behind. And it's like, well, yeah, COVID. Like, you had millions of children who for years were, Zoom learning, but they weren't.
Our kids were allowed to opt. We had INS classes, no Zoom stuff, and our kids were allowed to opt out of masks. So, like, my kids school didn't have that.
I'm not into vengeance, but I feel like if you don't punish Anthony Fauci for leading the charge on destroying children's millions of people's lives for years.
I like vengeance. I just finished rereading The Count of Monte Cristo for like the 4th time. I feel like
only justice. I mean, it's justice. It's not that I want to harm.
Have you watched the Netflix Disney Punisher series?
No, I have not.
It's just so great. Like John Wick as well. They're very similar.
John Wick was great.
So they just put out a new Punisher. They're trying to, so the Punisher series they did on Netflix. Then he has some cameos in the Daredevil series. But I very much recommend men watch Punisher.
Yeah.
It was funny because I turned on Disney Plus, and it's funny to turn on Disney Plus and then get a TVMA warning because John Bernthal is just blood. It's like the screen may as well just been blood. So Punisher just massacring people for 40 minutes.
Right after Bluey, right? It's all on Disney Plus.
What about the Odyssey stuff?
Oh, you mean when they're so
brutal?
What's her name? Lupita Nyong'o is going to be Helen of Troy.
Yeah, because that matches up.
I don't believe for a second that Elliot Page is going to be Achilles.
I thought we were
that, but I don't believe.
I thought we were like done with this woke stuff, and like Helen of Troy
is described as golden-haired with green eyes.
And you're like, what is happening?
1,000 ships.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, but
the Academy Award rules now require that
I remember
to
that.
be Best Picture nominee, you need a leading person to be a person of color.
Are you? This
guy is
That's
making
been there
a
for
movie.
like the last 5 years.
Christopher Nolan is making a movie and he's like, this is going to be the best picture and I will win. I don't care what the hell I have.
Yeah, probably. But I want to stress this too.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote
Matt Walsh is
George Floyd. They changed the rules.
Yeah,
George Floyd.
Matt Walsh is getting criticized because he said no one believes this woman is the most beautiful woman in the world.
That's true. That's a fact. He's correct.
He is. But here's the thing. He didn't say black women were not attractive. He did not say Lupita, or whatever her name is not attractive. He said she's not the most beautiful woman in the world, which is a fair assessment.
It's witchy. That's why she played the witch part, right?
But no. But I also think that for a black woman, she is attractive. She has facial symmetry.
She wasn't the witch in Wicked. No, Lupita Nyong'o was she.
No, you're talking about Cynthia.
Oh yeah, that one's rough looking. Maybe I'm confusing them. I don't know. I don't
No,
want to pay all that attention.
I'm just like, look, my big problem with it is that it's not Helen of Troy.
No.
Helen of Troy is a character with a description.
From a certain place.
Yeah, so I don't think, I think it's silly to be like, some people are like, oh, it's disgusting. She's like, no, she's not ugly. She's just the wrong person. Now, Elliot Page as Achilles is the rumor. There's no way that's true. There's no way.
The memes are really fun.
5'1" ab implant female is going to play 6'5" broad-shouldered Achilles.
No man is worthy to play it.
They might do it.
If you read,
they might do it.
I hope
going
they do.
to do
If
it.
you read the
I will never watch it. I'm not going to watch it anyway because Helen of Troy doesn't look like Helen of Troy.
The memes are only going to get better.
The memes are funny.
Yeah, Carter would be Achilles.
I feel like
I'd be Paris.
The people in Elliot Page's life hate her. Like literally just despise her.
She was so cute too.
Well, the ab implants, I think, is the.
Look at that. I mean, I'm for some corrective surgery, but ab implants, like, ugh.
Paris is in the Iliad. I don't know. This is the Odyssey. It's a different movie. Okay, I don't know that.
Yeah,
I read the
it's
Iliad.
like a sequel to Troy.
Yeah, here, look.
Paris.
So this is more plates, more dates. And
I'm sorry, that's disgusting.
These are ab implants. And so everybody's pointing out, like, there's no development anywhere else. These are people who work at 100% plastic surgery. So I'm just saying, Elliot Page is a female, and all these people around her are saying like, yeah, get the surgeries, get the surgeries. It's also like Erin Moriarty. You saw her from The Boys, and she claims she never got surgery, and they're claiming it's some kind of syndrome or whatever. But you can tell she's got lip fillers because when people get lip fillers, they can't talk properly. Their lips don't move anymore, and so they talk like a duck, like.
Well, technically, it's an injection and not a surgery, because there were no cuts made.
People hate.
Is that what she said? Is that what they said?
That's what my argument.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
steel manning her argument if
Oh,
she
good
said
for
no
you.
surgery
Yeah.
was done.
Yeah, no, I'm just sick of this. I felt like woke was on the way out, and then I hear this about this thing yesterday, and
This is just immense body dysmorphia, and instead of having people be, no, you're perfect, we love you the way you are, they're like, yeah, do that, it's going to make you feel more like yourself. But Elliot, or
Whatever
these
the
are the
fuck
memes.
it
They're
is.
so
yeah, she's
funny.
never gonna be a man.
The zipper
So she's always gonna.
chest one was funny.
And she was, I thought, one of the best actors
Yeah,
in
I'm
Hollywood.
sorry, that one was not pretty at all.
And the tragic thing about it, which I
She
remember we
works on
talked
the
about
other.
on this show once years and years ago.
I disagree.
That's why-
I'm not. I don't. Everyone's allowed to have preference.
Not into it.
I'm not particularly attracted to black women, but I think she's got facial symmetry, clear skin. You know, I can understand. why they look
Airbrushed, like, doctored up picture. If you see that in real life, it's not going to be good, I promise.
I'm just saying, like, she fits roles for movies, but she's not Helen of Troy.
Where was Troy anyway?
Like, I thought Idris Elba. People got mad that Idris Elba played Heimdall in Marvel because Heimdall is a Nordic god.
Well, kind of near Greece. It's Greece and Turkey at the time, right?
I think it now it's considered modern Turkey. So
Yes.
to the
Oh,
side.
Northwest Anatolia, east
Yeah.
of Constantinople. So she might have had darker skin, but no, is she red to be a blonde
No, they were
white woman?
blonde with green eyes. Golden hair with green eyes.
Yep.
Not that.
Helen was not Trojan. She's called Helen of Troy, but she was Greek. Remember,
Correct.
Paris was in
Yeah, he
Greece
stole her.
and stole her. She was Greek. So if she was Greek, I mean, they were blonde.
Watch
Greeks.
Troy.
It was a great movie. They were blonde
Yeah.
Greeks.
Started the Trojan War.
Yeah.
I just wonder, like,
You read that book
when,
in seventh
when
grade, by the
Achilles
way.
was dipped in the
Great
river
book.
Styx, why not just dip him again, holding a different part of him?
I know. I thought that.
Wouldn't be the
thought that
myth
10
then.
times. Like, why didn't they dip his Achilles heel after they you only get one shot? Like, I didn't know. See, like, her hand is invulnerable.
Because
though,
then it would be like Achilles' ears, like whatever they held him by, Achilles' pinkies. They would have chopped off his pinky, would have bled to death.
very fine strings, you know.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this AI story. This is getting crazy. Look at this. From Fortune, nearly 50,000 Lake Tahoe residents have to find a new power source after their energy source looks to redirect lines to data centers. Yeah, this is the apocalypse.
This is why I was blackpilled, why I said that at the top of the show. This is the stuff that's darkening my outlook. I'm not, like, afraid, and I think that it's inevitable. That's kind of what concerns me is, like, either we revert into, like, an anarchistic tribal warfare where we're fighting and afraid to go outside because we have no police, or we go into AI technocratic overstate where if you say fuck online, the machines hear you and they go, demonetize, he said, bad, and, like, choose your path, human. And do you guys see a middle ground? Do you see them?
No, bro, they're stripping people's utilities away for data centers.
They're also, like, doing eminent domain, too. Like that girl in Georgia. I sent you that link today, too.
Yeah.
Where they're taking...
Taking her house?
Yeah, her
Or a data
childhood
center?
home in Georgia.
Why?
Here, you want me to show you? Send it to you?
Pull it up.
Eminent domain's ruthless.
Here, I'll put it in the thing.
It's so abused.
I sent it to Ian. That's how I...
Yeah, it's Marjorie M.T. Greeny.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, actually, whatever. Here, wait.
Is it Coweta County?
Supreme Court case, Kelo versus New London.
Yeah.
For people who remember a big eminent
This
domain
one?
case, which set an awful precedent.
Here, I'm just going to send you this.
No one called the courts illegitimate afterwards. No
I'll put
one
it in
said it was
Slack.
corrupt. We just said it was a terrible decision. But
Is it just that the government, at any point, for any reason, can seize any property?
it was supposed to be for
The video
whether it was some incorrective, like it had to go through, the road had to go this way, right? It was not unforeseen, but there was no alternative for the communal good. Kelo versus New London was when the city of New London, Connecticut wanted to seize a bunch of houses to build a shopping mall. And the people were like, well, we're not selling. And they were like, you have to sell because the shopping mall will generate all this revenue. And so we're going to use eminent domain. And they sued, and it got all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court sided with the city and said, yeah, if you want to confiscate their land because of promised tax revenue, that's...
But you got to pay them fair market value.
Hey, you guys. My name's Ansley. I live in Coweta County, Georgia. I wanted to come out here and show you guys firsthand what is happening to our county. So as you can see behind me, we have these power lines. Georgia Power is going to expand these lines to support power to the data center. What they're doing to homeowners is they're taking their homes. This is my childhood home behind me. It is being taken by force by Georgia Power. Homeowners in this county do not have a choice. It is called eminent domain, and they will take it. Hey.
That's a cute house, too.
Yeah, so the lawsuit was filed, this is from May 7th. At the heart of the fight is a stretch of undeveloped land near Welcome to Sergeant Road, tucked inside the Chattahoochee River Basin, designated by the state of Georgia as most significant groundwater recharge area. They need the water. They got to cool them down. So, there are a mix of adjacent landowners, nearby residents, and concerned citizens. You're not going to stop data centers because you are an ant, and the machine will not be stifled. So good luck.
Correct.
Sometimes the ants take over.
Not where they get into a death spiral.
That can happen too if they take your food away. I wonder if the government's just going to say, look, it's a military need. We have to have this AI for national defense.
Yes, but I want to mention everybody. I want you all to remember every single video we've seen of city hall meetings where across the country for a decade now, we've gotten videos where angry residents are all screaming and protesting, and it's not Antifa, it's regular people being like, no, you can't do this. And the city council goes, shut up. We had it with the trans debate in Loudoun County. Dad comes in, my daughter was right, you're under arrest. Now you've got these data centers and these power transmission lines, and the city councils are like, do something. You can't. It is the wildest thing. How many videos I've seen of people going to their city hall or town hall meetings, and the councilors or whatever politicians are just like, too bad, you can't do anything about it. And the people literally can't. I'm just like, bro, sooner or later, Antifa shows up in a town like that, and people are going to be like, thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like this is not as bad as like when they take your land for like Section 8 housing and they're like taking a part of it and they're like, oh, we need more Section 8 housing. And then not only do you get to stay on part of your land, they took the other part of it and then you got to like live near all that.
Hey,
that's worse.
I just posted in IRL this data center from Valuetainment's Twitter page from yesterday. It's just video of a data center humming. It is one of the more dystopian. Like and there's only 50 employees in these giant centers. Each employee costs like $6 million to train. Who knows what they're cost? And like, can you imagine a completely autonomous building that even if you go near it, it will kill you. It will just destroy you with vibration or something. And these ominous things that like, if you don't build them, the enemy will. And if you don't get the drones up first, the enemy will. So like,
I'm a Luddite. I want it all to be destroyed. All of it. Like Industrial Revolution and all. Like it's got to go. None of this is right. This is not the way humans should be living at all.
There are solutions, but they require a lot of political will. First off, they should be buried. And you should be able to build a park on top of it. There's no reason for the hum, for the cooling. The reason why they're so hot is because they're exposed to the sun, so they use so much water. It's going to be more expensive to bury them.
Well, power consumption is high as well.
But exactly, but just bury them. That's an easy solution. Secondly, they should all be built on the North Slope of Alaska, because they don't have to be near. We build
power transmission.
Build the transmission lines. Right, you can
transmission lines can't work that far there, buddy.
You can build transmission lines.
A lot of oil up there.
A lot of exactly. They should be built where the energy and the water is, but we're building them.
Oh yeah, and it's cold.
Because we're building them where it's
permafrost.
convenient for us. So if you're the CEO of X company, you're like, well, yeah, build it in Loudoun County because then I only have to drive a half hour if I need to check it out. So there should be some sort of, I don't like big government master plans, but there should be a big government master plan to say there are solutions to this rather than piss off all the residents across the board. But those solutions require political will, they require a little bit of intelligence, a little bit of thought, and we're just getting steamrolled.
SpaceX and Google are working together to build them in orbit. Thank God.
Fascinating.
Also in the ocean, I've heard, someone was telling me earlier that they're building spherical data centers that can roll in the ocean, so I don't think that no matter how hard they get hit, it'll just roll and they'll stay functioning, and that will keep them cool. But then they're vulnerable to enemy attacks. The nice thing about having them built to the military defense sites is if someone wants to blow it up, you can shoot them out of the sky, hopefully. If they're in orbit, last night someone referred to them as like mutually assured. It's going to blow up orbital data centers. It would destroy. It would cause catastrophic debris to kill everyone on Earth. So like, it's like a nuclear weapon if blowing those up. Maybe they'd be safe. Maybe if a Chinese data center comes above the United States, we shoot it down, because what's China orbiting a data center above us for?
They did the spy.
Here you go. Here you go, guys.
Ooh, no, live next to that.
Hold on.
I hate that. The vibration.
So this is comparable
Yeah, I like this
to
because I
the
hear her
data
sound.
center. So this is.
Dude, it is insane how quickly they are popping up data centers all over the place. People, I'm gonna stress it, man. I was just showing some of the old music that we made earlier today to people to come in, and I was showing them the song "Genocide," where we had an AI company. This is what 3.5 years ago, and it was really just crappy, rudimentary AI where their faces look like rubber. I'm like, and we're just like, I'm like, look at this. AI from back then, we were all like, we can make Rachel Maddow sing our song. Isn't this crazy? Today it's like, bro, you can make her fight ninjas.
Did you show the people the Ben Davidson video for you and Ben Davidson at Supercuts? It looks like you finally AI's figured out how to make Tim.
Is this when you were in the line?
Yeah.
One of the more challenging personas to recreate seemed to be Tim Pool for some reason.
What I'm saying is, I don't think people understand just how rapid AI is developing. Like we were every day when we're starting the show and we're getting ready for the show, I'll put on music. So I have a bunch of songs I've written. I'll record into my phone, upload it to Suno, and then render it into a full production song. And I kid you not, every other guest will go like, who is this? And then I'll be like, it's AI. And they'll go, I was trying to Shazam it or whatever. Because they think it's totally full production. People don't get it. Take a look at this. This one's hilarious. This is me and Ben Davidson.
The raging waters follow, piling higher and higher. You don't get it. The magnetic field is about 20 years from reversal, and half the planet is going to die.
Sir, this is a Supercuts.
The raging water. I don't know why I'm in there.
Funny to hear that.
Because
You have your stance, right?
whoever made it was like, well, I'm wearing bracelets or something, and I have boots on.
Looks good, man.
And skin-tight black jeans. But whoever made it was like, if I put Tim Pool in it, it'll get a lot more shares.
It'll get some
That's
clicks.
what they do.
Yeah. Well, this is why they're building data centers everywhere. You're making music. Spencer Pratt's making killer videos every single day.
They are fire.
We're driving the data. I mean, we can all be opposed to it, but we are driving the data centers.
This is the drug, though.
We really
What's going to
are.
happen is, the first thing they're going to offer up is virtual experiences. So I watched a video. Holy crap! It's a woman, and she's got a VR setup where she wears a haptic vest. There's a bunch of these videos, but I don't think she had the gloves. One guy had gloves for full control, where you can actually manipulate your fingers in. They were playing various games. This woman's playing Skyrim, and she was like, there's an LLM mod where all of the NPCs in the game have adaptive conversations. Meaning, in Skyrim, you walk up to a villager, and you just say straight up, what are you doing here? And it'll go, excuse me, do I know you? And you'll say, no, but I asked you a question. And it'll go, well, I don't have to answer it. And then you can be like, answer it or I'll kill you. And he's like, no, please don't hurt me. It's wild that they you can already use GPT in Skyrim. Now you're wearing this vest, you put the headset on, and you're literally running around. What is that place? What is the world called in Skyrim?
Tamriel.
Is that what it is? Tamriel? Yeah. See, I knew Ian would know. And you're running around, fighting dragons, and you get companions, and you can talk to them. We talked about this a couple years ago, remember? People are going to have AI girlfriends in video games where they play a virtual reality game, and they'll have an AI-generated girlfriend, and you'll be able to get an app on your phone. You know, can we get an investor? Because if I just made this right now, I'll be a billionaire. Imagine this. You have your PlayStation. You're playing virtual Skyrim. You find an AI-generated NPC. She becomes your companion. You then download an app where you can literally call into your save file and talk to your girlfriend.
She can text you. Hey, thinking about you, what you do, and you're like, oh, my girlfriend's texting me.
And the game can run in real time as a server. So check this out. You can literally send a text to your digital girlfriend and be like, hey, hon, can you feed the chickens right now? I'm at work. And then she'll be like, got it. You'll come home from work, put the headset on, and she'll be like, you're back. I fed the chickens while you were away. That could happen right now.
Yeah.
Someone just needs to make the app. We predicted that a couple of years ago. People are already doing this stuff. The AI systems are going to offer you up everything you could ever want, haptic feedback, What did I say? I said liberals are going to lock themselves in to fight dragons, and we're watching this happen every day.
What scares me is they're marketing it to children. Like, I play a game here and there, like, on my phone, and the ads come up, and it's like this cute little, like, animated dinosaur or, like, whatever, and it's like, hey, do you need a friend? And it's like an AI friend for, like, kids to, like, download and talk to. And, like,
Yeah, but they're going to have a commercial for you where they're like, Lisa, if you put on the headset, you can go and experience a full virtual world with full, like, NPCs that can talk to you like real people. And in this reality, all the Democrats are getting arrested.
I don't like real people. Why would I like fake AI?
Because in this
people?
reality, they're arresting Democrats.
There was
So you
maybe I'll go
you
there.
put the headset on, you stand there and just watch ass being dragged into a paddy wagon.
That'd be amazing.
We say paddy wagon, is that racist?
Yeah, no, paddy wagon. As a quarter Irish person, I give you.
I have 2 points. One I want to jump back to. Is there a way to find out the hurts that are being put out from those data centers? Because that, I mean,
I could ask AI.
yeah, go ahead, ask AI, because that can cause nausea, dizziness.
Cause
it
everything.
really can interfere, sleep difficulties. But then high levels, frequency, can affect your heart and your breathing. So I wonder if something like that.
It's bad for the animals, like for actual nature, for birds and bees and
All
like
those animals I'm telling you, young people, right now, people in their 20s, Gen Z, they're probably going, I can't get a date, I can't find a job. Why should I struggle when I can put on the headset and just be a king?
Yep.
You put the headset on, and then instantly a beautiful woman with big tits goes, my liege, sleep with me, please.
The only problem is if the power
You're
goes
like,
out.
I love VR,
Okay,
dude.
fine.
If the power goes out, there'd be a worldwide revolution at that phase. But they're figuring out how to tap the vacuum of energy. They can literally, yeah, they're drawing electricity out of the vacuum by using the Casimir effect and electrodes. Like the Casimir effect is when two pieces of matter get so close that they force all the matter between them out and create a vacuum, and then they snap together. So you hold these plates close enough where you've created that vacuum tension, and
They can't come together.
yeah, and just you get a small charge out of it, but that can scale. And then these AI machines will never be able to be turned off.
So someone today, it was like big news, apparently they created very, very small plates to create very, very small amounts of energy from the Casimir effect, but effectively pulling it from the ether. So this tiny little thing can, so right now, the amount of energy they can produce would just power a sensor, which require almost no energy as it is. So they scale those things up, pulling energy from vacuums from the void.
Oh my God.
AI machines that never shut down. Please.
Sorry. Okay, so there was a story. It was probably Reddit Lies. That account might have shared it. I could be wrong, but it was from Reddit, and it was a gentleman who said, "My son is autistic, and he has one of those AI friends that you brought up." And the autistic son, the dad found out he was asking, "How do I make friends? How do I talk to my parents?" And asking questions like that, which is just devastating. Thinking as like a mother that this autistic child found a way to communicate through this chat bot. The dad's like, "But I got rid of it because of the data centers." But I told him I explained the data centers to him, and now he's not allowed to use the chat bot. And part of me's like, okay, I get it. The data centers are bad, but
chatbots are
be a better parent.
They're also teaching people how to like murder people and stuff. Like
That's a good
there's
use
a lot of
of,
cases
like,
like that,
if
right?
that helps a developmentally disabled person, like, find a way to, that's a
fuck,
good
I
thing.
didn't bring
But
that
we're
up,
at the end of, or like the middle of the movie Inception, which is an all-time favorite, back to Christopher Nolan movies, where remember they go into that room where everyone is hooked up to the little machine, and the old man says they've been here for hours, but in their world, it's been 30, 40 years. Right? They don't want to live in this world. They want to be in that world. And that's what Tim is getting to. Like, why would I want to be in this world if I can't get a job? I'll just put on my headset and I'll be the CEO. I'll be Elon Musk in my virtual reality. Ultimately, though, you do have to eat. You do have to go to the bathroom, right? You do have to find toilet paper to go to the bathroom. You do have to, and all that stuff is not virtual. And that's going to be really hard. Who's taking care of that? When you're done your 4-hour session where you have the buxom girlfriend and you're the CEO and everything is great, but now you are starving, how much harder is your come down? It's like when you have, it's like when you have some sort of drug problem, right? The highers of the high, but means the lowers of the low.
Yeah, it would create like a form of addiction.
Let's fact check that. Okay.
Maybe they would hook catheters into the urethras and the poop butts and the tubes in the poop, so they constantly get fed and their waste is removed, and they just sit there for unended amounts of time, and then they get paid to do it by the machine that wants harvest their biorhythms and stuff. But then as soon as that thing ends, they're gonna freak. I mean, they'll be completely sociopathic, dangerous if they're not intubated, essentially, at that phase. So you've created a class of, like, dangerous. That's the thing, is if the AI is like, these people are actually at very high risk. This may just terminate them.
So this broke 40 minutes ago. I saw, Lisa saw people chatting about it. Nick Sorter says, holy crap, the CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. The CIA doesn't perform domestic operations. That's why I see this, I'm like, what?
And this just in, John. The CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Agents hauled out dozens of boxes, files on the JFK assassination and MK Ultra, the CIA mind control operation, which she was in the process of declassifying. Today's whistleblower said it during his deposition, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna confirmed it moments ago.
The reason why this is troubling is, A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra files. The CIA famously has said that, you know, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed.
And this just in, John.
This is crazy. I mean, this is a coup. This is insane. Tulsi's the director of national intelligence. She oversees these organizations.
That's
right.
That's what
The
we're
CIA isn't supposed to be
yeah.
doing domestic operations like this. This is
No, even when they have people that are internal spies and stuff, don't they get the FBI to go investigate?
the CIA is supposed to be collecting intelligence from foreign adversaries.
Who are the CIA answering to then? Who's their real boss?
Themselves, like they've always been.
I mean, this is
wild.
Hard to believe. I'm trying to find more on it because this is very hard to believe. Again, because they don't do domestic operations like this. So
Can we text them and be like, are you sure it's the CIA?
Nick Sorter posted this today.
Anna Paulina Luna came out and said something about this earlier today. This is more than 40 minutes ago. It was related to that, and she said that they'd taken files, but I didn't hear about the raid. And she said that they better return them or I will subpoena them. What Anna Paulina Luna said.
John Ratcliffe is the current director of the CIA, by the way. I don't know him.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's running this. This is
Where
Yo,
did
this
John
is
Ratcliffe get in?
crazy.
Did he get in under Trump?
I just asked Anna Paulina Luna's chief of staff if it was the CIA or the FBI that actually raided them, because that just may be a mistake. So
Maybe, but if the CIA is protecting the CIA, maybe that's their MO. It's
So,
like it's
so
a
wait, this
worldwide
actually
issue.
the story is from 7 hours ago.
Yes, okay. I knew I heard about it earlier, yeah.
Yeah, why is Fox News saying this just in?
Clicks.
Maybe because it was.
Maybe I also didn't hear the story. There's no articles about it.
I heard it this morning. I heard it earlier.
I didn't hear this one either.
I didn't hear about the raid. The raid is new. I knew that they took files.
The CIA does not run domestic operations or policing like the FBI. This is a Hail Mary. This is the deep state.
They are told
My friends shitting their pants.
They are told it's the CIA.
Holy.
This is something is whoa.
They probably just took those. They're just gonna do a burn barner with it. Like,
Yeah.
they're just gonna.
This is crazy. Well, guys, I want to say this again. The CIA doesn't do things like this. When you watch these TV shows and they're like a CIA agent, they're going around shooting people, they don't do that stuff. It's just not reality. CIA is largely dudes with glasses in the computers collecting information from foreign adversaries and doing, intelligence gathering.
But as you just said, that some of them are trying to get ahead of the collapse of the D state by being whistleblowers, like the guy who testified on COVID.
This is the other direction.
If you know that Tulsi Gabbard has 40 files and you're in them 37 times, maybe you will take it upon yourself to just get those damn files and burn them before, and you get in trouble afterwards. You'll get in trouble. Damn it, Tim!
They've had for a while. Like
this
Who
was
authorized
posted,
you to steal those files? And
this was posted by Rep Luna earlier today. I did not see this. I Googled it. There's no stories about it. And a story is just breaking now. We're seeing a bunch of accounts posting in the last 40 minutes and in between, so 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Again, I searched for any information on this. Nothing is coming up from any corporate news outlets except for Fox News.
Something's fishy.
Yeah, they know what's in those files. They know what hasn't been declassified yet, so they.
Can you get more details?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again. This is. How do I describe this? This is damn near the point at which Matt Brainerd said 2 vehicles speed at 100 miles an hour to a police department. 2 guys jump out of the cars, run up to the chief of police, and yell, "Arrest that man." This is, if this is true, that CIA agents raided the director of National Intelligence's office to seize documents from her, while the president was overseas,
We are looking at coup level.
That's a good point. President
Yeah, this is
here.
The entire administration. He brought Elon with him, Rubio. They're all on a trip for a delegation to China, and the CIA acting outside of their purview against their own boss. That's why I'm like, when Lisa showed me this was that the CIA rated, I'm like, the CIA doesn't rate things. And then I look it up and I'm like, we got this report from Fox News, Jesse Waters saying it. I find this very hard to believe.
Congress is literally being told it's the CIA.
This is coup. This is insane.
Ratcliffe authorized this.
Ratcliffe.
John Ratcliffe, yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard's in charge of all of it. They raided the boss's office.
Who authorized the raid? That's what I want to know.
This is nuts.
I bet you it's the individual rogue agents who know exactly what's in those files.
Like, Tulsi's not saying raid my own office. If they needed evidence from her, she'd be like, here's where it's at.
If you knew what was in that file, is it better to go to jail for violating protocol and burning files without authorization? Or is it better for those files to get released? What the hell's in those files?
What's the quote from Luna there? We were actually just notified that
This is the office of the Director of National Intelligence. It's not just Tulsi Gabbard's office. This is the CIA attacking the civilian oversight.
So what happened? I mean, do we have to wait for Trump to make a statement? Does J.D. Vance fill in now? Because he's...
Who knows? They're in a different time zone.
Yeah, the vice president stays when the president goes overseas normally and is in charge. Actually, the president signs like a little document.
They're going to destroy these documents before
In
anything.
the case of something that happens while I'm overseas, he's not the acting president, but he has the full authority on president.
Because Luna was looking into the JFK files and stuff, right? She has some hand in all these conspiracy theory stuff too.
What were the other files? I know you mentioned
JFK, MK Ultra, right? And
MK Ultra's a big one.
MK Ultra is a really big one. But I thought that like we had most of that because they like got rid of the documents and then there was that guy, the reporter, that found some other additional documents in one of the guys that was involved in MK Ultra. They found it in his like library when he died. He like donated his stuff to a library, and a reporter found some things, and that's how we were told about, originally found out about MK Ultra. But they originally destroyed most of the documents.
This is
from what I understand.
high-level sedition. This is crazy. This is... I gotta be careful, but this sounds like death penalty stuff.
Is she... They don't do that. I wish they did. But like...
I'm saying, in the law, we went over this with sedition. Sedition is 25 years. It's like 10 years and a fine. But military sedition is death.
Did Tulsi put out any statement yet?
I don't know.
Is she in China also? Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but a bunch of the administrations in China were the top.
I had execs show of force. I don't think she...
Bill said, check out Anna Polina Luna's statement. So there's some clarifications. So I guess if you go to Anna Polina Luna's...
Well, I got it. She's got this demand of record preservation.
Is that her statement, though? That might not be her statement. Well, let me ask.
The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is requesting you preserve all existing and future records and materials related to the assassination of JFK, Project MK Ultra, yada yada yada. This is insane.
First of all, if I ever got my hands on those documents as like a staffer, we would wouldn't you automatically like make a copy in case somebody did anything?
They probably did.
I hope they did.
Yeah, there's got to be a hard copy somewhere.
Or a digital copy.
Yeah, digital.
Let me find her thing. Let me go to her website.
Tulsi did not go to China with Trump.
What was the last thing you said to her? About Trump? Was she just...
Tulsi did not go.
What happened? Or she didn't go?
But Trump's not here.
Not in her office. Yeah.
Where's her website? Let me go to the press bar. Legislation.
I bet the whole term, like, the CIA is probably kind of obfuscatively vague on purpose. Like, how many layers of operations are happening within an organization called the CIA?
Exactly. The intelligence community is huge. I mean, there's probably not dozens, but there's 15 or so agencies. They all have agents, they all have guns, they all have badges, they all have an authorization. I think we just throw around the term CIA for everybody, but who knows who these people were.
Gosh, Mike Benz. I keep thinking about Mike Benz. He knows how these agencies are connected.
You should call.
Yeah, I know. I want to get him
Call
on
into
speaker.
the after show.
Benz, are you watching? Call. Yeah, I'll call. I'll text him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we should call him. Can we call Mike and be like, Mike, what's happening?
Yeah.
Crazy.
We've done that before where we can pick up on the mic. Do you want me to call?
Yeah.
Well, text him first. I want to put,
Text him.
Ask him if he knows about it. This is wild because I Googled it, nothing comes up.
Yeah.
Well, that's alarming too.
Are they
saying don't report on this?
Well, Fox News reported it definitively. I'm going to play this again. I want to play exactly what the.
Well, the weird thing also is that Jesse Waters is reporting it like it's breaking, but it's from 7 hours ago, and shows don't. They kind of gives you the impression they got the exclusive.
You also have some.
But I mean, is this because they only just got confirmation?
The CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Agents hauled out dozens of boxes, files on the JFK assassination and MK Ultra, the CIA mind control operation, which she was in the process of declassifying.
Wow.
Today's whistleblower said it during his deposition, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna confirmed it moments ago.
The reason why this is troubling is A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra files. The CIA famously has said that, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed.
And this just in.
Okay, so I want to be very careful here because what I see is Fox News is reporting that Anna Paulina Luna went on News Nation and said the CIA did this. However, earlier, Anna Paulina Luna was quoting 7 hours ago, if I can find this, what is it, like lead report or something? Leading report. She was quoting leading report, which...
She has a clarification from that thing and said, took documents that ODNI has jurisdiction over. Also, this did not happen today and was not a, quote, raid. However, it did take place, and we are just being made aware of it based on reporting, etc.
When did it happen? So I guess the reporting is actually the CIA whistleblower. That's what leading report is quoting in his testimony before Congress today. Said that it happened. Then it gets picked up. Then Luna says it on News Nation. Then Fox just reports it now.
So it could be a turf war between different intelligence agencies that don't trust each other.
If this is
not a good.
So let's walk through this. If it is true that it was not like just now they raided this, but it happened a while ago, and we're only just finding out that it happened. There is a civil war happening between powerful elites in this country, if that's the case. Because she's the ODNI.
The ODNI, is that what is the ODNI?
The Office of the Director of National Intelligence.
Leading report has something on it too. CIA sees 40 boxes of JFK that were being processed.
Yeah, I've got it.
You read that one, okay? And then she said.
But I don't know how credible the leading report is.
He said the CIA has 24 hours to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office, or she'll make a motion to issue a.
Can you ask them, like, what is their confirmation? When did it happen? What do we know about it?
And you said the ONI has jurisdiction, Office of Naval Intelligence. That's who has jurisdiction
over National Intelligence.
ONI is Office of Naval Intelligence.
No, it's ODNI.
ODNI is different.
Yeah.
ODNI.
The Director of National
But that's
Intelligence.
Tulsi's office.
That's
so why would her own office?
But why would the CIA raid the ODNI?
Well, I thought Lisa said that these files were under the jurisdiction of the ONI.
I
Did I mishear you?
said ODNI, didn't
Okay,
I?
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not, don't remember.
I'm sorry. If I didn't say it, that's why I was probably being dyslexic or something.
This was after 9/11. They created the Office of the Director of National Intelligence because they said, hey, CIA knew about this, and FBI knew, and Naval Intelligence knew, and DIA, Defense Intelligence knew, Osama bin Laden, and I knew that there were a bunch of Saudis learning how to fly planes, and none of them were talking to each other.
We actually...
So the DNI is supposed to, the Director of National Intelligence is supposed to coordinate all of them, but doesn't really have jurisdiction over them.
So we have this...
CIA is CIA. And they're
The
not
CIA
sure.
refused to provide information necessary to understand why analytical standards at the CIA were violated. The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of DIG personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon illegally while executing duties directed by the president and under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence. One CIA contractor assisting with the DIG's investigation into the events that transpired between 2022 and 2023 was fired by the CIA 1 day after meeting with the DIG. When the DIG ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MK Ultra files being processed for declassification by DNI Gabbard.
So wildly exaggerated. What he actually said, they took back boxes It then gets turned into a CIA raid. It then gets aired on Fox News as they just did it because Rep. Luna went on News Nation saying they raided. Okay. So this is still crazy, but it sounds actually like something Tulsi Gabbard knew of.
Yeah.
So very strange.
It's more of a territorial dispute. You don't get to release those documents. Those are my documents. Oh yeah, well
She's in control of everything.
She's not. ODNI is not really doesn't have jurisdiction. It's a coordinating role. It doesn't really have jurisdiction over CIA or Defense Intelligence or the FBI. Coordinating role, but it's not like the executive producer where everyone reports to you. Which is why people don't like that job, because Tulsi can be like, "Hey CIA, I want to know what you're doing." Yeah, sure. I'll tell you tomorrow.
I said
It's cumbersome.
Oh, okay. So Anna Planelli just tweeted this 15 minutes ago. They took documents that ODNI had jurisdiction over. It did not happen today. It was not a raid. However, it did take place, and we are just being made aware of it based on reporting. So everybody's, it's still crazy. And it makes us question why the CIA is acting against the executive orders of Donald Trump. But if this, that's what I'm saying, like, I find it hard to believe the CIA raided her office while Trump's over. Like, that's coup level
That's how
stuff.
it was reported.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. I'd said during Green Room earlier today that the CIA, the FBI, they act like a fourth branch of government, and they're an unconstitutional fourth branch of government, and they don't have a constitutional check and balance for that matter. So, and we're kind of seeing that here.
And it also explains or is evidence of why journalism and reporting matters, right? You shouldn't report a story that says CIA raids office of. You're allowed to do that when you're like some idiot on social media because you're just trying to get clicks and likes. But if you're a serious news agency,
Yeah, not as serious as I originally thought, but still not good.
be careful about your language, right? Language does have value, and words have meaning. And it just pisses me off when Hakeem Jeffries is always saying that courts are illegitimate and corrupt, and Donald Trump's a cartel. Like, words have meaning and value. If everything is hyperbolic and everything, we have to be careful with the words that we choose. Otherwise, then there's no point in actually speaking.
It makes it look so bad though to even like go in and take any documents anyway. Like it makes it. It's like
There's some good stuff in those documents.
I know. I want to read it so badly.
Some really good stuff. Could you imagine? We haven't even talked about the UFO documents.
For this to be for like them to go do that, there's certainly things they don't want.
Oh, this is wild. YouTube went down on us, but Rumble's fine.
The stream, I was just going to say the stream went down.
Yeah.
It looks like it's back up now, but when we were talking about the CIA, the stream went down.
I am so tired.
Fourth branch of government.
Unbelievable.
Bro, guys, for everybody listening, we didn't go down on Rumble. Rumble's been up just fine.
Of course.
I mean, it still looks like we're good.
Oh, the chat was still up, and then it was just straight Fs.
Yeah.
Just Fs in the chat.
what that really? And on our end, our stream, everything's good. Yo, someone at YouTube just hard stopped the show.
Maybe, potentially.
There's no other explanation.
We've been streaming.
Our stream health is perfect. Our dropped frames is 0, and we're live on Rumble and X. The only show that dropped was YouTube. So when you say potentially, did YouTube go down? Did YouTube have an error that happened just as we were talking about the CIA taking boxes?
When that froze, we dropped from 20,000 live viewers to 12, and now we're back up to 14.
16 now.
Wow.
I see 17.
Half the audience.
So do it again. let's break the story again.
Remember when we were talking about Eric? This happened when we talked about Eric Charmella. They would delete the show. They would just ban you. They'd shut everything down.
Oh yeah.
Now he's been criminally referred, hasn't he?
I see that YouTube is experiencing a partial outage. I don't know how frequently that happens. If you go to like a YouTube down detector, this is through NordVPN. I don't know if it's true or not.
But going back to those,
there's a criminal referral from ODNI to Eric Charmella.
Going back to those COVID days, though, when we would do the show, I mean, had to be really careful what we said about.
It was like walking on eggshells.
COVID, exactly, because you couldn't say like it. You just had it was bizarre.
Yeah, you had to like almost speak another language. Yeah. You still kind of do.
Yeah.
I was designated a hate agent on Facebook for posting a picture with Tommy Robinson, and they banned my account forever, indefinitely. And I literally was told by a government affairs person from Facebook that I was a hate agent.
You need to add that.
Add labeled as a hate agent, and I still don't have that account back.
Call it agent. Like just put the
hate agent.
Add that to your ex bio.
Yeah.
Hate agent.
Where is he, Lob?
Some people are commenting saying that they're watching other YouTube streams that didn't cut out.
This is my concern about that when I keep talking about technocracy. Like, I like doing this. I like talking and saying what I believe, and like for them just to be able to click a button and knock you down on the internet. It just, not that you have a right to it, but maybe you should.
It's exhausting, honestly.
And I'm going to stress, too, this is why they attacked Rumble. They launched an SEC investigation. They smeared Rumble. When YouTube was censoring everybody and shutting them down, these people went to Rumble. So Charlie Kirk, Dan Bongino, they go to Rumble. They say, we need to start this company. We need a way to get the message out in the space. YouTube's shutting us down. Immediately what happens is Democrat-aligned individuals start claiming that Rumble's views are all fake, which makes no sense considering you've got 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You go to Rumble. If they want to watch your show, they're going to migrate over. Maybe you'll lose 20 or 30%, and these shows were doing well. So then they start running this smear campaign claiming Rumble is fake. Rumble then gets investigated by Biden's SEC for fraud because they're a publicly traded company, ultimately clear them of any wrongdoing because their analytics are the same as YouTube's. I think the deep state's losing. This is not the first time this has happened. We've talked about CIA ops before, and the show's dropped. But back then, we were only on YouTube. And we were like, well, that was weird, I guess. Now, we're live on X and Rumble, and YouTube drops our stream on our end. I got a monitor right here showing our bit rate, showing our dropped frames, 0 problems.
Oh, yeah, data center. Don't forget about.
We don't need the sound at data centers.
Wow.
I'm going to go ahead and say I do not believe for a second that was an accident or an error on YouTube. I think that was intentional. No. I think someone said, hit the mute button, because they've done this to us before. On January 6th, in 2021, they shut our chat room down. The live chat was just disabled instantly.
Alpha.
So they're watching.
Powerful Corp, Alpha.
I had a great party at my house January 5th, the night before.
They told us afterwards that we had to get a chat moderator, otherwise they wouldn't let us do chat live anymore.
Really?
Yeah. They deleted our episode with Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Blair White.
I remember that.
The
one where you guys were in the
years
van
later,
watching?
actually. Yep.
Yeah.
In the RV, they deleted it like 3 years after it aired, and then recently we got it reinstated because you know what happened was I kept filing for appeal and they kept rejecting it. So finally, I said live on this show, I am going to re-upload that episode in full right now, and I was like, tomorrow it's going up. We're just putting it back up. They could take it down again. And then instantly I said, your appeal's been granted. They brought it back.
Yep. I think
wild.
Corporate governance, whether we want to believe it's real or not, it's de facto happening. I mean, internet's not telephone. Your telephones are bugged. You used to have the right to call anybody you want and say whatever you want, and phone taps were illegal, but that's all out the window now. We need a real corporate governance. Like, we have an opportunity, like Rumble has a great ethos. I don't think they have like an embedded constitution that I know of. Maybe it's U.S. law, but we need a corporate governance that works because we are going corporatocracy, whether you like it or not. We're not going communism. Corporations are going to be running this show. Right now, literally, corporations are running this show on their platforms. So we can build out, like with the Manila Principles, with rights to your freedom of access to software code and access to artificial intelligence, personal artificial intelligence. We can build out a digital constitution that can roll us through these corporate schematics. I mean, but this is the inevitable future, in my opinion.
Thomas Massey has a digital constitution that he put together. I talked about it when I interviewed him, I think 6 years ago. So that exists.
Yeah, the Manila Principles was one in 2014 that they got started. We can pull it up and read about it. But decentralization of power, like we need mesh networks.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of this weaponized during COVID and after January 6th, especially when you start adding debanking, deplatforming, just how quickly it moves, right? How you can erase someone's ability to function because all of this is online. It is corporate. You can't go to the ATM and pull out at $5, so you can't buy anything. So you are in the hands of the corporations that run these businesses.
You see the King of England, he said that he's directed his ministers to initiate a digital ID.
That's crazy stuff.
With his crown and his jeweled robe, and he's like...
That made me irrationally violent as a revolutionary historian.
It was like Palpatine. Like, it was crazy. And I don't hate the guy, but that was like full on.
King George shit.
Yeah, it was absolutely King George, yeah, and digital ID is some scary stuff.
And the Trump's administration goes to China with the AI, all that had a G-Force.
Can I get rated, please?
What's that guy's name? Sorry, dude. I gotta...
You guys saw that they're banning people, right? Like they're banning, they banned 2 members of the European Parliament, and they banned like 3 or 4 creators from America for going to they denied their visas or revoked their visas from getting into England to go to Tommy's thing this weekend.
Did you see Marco Rubio was banned to go to China, so the Chinese changed his Chinese name so that he could enter the country.
That's funny.
It's the peace, it's the olive branch.
I guess if you're going as Secretary of State, you wouldn't be nervous, but I wouldn't go to China and when I have to go visit family in Australia, I'm always petrified that we're going to somehow have like a plane thing and get rerouted to Hong Kong. I would never go to China, and the amount of stuff we've done on China in the climate space. If we were ever rerouted to China, I'd have to tell the pilot, like, you have to lock me into the cockpit, because I hate China with every fiber of my being. So even if I were Secretary of State and they were like, well, delegation to China, I couldn't run for office because of how much anti-China stuff I have on my platform. Horrifying country, vile, well, communists, right? But kudos to them for going. I would never step foot in that country, ever. It's
like a vanguard. They say communist because that's the trick, but it's really a vanguardist, like a council of 30 people that run that entire country. It's not communist is when the people own everything together. These collective Chinese are being smashed into paste by their demagogue leaders, or the people that think they're their leaders. Hey, I love Chinese culture and history, but
sure,
that doesn't really exist anymore.
It doesn't. No, and the food. Love a good
We
dumpling.
shouldn't have any more people from China coming in here. I want nobody else coming in here. How about that?
300,000 students a year come on visa.
Done. No
Ow,
allowed.
ow.
Stop them.
We're going to go to the Rumble Rants and Super Chat, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone. Subscribe if you haven't already. That uncensored portion of the show is coming up in 15 or so minutes. You don't want to miss it. But let's see what y'all have to say about all these goings-ons.
Let's see.
Hopefully it doesn't stop.
Let's see what we got going on. Looks like...
It did.
I got to figure out how to pull up the Rumble Rants because we only have a couple right now. Salty Pepe says, what files exactly? Yes, Ian, who authorized the raid? All I know is death penalty, or this will only lead to our country burning down. So to clarify, this is not a raid. They took back documents that were supposed to be released, and then everything got all jumbled up.
It looks like without authorization, though. Like,
Yeah, that's going to be the argument. Did Trump give Tulsi the authority over these documents, or does the CIA? The CIA
it looks
probably
like
like, hey,
Tulsi didn't know until the whistleblower that they were even taken back. That's what it appears. And that would be...
Well, we should be digging into this to figure out what just happened, because we're only learning about it from whistleblower today. Robert says, finally able to rumble with Timcast and newborn baby number 3. Welcome Isla to the fight, Patriots. Let's go. All right. We need to when you refresh Rumble, the rants disappeared, and so with the hubbub over everything, we refreshed.
It'd be nice if the chat window popped out and started.
I swear, there's a way to have them all collect at the top.
But when you refresh, they go away.
Oh man.
Thinker for Life says, if this is not egg on a deep state face, I don't know what is.
It's tough because some of these chats probably came in when we were first breaking this, and like,
they raided. Oh my gosh, it's a raid.
All right, let's see what else you guys got going on here. We got more. Marushi says, many claim aliens are demons. Maybe it's the other way around, that angels, demons, and gods of ancient religions were actually aliens with human zoos.
No.
The actual widely believed theory is that Earth was terraformed by an advanced species, and settlers got stranded on Earth, and it's like District 9. You ever see that movie? So a giant spaceship comes to Earth, terraform it, and then a bunch of just like worker bees come down to the Earth, and they're like mechanics and engineers and masons, so average working class people. Then, when a fight breaks out in the heavens due to a conflict between, like a mutiny, and the ship leaves, these people are stranded and they're like, oh crap. So how do they convey general knowledge to people? Like, what could you actually tell your children if you were stranded on a desert island, you know, with no communications forever? You'd explain to your kids, be like, yeah, we used to fly around, you know, and we had these like ships and like fire would come out the back to lift it. And in their mind, what are they imagining?
dragons.
Yeah, chariots of fire, you know.
I thought maybe if there's an entity that's so large that it could treat the solar system like a particle collider, and they smash 2 stars into each other to produce us, this solar, but that'd be a pretty intricate process if there was really some sort of sentient formation.
Esteban says, if this chat is any sort of gauge, Massey is cooked. Let's do it. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll for all y'all.
They do not like him in the chat.
Massey.
Oh, I know.
Yes, Massey.
I know. Yeah.
No Massey. Elad hates him.
I keep on.
Also making him talk about Chud the Builder. He put on that one.
Oh, Chud the Builder. Well, we'll talk about Chud the Builder in the uncensored portion, because then we can be filthy. Oh, no.
That's a good plan.
Oh, that's a really good plan.
No Massey is currently winning with 53% of the vote.
Wow.
Let it simmer.
So it's just rocking at about 51. Oh, yes, Massey is starting to take it.
Right, yeah. I guess these guys like kill switches and, you know, the glyphosate.
I love glyphosate. Just all I think about all day is just, how can I have more glyphosate in my diet?
Exactly.
I saw some on the shelf in the kitchen.
That's right. We spritz our salads with it. You know, you want to make sure we buy organic, so we have to add the glyphosate afterwards.
Just the lettuce, corn, and stuff.
Like, I disagree with Tom about stuff, but he's the best, by far best congressperson.
Oh, it's 50-50.
I don't understand.
Not kidding. It's 50-50.
Like,
What I like about Massey is that he is himself, and he does everything himself. Like, nobody, I used to, you know, guys know I used to do Comms on the Hill, and nobody is allowed to touch his Twitter. Like, nobody's tweeting for him. He's doing it all completely himself. And I do know, though, for a long time, lots of members of Congress. I remember one congressman saying to me, I said at the time I liked Massey, this was like years ago, and he's like, we all hate him. He's the type of guy you want to stuff into a locker when you're in high school. Like, that's what they said. And maybe because he's like a contrarian a little bit, but like, people have warmed to him. But he's never been like a GOP favorite. If anything, they've always really not.
He doesn't bend the
loved
rules.
Massey.
He's not
Right.
bend the rules or find a loophole. He's like, no, the Constitution is my guidance, and that's what he does.
So we've got this from the Spence Fencer. Temples and shrines in Japan are burning weekly. The Green Star invasion of Japan has begun. Japan has mass immigration problems also. Let's look there. Wow.
Green Star. What's the Green Star?
I don't know. Look it up. Rocky Eagle says, what's your opinion of the quartering drama? And can Tim and or Brett appear on Friday Night Tights? I don't know anything about it.
What's Friday Night Tights?
A show. But I don't know anything about the quartering drama. I will just put it like this. Lisa here worked in the Hill for a decade plus, and so she's talking about the goings-on of the movers and the shakers who control politics. Daniel here is energy consultant and discusses the lies of climate change, national and international level conflicts. Josie's talking about a member of Congress who's in a deep battle with a Trump supporter, a majorly Trump-supported guy in the polling there. All of these are going to have deep impacts on the structure of our world, our governance. And with that being said, I wish you guys all the best on sorting through the drama with the quartering. And I don't mean to be passionate, it's just that my point is, whatever Jeremy is doing or is doing has a little effect on whether or not there's going to be a member of Congress, a Democrat, Republican House, whether or not we're going to get national level bans on fossil fuels. So, I don't really have much to say about it. I don't know. I don't look up the news on...
I didn't even know he was going...
It's just gossip, and we just don't.
I like Jeremy, but Jeremy likes gossip, and Jeremy likes drama.
The privilege to gossip right now. There's too much going on.
I'm tired of gossip.
People are allowed to care about what they care about, because this has to do with the little that I know is something about like he reported somebody, I think, or something. I don't know.
I'm just so tired of like the infighting, the drama, the gossip, the sex scandals, the this scandal, the that scandal. It's really like exhausting. It's actually, which is probably good. It's making me want to stay away from politics in general. Like I know I feel the 19th person myself, but like
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Benny stuff.
Yeah, it's like annoying. It's freaking annoying. Can we just try to fight the real enemy, which is Islamists and the left?
But it's so easy to say the problem is.
And anybody in a sand country, and that includes Israel. Like I'm tired of all that. I want. I'm serious. Any sand countries, I don't care what happens over there.
People
Abu Dhabi is a little developed.
Extracting interest off of our debt, that's a big problem. That's the enemy we should be eradicating, interest.
Massey is now winning by 2 points.
And if you want to check out Friday Night Tights, it's Gary Buechler. Gary, pretty cool.
All right. Josiah says, sorry, but Massey was one of the biggest black pillars in an existential election. He helped in framing Trump as the Epstein class and the new swamp. I think he's a grandstander. He is the example of the right going after the right.
He hit 4 talking points. Congratulations.
Well, that guy's got some points. I mean, listen, I can see both sides. Like, I can see why people would like Massey for principled reasons. I like Massey as a person. He's always been very good to me, very good to us, very good to the show. I like a lot of things he stands for. I also see, let's do it. I think that's all unproductive. That is the real problem. Like I see this, it is more just infighting. Like I don't like this guy because I'm a Trump loyalist and he went against the grain or whatever the issue is. He's been great on a ton of issues and he's been sucky on some, but that's almost every single member of Congress. So we're just gonna like throw the baby out with bathwater and get rid of like a seat that we need? That's stupid to me.
You don't even know Ed's position. You just know he's gonna rubber stamp anything that says he's going to debate. You have no idea what.
I mean, I don't care if he rubber stamps all Trump's positions too. Like that's fine, but like
well, my concern
there's gonna be stuff he does that you don't like either down the road. That's
how do we give money to Israel unless we bring in?
We need to stop giving money to everybody, including Israel. That's gotta
all foreign aid immediately. All of it.
Bye.
But who's gonna blow up brown kids in sand countries unless we get rid of people like Thomas Massey? I wonder if we'll get in trouble.
Fractional reserve banking.
That's something I would say that you would normally yell at me for. I said
no, sand country's not that bad. You're not insulting a people.
No, I said I
gotta get the sand into the ocean. What?
I said I wanted to delete the sand countries.
Get rid of them? You said you want to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's a vague statement. I'm saying, like, calling a country a sand country is not targeting a people. It's pointing out that they're desert nations.
Yeah, desert nations gotta go.
We looked this up. Did you know that there's, like, I didn't even know this. I'm going to pull this up.
While you're doing that, I'll point out that we're going to build autonomous drones that will take the sand back and put it in the ocean where it came from.
God, you're thinking out.
Yeah, so
I was just bored, and I was like, who lives in the Sahara Desert? And, like, no joke, there's 150,000 people living right here in Tamanrasset. Look at this. This is wild. Look at this. We zoom out. Look where they are. Look where those people are. What are you doing in there, huh? What are you doing in the middle of the Sahara like that, huh?
Why don't they move closer to water?
They're trying to make their IQ reach 65.
Who was the comedian who was like, "Stop living where you can't grow food"? You're in a
Live
country
where
full
the
of sand. Food can't grow
is.
here.
What the hell's his
What's
name?
that?
Sam Kennison.
No, it's an old. Oh gosh, he's been dead forever.
He's dead now, yeah.
Sam Kennison.
Is that what that was?
Sam Kennison. Yeah. I remember I was.
You live where there's sand. You can't grow food.
I was in a helicopter convoy going from Baghdad to Basra, which was like 3 hours, and I fell asleep because it was 900 degrees, and I woke up at one point, and you're still in the sand, and I looked down, and there was a guy walking with like 3 camels, and we're not very high off the ground. I remember staring at him thinking, where the hell did you come from?
Bro, camels are huge.
And where are you going? Like, it was just amazing. So yeah, there are 150,000 people living there. That's just people do. And they
Have you guys ever seen a camel?
No.
Camels are cool. You should see them right on.
Yeah, they're 6 to 7 feet at the hump. No joke. When I was in Morocco, they're doing camel rides, and I was like,
You didn't ride them in the zoo when you were little?
I have seen the ones with
I
two
have.
humps.
yeah,
I rode one with 2 humps in a zoo once.
Yeah.
I think 2 humps is 2 humps too many, but that's just me.
2 humps. Yeah,
I like horses. Okay,
Horses are
fat.
fat.
That's how they get their water.
They're big fat.
You should see. There's a lady who has a camel and she
Not water.
runs around
Got
with the
tons
horses.
of
The camels
seeds
are
now.
Goofy and fun.
So we can grow all of our carrots back.
I like camel. Maybe not camel people, but camel.
I could be wrong.
80 pounds of fat in their humps. That's
Wow.
Oh, I heard they have water, but it's just moisture then in the fat probably. That's how
Yeah.
they get. That's
camels don't need to drink water for a week, and when they do, they consume 40 gallons in one sitting.
Dudes used to ride those things into battle. I don't know if they still do.
Yeah, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Camel archers and stuff.
All right, let's grab some more of this. See what's going on. Let's see. Luis Rodriguez says, Ian, sometimes the ants take over. Tim, and I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. That's a Simpsons reference. I absolutely would say something like that.
That sounds fun.
It was Kent Brockman said that when they thought what was it, like an ant crawled on the camera lens or something, so they thought ants were taking over.
It's funny. Somebody said it's hump day. It is hump day.
It is, yeah.
Talking about camels on hump day.
Happy Hump Day.
Mauricio says we're building the Matrix.
I know.
Correct.
Yeah, but we kind of can choose how we build it still, and then it's going to automate and keep. Yeah, we're setting the algorithm right now of how it's going to build itself.
We can.
Well, our words are, like you mentioned earlier, we're changing the way that the AI processes by speaking.
She doesn't
Let's see what we got
understand.
here.
Over it.
Peace and Silence says no Massey. He wants to do away with AM radio in cars. Is that true?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Why?
I like AM radio.
I haven't heard the AM radio standard, but I wasn't paid cow money to talk about that.
She Enforcer says Massey doesn't get my vote or support because he would choose to let Iran do what they want with the Strait and would probably pay them off, which is soft and weak, rather than kick their ass.
I don't think he would pay them all either, but I see what they're saying there. That's
Yeah, Massey would never vote to give him money.
no. Yeah, he would never. He would do the rest, but never vote to give them money.
I couldn't imagine him supporting a bill to ban AM radio either, which is I don't understand. I'd love to know what that comes from. Yeah, right. Like
Well, it's just like one of the things like about him having a podcast. It's just kind of made up.
Yeah, people are making jokes.
Yeah, that seems like a really weird thing to do.
Yeah.
All right. Nick Bumar said, you said we're dealing with people of sub 70 IQ. That's history. Salem witch trials, Civil War, and rights racists, modern leftists, all the same. It's our duty to ensure humanity's future as our founding fathers' good thoughts.
Well, they shouldn't get a right to vote though. Those people.
That guy makes a brilliant point. There are
No, I think the easiest way to solve for that, we don't need literacy tests. You just write an only. If you don't write in the name legibly and correctly spelled, your vote don't count. Or more importantly, if like Barack Obama is running and you write Barack Obama, great, he gets a vote. But then if you write Brock Obama gets a vote. Don't know who Brock Obama is, but he's got one vote. I think that's the way we should do it.
Then they'd have to type their names in.
Nope, handwritten.
Handwriting's
Handwriting.
Too bad.
sometimes you can't read it, but it's not your fault.
That's why I said legibly.
Or rather, if
Too
I
bad.
can't read your handwriting, it might be your fault, or it might be my fault,
I can
but I
choose
can't.
to write very slowly and very legibly.
You need to write it in Constitution script in order for it to
Constitution
I'm here for that.
with ink.
Yes.
What about voice to text?
Exactly.
You can just say the name of the person.
We're taking it all the way.
No, because voice of text hates my Philly accent and gets everything wrong.
We're
so that's
trying
not
to
allowed.
create barriers that stop stupid people from voting. And so it's fair to say we don't really have a good means of testing for like literacy in this, because some people are going to say that's not fair. If you can articulate the individual in writing legibly who you want, your vote is good. That's it.
Is it the stupid or the ignorant that you want?
Stupid.
Stupid. Ignorant can be fixed. Ignorant just means without knowledge. You can teach the ignorant. But
No, they shouldn't vote either until they get knowledge.
well, you have to get some, right? And that's the problem, is how do you force people to acquire? Because there are people who want to be willfully ignorant, and that's what, every time you testify before Congress, every time you know, you deliberately want to not know these things. You are foregoing the opportunity to. I'm here as a star witness to talk about it, but you don't want to know, because then you have to change your opinion, so...
We're going to go to the uncensored portion of the show. We'll talk about Chud the Builder and how he got attacked for accusing a guy of chimping out. And then he got punched, and then he shot the guy. Pretty crazy story. We will talk about that at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. So smash that like button, share this show with everyone you know. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Dan, do you want to shout anything out before you run away?
I was just going to go, sorry. Daniel Turner, Power of the Future, powerofthefuture.com, and your favorite sheep farmer, Virginia, Bristol Farm, Virginia. If you like sheep and service dogs, Bristol Farm, Virginia on Instagram. Come follow us. We're a great farm.
Right on.
I'm coming to visit.
Yeah. Want to shout anything out?
No, hi guys. Nice to see everybody. Thanks for having me. You guys are the best. Best chat in the world.
Lisa Reynolds, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best.
I didn't fight with anybody today.
Where are you? Where do they follow you?
Oh, at Lisa Elizabeth on Twitter, but I really haven't been tweeting much at all. Like, I don't think I've like done an original tweet in weeks. Yeah.
Josie, I'm the Redhead Libertarian. You can find me on X, RHL Official, and across all streams and platforms. And you should definitely look into Cast Brew Coffee. I do make a fantastic coffee over there.
Let's go.
Hit me up at Ian Crossland on the internet. Seize the day. Take advantage of it now. It might seem like tomorrow's inevitable, but nothing's inevitable. So change it. Make it the best for yourself and your community. Do it. Go.
And as you said, we are training the machines right now for whatever the AI future holds. So, yes, seize the day. And you can follow me at Carter Banks everywhere. And follow our record label at Trash House Records on YouTube.
We'll see you all at rumble.com/TimCastIRL in about 10 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Chud the Builder. So I don't know if you guys know who he is. He makes these videos where he walks. Like, should I just pull him up?
Yeah. Because it's like uncensored, right?
Is he on YouTube or X?
He's on X.
X is probably...
I would say he's on Instagram.
If you fall down the video wormhole on X, he'll eventually come up.
Chud the Builder.
I've definitely seen him on Instagram.
Oh, I found him.
This was inevitable.
Yeah, Chud.
Like, people were predicting this like 4 days ago, you know?
Yeah, I can't believe he lasted as long as he...
He shot it.
But also, like, he's gonna be like, don't chimp out, and then you chimp out.
Are you on some
Like,
shrooms or something? What are you on? I told you, I'm on your mama's sweet. I can hear it. Bitch. You're a bitch,
Ew,
bro.
see him?
Literally, all
Gross
you do is
people.
talk about your dick. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm a nigger. Come back over here. Come back over here. Let's not fight. I am.
Touch
Touch me again.
Is this the one?
Touch me again.
This is when he maces
I really
somebody.
don't. Go pick up my hat, nigger. You heard me, nigga.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Touch me again. Touch me again, nigger. That's what I thought. Thank you. Don't hit me with that shit. I ain't gonna pray you. That motherfucker was to put his hands on me again. Go home with you. Let's go get his ass. Hail Hitler, nigger.
Oh my
Look at this.
Trolling the fuck out of all of them.
Let's go get
This
that
shit don't
dude.
work anymore. You can't. It doesn't fucking matter. He does not give a shit. He's got fucking. He's armed.
I'll say something like that to be
This is kind of what happened.
Liberal women.
It's like these people don't get it. This dude does not. He does not give a shit.
I don't care either. I wouldn't talk like that because I think it's like crass and like rude. But
Yeah.
but if I heard people talking it like that, I would think it's funny,
Look at
and
this.
I would also not.
All I'm saying, bro, you don't think the stuff you do is cowardice, bro?
No.
Okay.
That's why I'm standing here 10 toes down in front of yours,
Yeah.
and I'm not shaking in my boots like most
Me
people.
neither. Because if the police pull up, I'm
You're
licensed to
cool.
carry. You are too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a difference, so
It's no
it can go
big deal.
both ways.
I'm only here reporting the nigga who smacked my phone.
That's fine, but you gotta understand, some people don't get offended by it. I hate when country white
I don't
boys
want
like
you to be offended.
I hate when country white boys like you, and they'd be so. All I'm saying, bro, you.
It's just all it
I
is.
got ripped on for being white a lot in Philadelphia, like a lot. And so I'm like, you know, it's okay to do it to us, but like, you know, we can't say anything to them. I've been called a cracker. I've been like,
It's because they changed the definition of racism back in the Obama era early on. They had a little girl. Right, a little
Because I
girl
walked
writes to
into
the
the gas
dictionary and says,
and walked
I
out.
think that it should be
And the guy-
systemic. And they're like,
and
you know
I
what,
walked
little
into my
girl, we agree
turned
with you.
around,
And they
he's got
added the
something behind his
definition,
back,
so
looks
now
like a gun,
white
it's a
people
drill.
can't.
Well, they're saying,
Like, I
so I
have a
turned around,
problem.
fuck what they're saying. It's
Like,
all
if-
recorded.
my
And it's like,
kids are playing in the schoolyard,
and I have every right to say whatever I want on the internet without
and I
being
have
chipped
a
out
real
on.
problem with that.
Without
right?
being chipped
That was
out
not okay.
on.
Of course. But if like, I really, you can't do that with kids. Like, I went out there. Like, I did not like that. You cannot talk to kids and whatever. And that's only perpetuating a cycle
That's
of
what I
like,
thought, nigger.
miserableness.
That's what I thought, nigger. Dumbass
Like, this I
nigger.
don't think is helpful.
He's chipping out.
But I do think you should be
Look
able
at
to
him,
say
he's
what you
chipping
want.
out. That's what I
He's
thought.
rage baiting people in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, if
The
you're...
the constitutional right to record.
Hey, cracker, hey, cracker.
Yeah, well,
I don't need to ask you if I can exercise my freedom.
people aren't used to seeing this, though.
Yeah, I
That's
can.
why he gets.
Yeah, I can. Y'all gotta learn the law. Y'all gotta learn the law. Don't walk up on me. Stay right there.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Walk anywhere?
Keep coming up.
We gonna push you walk anywhere in public.
I'm gonna mace your ass real quick.
Me? So you one of those guys.
I'll spray the shit out you, yeah.
I would rather you punch me in
Just
my face.
just learn how to act, bro.
Learn how to act. Learn how to ask. Learn how to act.
Why are you acting like a nigga right now?
Acting like a what?
You heard me. Sit down.
Oh, sit down. If I stand up, what's the penalty?
Come on. Look at him.
If I stand up, what's the penalty?
Y'all need to learn how to act.
Don't make it move, man.
Y'all need to learn how we can
shot
record
himself?
all we want around here.
I don't.
Come on.
I think he shot
Come chimp over here.
somebody and himself accidentally.
Yeah, so what happened was, here he is.
That one?
Apparently not, but I think I've got the, this is apparently like he was streaming. Here's what's said.
I walked up to him because they were pointing at me. They were laughing. They were pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He's still wailing on me.
Where's your weapon at?
They have everything.
What weapon is that right there?
This dude's going to prison.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, he's going to prison.
Should go to prison.
They're gonna argue because they're gonna argue that you can't go up to
rage
somebody
bait.
and start antagonizing them. So
He
first,
said they went up to, well, he does do that, but like he said that he walked away from him.
I watched his videos. He walks up to them.
And he didn't like to say, "Hey, chimp out." He said a lot of other stuff that
He walked up to those black guys sitting at a bench drinking.
That was at the same time.
No. I am saying this guy does this all the time.
Yes, I see that.
So when he tells them, they came up to me, everyone's going to say, nope. He's going to go to a jury
What if he has it
trial.
on video?
And it's not going to matter. They're going to say, what about before the video? Prosecution's going to be like, we don't know what he filmed before that.
You can't do fighting work. Like,
It doesn't matter though. You cannot. It is not self-defense to antagonize someone and then when they attack you.
if they no. They can attack you back with words. They cannot attack you back with your fist.
can't
And
shoot
once
them.
they touch you with your fist, you can shoot them.
No. You are
Well,
correct.
then that's effed
I
up.
guess it depends on where you
So-
are, maybe.
If you instigate a fight by calling someone a bitch or a variety of other slurs, and they attack you, you can't shoot them.
That cannot be true.
Yes.
I don't know, because some people
You
look
cannot-
at me funny and they attack. So
That's different. Looking at someone funny is different from walking up and saying they're chimping out.
So you mean if somebody comes up to me and calls me a C word, which I don't mind at all, right? Like, who cares, right? But say they said that, right?
So you punch
and then I decide, because I'm a crazy leftist lunatic, I care about that, and then I punch them.
Yes,
They
it is-
can't shoot me or punch me back?
So, first, the law is
I'm way
You
bigger.
instigate.
Yes. Okay. So the law is basically what the jury is going to say. However, in law, in self-defense, if you instigate a fight, you cannot respond to the fight with lethal force.
You can't kill somebody.
However, the question then will become, what is instigation? The first and most important thing is this guy is not going to win in any jurisdiction. Even in deep red West Virginia, the prosecutor's going to be like, fuck that. I'm not going to be the guy who gets the dude off who goes to the black people, calling them niggers, and then defends him when a guy attacks him for it. And then he shoots him.
Okay, so let's turn the tables around. Somebody is literally going around calling somebody a cracker, a cracker, a cracker. The cracker, hits the black guy, then the black guy shoots him. The black guy's going, he's
going to jail.
Get off.
Well, it just depends on the jurisdiction.
This is in Tennessee, by the way. Clarksville, Tennessee.
In self-defense law, you cannot instigate a fight and then claim self-defense.
Yeah.
I think instigate a fight by pushing, touching, shoving, spitting, that type of thing.
In law, it'll be interpretable by the judge, the prosecutor, the defense, and the jury. However, most reasonable people, I would argue, would say, if a white guy walks up to a black guy and says he's chimping out and a nigger, and he punches him, they're going to say he started a fight by intentionally trying to antagonize. You don't think walking up to black guys and dropping and calling them niggers is antagonizing them?
Yeah, this says under Tennessee law, a person generally cannot claim self-defense if they were the initial aggressor.
But aggressor means you attacked him.
Well, he was saying he was walking and then a group pointed at him and antagonized
they know him.
If this is all true, I don't really believe what he...
Now this could be... Right, I don't believe him. However, I do think he's well known enough that he might be walking down the street and some black dudes might come up to him and start instigating with him. If they approach him and say, don't you be saying that chimp out shit, and he says, go fuck yourself, I can say whatever I want, then they attack him and he shoots him, self-defense. If he walks up to them and says, y'all be chimping out, and they attack him, not self-defense.
So, okay, this happened to me in England, not here in America, but say it happened here. Walking down the street with my mom, coming from an event, people recognize us, they say, hey Nazis, and spit on us, right?
That's an assault.
If I turn around and shot that person, you're saying that I'd be fine if it was here?
No.
If someone spit on you?
They called me a Nazi.
No,
they
your
spit
life
on me.
wasn't
Now,
in
if I turned
danger.
around and shot
Spitting
them-
is spitting on someone is assault and battery.
But if I turned around and shot
your
them,
life's not
you're
in
saying-
danger.
That's not self-defense. You'll go to jail, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to believe that your
Right,
life
so
was
then
in
how-
danger
then-
or your bodily harm.
You were going to die right
how
then
would he
and
get in
there.
trouble if he was the one that...
Yeah, Tennessee specifically has provocation law. Calling a guy a nigger is provocation.
That's ridiculous. Calling anybody any name, it should not be provocation. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Tennessee TCA 3911661. They do have stand your ground. You have to believe that reasonable force is necessary to prevent imminent harm or death. For use of deadly
What about
force,
the right to eliminate
imminent
the threat?
danger of death or serious bodily injury, there's an exception called provocation. You cannot claim self-defense if you provoke the other person to use force, including with words or conduct.
I think he wanted to shoot someone.
Unless you abandon the encounter by trying to leave.
You see, he told that guy he was going to mace him. Like, the guy didn't.
He carries around pepper spray and a gun while calling black people niggers.
Because he knows that something's going to happen, I guess. But
So again, in Tennessee,
we all have been saying it's inevitable that this is going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
We thought he would get killed.
I'm trying to steel man this one situation, but I don't believe that what he's saying.
I think you could steel man if what he's saying is true, like he was walking away and all those things. But usually what I'm thinking...
You're
thing
the aggressor, you're
suspicious
fucked.
to me here is that his team is usually the one with the cameras, and if
Yeah.
he didn't do anything wrong, then they probably would have put the video out by now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And
We don't see the video of the actual interaction, so that's what makes me feel like he...
what's going to happen is when he goes to court for this, and he will, the prosecution is going to say, here's his body of work, and he's going to get convicted.
Yep. Because of what he's been doing.
People are just retards.
So in legal jurisprudence, calling a black man a nigger is almost always viewed as a provocation.
Why, though?
does not-
That's what's annoying to me. Not that I think that they are...
Because you're trying to
You don't
fucking
understand
stir the
you're
shit
trying to
pot.
antagonize someone
Trying to
into
make
violence.
somebody fucking go
That's
nuts.
not true.
Yeah, it's...
Here's the thing that I do.
Instigating and puffing
When I get in a fight with somebody, I look them up and down, right? And I think, what is the meanest thing that I can say to you that would kill you and hurt your feelings? That's my brother. He says, I always go for the jugular that way, right? And so I wouldn't traditionally use that word just because I think it's crass and gross, right? But if somebody was like bothering me and being really annoying and I looked at them and I'm like, what would hurt this person the most if I said that word? Like,
So let's
That should be allowed.
let's clarify this. If you're at a bar and you call someone a dumb cracker, white trash piece of shit, and
like
she
that one.
punches you in the face, so you shoot her, that's not self-defense. If a woman calls you a dumb, white trash piece of cracker shit, so you punch her and she shoots you, that's not self-defense. You
No, I
cannot.
shouldn't lay my hands on anybody.
It's not self-defense if you instigate a fight.
But she didn't instigate it. I swung on her because she called me stupid words that mean nothing.
I agree with this law.
I don't.
Like, you going up to someone and antagonizing them intentionally, knowing that it could lead to violence, you've created the circumstance.
Yeah.
I think you can say whatever you want to somebody, like sticks and stones type things, but like, you can say whatever you want to anybody. They should not be able to put their hands on you no matter what.
Shooting them, then it's your fault.
When they're like, what did you
Yeah.
say? And you're like, I didn't say anything. And they're like, what did you say?
let's-
Say it again. And you're like, I didn't say anything.
Let's clarify this. Okay, guys, we'll clarify this. We're talking about proportionality. If a black person calls you a dumb cracker bitch and you punch him, so he slaps you, then the cops are gonna be like, well, like, he called you a name and you slapped him. We're not, like, this is not.
Okay, forget that part. Say somebody calls me a dumb cracker bitch, right? And I just go up and punch them because they said that. Yeah, I would get arrested for assault.
Yes, you would.
So then,
And
if I assault somebody now, they're not
and again,
let's my assault.
Let's try this again. If you walk up to a black person and call them say they're going to chimp out, and they punch you, they will get arrested.
Correct.
You reduce proportional use of force when you antagonize first. If a black person comes to you and punches you in the face, you could shoot him. It's clean. If you go up to the black person and insult them, so they then punch you and then you shoot them, it's not, because you instigated the interaction.
Okay, but even if I instigate the interaction and then they assault me, but I don't shoot them, they should still get arrested for assault.
And they will. We're talking about proportionality. Imagine being like, hey, Daniel, do you want to come to my house? And then when he does, you're trespassing. Bang, and I shoot him.
That's not the same. Is that the same?
It's different, but
The point is,
you initiate
you cannot
a crime.
create a circumstance in which
If I could get arrested for punching them for assault, then they should be able to physically defend themselves. Like, why does the circumstance change over who
because
started it
you
once?
created the confrontation.
But I created it the first time. If I didn't shoot them, I created it the first time and they punched me.
Escalated to bodily harm.
Don't walk up to people and do things you know will result in fights and then shoot them.
True, but like
That's the point. It is not reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable in any circumstance that somebody, like, if I walked up to Daniel and started insulting him, so he got mad, I created a conflict.
So this old guy came up to me.
You're not defending yourself when you start fights.
Some old guy came up to me today, was breaking my balls about my height today, like right before I came, like as I was at the gas station, right?
You
And
tall woman.
he was so annoying. But anyway, so I gave it back to him a little bit, right? But instead if I punched him, right, that would be seen as a.
You would go to jail.
Okay, right, but then if he shot me for punching him, then
He would go to jail. Yes.
But shouldn't I be in trouble for punching him?
It's proportionality.
It doesn't matter. You're missing the point.
No, you're missing the point.
Make it physical if you want.
If,
You can say whatever the F you want to.
in law, the point of self-defense is that you are an innocent party to an aggressor.
I should have knocked that guy out then.
So you go to jail.
You would have gone to jail for assault.
Yeah.
And people were robbing my car, and
If I'm walking down the street whistling a jaunty tune, and a black guy walks up and swings at me, I can pull my gun out and shoot him and kill him on the
Is that
spot.
why they say, what did you say when you didn't say anything? Because they're like,
Well, I don't know. The
he
point is
started
this.
it.
Whistling a jaunty
I'm minding my own
tune.
business. I am entitled to maximum use of force against a perceived threat.
to be
I
fair,
intentionally walk up to someone and use words which a reasonable person would conclude could lead to violence. Then he starts getting violent. You can't then shoot him because you created the circumstance.
Didn't you guys see what I'm saying? The slippery slope of that is if you didn't actually say anything and they think you did, that they have then now, when they punch you, you can't defend yourself.
Oh, you can then if you didn't actually say it.
How do you
Okay,
prove
again,
what Scott
again.
said if they said you called him a name?
Ian, welcome to law where people lie all the time.
Sure. So that's why this will be a case, I think.
So you walk into a Dunkin' Donuts, they got a sign that says, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anybody." You know why? Because maybe the guy just doesn't like white people and wants to kick you out. But he can't say, "Hey, white boy, get the fuck out my shop." So what he has to say is, "Sir, we reserve the right to refuse service to anybody, and we're asking you to leave." And if you ask why, he'll say, "That's private, but you can go now." And the cops will say, "Yep." And then you're going to be like, "But he's kicking me out based on race." Doesn't matter. It's not articulated. They can do it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Welcome to
like,
law. It's all interpreted.
street altercation. If you walk by a guy and he looks at you, he's like, "What did you say?" You're like, "I didn't say anything," and then he punches. You have a right to shoot that guy, and he's like, "He started it. He called me a name," and you're like,
And then guess what happens? It will go to a DA, and he's going to be like, Ian Crossland has no assault priors, no battery priors, no history of using racial slurs. I don't believe we have any evidence that this can move forward. However, Chuck the Victor is going to go to a DA, and they're going to be like, well, here's 700 videos of him screaming nigger.
Off for her.
Yep. And so, again, I think the important thing that people need to understand, what I'm saying is if they go to jail, not a single prosecutor in any jurisdiction is going to be like, this guy's free to go. They're going to be like, first of all, he's got a history of doing stuff like this. He shot a guy.
He's a
known
nuisance
to insult them
streamer.
with racial slurs, and I'm like, it's just not happening. He is going to be charged. They're going to call it a hate crime. They're going to say, you carried a gun and mace up to a black man and called him and accused him of chimping out. They're going to be like, you intended for violence to occur using racial slurs armed. I got to be honest. I don't think there's a jury out there that would be like, nah.
Where did this happen?
Tennessee.
I mean, if you had me on the jury, I'd be like, whoever put their hands on it first deserves to get shot. That's how I would be.
It was Clarksville, Tennessee, outside the court.
I don't think there's a jury in this country that's going to be like this guy who walks around calling black people, chimp outs and niggers, with a gun when he did it.
Broken every rule in the book.
Here's the other thing that's going to come into play in this as well. They're going to ask him, when he goes to trial, and he's on the stand, the prosecution's going to say, have you ever been physically attacked by a black person before? Yes. Here's a video of you calling a black man a nigger and then him punching you. Correct? Yes. So is it reasonable to assume that you knew if you walked to this man and accused him of chimping out or used a racial slur, he might attack you? Yes. Okay. You created a violent circumstance you knew was going to happen.
But he can then show a bunch of other incidents where he did that and nobody touched him.
Doesn't matter. They're going to say, how many, in 50%, in 10%, there is a great probability, and you knew this, that even if it was a 90% likelihood the man would not attack you, you knew there's at least a 10%, you knew you were creating a circumstance that would possibly result in violence, and you brought a gun. There's every jury is going to be like, case dismissed. You show the jury 3 videos of this guy walking around doing this, and the jury's going to be like, why are we deliberating?
Is Clarksville largely black?
I don't know. Let's bring callers into the mix, see what they have to say. We got Dano-mite. What say you, good sir?
What's up?
Howdy, good evening, fellas.
Hey, man.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thanks for taking my call. So my question is mostly to Tim, but the whole panel can jump in. With the potential of the Republican sweep from redistricting and gerrymandering to avoid a more radicalization and civil war, do you think there's a chance that people on the left can realize Republican control is not as bad as they have been told by the media? And with the housing economy, people will have a hard time moving quickly to blue states, thus they're kind of forced to live under Republican control.
That's a good point. They're not going to be happy. They won't like Republicans. But a good point is, when the economy sucks, you can't have a revolution because no one can organize. Can't afford the bullets. So,
that's fair.
Well, no, but the point is about housing. How are they going? How are these far lefty wackos going to actually organize if they can't move from where they are or they're homeless? So there's that. Maybe Trump is like, we're going to destroy the global economy by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. China loses half their energy, and Antifa, they have no money for guns. I got to be honest. Maybe Trump is making it as hard as possible as a pressure cooker. It's a fever. Strain the economy really hard so the weakest struggle and fail, and those who are strong survive.
That's what it feels like is happening.
Yep.
Oh, to answer your question earlier, Josie, the Clarksville, Tennessee, black or African American population is 21 to 23%.
Okay, so it's not like a black hub. Like, yeah, okay.
Did that answer your question? I was busy reading about the. What's it?
No, it's all good. Yeah, that kind of answered it for the most part. I kind of figured that the left will always hate Republicans, you know.
Yes. They need to have an enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as they're always... That's the thing about Marxism. They have to always be fighting for something, and they can never win the thing, because as long as they're fighting for it, then that's why there's always racism. That's why everything is always worse. It's always worse, and that's why their politicians run on platforms to stop all these things, but then do nothing to stop them because that's how they stay in power. It's the mission.
Yeah, totally.
It is just like people, people who have to always be victims and they can never be victors. Same thing, because there's street cred in being a victim.
Right on. Well, I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you.
Yeah, right on. Thanks for calling in.
Want to shout anything out before you rock?
Just been a long time listener. I just joined you guys today, actually, so I'm really happy I was able to get it on the call.
Hey.
And shout out to my wife and my 2 kids. It's my son's birthday tomorrow. He's turning 5, so we're super happy to celebrate that.
Big day.
Yeah. Right on. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Happy birthday. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Have a great night.
You as well.
All right, next up, we've got Shade. What is up?
What's up, Shade?
What is up, Shade? Hello.
Hey, what's up, crew?
Hi.
Chud guy's face.
Thank you guys for taking my call.
Chud. Good.
Doing good.
Right on. So question for Tim, and also interested in the panel's thoughts. Now, I'm not trying to start drama between internet personalities, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of Benny. But do you think Benny's statement saying that he serves his audience is reminiscent of the situation that you talked about in the past, working for, I think it was Vice, where the producers wanted you to report what the audience wants to hear rather than the actual story? Do you think Benny's statement affects his credibility as a journalist?
I do. With all due respect to Benny, good things and bad things. People are deserving of criticism if they're deserving of it. I like Benny. But Thomas Massey's not a pig. This story is absurd on its face. I've criticized Thomas Massey quite a bit, but I'm a big fan, and I've called him the best member of Congress because he's an actual member of Congress. Everyone else is fake bullshit. Thomas Massey represents his district, believes what he believes, stands up for what he believes in, even if the tide, the tsunami, tells him not to do it. And he's largely correct. That is, I often feel that we should unify. If Trump says, we've got a mission, here's the plan, I say, let's make that move. I understand why Thomas Massey does the things that he does. The idea that a week before the primary, someone came out and accused him of like hush money payments over sexual deviancy is just laughably absurd. It was absurd when they did it to Kavanaugh. It was absurd when they did it, to Trump. It's absurd doing it to Massey. So the idea that Benny would be like, he's a pig. And I'm like, if you want to serve your audience and you know they're largely anti-Massey, then you can do it in a way where you point out the truth while criticizing Massey. To call him a pig, it's like, come on, bro, nobody believes that. The people who are saying it because they want Ed to win, because Massey won't march in lockstep with Trump, even though he's 90% of the time there. I like Massey, but if I were in Benny's shoes and I wanted to just serve the audience, I'd say, I don't believe these stories for a minute, but here's why I think Massey is bad and Ed should win. Now, I'm actually pro-Massey, so I think Massey should win. So I don't think Benny needed to play it the way that he did, and I think it does strike his credibility a bit. Also, the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing too. Like, I think Marjorie's been a bit kooky, but to accuse her of fleeing the country to Costa Rica, come on, but it is what it is. Benny's not the worst of the bunch, so.
Was Benny's argument, my audience thinks he's a pig, so I think he's a pig? Like, was it
Yes.
that?
That's the general idea.
That's so,
Yeah.
Don't.
I think it was like,
what do you really think?
This is what my audience thinks,
But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. We had Randy Fine on, and I get angry messages saying, fuck you, I'm quitting. How dare you have him on the show? And I'm like, you're mad that I was nice to Randy Fine? I was nice to Nick Fuentes. I told Nick Fuentes I would not struggle session him. We are here to talk about the news, and you can comment on the news. And that we did the same thing with Randy Fine. We did the same thing with Vosh. We did the same thing with Charlie Kirk. But here's the thing. Benny knows it. How do you run a business when there is a portion of people large enough that will stop watching, unsubscribe, shit talk you, and never buy a product again if you disagree with them? Now, for me, I say, well, too fucking bad, I guess. I'm not going to lie to attract a bigger audience. It is what it is. But, we had one dude, he used to call into the show all the time, tweeting at me, saying, you changed. You used to be a truth teller, but you had that fat fucking Jew on. What the fuck? And I'm just like, later, bitch. Fuck yourself.
If he only knew the backroom tweets where,
Well, I already publicly announced they said they won't come back on the show.
Oh, you did say it?
Bro, don't fuck with me. Like, we get a message. I don't know. You know the details, but I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you have Dan Bilzerian in the show, the representative will not come back. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Tim's response was epic. He was like, "Well, I guess Randy Fine. I mean, Dan will be happy to know. Will be happy to know that you're no longer platformed on our."
I said,
program.
feel free to tell him that I'm sure Dan Bilzerian will be happy to hear that you've removed yourself from the debate.
Yeah.
I would have
From our
struggled
platform,
Randy Fine. I would have struggled Randy Fine.
I'm not.
Wasn't here to do it, but I would have. I also struggled Nick Fuentes in the.
I like
green room.
Yeah, but struggle session is like you bring Nick on and go, Nick, you said this naughty thing. Will you
I did.
answer? I'm not going to do that.
I did.
Everybody's already heard it. Everybody knows. You know, with all due respect to Crowder, Nick goes on Crowder, and Crowder asks him, you said this about this. We did have, like, it did come up with Nick that he said Team Hitler, and he explained it, but I didn't challenge him like, Nick, I'm going to wiggle my finger. I was like, listen.
You just did news of the day, which I appreciate it.
Nick Fuentes is a very prominent, well-known individual with opinions that many people find offensive or shocking. Some of them I don't like too, but we bring people on to talk about the news and what they think about it. And if Nick was calling for genocide, I wouldn't have him on. If he was saying we got to go murder, I wouldn't have him on. Randy Fine has said really awful things about Palestinians that are in the context of war, which are disgusting. But we're gonna ask him to talk about news and commentary. And if Josie comes on next time, you can yell at him all you want.
I mean, I just had to prep. But no, I think though that we should have a rule as like commentators.
So I
there
think
are
I just put that on the
lots
bike,
of commentators that I do not like a lot, and I know things that are wild about a lot of people, but I really think it's like distasteful to sit there and like badmouth other commentators and have them badmouth everybody else, and then it becomes like this big drama click thing. So I have like a rule to not talk about other commentators because like there's plenty of them that I'm sure, I'm not a commentator, but for the most part there's people that really don't like me, and there's a lot of people I would say more than not that I don't like, but I still have to put them on the show and we still get their opinions, and I just think it's, I don't know, I don't like commenting on what other comments say. Like, are you watching our show for what we care about Benny, or how we care about the news? You know what I mean? Or what we have to say about, or what Tim has, not me, but what Tim has to say about what the actual topics are. I just don't like that.
It's just silly that you get this group of people all cheering we brought Nick on, and then we get, I don't want to pretend like a lot of people are like, I'm canceling because you got on Randy Fine. No, there's like 3 messages, like later, like.
Don't threaten us. That was like an intimidation thing. I mean, normally I wouldn't even say that publicly, but you did it already. But I don't like anybody trying to like strong arm you into doing what, like, who you can have on or not.
And there were some people that were like, now you got to book Dan, and I'm like, no, we don't do that either. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, well now I'm going to book him. No, if we book him, we book him.
We were already talking about booking him before. I book people I hate all the time. Routinely.
Well, I generally just hate politicians because they're boring. I like Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna because when I ask them questions, they actually talk about it. They're smart enough, even though I disagree heavily with Ro Khanna, he's smart enough to be able to answer questions.
Riley Moore does that too.
Riley as well. Riley's fantastic.
What I didn't like about Randy Fine's interview, you asked him about the settler issue, and how it was reported by CBS and all that, and he goes, yeah, that's a problem, and then he goes, but, and he deflected and was like, it pretty much said, if you talk about it, it's anti-Semitism. If this is all you talk about.
I'm so sick of the anti-Semitism.
It was like, no, this is an important question. This is something that's really bad that's happening, and you need to talk about it.
But he wants law. He said that they wanted to get you kicked off campus if you talk shit about Israel, not Jews. One thing he conflated
incorrect
Israel and Judaism. No, both of them. He was acting like they were the same thing.
He said
I asked him directly.
The bill is not to have you silenced or censored. It's to force the universities to hold anti-Semitism in the same weight as they do racism.
And about Israel.
The problem then is, which I brought up, is that yes, but you put Israel in there, which is not Jewish.
And I asked him 3 times what would happen if you were on campus and you said Israel did 9/11. Would you? And he wouldn't answer the question.
Because he said it depends on what the university does. I think that clarification is important.
It's all right. I don't dislike the guy. I would talk to him again for sure.
You shouldn't get banned for ragging on Israel. Israel should not be in that law. That's where a lot of the problem comes from. But I do appreciate the hilarity of telling a university you can't kick Nick Fuentes off anymore unless you also kick off the people who don't like Israel, which creates a massive leverage point that basically says you have to allow free speech or we go after you.
I'm so sick of everything being anti-Semitic, though. There is a real problem with that. I remember I used to work for this Jewish guy years and years ago, and I remember I said something to him where, like, my brother was like, every time I see a Jewish family, like, their kids are nice, they're dressed nice, they drive a nice car, they've got their shit together, like, I like having Jewish people around. And he looked at me and was like, Lisa, that's anti-Semitic. And I was like, what the fuck? Right? Like,
you can't win.
Not. You like, that is where my problem is. Like, everything's anti-Semitic.
Do you think the left, not that I know a lot of folks here probably don't consider themselves quote unquote the right, but similar podcasts happening right now on the left, are they having this same conversation?
Fuck no. They're wackaloon retards that think Joe Biden didn't exist. They're like, Joe Biden was
they say, like, we can't have that person on our podcast because it may alienate people. Is there anyone who in their world, because whether you like it or not, all these people are in.
No, that Parker guy, whatever that dude is, whatever his name is, you know what I'm talking about, right? No. Democrat. What these guys do, like
One of the younger guys?
Yeah, the younger guys. They debate unseen faces. So here's the thing, guys. You want to? This one's for all of you at the Timcast. Are you unscrupulous? Do you want to be famous and rich and do nothing? Boy, do I have an easy task for you. So set up a camera, point at your face. Ask one of your friends to pretend to be a retarded liberal who can't answer questions, and then you debate them with all the answers. That's what Parker does. That's what that Winston or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know the guys.
That's what Ben Shapiro does.
Ben Shapiro goes to colleges, though, and you can see the people he's debating.
True. That's
so. But it's true of Charlie Kirk as well. Debating people who don't know what they're talking about will make you famous. See, we don't do that here. I invite prominent individuals to debate with me, whether I do poorly or do well. But if you want to be rich and famous, it's really easy. All I got to do is put the camera on me, have someone call in and go, but Joe Biden never did anything like what Trump is doing. And then I go, never anything. Oh my God, can we talk about Hunter Biden? Let me go. Let me preach. Hunter Biden. And then the clip goes viral. And people go, oh, you got that lib. It wasn't a lib. It was some guy paid $5 to ask a question. But we don't do that.
Too, if you're gonna be like, no, Tim, Ian doesn't know. I choose to be ignorant. I come in on purpose, not reading what's going to happen.
I choose to be ignorant.
And Tim's asking me to ask, like, hey,
that's right. It's not a lack of ability.
So we can,
it's a lack of motivation.
Of course, I want to do this because it's easier. I don't know. I could do a lot more research.
I'm not even playing.
Funny.
What's that blonde young liberal guy's name? He was on Jubilee? No, blonde.
Luke Sisson?
Beasley?
Was it?
It's a Dean Whitley.
Dean. Yeah,
Withers, yeah.
What he and that Parker guy do is they debate no one. And like, so when we had Adam Conover on, and I yelled at him about Enrique Tarrio, that video got like 50 million views. It was nuts, and I was actually like, I was only 80% right. I got a couple things wrong, like pretty wrong. And afterwards, I was like, oh shit, I was actually wrong about some of that. Doesn't matter. I had people walking up to me for weeks, being like, dude, I saw that fucking video. Oh man. But that wasn't. We didn't set that up. We invited him to come on the show. He's a learned individual in the space, and he wanted to come on, and we debated, and we discussed, and the Muslim thing. Yeah, and I was like, go to the UK and tell that joke. And he goes, I don't know what you mean. And I'm like, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad, you'll get killed.
True.
And so that clip went super viral.
That was correct. That wasn't wrong.
But that was a real debate. If I wanted to do those, if I wanted to make 10, 20 million, 30 million more per year, I could just do that. You know what we're gonna do? We'll hybridize it. I'm gonna invite run-of-the-mill retard liberals to debate me over the phone, and then just crush them. And you know what I'll do? I'll invite people to come debate me, and then as soon as they say something, I'll mute them and have Carter take the camera off them, and then I'll just rant and go off. That's what Sam Cedar did when he came here.
You could probably build AI liberals to debate, and then just shut them off and just rant.
But we're not there yet. We need some adaptability.
Getting there.
You know,
I'm kind of with you, Lisa. I don't like shit talking. I find a lot of people in this realm fucking fake as fuck and like
horrible,
insecure and like
liars.
Really, some people are like horribly terrible people, but I want to get through to them and help them, like as a human. So. But sometimes it's like, I wouldn't talk shit about the guy, but I'd rather, like, release the data that shows that he's a piece of shit. Like,
I don't want to. I mean, I feel like that's, like, bad juju, bad karma. Like, I don't know. There's something like I could release bad stuff about a lot of people, like a list. Like I've got a list. Like I could write a book. It would be horrible. Like it would probably destroy half the right. But like, seriously, crazy things. But I don't. I just think that
Like boys kissing boys
it's
stuff?
not even crazier, like abortions and shit, like crazy stuff, right? Like, from like people like who champion pro like life causes, like wild things, right? Like just really bad things and lots of lies and lots of deceit and bad things. But like I don't think that furthers our cause. I don't think it really does anything for the political discourse, right? Like in general, like even if these people are bad and they're like talking about like the correct way to live, like maybe they know like the correct way to live and they're flawed and they suck and like, but they know what's really right. I don't see like outing them as like doing anything to further any good. It's just more drama and it distracts from what the things we really need to talk about.
I think we're the only real political commentary that exists anywhere, and I'm only half joking, but
there isn't many.
I was talking to Ashley St. Clair recently because we're trying to get her on, but she can't travel because I think it'd be interesting to talk to her about everything that's been happening. She's always been a friend of ours, so I know she's basically become anti-tech, anti-right. So I think it's worth having a conversation. But she says she has, obviously in the news, she's been spilling the beans on a lot of people and going after them. And what I realized is...
I have issues with that. I mean, I'm not saying what she's saying is true or not true. Like, I'm not going to go...
No, I know. I'm pointing out. You've just said you wouldn't leak it. She is leaking it.
Yeah, I don't...
My point is, you learn some really interesting things. Like, most commentators are paid by political parties to say the things they say. And so I was actually surprised to find out...
I think what happened actually was really wrong, too. I just want to say for, like, the record. Like, I think that...
For the record?
She had going on in her personal life did not need to be ousted the way that she was. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah. But my point is, most of the people online who are conservative and liberal are literally being paid by political action committees to have those opinions. They don't actually care. They will literally go to a prominent person who have 1 million followers and they'll say, we want you to support abortion now. And they'll go, we'll give you $1 million to change your position. Okay.
Yeah, that's because most of them don't really know anything about it or have any real positions.
Look at the Animal Farm stuff.
Yeah.
Like, nobody cared. They're just like, sure. And that was a bit more surreptitious. But there is more overt stuff where, like, the Trump administration will literally go to a prominent personality and say, we need messaging on this, so we're going to pay your company $200,000, and we want you to get influencers to say yes on this particular thing.
Yeah, there are a lot of influencers that do that, but there are also a lot of influencers that really will only take money from the things they actually believe in, too.
I think
I've
it's
seen
just rare.
both.
All right, Carl, you want to shout anything out? We got some more people to get to.
You got distracted.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I had you guys on a roll. Just 3 shout-outs. One is everybody needs to get the Klux capacitor at 555 Tom Klux, C-U-C-L-U-X. Ian, you're awesome. Best Timcast co-host. You've weathered the years. And then lastly, I wanted to shout out somebody on X named Tom Smoltz. It's The System Is Down on X. He did a great documentary on Thomas Massey and, just his whole political career where, Oh, do you know him?
Yeah, Dan Smoltz. He's terrific. He's done a great documentary. I was a part of it, of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're in it.
Yes, I'm in it. Yeah, I did a great documentary. Everybody should check that out. Just on who Thomas is and who Thomas has always been. He's very consistent. Thomas didn't change ever since.
That's great. I like that Dan Smoltz guy.
Yeah, he's great. He's been dropping AI on Ed Galrain with like, oh my gosh, look at this. Is this Ed kicking a puppy? Oh my goodness. So all day he's been dropping stuff like that. It's so funny.
All right, brother. Thanks for calling in, man.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
And Dan Smoltz is with that PSID.
All right, we got Philly cheese 45. Real quick before you chime in, what's that thing called where you take a Philly cheesesteak and wrap it in pizza?
It was funny because I just took people to Lorenzo's the other night. They had those big slices, and I took people there and I said, some people do this, but like Philly people don't actually do that. I think it's like a Philly taco. I think.
Yes. I went when we lived in Jersey. We're like literally on the side of the river, so we're in the suburbs. I
went in and I bought like 10 of them to bring back, and I'm like, oh! And you take a gigantic slice of pizza and you wrap a Philly cheese.
Lorenzo's is like it's like really sweet, so it's like definitely like drunk pizza. Like I could only eat that.
Anyway.
And it's stories, yeah.
Philly cheese 45. What's going on? Are you in Philly?
Yeah, what's up?
No, I wish. I'm gonna have to get a midnight snack for sure. First off, I want to shout out Josie and Lisa. Happy belated Mother's Day.
Thank you so much.
My question is mainly for Josie and Daniel, but I'm definitely curious what the rest of the panel thinks. So, Daniel, a simple guy like me, how can I power the future of my humble 8-acre lot in a small suburb? I have chickens, and I try to grow what I can, but what should I be investing in at my level that would meet your mission, can be in line with your values and goals, and something that the everyday American can achieve?
There are so many great small homesteaders that will talk about what they can do with a half acre, with an acre. You got 8, which is actually a considerable amount of land. I would poke around.
So you didn't have an eighth of an acre.
Oh, one acre. Okay, you can still there are
said
homesteaders who will
1/8.
show you what they do with half an acre. With proper layout, I think you can accomplish an awful lot. Get a generator, I think, is absolutely essential. Especially when we talk about power crunch. I have a 1,000-gallon propane tank, and it's essential because I am worried about the electric grid without a doubt. I think that's incredibly valuable. And try to be as independent as possible. I'm at the point now that I'll have bacon, egg, and cheese for breakfast, and the bread and the bacon and the eggs and the cheese are all ours. Wow, I kind of like that. Next up is the dairy cow. And if you can't do it yourself, find other friends who will and do like a little cooperative. Find someone who has a cow and you have the chickens, and find someone who does the land and who does vegetables, and team up, because you can't eat a whole bushel of red peppers. You'll go bonkers, right? But you can swap them for a lot of chickens. So find friends in the same boat.
Isn't it funny when you give zucchini to a chicken, they don't eat the outer green, they carve all the leaves and thin hollow? What's up with that?
They don't like the skin.
Yeah.
I love to see what chickens. I feed my chickens like like humans, though. All my leftover food scraps I give.
Yep. I'll eat anything.
Eat everything. Yeah.
You're at the point where you're hiring Halloween or pumpkins.
Yeah, they love pumpkins. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, zucchini is so thin, they hollow it out and just leave this thin. I wonder
if it's bitter or just waxy or
if you soak it in baking soda water first, maybe it'll be easier for them to eat the skin. It's just like that waxy layer. You do that? No, I don't. Did you say you had 1/8 of an acre or 1 acre?
1/8. So
okay,
like 0.125. So not a big lot.
Not a big lot.
No. But I do have a follow-on question for Josie, however. I don't want to take up too much time, but so Josie, I'm in the middle of this documentary about George Washington. So I'm curious your thoughts as a profound scholar on our founding. I've learned a lot from you, so I appreciate that. But so similar question, but how does one, I want to stress this, non-violently refresh the tree of liberty, given such humble beginnings and standing within our country? Our founders tended to be men of great means and virtue as well. Then they could definitely enact a lasting impact given the time period. So I'm curious your thoughts, how the average American can actually influence this.
So that's my question anyway. It's a bottom-up approach. So I would go run for your school board, run for your sheriff, run for the select board, do everything on a small level. That's how the Marxists infiltrated. So we just got to be better at the game than they were, and that's how we're going to get our country back. That's where decisions are made on what books your kids are going to read at school. That's where everything starts there at a local community level, and then from there, maybe from there you can go up to a state level. But I actually had come on the show probably 5 years ago, and I said, states' rights is the future. Pretty soon, we're going to be looking to moving to states based on how they're run. Like, we're not going to want to move to Florida because it's sunny and there's beaches and there's Disney World. We're going to want to move because the government isn't a tyrant, a pedophile, exactly, a tyrant that's taking all your money, and we're seeing the balkanization now of that. So in order to be as close to the founders as possible, and I guess this would be more of a anti-federalist position, is a state. Make your state the best that you can possibly make it, and just hold tight to those values that our founders believed in. The Bill of Rights is sacred. So that's what I would recommend.
Okay. And do you have any advice on kind of breaking through people that just can't get out of the propaganda and can't get, I know we talked about kind of information sanitator, kind of getting ahead of the stories, and I know Ian's talked about this, like calling his parents when the story comes out.
Yeah.
Kind of getting ahead of it.
Vaccination.
Exactly. So what has to happen, and I have to go both ways on this, because I have family that's like diehard MAGA, and then I have family that's diehard left. I'm from Massachusetts, so it's really split there like that.
Yeah.
So what it is, I'll give just the truth, just the facts, and then I let them process it. I don't try to convince them of anything. They will come and ask me questions, which is good. So if there's open lines of communication, that's even better. But that's what I would recommend doing, is just, the truth, you put the truth out there, you don't try to convince them of anything, you have to let it process. They have to accept it on their own, they have to get through their own cognitive dissonance. So what's important is just being patient with that, understanding of that, trying to see their side, even though their side is retarded.
See, the problem I describe it as is everything on their side has already crossed my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't actually have a real conversation with libs because I know what they're going to say before they say it, and I think most of us already do.
Yeah, you really have to bow down to their level. It's very humbling.
It's very dark down there. It's dark.
Yep.
But it feels good once you get it. Once you get through to them, it's worth it.
You want to add anything or shout anything out?
Just two quick shout outs. I want to shout out my dad. He recently had brain surgery to fix a bleed. He seems to be doing okay, but if you're the praying type, please keep him in your thoughts.
Absolutely.
And then Tim, I want to shout out Humboldt Park, Chicago. I know you guys were mentioning kind of justified self-defense. There was an officer earlier in March. He was yelling, "I will kill you," and then he proceeded to shoot the guy trying to ram into a bus and do other stuff. So I believe he's facing trial.
Of course,
not sure
Chicago, even though he's in the right.
That story, man. Exactly. So yeah, just want to shout him out as well.
Wow. Well, I keep telling these people, get away from the cities, don't be cops, because they're going to lock you up. You're the criminal there.
Yep.
Right on, man. Well, thanks for calling in, brother.
Appreciate everything you guys do.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you. Take care. All right. And last but not least, we got Kai. What's going on?
What's up, Kai?
Welcome, Tim. You know who I am. I'm going to get straight to the point. My question is for Josie, but the other panel can chime in. Josie, do you think it's possible or even desirable to make DC square again by reversing the 1846 Retrocession Act? That act actually allowed Virginia to take its portion of DC back. Now, Article 1, Section A, Clause 17, known as the Enclave Clause, says Congress can exercise exclusive legislation over a district not exceeding 10 miles square, ceded by the states. Now, you can review that section, but it does not say about giving it back to the states.
What was your question?
Do you think it's possible to make a DC square again by reversing or eliminating the 1846
I feel like DC is so disgusting and so swampy that it would be best to give it back to the states. And I mean,
no, Josie, you have to think long term. Where's
I'm not done. Okay, that's all right. So I think it would be best to give it back, hand it back to Virginia and Maryland, and then make it somewhere else, somewhere new. And I think that at the same time, all of the departments need to be scattered across the country because the lobbyists get in there real hard. So the Department of Agriculture, put it in Kansas, so spread it out. Get all the crap out of DC, out of just the 10 miles or whatever. Get it all out of there and spread it out and put DC in fucking Alaska.
I'm sorry, Joseph. I'm thinking because making it square again will actually capture all the blue areas in Northern Virginia, like Alexandria, Fairfax. So it'll technically make Virginia red again, and give Republicans an advantage. And I know you want to scatter it, but it's not going to happen. It's too bureaucratic. It's not going to happen.
Well, we're not going to put it in Alaska either.
I'm not going to put it. No, I'm going with my dream.
We could turn it to glass.
Yeah, that's true. I just whatever DC.
There's no sand there, but the joke is
it's best to just if we could just get rid of DC and put it somewhere else and get rid of all the swamp is just one place. It's all congregated and
well, actually, I think we should actually. It would be great if we had a law that we move. The branches of government should not all be in the same place.
Yep.
So the Supreme Court, think about how insane it is. Yeah. We put all branches of the government in the same place within like a couple miles of each other.
That's actually from before electricity when we had.
Does where it is matter?
Because you can nuke it and wipe out our entire federal government.
Good. When you have
stand corrected.
When you have the population that votes for the senators, which was never supposed to be, right? You have the general public who is literally retarded, okay? 52% of people in cities can't even freaking read, okay? And they're voting for these idiots that are there. This whole system doesn't work. And if everybody wants to keep going, oh, it's like the greatest. Yeah, no, it's not.
There's only one way to change that. You know what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's guns. Because you can vote to give, but you can't vote to take.
Here's the other thing. This is a problem, and I say this all the time. I used to be the libertarian and yeah, the Constitution's great. Sucks, okay? You know why? Because instead of fighting the people that are in power, we are literally putting them there, those freaking idiots. And not only that, now we're fighting with each other. We're fighting with our neighbors on the street. Instead of pointing our anger and our ire at the people who are really causing the issues, now we're fighting with our neighbors all the time. This system sucks. I'm sorry, there's nothing good about it. Honestly, you've got lobbyists in there. We've got people that are poisoning us, in France and in other places. Now, listen, they've got a lot of things going wrong with them. But you know what? They're not poisoning their people with their food, but they can do that here because of lobbyists. This system blows. And at least instead of us fighting each other, all right, like that, which is what's going on here.
Why does it fucking do that shit? Find something on YouTube. We're about to go in 10 minutes.
Just when you think.
New York, it's executive budget season. From
traffic, medium. Road conditions are dry, no traffic. Right now. Yes, take off the road, do it. Semi-1050. I-53 1050, smash dodge out of commission. I-53 1050, smash dodge out of commission. We ended up ramming a vehicle over the two stations.
Usual suspects. Look at that. Usual suspects. There's a girl with him. Fuck, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Remove your car scratches in 60 seconds or get your money back. Look, no cut, no Photoshop. We let the liquid flow into the tip of the pen.
Welcome, Jack Simmons. Welcome, Jack. And his opponent, very funny man. Clap it up, make some noise for Chris Bias. Jack, you go first. Okay. Thank you. I'll try to make this brief. I know you have to go home and have sex with ChatGPT. Chris is, used to be a boxer, he's really into sports. Growing up, he told me his favorite athlete was Brock Turner. Guys, keep it going for me if I don't lock in.
Jack's real last name is Siegel, and he lives up to it.
Steals your fries and scares women at the beach.
Give it up for the summer school shooter. Chris looks like a keyboard elf that makes heroin.
Fuck that. I'm gonna go up.
Jack's favorite movie is Taxi Driver because it's the closest thing you'll ever have to having direction. Brief. Chris was a firefighter. He was in the military, in the police, and he still looked like a Kendall pull-up. That joke was sponsored by Monster Energy. Jack teaches kids with special needs. Every day he teaches them what happens if you get bad grades. Funny. Yeah, you might be wondering what Chris's problem is. He suffers from PTSD. Stands for pretty terrible stand-up, dude. Jack once got dumped at Dunkin' Donuts. Giving the slogan, America runs on dumping. Tony Hawk's post-game character. Chris looks like he runs Ramsey Tate's Facebook page. Is there more? Keep it brief. All right. Jack likes to dress like he can do a kickflip. He can't skateboard, but he can kick and flip when asked to leave the toy section. Give it up for these two guys. Good job, fellas. That was exactly what we were talking about. They kept it brief, they kept it moving, they got the hits in. Judges, I know you're as happy as I am. How do you feel this battle went? Scott, I'll start with you. Where you go?
It was a good battle between the two people that didn't make it all the way into the Wiggles.
Man, what a shitty fucking match now.
I thought that was pretty good. I think it started stronger than it finished. I think if you didn't lock in Joker pretty hard, so now that's going to go to you. Chris. All right.
One time for Chris. After that, Johnny Joda, who you got?
The IDF dance team.
I think it's really like the guy uses a stage name for a reason, and then you just instantly out it.
The guy's probably got like a job or something. But yeah, I think I agree with my constituents here. I'm gonna give it to you quicker.
All right, two for Chris. Jamie, who you got?
Why did you do this this year? I think Jack looks like Christmas with white privilege. I think that vote's fair. I hear Chris is slightly funnier. So I think vote goes to Chris.
Chris has it wrapped up. Dan wins. Any last thoughts?
This battle looks like an Edward Norton Fight Club hallucinated Edward Norton Fight Club. About a few months ago, Jack messaged me, just wanted to follow up and let you know if you're ever looking for another roaster, I'm quite clear, available to come through. No, Rob. We
Give his home address too. We're putting his real name out.
Honestly, it did make me wish he did a little worse. He did like just well enough where I think that wasn't as embarrassing as it could have been. But yeah, I do agree with my pal Chris, because that first joke came out so hard, and beat Jake and all when he was telling his jokes, so I'm going to vote for Chris.
All right, Chris has it wrapped up. Give them both a hand. Good job, guys. Well done. Don't worry, Jack. Dan will ask you to come back. He needs as many roasters as he can get. Are you guys ready for your second roast Saturday night? Let's get it going. This next one is going to be great. I first want you all to make a lot of noise for the very funny Brad Rickard, everybody.
No matter where you're at, get a trip safety check and let's swap tires. It's free.
Brad Robbins, a young deal include your favorite supplements, side and beverage, $9.99. You don't have to eat them in...
Everybody.
And his opponent, very funny man, I want you all to clap it up and make a lot of noise for the one, the only, Fluke Jr.
I got it.
This battle is brought to you by Axe Body. Here with my opponent, college-educated tap-out shirt. Brad's been doing stand-up since he was in high school. Now he's finally roast battling a white rapper in Queens. At this rate, you'll be at MSG in 400 years.
Yeah, dude. Okay. Luke, thanks for being here. I know you're stiff this working in 2004. Luke is the human form of Brad you get after drinking 4 Locos. Dyslexic, my bad. Doesn't he like an unlockable character or something awesome and special trick is getting your essence?
It's really a battle of who's more annoying, skateboarders or cycling riders. Keep it going for the only guy at the party who doesn't leave the room when I start freestyling.
He's fucking good! He's good!
No, we're good friends. We met a while back doing comedy. I know we look like we met fighting over a bag of fentanyl. Brad actually grew up in a trailer park. Yeah, he made it out, but actually he still lived there. They gotta make it back for curfew.
I might have fucked up teeth, but at least I don't have a fucked up living situation. Alright. Here's a fun one. Luke actually does move furniture for a living. Sorry. Luke has to move his furniture from where he's living. He just got evicted. Now, Luke's a real romantic. He likes to take a girl to the park on the first date, you know, so he technically dates on back to his place. But,
Getting it. Brad's from Indiana, home of the Indy 500 NASCAR race. Yeah, the Indy 500 is also the list of bars that have banned Brad for indecent exposure. He wouldn't have kept getting caught, but he kept having to wait for the Viagra to hit him before he used the glory hole.
Luke's a skater, which is actually a cool thing, because whether he's skating or skating,
You know me. You know
You look like your favorite band is Dicks or Chicks Get Dicks. Brad's dad is a pastor. Actually, you remind me a lot like your dad. Really pastor fine, rusty old bitch.
He's turning, still pursuing rap years old. Luke's a white rapper from Massachusetts. Super smart. It's not even his real name. His name is real name is Luke. Apparently they did it because of his Oh.
Well, we gotta wrap this up. I need to get back to DJing one of Brad's 12 bar shows no one goes to. That's right. We are co-producers. We know each other. I met Brad. I thought he was a real cool dude, very funny. But then his life recently took a dark turn. Something went a little off. It all started when I started doing this one joke. It goes a little something like this. Ready? My girlfriend's Mexican. That's not the bad part. It gets worse. My girlfriend's so Mexican, we don't use lube. We use Fabuloso.
Hell yeah.
Well, Brad,
I think it's time.
Warning.
Warning, do not make direct contact with skin. Oh shit! Sniffing our product is known to cause intense horniness, but please try to refrain from sexual activity while using. Frequent contact may cause contact shrinkage, weight gain, even saying mean things about on stage. And I know your girlfriend is a real fan either of us have, but the time you get packed from straight and narrow, use the lube, Nature's Ride Fruit. Body spray.
Oh yeah.
Get your fucking legs together.
It stinks so good. It stinks so good. Oh man, it's sad to see Macaulay Culkin relapse again. Sucks, dude. Home Alone more like home is always gonna be alone. So Fluke raps, DJs, and makes his own beats. It's like if Kurt Cobain got reincarnated as a shitty musician. Doesn't he look like a David Spade?
Great Dan Wicks impression.
Doesn't he look like David Spade if someone follows the title Just Shoot Me? Alright.
Give him a hand, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Great band. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little nervous with Fluke right up here with the backpack on. Dude in a Smash Mouth shirt with that hair. My life flashed before my eyes. Judges can go to you. Who do you think took this one? Dan Wicks.
Yeah, great battle, guys. Seriously, very great job. Yeah. Surprised you're so funny, because I really only booked Fluke here to teach the first battle how to be more alpha. But yeah, Fluke, I'm sorry you got evicted from your place, but at least it gives you time to do more pull-ups at the playground. Yeah, seriously, it's awesome job, both you guys. I'm gonna give my vote to Fluke, but seriously, great job.
Alright, that's one to Fluke. Jamie Wang, what do you got?
She needs to speak the fuck up.
There's the basic way to redeem your credit card rewards, and then there's the best way with the card's optimizer for minting credit card.
Get.
All right, one for Brad.
John, who you got?
Give it up for these guys. That was a fucking slobber knocker back and forth. I wasn't aware we still made this type of white person. Can I say, is that cool? Is that alright? Or is that acceptable? We can leave it out if it's not cool. But, Fluke, I have been to your home, formerly your home. It is disgusting. Yeah. Take out the trash. I knew you had a desk earlier. And then a couple days ago, I DM'd a comedy show Instagram page asking to be on it, and then it responded going, "This is just bad, by the way." That's actually never mind. No one will be on it. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I was doing real comedy. But this was really back and forth. Did you need a giant backpack for 2 bottles? I'm going Brad.
All right, 2 for Brad, 1 for Fluke. Scott Hall, who you got?
This is a great battle between the two types of white guys, black guys.
Nice. He didn't. His whole life's in that backpack, John. How dare you? I like the props. You look like Ferret Top. All right, I sucked that last one. I thought it was an amazing battle. I think I really liked your stuff up top, Fluke, and you kind of got sillier and sillier. My favorite joke that I think of the whole battle was he's one of the ones that doesn't leave and stuff freestyle. Amazing joke. But you the setup on his living situation thing and hitting it 2 more times is amazing. What is it? It's 2-1 Brad over Fluke. I'm gonna give it to Fluke.
There we go. We got a tie battle. All right, crowd. Y'all aren't clapping because you don't know what this means. So I'm going to explain it to you. So we got a tie here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my hand over one of these gentlemen and one of these gentlemen, and I want you to make noise for whoever you think won the battle. You don't want to be either of these guys' friends. Okay? You don't need to try to like suck up and vote for them.
you all to make a lot of noise if you took blue cumin, if you took this battle. Now I want you all to make noise if you think Brad Rickard won this battle.
It goes to blue cumin. Clap it up, everybody. Let them hear it. Great work, guys. Very good stuff. That's what I'm talking about. And yeah, Fluke's apartment might be dirty, but he's got a bottle of Fabuloso now, so that's silver linings. All right, guys, are you ready for your third battle tonight? What do you say? Let's keep this thing rolling. Next one's gonna be good. I want you guys to start making some noise for the very funny Alex Sklar, everybody. Hello, Alex. And his opponent, please clap it up for the very funny Pedro Sampaio, everybody. Thank you. I'll go first. Yeah. Clap it up for my opponent, Gout Dracula. Alex is Russian. Alex is Russian. You can tell he's from Russia by the way his neck is invading his face. How did your double chin become the main chin? It's not from my face the whole time. Pedro met his wife on Tinder. The only place he convinced him was over 6 feet. They actually been together for 10 years, a very long time. It's so long she just reached the age of consent. Thank you, Vladimir Pudding. Alex has proved that Russian food is so bad, you'd rather eat shit on stage every night as a career. I'm not picky. Paige's dad. Alright. I'm gonna go and test out my oven since it just got fixed and yeah, make some cookies. So I'm gonna call it. We got like almost fucking 10 hours in here, right? Well, we got 10 and a half hours. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.